In the depths of a cold and dark universe, 9 gigantic dragon corpses pull an ancient bronze coffin, existing since time immemorial. This is an extremely shocking image captured by a space probe in the desolate cosmos. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, have they returned to ancient times, or have they arrived at the other side of the starry sky? A vast world of immortal heroes, filled with strange sights and endless mysteries. Blood runs hot like a volcano, passion surges like a vast sea, and desire is an endless abyss. The road to the heavens, singing as one walks, snapping fingers to cover the sky. Chapter 1. The Bronze Giant Coffin in the Starry Sky. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. The universe is defined as the expanse above and below. Although the universe has substance, there is no fixed place to seek. The passage of time from ancient to modern is referred to as time. Although time has growth, its beginning is unknown. In the vast universe, the boundless starry sky leads many scientists to speculate that Earth may be the only source of life. Humanity is indeed very lonely. In the vast sky, although there are billions of stars, it is difficult to find a second life-bearing star. However, humans have never given up on exploration since the last century. Many space probes have been launched. Voyager 2 is an unmanned space probe that was launched in 1977 from the Kennedy Space Center in the United States. It carries a gold-plated record titled Greetings to the Universe, containing popular music and greetings recorded in 55 languages, hoping to be intercepted and received by possible extraterrestrial civilizations one day. From the 1970s to now, Voyager 2 has been on a lonely journey, a tiny speck of dust in the vast universe. Most contemporary space probes have either malfunctioned or lost signal, disappearing forever into the desolate cosmos. 30 years have passed, and technology continues to develop. Humans have developed more advanced space probes, and perhaps in the near future, exploration of the starry sky will make further advancements. Yet for considerable time, new space probes still cannot catch up with Voyager 2. After 33 years, Voyager 2 is now 14 billion kilometers away from Earth at this moment. It has reached the third cosmic speed, and its trajectory can no longer guide it back to the solar system, becoming an interstellar spacecraft. In the dark and cold universe, stars twinkle like diamonds embedded in a black curtain. Although the Voyager 2 space probe is flying at incredible speed, it is like a tiny ant crawling slowly on a dark Earth in the cold and boundless universe. Over 30 years later, at this very moment, Voyager 2 made an astonishing discovery. In the desolate universe, 9 massive corpses lay quietly at this moment. Everyone in the control room of the space agency turned pale, finally becoming as still as wooden sculptures. They were shocked beyond measure. Oh God, what am I seeing? How is this possible? I can't believe it. Because that starry sky is too distant. Even with a major discovery and capturing a shocking image, humanity is currently powerless. This mysterious information was not made public. Shortly after, Voyager 2 malfunctioned and interrupted its signal transmission to Earth. Perhaps this could serve as a conclusion, but sometimes things often turn out to be unexpected. Whether observing and exploring the starry sky, or conducting scientific research on life and physics, space stations have an unparalleled advantageous environment. Since the Soviet Union successfully launched the first manned space station in 1971, a total of 9 space stations have been launched worldwide. On June 11, 2010, at this moment, inside the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, several astronauts suddenly change color, their pupils rapidly constricting. To this day, the existence of God has long been denied. If anyone continues to believe, it is merely due to a sense of emptiness seeking solace. But at this moment, the thoughts of several elite astronauts were strongly impacted as they witnessed an incredible scene. Outside the International Space Station, in the cold and dark universe, 9 colossal beings stood motionless, as if they had been there since ancient times, invoking a sense of endless desolation and antiquity. They were indeed 9 dragon corpses, identical to the dragons of ancient mythologies. Each dragon corpse measured over 100 meters in length, as if forged from iron and filled with an overwhelming sense of power. All 9 dragon corpses were 5-clawed black dragons. Aside from their crystal-clear, shimmering purple horns, their bodies were entirely black, glistening with a dark luster. and their scales sparkled with mysterious light in the darkness. Dragons, legendary beings, stand alongside gods, transcending the laws of nature. However, with the advancement of science, who would still believe that dragons truly exist? The thoughts of the astronauts inside the International Space Station were strongly impacted. What they saw was beyond belief. In the desolate universe, the cold dragon corpses seemed like an indestructible steel wall, and one could even feel the terrifying power contained within the corpses. Yet, they had lost their vitality, eternally resting in the cold expanse of space. That is, after being deeply shocked, the pupils of several elite astronauts rapidly constricted again as they saw an even more astonishing sight. The 9 dragon corpses, each over 100 meters long, were bound at their tails with thick black iron chains leading into the dark cosmic space behind them, where a 20-meter-long bronze coffin quietly hung. The massive chains, forged through countless hammerings, were long and sturdy, exuding a chilling aura. The bronze coffin was ancient and unadorned, featuring some vague, ancient patterns. Filled with the vicissitudes of time, one could only wonder how many years it had floated in. The universe, 9 dragons pulling a coffin in this pitch-black and cold universe. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze giant coffin, connected by thick black iron chains, appeared incredibly shocking. After a moment of daze in front of the unbelievable monitoring footage, several elite astronauts immediately sent out a call signal, calling Earth. Chapter 2. Suan. In ancient times, people lived for 100 years in spring and autumn, and their actions did not decline. Yi Fan closed the Huangdi Neijing and longed for the ancient times described in the Suan section. A gentle breeze stirred the few phoenix trees in the courtyard, their lush branches and leaves rustling softly, while fresh air blew in through the window. Yi Fan loved reading books about curiosities, and with a cup of light green tea brewed, he continued to peruse the ancient text in his hands. The Huangdi Neijing is a treasure-level ancient text, written thousands of years ago, and is one of the 3 great strange books of ancient China. Although the entire book cannot be fully trusted, it is generally considered extremely valuable. It discusses the manipulation of heaven and earth, the understanding of yin and yang, the practice of breath control, and the maintenance of one's spirit, suggesting that through these practices, one can live long and transcendent lives without an end. The ancient times mentioned frequently in the Suan section refer to those who understood the changes of heaven and earth, cultivated their essence and energy, and could achieve immortality. A notion that modern people simply cannot believe. Unknowingly, the red sun gradually sank in the west, and the evening glow fell, casting a faint red hue over the lawn and the phoenix trees outside the window. Yi Fan put down the Huangdi Neijing and prepared to attend an important class reunion. 3 years may not seem long or short. Former classmates have long since gone their separate ways, each with their own different life trajectories. As soon as he pressed the answer key, he heard Lin Jia's teasing voice. She had shown outstanding social skills in college and could easily build relationships. What? Did you miss me? Yi Fan shot back lightly. A pleasant laugh came from the other end, saying, I'm not sure where the reunion is. I'll join you later. After agreeing on a meeting place, Yi Fan drove out. He had pursued Lin Jia in college, but was gently told that they were not suited for each other. Lin Jia was a very beautiful and charming woman, and her intelligence and rationality surpassed her beauty. She clearly knew what she needed and how to achieve it, making her very pragmatic. With 10 minutes to spare before their meeting, Yi Fan found a parking spot in front of Baixing Mall, then got out and waited by the roadside for Lin Jia. The whole city was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, many buildings covered in a faint golden light, while vehicles flowed continuously on the roads and crowds thronged the streets. After 7 or 8 minutes, a Toyota car stopped by the roadside, revealing a beautiful and delicate face. Lin Jia opened the car door and walked over. Yi Fan stepped forward, smiling. You have a special car to pick you up. Stop teasing me. I don't have a chauffeur. That's our classmate Lu Yunji. Although they had kept in touch over the past 3 years, they had only seen each other once in the past 2 years. Lin Jia was as youthful and beautiful as ever, dressed casually in tight jeans and a purple t-shirt, accentuating her long, graceful figure. It had been more than 2 years since they last met. How have you been? Lin Jia's shoulder-length hair was black and smooth, shining brightly. She had a pair of charming phoenix eyes that slanted slightly upward beneath long eyelashes, giving her an enchanting aura. I'm good. Yi Fan smiled, teasing Lin Jia. With your natural beauty, it's a pity you're not in the entertainment industry. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Jia laughed charmingly, her slanted phoenix eyes sparkling, her red lips very seductive. At that moment, the window of the parked Toyota rolled down, revealing a familiar face in the driver's seat, former classmate Lu Yunji. Like Yi Fan, He stayed in the city after graduation. Thanks to a relative with some connections, he had opened a small company and achieved some success among their classmates. Although they lived in the same city, he had almost no contact with Yifan, mainly due to a conflict during college. Lu Yunji did not get out of the car, but smiled faintly, saying, "Long time no see." "Yeah, we should get together sometime," Yifan replied casually. Noting that Lu Yunji didn't even get out of the car. "Did you take a cab here?" Yifan couldn't be bothered to argue about such an obvious disdain and nonchalantly responded. Lin Jia, being quite perceptive, sensed the atmosphere and smiled at Yifan, saying, "I rushed over this time and called a few old classmates who stayed in the city. Let us ride with Lu Yunji." Before Yifan could say anything, Lu Yunji spoke first with a hint of apology. "I'm really sorry. I already made plans with 2 other classmates, and there might not be enough seats." "No problem. You go ahead. I'll catch up," Yifan replied, then turned to Lin Jia, smiling. "Shall we go together or?" Lin Jia hesitated for a moment, and Lu Yunji urged, "Beauty Lin, just get in my car first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be drowned in spit." After waiting by the roadside for a few minutes, Lin Jia expressed her apologies to Yifan and ultimately got into the Toyota under Lu Yunji's urging. In the past, Yifan had been a prominent figure on campus, but today being seen as someone who took a cab made him seem somewhat downcast compared to Lu Yunji. He chose to ignore Lu Yunji, but was somewhat surprised by Lin Jia's behavior. However, everyone has their own attitude toward life. One must live in reality, and it's inevitable to have elements of utilitarianism, self-esteem, vanity, etc. Yifan didn't feel too much resentment about it. The red sun had already set below the horizon, and the sky, tinged with blood, gradually darkened, as the entire city seemed to be draped in a layer of grayish thick clothing, with nightfall approaching. At this moment, 9 massive dragon corpses pulled a huge bronze coffin, lying across the dark and cold universe. This shocking scene seemed to be eternally frozen there. Chapter 3. Past and Present. Although Yifan couldn't be considered successful in terms of a career, due to various reasons and experiences, he had some capital in hand now. Not long ago, he had just bought a Mercedes, which in terms of price was higher than Lu Yunji's Toyota. However, he felt it was quite vulgar to judge status by such things. After about 10 minutes, Yifan drove to the reunion venue, Haishang Mingwei City, just 3 years after graduating from college. Most classmates were still not considered successful in their careers, and Yifan thought that choosing such a venue was somewhat extravagant. As he walked out of the parking lot and approached Haishang Mingwei City, he quickly spotted several familiar figures, classmates attending the reunion, some of whom he hadn't seen in 3 years. Yifan. At this moment, a handsome and refined young man spotted him, smiling as he approached, saying, "This is your fault. As the landlord of this city, you should have shown up earlier and organized this reunion." This refined-looking young man was Wang Ziwen, one of the organizers of the reunion. He had been a very active figure in college and was said to have developed very well in another city over the past 3 years, accumulating considerable wealth. A few others also came over. Although it had been a long time since they last met, everyone was very warm and friendly. Clearly, Wang Ziwen was waiting for someone. It was easy to guess that only a limited number of people could prompt him to stand at the entrance of Haishang Mingwei City to greet them. Wang Ziwen, being a smart person, did not continue to wait there alone, but led the way while chatting and laughing, taking everyone into Haishang Mingwei City. On the 5th floor, there was a small business center that could accommodate 30 to 50 people for meetings, which had already been booked. By this time, it was already dark outside, and most classmates attending the reunion had almost arrived. The arrival of several people instantly livened up the atmosphere at the venue. Many came to greet them, and being able to gather again brought a sense of time passing and spatial dislocation, blurring the lines with some scenes from their college days. 3 years had passed since graduation, and everyone was now around 25 or 26 years old, with a few already married, and 2 had even become young mothers. Everyone has their own different life trajectories, but generally speaking, most students are ordinary people. The ideals and ambitions of the past have been worn down by time, nearly disappearing, returning to the mundane in a bland life. Dreams have faded away, and the vast majority of people are clearly aware that they are just ordinary individuals. Yifan was brought to the other side by Wang Ziwen, and upon careful observation, he noticed that the classmates here were either successful in their careers or came from families with some background. "Yifan, you're so late. You must be punished with 3 drinks. 3 drinks is too little. You underestimate Yifan's drinking capacity." Lin Jia was also sitting here, with her charming almond-shaped eyes, tall figure, and alluring curves. "Which beauty wants to punish me?" Yifan included several male classmates in the category of beauties as well. "You just came and are taking advantage of us. You must be punished, and it has to be harsh." The crowd of both genders united against him, sharpening their knives for action. As soon as this was said, there was a moment of awkward silence. Everyone present knew about the grudges between Lu Yunji and Yifan during college. Now he was doing very well in this city, and at this moment, it was quite obvious that he pointed out that Yifan had come by taxi. Other classmates also noticed the situation, looking over, but Yifan just smiled indifferently and said nothing. I'll go outside to pick up Joey. Wang Zuan changed the subject and then turned to leave. Lin Jia started talking about cosmetics with two female classmates, and they brought up several brands of clothing. Others also shared some stories from the past. And the brief awkwardness was soon forgotten as the atmosphere became lively again. However, after what had just happened, the atmosphere was somewhat subtle. No one mentioned punishing Yifan again, but there were more discussions surrounding Lu Yunji. Although Yifan was a prominent figure in college, all of that became unimportant after leaving campus. What mattered now was whether one was successful in their career. Occasionally, curious eyes glanced over. And this side seemed to be a special small circle, with all present being classmates who were currently doing well, while Yifan seemed to be on the decline. Yifan remained calm about this, but in the end, he still stood up and left, joining another group of classmates. He didn't want to be marked as part of a special group by others. Cosmetics and brand-name clothing were always the favorite topics among female classmates, while male classmates discussed football, current events, and other broad topics. Half an hour later, all 25 attendees had arrived. There were 33 students in total, 3 of whom were studying abroad, while another 5 couldn't make it for various reasons. The initiators and organizers of the gathering took turns giving speeches, and the atmosphere was very lively. Then everyone split into several small circles and began chatting freely. After a long time, they finally left the small business center to raise their glasses in celebration of this reunion. Without any deliberate arrangements, the hierarchy and relationships at each table became apparent. Yifan did not sit with Lin Jia and Lu Yunji's small group, but naturally sat at another table. After another round of speeches, the next part became very casual. Some people went around toasting at different tables, while others were surrounded at their tables, unable to move a step, continuously being toasted. Many things had happened in the past 3 years, and everyone had changed significantly. Perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, many classmates talked about their lives, with some feeling proud and others feeling disappointed. Some hated their bosses for being excessively demanding, always requiring overtime, while the pay was pitifully low. One female classmate said her boyfriend was a department manager at a well-known company, while another said her husband had been promoted to vice president of his company. Others mentioned their fiancées were nieces of bank executives. Yet more people reacted silently, as many lives were not very satisfactory. One female classmate appeared particularly haggard. Someone said she married someone she didn't like and was unhappy after marriage, with her husband drinking excessively. When classmates visited her city, they saw bruises on her body. If you need any help, feel free to reach out to me. Yifan felt pity for this haggard female classmate, recalling how she used to cheer for him at the soccer field with her shy and innocent demeanor. It was evident that her life was truly unsatisfactory. She nodded gratefully and quietly thanked him. Yifan, you should change yourself first, said the female classmate who mentioned her husband's promotion, somewhat bluntly due to the alcohol. Look at how well Lu Yunji is doing now. Everyone at this table looked at Yifan, then glanced over at Lu Yunji's table not far away, where all the classmates were doing quite well now. Yifan, I'm not saying this to you, but you were indeed a figure during college. However, everything changes after leaving campus. You have to work hard, said the male classmate who mentioned his fiancée was a bank executive's niece, adopting a lecturing tone. Some classmates expressed their sentiments about the people at Lu Yunji's table, saying that some who were not as good as themselves back then were now impossible to compare with. Others were cynical and quite extreme, drunkenly claiming that those people returned home in glory, flaunting their wealth. A female classmate even joked with Yifan, saying she was glad she only secretly liked him back in school, and now regretted refusing Lu Yunji's pursuit back then. It was still the same city, still the same people, but after reuniting, everyone's mindset was greatly different. Chapter 4. Ancient Bronze Carvings. The night had already fallen, with neon lights flashing along the roads, and the nighttime city still radiated endless vitality, with skyscrapers towering into the sky. But if viewed from space, all of this seemed insignificant, just a small patch of land. This was an unusual night, destined to be anything but calm, with dozens of main monitoring rooms on the ground completely locking onto the dark sky. In the desolate universe, 9 dragon corpses glimmered with a metallic cold sheen, their bodies covered in black scales the size of fans, glistening with dark luster. Dragons, legendary beings, should not exist in this world, yet at this moment, they lay across the sky. The images captured from the dark space were shocking and awe-inspiring. The gigantic dragon horns resembled forked ancient trees, exuding both strength and mystery. Their bodies resembled mountains, powerful and imposing, with scales like blades, shimmering coldly, looking grand and magnificent. The 9 lifeless massive bodies were a tremendous shock to human understanding, overturning some of people's inherent beliefs. Yifan, how has your life been in these 3 years? Many people cared about Yifan, asking with concern. It's okay. My life has been quite ordinary. Nothing particularly special has happened in the past 3 years. Just then, the people at Lu Yunji's table came over to toast, saying many congratulatory words, and everyone clinked glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. Those who had earlier suggested punishing Yi Fan did not seek him out for a toast until later when Lin Jia and Wang Zuan came over, each having a drink with Yi Fan separately. How many people admired your youthful looks back then? But who is willing to bear the ruthless changes of time? Many have come and gone by your side, but in life, I'll always be by your side. Perhaps due to genuine drunkenness. A couple who had once been in love during school and had to part ways after graduation looked at each other in silence. Graduation meant separation, perhaps a curse. Every year, college graduates reenact the same tragedy. Unfortunately, this tragedy could very well continue for a long time, related to youthful impulsiveness, employment pressure, social conditions, or perhaps other factors. Almost everyone chose songs from 3 years ago, and some sang passionately, pulling everyone's thoughts back to 3 years ago, with scenes from their student days still vivid in their minds. Finally, the karaoke king appeared. The drunken senior occupied the microphone for a long time, but his voice was truly unbearable, like the collapse of heaven and earth, wailing like ghosts. While torturing everyone's ears, it also brought a joyful atmosphere, causing people to laugh together. Most of the classmates who came from far away had booked the same hotel, and the few classmates with cars would be responsible for taking them there. Other classmates wanted to take a taxi, but the few nearby cars had limited seats, and they felt embarrassed to approach Lu Yunji and the others for a ride. Yi Fan felt sympathy for this female classmate. She was a happy and innocent girl in college, often cheering for her classmates outside the football field and sometimes shyly handing them bottles of mineral water. But now, life's disappointments made her appear gloomy, pale, and in poor spirits, hardly speaking throughout the night. At this moment, when she suddenly saw Yi Fan parking by the roadside and inviting her into the car, she was both grateful and at a loss, as no one had paid attention to her all night, and she seemed unaccustomed to being watched by her classmates. On the other side, Lu Yunji was stunned to see Yi Fan driving over, and his expression immediately darkened. Around him, everyone's reactions varied. There were looks of confusion and disbelief, as well as surprise and complexity. Everyone glanced at Lu Yunji, and the reality before them was completely different from what he had stated. At that moment, Lu Yunji felt a burning sensation on his face, as if he had been slapped hard. The few classmates who had lectured Yi Fan with high attitudes also felt extremely awkward, wanting to say something but unsure how to start. A few others showed amused and peculiar expressions, especially those who had raised their glasses with Yi Fan, as if they felt this scene undermined the little group's face. Just then, 2 more people walked over, opened the car door, and sat down. They were classmates who were extremely familiar with Yi Fan. At this moment, in the distant space, inside the International Space Station orbiting the Earth, several astronauts appeared serious, their nerves always tense, feeling extremely anxious. In the dark and cold space, 9 massive dragon corpses seemed to exist since ancient times, with iron chains as thick as a bowl stretching across to a giant bronze coffin, evoking a sense of endless desolation and antiquity. The ground decision-makers had long agreed that if any major changes occurred, they would immediately destroy these 9 dragon corpses and that mysterious bronze ancient coffin. But no one wanted such a thing to happen. The significance and value of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, coming from the dark and desolate depths of the universe, were too great to be measured. Suddenly, the main control room of the International Space Station captured a set of mysterious signals, indicating some unusual fluctuations. The target source was within reach. Precisely the giant bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses, with mysterious waves emanating from the ancient and vague patterns above it. The ancient patterns on the bronze coffin were covered in green rust, making them difficult to see clearly. Preliminary analysis indicated that these bronze engravings were related to ancient Chinese legends. Monitoring rooms from various countries reached a similar conclusion. The beast-shaped engravings on the bronze coffin were similar to certain ancient fierce beasts recorded in China's Shanhai Jing, while the figures in the bronze patterns were suspected to be deities. Although some origins of the bronze engravings were identified, the extremely weak mysterious signals remained unsolvable, leaving no clues. Chapter 5. Li Xiaoman. After graduation, everyone became busy with life and ideals. Many moved away from the city, and aside from a few, like Yi Fan, most were returning to their alma mater for the first time. The small lake nearby rippled gently, the scenery unchanged. They still vividly remembered the melancholic and dejected figures or the spirited ones by the lakeside, hugging guitars and singing campus folk songs. Even after many years, whenever the melody played, it would remind one of that carefree and innocent time, with a faint sadness that was both touching and sweet, easily moving the heart. The passage of time always leaves a bittersweet taste. Yet, it was unknown whether those people could still pick up guitars and sing now. as it was hard to find their whereabouts after graduation. I vaguely heard a friend mention that the once melancholic guitar master was now performing in a bar in another city, looking quite worn after several years. I also remembered the talented long-legged girl from the school band, a beautiful and pure lead singer, who was said to be working as a hostess in a nightclub now. Everyone could only sigh. After graduation, many faced the impact of ideals versus reality. Sometimes life is really helpless, leaving one feeling frustrated and confused. After a brief silence, everyone continued walking forward. At this moment, Lin Jia approached Yifan. She was wearing a blue and white chiffon dress, the hem reaching her thighs, highlighting her long, fair legs. She had tied a black belt around her waist, accentuating her slender figure, with long hair cascading over her ample chest, forming an alluring curve. With a beautiful face, snow-white skin, and uniquely charming upward slanting phoenix eyes, Lin Jia possessed a special aura. Clearly you have a car. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? I didn't have the chance to say it. Aren't you inviting me to ride in your car today? I would be very happy to. Here I formally invite Miss Lin Jia. At this point, both of them laughed. Lin Jia abruptly brought up yesterday's incident, but lightly brushed past it, not saying much due to it, nor did she deliberately lower her stance to bridge the gap. After saying this, she smiled and turned to leave. Lin Jia was a smart woman. She knew that being overly deliberate could backfire, appearing insincere, and it was better to be direct and natural. Such subtle changes also occurred among some other classmates. By the time they left the alma mater, it was nearly noon, and everyone arrived at a street filled with food. Entering a restaurant, Wang Zuan privately invited Yifan to their table, but Yifan just smiled and went over to toast a few drinks. Still sitting with the same people from yesterday. Yifan, I was drunk and talking nonsense yesterday, please don't mind. He raised a glass to toast to the male classmate who claimed his fiancée was a bank executive's niece, who had lectured Yifan yesterday, but was now trying to explain yesterday's events with a low profile. The female classmate who said her husband had been promoted to vice president also changed her attitude from yesterday, treating Yifan politely. Come on, everyone raise your glasses. Compared to yesterday, Yifan's table was much livelier today, with everyone clinking glasses and people from other tables occasionally coming over to toast. Yifan naturally couldn't refuse, continuously toasting, especially with those who came from Wang Ziwen's table. Lu Yunji remained calm. Although he had felt awkward yesterday, today he was as unruffled as a still pond, showing no unusual expression, as if nothing had happened. Everyone, last night I received a call from across the ocean. The speaker was Zhou Yi, a cultured young man, rumored to have a deep family background, which was no secret among classmates. Yesterday, Wang Ziwen had been waiting for him at the outskirts of the Moonlight City. Everyone stopped and looked at Zhou Yi, whether in school or now. He had always been easygoing, never making people feel proud. Those missed individuals, those departing footsteps, those paths gradually receding, were like the sycamore leaves gently falling before them. Li Xiaoman. This name had faded from Yifan's memory for a long time. After graduating from college, Li Xiaoman went abroad to study. For the first few months, they kept in close contact, but as time passed, their emails and phone calls gradually decreased, eventually leading to a complete break in communication. The gathering was extended, and they planned to visit Mount Tai, with all expenses covered by Wang Ziwen, Zhou Yi, and others. For an ordinary person, this might be a considerable expense, but for them, it was nothing. 3 days later, Yifan saw that familiar figure again at the foot of Mount Tai. 3 years had passed, and Li Xiaoman still looked graceful and elegant, showing little change. She stood about 170 centimeters tall, wearing sunglasses, with her long black hair dancing in the wind, standing there like a beautiful statue. Her outfit was simple, casual, and cool, with shorts that reached above her knees, her fair and long legs captivating, and a t-shirt with a cartoon print on top. Li Xiaoman was undoubtedly very beautiful, with snow-white and delicate skin, large eyes, and long eyelashes, giving her an aura of spirit. She conversed calmly with her surrounding classmates, clearly becoming a focal point, yet she had a friendly demeanor. Beside Li Xiaoman was a tall young man, introduced as her American classmate. Compared to the smooth features of an East Asian face, he had a typical Western appearance, with pronounced features, a high nose bridge, slightly sunken blue eyes, and wavy blonde hair, which made him quite handsome by Western standards. Hello, I'm Kate. I've always wanted to see Mount Tai, and finally, I can. The American youth named Kate spoke. Though his words were not very fluent, he managed to express himself clearly. After 3 years, seeing Li Xiaoman again gave Yifan a feeling of space shifting and time flowing. Both of them remained calm and politely greeted each other, without the joy of a long-awaited reunion, just a sense of tranquility, even a hint of lightness. There were no excessive words exchanged, they brushed past each other lightly. Some things did not need to be said, silence itself was a kind of result. Chapter 6. The Place of Fengshan. In the desolate and dark expanse of space, 9 massive dragon corpses lay scattered, and the ancient bronze coffin was both rustic and grand, seemingly coexisting with the universe since time immemorial. Days passed without any breakthrough in deciphering the mysterious signals conveyed by the bronze patterns, and there was still no reliable way to salvage it and send it to the ground. It's moving. Deviation from the orbit, descending. At that moment, several elite astronauts inside the International Space Station had their pupils rapidly constrict. The Nine Dragons coffin was deviating from its orbit and slowly descending. Mount Tai, towering and majestic, is revered as the foremost of the 5 great mountains, known as the #1 mountain under heaven. Since ancient times, Mount Tai has been a symbol of the sacred. Located in the far east of the ancient Central Plains, surrounded by the Yellow River and the One River, regarded in ancient times as the place where the sun first rose and all things developed. No mountain is greater than it. No history is older than it. Mount Tai is grand and vast, with a profound historical accumulation that dates back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, a place close to the divine. The heavens are unreachable, and the rituals of Fengshan are performed on Mount Tai to get close to the divine. The great Qin emperor who swept through the 6 directions and the capable Han emperor Wu both held grand Fengshan ceremonies on Mount Tai. Even earlier, in ancient times, 72 emperors had performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. The ancient text Guanzi Fengshan recorded, in the past, the Hui family performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. Fuxi performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. Shennong performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. The Yellow Emperor performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. Yao performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. Yu performed Fengshan on Mount Tai. In ancient times, numerous sage kings and ancient emperors chose to perform Fengshan here, shrouding Mount Tai in layers of mist and exuding an endless aura of mystery. In later generations, some discoveries were made. In the 20th year of the Republic of China, General Ma Hongkue led his troops stationed at the foot of Mount Tai and accidentally discovered a 5-colored earth altar, containing 2 sets of jade books sealed with stone mud and gold ropes, hidden underground. Why did all the ancient emperors perform Fengshan here, in preaching times? This remains a mystery that may never be unraveled. Yi Fan and his group rested for a night at the hotel and began their ascent of Mount Tai the next day. Many in the group were climbing Mount Tai for the first time. Only by being here could they truly feel its grandeur and majesty. The mountain has a 3-tiered step geological structure, like steps leading to heaven, facing south. The mountain body is completely open, with a 10-kilometer-long path leading to the vast mountain, extending to the peak. Whether viewed from afar or up close, one could feel the overwhelming atmosphere, stirring the heart. In the presence of the majestic Mount Tai, one feels a strange illusion of being as insignificant as an ant. Even the sun, moon, and stars above seem trivial. This is a shocking feeling that makes the soul tremble. When the guide spoke of the ancient rituals of Fengshan, it further sparked limitless thoughts. Humanity is always filled with a longing for the unknown and the mysterious. Li Xiaoman walked alongside Cade, constantly translating and explaining, which made the American youth increasingly amazed by Mount Tai, continuously asking questions. Lu Yunji glanced at Yi Fan with a playful look, then at the 2 ahead. But his obvious attitude seemed to be directly ignored by Yi Fan, who showed no response, leaving him quite disappointed. In fact, Yi Fan had not noticed him at all, remaining very calm. However, he immediately shook his head, thinking that he had been too bored lately, leading to such absurd associations. The ancient pines of Mount Tai were lush, with many flowing springs and waterfalls, and amidst the solemnity and grandeur, there was no lack of grace. The drifting clouds and mist added a few more layers of mystery and profundity. Climbing upward, there were countless historical sites along the way, with inscribed cliff tablets that left people in awe. From the altar of the earth to the imperial palace of the emperors, to the Jade Emperor Peak that seals the heavens, it forms an axis of 10 kilometers long, a paradise between the underworld and the human world. In the evening, the group finally reached the summit of Mount Tai, the Jade Emperor Peak, overlooking the mountains below and gazing at the Yellow River, instantly deepening their understanding of Confucius's true meaning of climbing Mount Tai to minimize the world. Standing atop the highest peak, one can see all the other mountains as small. The poet Saint also left such a timeless masterpiece. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the clouds above the peaks were all adorned with a layer of golden edges, shimmering with the brilliance of rare treasures. Such a magnificent scene was intoxicating. Suddenly, several black dots appeared in the sky, gradually enlarging, accompanied by a series of thunderous sounds. 9 colossal beings descended from the sky, like 9 black rivers falling down. At that moment, everyone on Mount Tai was frozen in shock, staring at each other in disbelief. Those were actually 9 massive dragon corpses, pulling an ancient bronze coffin, descending towards the peak of Mount Tai. Dragons, legendary beings, stand alongside deities, transcending the laws of nature. Yet, with science having developed to this point, Who still believes that dragons truly exist? The stunned tourists on the mountain held their breath in shock, even forgetting to scream. After a brief silence, chaos erupted on Mount Tai. Everyone panicked and fled in all directions to escape the approaching massive dragon corpses. It was a staggering scene. In the blood-red sunset, the 9 dragons' coffin came, descending upon Mount Tai. Fearful screams and helpless cries filled the air as people fled in panic. The 9 dragons' coffin did not fall rapidly, but when it landed, it still shook the summit of Mount Tai heavily. Boom! The 9 colossal beings fell like 9 mountain ridges, causing the Jade Emperor Peak to crack with large fissures, dirt and rocks flying, dust swirling. The ancient bronze coffin also crashed heavily onto the summit, shaking the mountain body as if an earthquake had occurred. Many stones rolled down the mountain, rumbling like 1,000 troops galloping. Several people were affected, mangled by the rocks, tumbling down the mountain, their terrified cries echoing. The tremors subsided, and the mountain quickly calmed down, but chaos had already erupted on Mount Tai. Many people fell while fleeing. It was an extremely chaotic scene, with many injured and bloodied, rushing down the mountain in panic. 9 massive dragon corpses, each 100 meters long, lay quietly on the mountain peak, with part of their bodies hanging over the cliff like a black steel great wall, filled with an overwhelming sense of power that was extremely shocking to the eyes. The summit of Mount Tai was shattered, and the ground was riddled with terrifying cracks. The ancient bronze coffin, 20 meters long, was simple and unadorned, with some indistinct ancient patterns on it, exuding a sense of the passage of time. And a mysterious aura seemed to flow around. Chapter 7. The Colorful Altar. The event unfolded too suddenly, and everything before them exceeded people's imagination. The crowd couldn't believe it. However, the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin lay before them, an ironclad fact before their eyes. All of this seriously contradicted common sense and overturned people's understanding, leaving everyone's thoughts in a state of intense shock. During the chaos that had just occurred, Yi Fan and his group did not flee in panic. They gathered together until the summit calmed down. Although they all fell to the ground, there were no major casualties, only a few people with bruised arms. At that moment, their faces were filled with shock, and the incredible scene before them would be unforgettable for a lifetime. The 9 massive dragon corpses lay quietly ahead, with the enormous bronze coffin strikingly impacting their vision. Everything was so shocking and mysterious. No one could speak, their hearts were turbulent, and their faces were filled with expressions of shock, fear, and dread, making it hard to remain calm. After a long time, Lin Jia finally said softly, "We should hurry down the mountain." Everyone nodded, feeling that they should leave this place immediately. No one wanted to linger for even a moment. The atmosphere at the summit felt chilling. Why were there 9 dragon corpses pulling a giant bronze coffin? Why had they landed on Mount Tai? Even with the facts before them, it was difficult to accept, and they felt extremely uneasy. Under the blood-red sunset, the summit was a scene of devastation, especially around the bronze coffin, where a huge pit had been smashed into the ground, and the surrounding cracks were at least 1 or 2 meters wide, spreading out like a spider web in all directions. One of the cracks resembled a winding centipede, extending right to Yi Fan and the others' feet, but fortunately, the end of the crack was less than the width of a palm, preventing any subsidence or pit formation. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Li Xiaoman pointed ahead and said, "What is that?" Half of a jade piece was exposed under the cracked surface, reflecting a glimmer in the sunset. Although the crowd felt some fear, they still took a few steps forward and saw that a corner of a round altar was revealed beneath the 1-meter-wide crack, with the broken half of the jade piece displayed on top, resembling a jade book. How could this be? Was something buried beneath? The round altar was not large. Ancient and simple, made of 5 colors of strange earth, filled with the breath of time, the age of its existence unknown. "Look, there's more ahead." Wang Ziwen, standing at the front, showed a look of surprise, pointing to an even wider crack ahead. Beneath the nearly 2-meter-wide crack, there was also a 5-colored earth altar. The round altar had been shattered, revealing a jade slab sealed inside, inscribed with numerous complex characters and symbols that no one could recognize. At this moment, everyone showed expressions of astonishment, instantly associating it with the words Feng Shan, as it was highly likely to be an ancient altar for worshipping heaven. The 5-colored round altar contained a jade book, which closely resembled the records in Ban Gu's Baihu Tongyi from the Eastern Han Dynasty, which mentioned, some say sealing involves gold mud and silver ropes, others say stone mud and gold ropes, as seals of the emperor. The records of the Grand Historian by Sima Qian from the Western Han also mentioned flying spirits and the record of golden mud and stone. In just a moment, the crowd was astonished to discover that beneath the surrounding cracks, there were numerous such 5-colored altars, amounting to several dozen. Each 5-colored earth altar was ancient, marked with the imprints of time, clearly indicating they had existed for endless years. The five-colored altars either sealed jade pieces or stone slabs, all inscribed with ancient symbols that were difficult to decipher. Everyone felt deeply astonished, vaguely sensing a connection between the dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Yi Fan, who enjoyed reading ancient texts about curiosities, understood more about Fengshan than others, and was truly shaken. Could it be that the legendary 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had indeed performed the Fengshan ritual here? Perhaps the legends are true. Otherwise, how could there be so many 5-colored round altars? Judging from the inscriptions, most were oracle bone script, seemingly confirming this speculation. The group should have immediately retreated, but they were unknowingly drawn in. Having already circled around the bronze coffin for more than half a turn, shocked by the 9 massive dragon corpses, astonished by the 20-meter-long bronze coffin, and amazed by the 5-colored altars underground, it seemed there was no danger, but those dragon corpses. The group had turned around for more than half a circle, their fear gradually diminishing, but they still felt somewhat uneasy and decided to descend the mountain quickly. Look, there's a massive altar in the central pit. The bronze coffin had smashed a huge deep pit into the ground, and the crowd had now turned to the other side of the bronze coffin. Looking down, they were once again struck with shock. Below the deep pit was a super altar, not made of earth but entirely built from 5-colored giant stones, firmly supporting the 20-meter-long bronze coffin without a single crack or damage. This super-large 5-colored stone altar was clearly different from the other earth altars. Located at the central position of the summit, majestic and far larger than those earth altars, the bronze coffin that fell from the sky had an enormous impact. Yet it did not create even a slight crack on it, making it hard to imagine what kind of miraculous stones were used to build it. On this large 5-colored altar, besides the bronze coffin, there were also many jade pieces and stone slabs piled up, all exuding an ancient aura. Both the jade pieces and stone slabs were inscribed with extremely mysterious ancient characters, more primitive than the oracle bone script seen on the 5-colored earth altars, resembling almost celestial writings and symbols. On this super-large 5-colored stone altar, there was an entire row of such jade pieces and stone slabs neatly stacked, untouched by the impact of the bronze coffin, leaving people astonished. We should hurry and leave here. Yi Fan and Zhou Yi urged the crowd simultaneously. Everyone nodded. It was truly inappropriate to linger here. Even if there were endless secrets, it was not something they could explore now. And the 9 massive dragon corpses nearby made them uneasy, while the bronze coffin filled them with dread. Just as the group was about to turn and leave, a female classmate let out a scream as a large stone rolled down into the pit beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance and fall. Be careful. A male classmate quickly grabbed her, and several others rushed to help pull her back up. The stone that had been stepped on rolled down into the deep pit with a loud rumble, then crashed heavily onto the 5-colored altar. The super-large stone altar immediately emitted a 5-colored hazy glow, and everyone felt a tremendous force envelop their bodies, as if their legs were bound by lead weights, making it impossible to move. Bang! The 5-colored stone altar shook continuously, causing the summit to tremble, and those standing at the edge of the deep pit suddenly felt the world spinning, but they couldn't move an inch. All of them rolled down into the pit. The group fell onto the 5-colored altar, all feeling a surge of fear. Chapter 8. The Ancient Starry Road. The group fell onto the 5-colored altar, knocking over a pile of ancient books made of jade pieces and stone slabs, creating a loud crash, and the altar was left in disarray. The ancient bronze coffin lay beside them, its surface covered with many green copper stains, yet still unable to conceal the blurred bronze carvings, which all seemed to depict ancient deities, and some even bore traces of tears. Being so close that they could reach out and touch it filled everyone with dread, sending chills down their spines. This 5-colored altar, which had endured countless years, was built by the ancient ancestors for the purpose of worshipping heaven. Could it be that those ancient emperors could really summon something? At this moment, everyone suddenly felt a sense of desolation and ancient energy circulating, stirring their emotions. Before them lay 9 dragon corpses and a bronze coffin. Could it really be that they were summoned by the 5-colored altar? Legend has it that long before Qin Huang and Han Wu, the ancient 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, along with 72 kings, had held grand ceremonies here. What were they summoned to? The 5-colored radiance shone brightly, and the jade pieces and stone tablets displayed on the 5-colored altar suddenly became crystal clear, with the ancient characters inscribed on them glowing brilliantly. The entire super-large altar emitted a soft light. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering echoed as the piles of jade and stone suddenly cracked, and beams of light burst forth. The ancient characters, as if brought to life, all rushed out and floated in the void. Hiss! Hiss! More ancient characters shone brightly, appearing in midair, And then those jade pieces and stone tablets disintegrated into dust in a gentle breeze. All the inscribed ancient characters freed from their constraints. Above the bronze ancient coffin, around the huge pit, thousands of ancient characters sparkled, appearing as if they were forged from molten iron, possessing a metallic luster and texture. Crack, crack. The sound of breaking came again, as the nearby small five-colored earth altars also had ancient characters shining forth, floating in midair. Around the bronze giant coffin, it was as if stars were swaying with brilliance, appearing especially mysterious under the blood-red sunset. On the top of the Jade Emperor Peak, there were others who had not fled down the mountain during the recent chaos, but at this moment, seeing Yi Fan and the others fall into the giant pit and witnessing this bizarre scene, they all felt panic and rushed down the mountain in fear. In the chaos, some fell down, and cries of pain and calls for help echoed continuously. At the same time, the ancient characters shimmering in midair began to gather together, gradually forming a gigantic bagua, emanating a mysterious power. This was a shocking scene. The ancient characters and symbols possessed incredible power, coalescing into a massive bagua diagram, enveloping the bronze ancient coffin and the 9 dragon corpses above, with a metallic density and texture, as if forged from refined gold. I want to leave here. Someone cried out from below the pit. My body couldn't move, and everyone found it difficult to move, filled with fear but unable to change anything. That was. At this moment, in the center of the bagua diagram in midair, a taiji diagram emerged, with 2 yin-yang fish nestled together. Even in this technological age, the profound meanings embedded in the ancient taiji bagua diagram have yet to be deciphered. Some have calculated the orbital speeds of celestial bodies based on the correspondence between stars and the positions of the bagua, using astronomical parameters to prove their calculations. The founder of modern computer binary was also inspired after studying the taiji bagua diagram, leading to a successful breakthrough. The ancient taiji bagua diagram remains an intriguing mystery for modern people. How was it created? What functions does it serve? And what was its purpose in creation? To this day, there are only legends and uncertain speculations, with no concrete evidence. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others witnessed a significant unknown function of the taiji bagua diagram. It was actually related to time and space. Around that enormous taiji bagua diagram, space twisted, and light became hazy, with the bagua symbols corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and Kan shining in sequence, like a set of mysterious and ancient codes shimmering. The 2 yin-yang fish in the taiji diagram resembled 2 strange portals, constantly trembling, slowly opening a gap, seemingly connecting to a distant and unknown starry sky. The light shone continuously, the 8 symbols of the bagua flickering unpredictably. Ultimately, after changing multiple times in a complex sequence, they finally all lit up simultaneously, emitting dazzling light. Boom! A dull vibration occurred as the 2 yin-yang fish in the center of the taiji bagua diagram slowly opened. During this process, starlight occasionally flickered from within, even revealing an ancient starry road. Eventually, the yin-yang fish completely opened like a portal, revealing a mysterious and enormous passageway, leading who knows where. Inside it was pitch black. At the same time, at the peak of Mount Tai, the 9 massive dragon corpses began to tremble, and at that moment, the bronze coffin emitted a loud clang. Shaking violently, Yi Fan and the others were close at hand, right next to the bronze coffin, and many were startled into shouting, with numerous female classmates crying out. What to do? Help! In this situation, everyone felt helpless, with many female classmates crying out loudly. At the same time, some strong-willed individuals looked uncertainly at the massive bronze ancient coffin, noticing that the coffin lid was shifting out of place, revealing a large gap, from which a strange aura spread down. Clang! The bronze coffin shook again, and the lid nearly fell off, an inexplicable invisible force pulling towards everyone. In the next instant, everyone felt the world spinning, and then everything went dark as everyone was pulled into the bronze coffin. Ah! Help! Some were nearly on the brink of collapse, crying out in terror. Bang! The 9 massive dragon corpses hanging on the cliff trembled, and at the same time, the lid of the bronze coffin made a loud noise, and then completely closed again. Immediately afterward, the 9 dragon corpses, like mountains, soared into the air. Although they still showed no signs of life, they slowly pulled the bronze giant coffin into the dark and mysterious passage created by the taiji bagua diagram. Boom! The entire Mount Tai shook violently, as if the heavens were about to collapse, with the 5-colored divine light piercing through the sky at the Jade Emperor Peak. Then, at the moment the blood-red sunset disappeared, the peak of Mount Tai darkened in an instant, and the enormous taiji bagua diagram in the sky completely closed, slowly vanishing. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin vanished without a trace. All the jade pieces and stone tablets on the five-colored altar turned to dust, and a gentle breeze blew through, scattering the ashes. Everything that happened under this blood-red sunset was destined to cause a huge uproar, reaching every corner of the world. Mount Tai would undoubtedly become the focus of global attention, but all of this was now unrelated to Yi Fan and the others. Inside the bronze ancient coffin, it was pitch black, filled with a chilling coldness. Some female classmates were nearly on the brink of collapse, their hearts filled with helplessness and fear. But they did not dare to cry out loudly, suppressing their emotions and voices, softly sobbing. What to do? Who can save us? Are we really inside the bronze coffin now? Why is this happening? Is there any way to get out? Continuously, some people dialed on their phones. But they couldn't get through, unable to contact the outside world, which only heightened their fear. Everyone, don't panic. Although we cannot contact the outside world for now, this shocking event at Mount Tai will surely be reported immediately, and I believe rescue personnel will arrive soon. Zhou Yi appeared calm. His words somewhat eased the fearful hearts of the crowd. Zhou Yi is right. Everyone, don't panic. We must remain calm and believe that we will be safe. Wang Ziwen's voice was also calm, speaking to stabilize the emotions of those present. Yes, everyone, don't panic. What's done is done. Fearing it won't help. What's important now is to find a way to escape. Although Lin Jia was a woman, she remained composed at this moment, not panicking. Yi Fan remained silent, sitting quietly. The dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram kept appearing in his mind. At this moment, were they still on the Jade Emperor Peak? He had an ominous thought. With the faint light of their phones, they could see faces filled with fear. Many had pale complexions, and some were trembling. Li Xiaoman was sitting not far away, hugging her knees. Although her face was somewhat pale, she appeared very calm. Beside her was a young American named Kate, and the two were constantly whispering in English. In fact, everyone present felt quite uneasy, as they were inside a closed ancient bronze coffin. Had everyone fallen into the coffin? Let's confirm the number of people present. 1, 2, 3, 28, 29, 30. When the count reached 30, the student responsible for counting suddenly trembled and said, "How can there be a 31st person?" There were originally 33 students in the class. 3 were studying abroad and couldn't attend, and another 5 couldn't make it for various reasons. When they came to Mount Tai, the 3 students who had been abroad had returned, but the other 5 had still not arrived. In total, 28 people made it to Mount Tai, and with Li Xiaoman's American classmate Kate, it should indeed add up to 29. How could there be 30 people at this moment? In the cold and dark ancient coffin, a chill ran down everyone's spine in that instant. Chapter 9. The 30th person in the bronze coffin. How could there be one more person? Who is it? The voices of those asking trembled. All the phone screens lit up, and everyone looked around in fear, dreading the appearance of a stranger. Familiar faces tried to huddle together, nervously scanning their surroundings. At that moment, they confirmed that indeed there was one more person, leaning in a corner not far away. Who are you? Are you a person or a ghost? In the mysterious bronze coffin, anything sinister could happen, and everyone felt extremely anxious. A heavy cough came from that dark corner, and the shadow moved, then emitted a low and hoarse voice, saying, "Ghost." Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and many were terrified. Some female classmates even let out piercing screams, crying loudly, nearly collapsing to the ground. The voice from the ghostly figure sounded weak, indicating that the shadow was very tired. It swayed its body, trying to stand up. What a ghostly place. Are we really in a bronze coffin? The shadow slowly stood up, asking this somewhat confused question, its voice gradually gaining strength. Seeing the tall shadow stand up, many instinctively took a step back. The shadow moved closer while continuing to speak, saying, "It's me, Pang Bo." "Stop, don't come closer." Everyone raised their phones, using the faint light to peer forward. Yi Fan pushed through the crowd and slowly walked up, saying, "Is it really you, Pang Bo? Can't you even recognize my voice?" In the darkness, the light from the phone screens illuminated a familiar figure holding a phone, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and a sturdy build. Pang Bo was Yi Fan's best friend from university, and he had not been able to attend the gathering due to personal matters. His sudden appearance raised doubts among everyone. "I don't believe it. Pang Bo didn't come to the gathering at all. Who are you really?" Someone behind said with a trembling voice. An unexpected person stood in the bronze coffin, making many feel a chill down their spine. "I am naturally Pang Bo. Does anyone have water? I'm about to die of thirst." The shadow continued to move forward. "Stop." People still found it hard to believe. Pang Bo had to stop, and to prove his identity, he earnestly explained, recounting many stories from their university days. Initially, he couldn't attend the gathering because of some family matters. Later, when he heard everyone was going to Mount Tai, he took care of his family issues and hurried over. Pang Bo took the mineral water bottle that Yi Fan handed him and gulped down several mouthfuls before recounting how he entered the coffin. When he arrived, everyone had already gone up the mountain, and he had taken the cable car up via the ropeway. Overall, he was quite lucky. Before the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin crashed into Mount Tai, he had safely reached Yuhuangding from the ropeway. He did not flee down the mountain with the crowd. Instead, he clung tightly to a large tree, waiting until Mount Tai calmed down, and he was unharmed. Afterward, he saw Yi Fan and the others fall into the giant pit, just in time to witness ancient characters shining in the air. He was stuck outside the giant pit, unable to move a step. It was only when the bronze coffin shook and the lid shifted that he was pulled inside, following the others. He wasn't sure if it was due to being outside the 5-color altar, but when Pangbo fell into the bronze coffin, he was knocked unconscious. At this moment, everyone gradually let go of their doubts, and the tension in their hearts finally relaxed. We must find a way to save ourselves. Being in this bronze coffin is unsettling. I have a bad feeling, Li Xiaoman said, her face pale, her beautiful eyes staring into the dark depths of the coffin. Compared to the other female classmates, she and Lin Jia remained very calm. Hearing this, many felt a chill run through their bodies. Everyone gather close together, don't spread out, Zhou Yi suggested. The group huddled together, using the dim light from their phones to observe their surroundings. They pressed against one side of the coffin and could see blurry bronze engravings, featuring a fierce 9-headed divine bird soaring high and a giant beast covered in long, hard spines roaring at the sky. The bronze engravings, covered in green rust, depicted some ancient fierce beasts recorded in the Shanhai Jing, such as Tao Tai, Xianxia, and Tao Wu, all of which were massive, ferocious-looking, and vividly lifelike, instilling fear in those who gazed upon them. The bronze coffin was 20 meters long and over 8 meters wide, and what they saw were only a fraction of the engravings. They did not continue to look further because everyone sensed that there seemed to be some object in the depths of the coffin. All phones were raised together, and the group bravely took a few steps forward, faintly seeing a vague rectangular object in the center of the bronze coffin. Clearly, it was neither a corpse nor a living entity, which put everyone slightly at ease, and they continued to move forward a few steps. Inside the coffin was another coffin. When they finally saw the object ahead clearly, many gasped in shock. In the very center was another bronze coffin, less than 4 meters long and less than 2 meters wide, ancient and dull, engraved with ancient patterns, covered in green rust, and etched with the marks of time, making one feel a chill and apprehension. This was not just a coffin within a coffin. This one was the actual coffin for containing a body. The outer bronze coffin was called a gui, a type of outer coffin, and together they were referred to as coffin gui. Pang Bo explained to those who were not very clear about the meaning of the coffin gui. Upon hearing that the coffin ahead was the true vessel for containing a body, many quickly stepped back, utterly terrified. What kind of person could be buried in such a mysterious bronze coffin? Everyone felt both astonished and afraid. The archaeological secrets and ancient tombs they had heard about before paled in comparison to this bronze coffin, making them seem trivial and insignificant. Who has ever seen a 20-meter-long bronze coffin gui? Who has witnessed a mysterious giant coffin descending from the sky? Who has seen 9 dragon corpses pulling a coffin? It was unimaginable what could be buried inside. Chapter 10. The Vast Earth. The interior of the dark bronze coffin gui gradually quieted down, with no one speaking anymore. Everyone was filled with dread, staring at the bronze coffin that contained a body, their heavy breaths filled with tension. What kind of person was entombed in that bronze coffin? All of this must be related to the 5-color altar on Mount Tai. After a long time, the crowd began to whisper among themselves, curious about why all of this had happened. It must be related to the 5-color ancient altar, which had summoned the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. Everything they witnessed was so bizarre that it severely impacted the cognitive perceptions of everyone present. The 5-color altar was built by ancient ancestors and could be described as endlessly mysterious. Yi Fan pondered many things. How many unknown secrets were hidden in the obliterated ancient history, with no danger occurring? The crowd's emotions gradually calmed down as they seriously speculated about everything in front of them. Perhaps the 9 dragons coffin was summoned by the ancient ancestors. As soon as this was said, someone immediately retorted, "The ancient people have long been extinct for countless years." What the truth was, they could not know. Everything was merely conjecture, and there were many possibilities. Yes, perhaps the 9 dragons coffin had nothing to do with the ancient ancestors, but was a return of its own. Did you see those bronze engravings? They depicted ancient ancestors and primordial deities, with many figures carved with tear marks, evoking a sense of desolation and sadness. As if telling a long-forgotten story. Amidst the conversations, the crowd's fear gradually diminished, and various possibilities emerged. However, they still held great reverence for the bronze coffin in the center. No one dared to touch it, let alone open it. I think the rescuers should have reached Taishan by now, perhaps not far away. Hopefully, no accidents will happen, and they will rescue us soon. The crowd had no way to escape the ancient coffin. The bronze coffin stood nearly 8 or 9 meters high and was sealed tightly with the lid, rendering escape impossible. Just as everyone hoped to get out of danger soon, the bronze coffin suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to lose their balance and sway, with many people falling directly to the ground. What happened? Everyone was filled with uncertainty. Some female classmates even started to cry, tightly clutching the people next to them. Have the rescuers arrived? Are they coming to save us? Amidst worry and fear, the shaking of the bronze coffin intensified. No one could stand. And almost everyone fell to the ground, coming into close contact with the cold bronze coffin. Bang! Another violent tremor occurred. Like an airplane crossing through cold clouds at high altitude, encased in a thick layer of ice, constantly shaking. Boom! The final tremor sounded like thunder, seemingly wanting to shatter all tangible matter, and it was clear that the giant bronze coffin had experienced a massive collision. However, it was at this moment that the dark bronze coffin emitted faint points of light from those bronze engravings, instantly countering an unimaginable force of impact. The crowd was filled with uncertainty. They had just sensed an impending upheaval, but in an instant, everything was calm, creating a strange illusion. No, there had indeed been a terrifying force. How could it have suddenly stopped? It was not an illusion. The bronze coffin had indeed undergone a fierce collision, flipping several times. But they were not affected. Just then, the crowd was astonished to find that the bronze coffin for the remains was hanging on the side wall of the coffin, firmly secured there and not falling down. The bronze coffin had now tipped over, and the small bronze coffin for the remains must have been securely cast at the bottom of the large coffin, making it impossible to move even slightly. Therefore, when the coffin tipped and tilted, it seemed at first glance as if it were hanging on the side wall. One could imagine how immense the previous impact had been, yet it was dissipated by the faint light emitted from those bronze engravings, making it feel incredible. Light coming from outside. Li Xiaoman exclaimed. Everyone turned their heads in the direction Li Xiaoman was looking, and indeed, a dim light was filtering in from ahead. The giant bronze coffin had tipped over, and the lid had tilted, creating a gap. We had finally escaped. The bronze coffin lid had deviated from its original position, and the gap was wide enough for two people to walk side by side. But it was very dim outside, so the light entering the bronze coffin was not obvious. The crowd erupted in cheers, rushing forward, eager to escape this dark and terrifying space, not wanting to linger for even a second. However, when everyone rushed out of the bronze coffin, they all stood frozen like clay sculptures. The ground appeared stained with blood, a reddish-brown color, cold and desolate. With a view of desolation and emptiness, and scattered large rocks stood like tombstones across the landscape. The light in this world was dim, shrouded in a gloomy haze, resembling a lifeless dusk surrounded by faint black mist. The crowd stood in shock. This could not possibly be the peak of Taishan. The boundless reddish-brown earth was distant and dead, with no signs of life, completely unlike any place they knew. They had never seen it, never heard of it. It was entirely a strange and mysterious location. Where's this? Have we left Taishan? The voice of the person speaking trembled. Had the rescuers isolated them in a no-man's land, fearing the danger from the 9 dragon corpses? The student who said this found it hard to convince himself. A bad premonition arose in everyone. It seemed that something extremely unfortunate was happening to them. At this moment, many people simultaneously dialed out with their phones. But it was impossible to get through. There was no signal at all. This is not Taishan. Where are we? Many people showed panic on their faces. With no joy of having escaped, only fear remained. From being trapped in the bronze coffin to stepping out again, it had only been a quarter of an hour. Yet the scene before them had completely transformed. The majestic and towering Taishan, which could overlook myriad mountains, was gone, replaced by a gently undulating, gravel-covered, endless desert. Yi Fan quietly observed all of this. The ominous premonitions had indeed come true. From the moment he saw the Tai Chi Bagua diagram condense on Taishan, forming a dark and enormous passage, he had a bad association. Although he did not see the 9 dragons' coffin enter that passage leading to an unknown region at the time, there was no need to think much now. What lay before him was enough to explain everything. They were no longer at Taishan, and perhaps they were no longer on Earth. Chapter 11. Light Source. Once again, there was a 5-color altar. Peng Bo and Yi Fan stood together, exchanging glances before shaking their heads. They had been the best of friends in college and often met after graduation. They understood each other very well. Now both felt that the situation was dire, and the crowd was in a worrying predicament, filled with uncertainty and variables. The massive bronze coffin lay toppled behind them, beneath which was a grand 5-color stone altar, very similar to the giant altar they had seen on Taishan, constructed of 5 different colored giant stones. The 5-color stone altar covered a vast area. One could imagine that its construction must have been a monumental project, but over the years of being battered by wind and sand, The once towering altar had almost completely sunk underground, now level with the reddish-brown sandy ground. Today, with the arrival of the Nine Dragons coffin, the heavy impact on the ground had shaken away the surrounding sand, revealing a rough outline of the altar. Not only was the enormous bronze coffin lying on the altar, but the 9 massive dragon corpses were also pressed on top, illustrating the grandeur of the 5-color stone altar. Many people's faces turned pale, and at that moment, everyone envisioned various possibilities. The scene before them resembled a strange world. No one was willing to accept this fact, but Taishan was gone, and the empty desert lay before them, forcing silence upon them. Don't panic, don't be afraid. There will be a solution, Yifan shouted loudly. The unknown could fill some with awe and fear, while it could also ignite a desire for exploration in others. Yifan and Pangbo avoided the 9 massive dragon corpses and walked forward to see the situation nearby. Li Xiaoman was not far away, seemingly feeling cold, hugging her arms. Her beautiful face was somewhat pale, yet she still appeared calm, like a delicate lotus blooming in the darkness. Yifan passed by and took off his shirt to hand it over, but she merely said thank you and shook her head in refusal. Not far from the 5-colored stone platform lay a massive rock, lying horizontally with a height of over 20 meters, but the slope was not too steep, allowing for climbing. Yifan was about 1.79 meters tall. Although he appeared quite gentle, he was actually very strong. He was a key player on the school football team back in the day and was often referred to as a barbarian on the field. Pangbo, true to his name, had a grand presence, but he was not fat. He was genuinely strong. A burly figure with arms that were almost as thick as an average person's legs. Both of them had excellent physiques and ran quickly towards the giant rock without any caution, directly rushing up. Standing on the giant rock and looking into the distance, they surprisingly saw faint glimmers of light emerging from the darkness, which astonished them greatly. This place was indeed no longer the same space-time they were in. Although Pangbo usually acted carefree, he never joked about serious matters. He gazed at the faint halo in the distance and frowned, saying, "Do you think there really are gods in this world?" Yifan also stared at the elusive light in the distance and replied, "We've even seen a dragon's corpse. I think even if a living god appeared before us, I wouldn't be surprised." "What would it be like if a living god appeared before us?" Pangbo murmured. A sound came from behind, and Cade, who stood at about 1.90 meters tall, climbed up the giant rock. Upon seeing the distant light, he immediately exclaimed, "Praise the merciful God, I see the light." He spoke in somewhat broken Chinese, then turned around and waved vigorously, shouting towards Li Xiaoman in the crowd, "I see the light." After that, he climbed down the giant rock and rushed towards Li Xiaoman. Cade's shout immediately caused a stir in the crowd, and many people ran over. Pangbo looked at Li Xiaoman and Cade standing together not far away and said to Yifan, "Is that foreign guy really Li Xiaoman's boyfriend?" "How would I know?" Yifan replied, "Are you really just going to give up like this?" Pangbo shot him a sideways glance. "I disdain you. Your life is not rich at all." Pangbo looked at Yifan, then at Li Xiaoman not far away, and said, "Based on a man's intuition, I feel like something will happen between you two. Don't tarnish my reputation." Yifan smiled and said, "Do you also have a sixth sense like a woman?" At this moment, perhaps only the two of them could still smile. Neither of them were pessimistic people, and it was hard for them to frown regardless of the situation. Soon, many people climbed up the giant rock to gaze into the distance, where the faint light flickered like fireflies, penetrating the dark space and coming into view of everyone. While the source of light was not bright, it seemed to ignite hope in many. Several female classmates cheered. There was a faint light ahead. Although it was still filled with uncertainty, everyone wanted to move forward. Perhaps this is human nature, to fear darkness and yearn for light. Please don't let us down. I hope a miracle will happen. One after another, people climbed down the giant rock and gathered in front of the 5-colored altar to discuss strategies. Everything here was unfamiliar to them. Even though there was light ahead, it was wise to be cautious. Wang Ziwen, being more cautious, suggested this. Zhou Yi remained calm and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Let's send a few people to scout ahead. That light doesn't seem very far, just in case." The others agreed. The unknown path was unpredictable, and it was best to be careful in a strange environment. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed, and the bronze coffin on the 5-colored altar emitted a metallic tremor. "What happened?" "I feel like the sound came from inside the bronze coffin," a pale-faced female classmate near the coffin said. Hearing this, everyone turned pale. They knew that inside the giant coffin was a small bronze coffin that held a corpse. Chapter 12, Mars. "Don't say such things." The bronze coffin tipped over, and the lid must have shifted, Lin Jia said calmly, stabilizing the emotions of those present. The 9 massive dragon corpses, each over 100 meters long, lay nearby, their scales glinting ominously, while the bronze coffin, about 20 meters long, pressed down on the 5-colored altar, creating a strong sense of unease. I think we should collectively explore that light ahead. I also think everyone should act together. Many suggested this, clearly feeling apprehensive, as almost no one wanted to stay there any longer. In the end, everyone unanimously agreed to collectively move forward to explore the source of light. The ground was composed of reddish-brown soil and gravel, vast and empty, with the massive rocks only sparsely dotting the landscape. As they passed the giant rock they had climbed to get a better view, Lu Yunjai exclaimed in surprise, "There are inscriptions on that rock." When they rounded to the side of the rock facing the light, they could clearly see two gigantic ancient characters carved into the stone, each about 5 or 6 meters tall, with strong strokes that resembled two angry dragons spiraling. Compared to modern characters, these were much more complex and must have been inscribed a long time ago, though no one knew how many years had passed. Everyone gathered in front of the stone wall, gazing at the two powerful ancient characters, many furrowing their brows, unable to decipher their meaning. This seems to be bronze inscription. The first character should be Ying. Zhou-Yi recognized the first character, frowning as he muttered to himself. What kind of place have we come to? Indeed, it's bronze inscription. These two characters are Yinghua, Yifan casually said after recognizing the characters. He appeared calm, but the meaning behind those two characters stirred immense shock within him. Yinghua. How could it be Yinghua? He couldn't believe it, and he instinctively looked up at the sky, but although it was dim, the stars had not yet appeared. Yinghua, what does it mean? Is Yinghua a place? Many were puzzled and did not understand the meaning of these characters. What does it mean? Where's this? The crowd was filled with uncertainty. Upon hearing the words Yinghua, Wang Ziwen understood their significance and explained to everyone, this place is probably no longer Earth. Yinghua means flickering like fire, and in ancient times, Mars was referred to as Yinghua, which was considered an ominous sign. Long ago, people noticed that Mars appeared red and its brightness often changed, flickering like fire. Moreover, it moved in the sky, sometimes from west to east and sometimes from east to west. Its behavior was complex and confusing, hence it was called Yinghua. In ancient times, emperors were superstitious and feared this calamity star, believing it to signify misfortune. Whenever it appeared, either the chancellor would be dismissed or the emperor would die. People in later generations would not believe such superstitions. Cade, who was beside Li Xiaoman, was deeply troubled. After grasping the Chinese meaning of Yinghua, he began to dig into the reddish-brown soil, tapping on the rocks and observing the geology, exclaiming in shock. How is this possible? Many were dumbfounded, unable to believe the reality before them. The reddish-brown ground beneath our feet is Mars. We are no longer on Earth. Anyone hearing this conclusion would be dumbfounded, as it made no sense. Just half an hour ago, they were at the top of Mount Tai, and now they stood on the ancient star of Yinghua. It was simply absurd. Lin Jia, tall and graceful, had a slightly pale face at this moment. Her beautiful eyes darted towards the crowd as she said, "Right now, we have only seen this stone inscription. We cannot truly confirm whether we are really on the planet Yinghua. But it is said that the dry surface of Mars is covered in reddish soil and gravel. Isn't what we see in front of us precisely that?" A female classmate said with a quivering voice. Humans launched space probes to explore Mars as early as the 1960s, and in 1997, the Mars Pathfinder successfully landed on the Martian surface. Over the past few decades of exploration, humanity is no longer ignorant of Mars and has obtained a wealth of valuable data. If we really stood on Mars, I think we couldn't survive. There's not enough oxygen and no suitable temperature, Li Xiaoman said. Despite her pale complexion, her words sparked a glimmer of hope in many. Throughout this process, Yifan, Peng Bo, and a few others remained calm, convinced that they were no longer on Earth. Could there be anything worse than this? No matter what happens next, it couldn't be worse. Everyone was burdened with heavy thoughts, and few spoke, creating a somber atmosphere, fearing that the last flicker of hope ahead might also fade. Bang! Peng Bo kicked a piece of rubble underfoot, sending up a cloud of dust. At that moment, he showed a look of surprise, noticing that the stone he had kicked seemed to be a piece of tile. It really is a tile. When he picked up the half-broken tile, he immediately confirmed it was a piece of coarse man-made tile. Instantly, a group of people gathered around to examine the shard, many showing signs of excitement. Since there are tiles, there must be buildings. People must have lived on this land, and it's not just a simple 5-colored altar. We are saved. We will surely escape. The pessimistic mood lessened, and a sense of joy emerged as everyone saw a glimmer of hope for survival. At this moment, night had fallen, and the sky was dotted with stars. Yifan gazed up at the starry sky and noticed a blurry disk hanging on the horizon, about half the size of the moon seen on Earth, enough to prove that this place was not Earth. In another direction, there was a fist-sized bright star, much brighter than ordinary stars but dimmer than that small moon. Calling it a star seemed too bright, and calling it a moon seemed too small and dim. Zhou-Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lu Yun's were standing not far away. They noticed Yifan's actions and couldn't help but look up. When they saw two small moons hanging in the sky, their expressions changed immediately. Chapter 13. The Celestial Palace Ruins. Although they had been psychologically prepared, disappointment was still written all over their faces. Influenced by these few people, others also looked up at the sky and quickly discovered the fact that two moons were hanging above. Mars has two moons, equivalent to the moon seen on Earth. Kaid murmured in broken Chinese and then rapidly spoke a lot in English, conversing with Li Xiaoman. Having moved 600 meters away from the five-colored altar, they were now much closer to the faint light source, probably no more than 500 meters away. Everyone did not delay any longer and continued to move forward. Under the night sky, a gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. After walking over 100 meters, they were getting closer to the light source. Just then, someone screamed, discovering a collapsed building, which seemed to be an ancient pavilion that had fallen due to the erosion of time. A man-made pavilion. There must have been humans on this desolate planet, and we will surely find a way to survive. Is this really Mars? Why are there human buildings? The air, temperature, gravity, and so on are not much different from Earth. It feels just like a desert on Earth. Although there was endless disappointment, the crowd did not despair. They had many questions. We have even seen dragon corpses. What does this mean? Perhaps this is a special region on Mars. Maybe. There is a grand five-colored altar built here that can connect the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin. It wouldn't be unreasonable to call this place a divine seal. If our guess is correct, and this is just a special area on Mars, then our living space is probably not very large. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. If this is merely a small pure land on Mars, then what path do we have left? Everyone's emotions surged. As this related to their lives and futures, no one could remain calm. Suddenly, a female classmate let out a shriek, echoing far into the night sky. What happened? Everyone changed color and hurriedly inquired. A skull, a human skull. The female classmate's face turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. She stumbled backward. Just not far from that collapsed pavilion, half of a snow-white skull was exposed in the gravel, which had just been stepped on by her. No wonder she was so terrified. All the male classmates gathered around. Pang Bo kicked the skull out of the sand. And it was clearly an adult's skull, long weathered and nearly eroded, its bone no longer smooth, with many rough cracks on it. What was shocking was that there was a very regular round hole in its frontal bone, about the thickness of a finger, as if pierced by a sharp object, with very smooth edges around the hole. It seems this place is filled with unknowns and variables. Although this is a skeleton left from many years ago, we should still be cautious. The unfamiliar environment and uncertain factors sent chills down their spines. What are those ahead? Under the dim night sky, the stars and moon were not very bright, and they could only vaguely see a rolling shadow ahead, like piles of scattered stones connected together, uneven and jagged. As they approached, everyone was stunned. It turned out to be a ruin, and what blocked their way was only a small part, with even larger ruins extending far into the distance. This was a vast ruin, covering a large area, and the solid foundation was entirely made of giant stones. One could imagine the grandeur and magnificence of this palace in its heyday. The light source was at the end of this ruin, behind a broken wall. Are we really on Mars? Was there once a magnificent palace complex here? How many people would it take to complete such a colossal project? What caused this place to become a ruin, with all its tall and grand buildings collapsed? The crowd nearly forgot their fears, as the sight of this enormous ruin amazed everyone. If this were truly on Mars, it would be simply unbelievable. Yi Fan calmly said, "Actually, it's nothing. We have experienced a lot today, and according to reason, these things shouldn't happen. Even if someone told me that this vast ruin in front of us is a celestial palace site, I wouldn't be surprised." Pang Bo sighed. The celestial palace ruins could really be possible. After all, we have even seen dragon corpses. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but pause. The celestial palace ruins might not be a mere delusion. The light source was just ahead, gently emanating from behind that broken wall, creating a faint halo, indescribably hazy and sacred. What could it be? The light source flowed at the end of the ancient ruins, making the broken walls appear even more desolate and lonely, naturally giving an incredibly mysterious feeling. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of everyone stepping on the rubble echoed in the spacious night sky, resonating far away, as they passed through collapsed palaces, finally navigating through this vast ruin. Just ahead, although the broken wall was partially damaged, it still stood about 4 to 5 meters high, leaving one to wonder how magnificent it was back then. They had to see what that light source really was. The group carefully circled around the massive broken wall, reaching the end of the ruins, and immediately felt a comforting breath coming toward them, as if a divine light had crossed the void, entering everyone's sight. The crowd had completely emerged from the ruins, appearing behind that broken wall, clearly seeing the light source ahead. Just 50 meters away, an ancient temple quietly sat there. With a green lamp and an ancient Buddha, and a single beam of light like a bean. In front of the ancient temple stood a Bodhi tree, strong and twisted like a dragon. Its trunk was completely dry, with only 5 or 6 scattered green leaves 2 meters off the ground, each crystal clear and shimmering with a green light, resembling jade. Chapter 14. The Great Thunder Sound Temple. At the end of the ruins, an ancient temple appeared, silent and small. Far from grand. It consisted of merely one ancient hall, inside which stood a stone Buddha, covered in thick dust, beside which a bronze ancient lamp flickered with a few rays of light. Accompanying the ancient temple was a sturdy Bodhi tree, so large that 6 or 7 people could not wrap their arms around it. The ancient trunk was hollow, and if it weren't for the 5 or 6 shimmering green leaves still adorning it, the whole tree would seem dead. The ancient temple and the Bodhi tree leaned against each other, exuding an ancient atmosphere that made one feel the hazy passage of time and the changes of the years, bringing endless tranquility and antiquity. Upon arriving here, everyone could hardly hide their astonishment. The magnificent palace complex behind them had long turned to ruins. Yet this small, ancient temple still remained, evoking a sense of simplicity and truth. How could there be such an ancient temple? The few remaining leaves of the Bodhi tree actually shimmered with a crystal green light. The Bodhi tree could almost be called the Buddha tree, deeply intertwined with Buddhism. According to legend, over 2,500 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment under a Bodhi tree, achieving Buddhahood. The Bodhi tree before them and the ancient temple shared an extraordinary symbolism that left people in awe. Why did I feel as if a historical river was flowing? As if everything before me was incredibly ancient, as if it had endured the sediment of history? 50 meters was a short distance, and everyone quickly approached, each feeling a strange sensation, as if what they saw was an old historical scroll, with the breath of time wafting in the air. Could this be a temple inhabited by deities? Could there really be a Buddha in this world? Though the ancient temple was dilapidated, it still conveyed a sense of simplicity and peacefulness. The ancient temple was silent, a place of tranquility. There was a bronze plaque with inscriptions. The dilapidated ancient temple had a rusty bronze plaque with 4 ancient characters carved on it, coiling like dragons and snakes, embodying endless Zen. The inscriptions were still complex and difficult to decipher, but the first large character was easy to recognize. Many people could identify it even if they did not understand the inscriptions. The last character was Temple. He had some understanding of these inscriptions and recognized the last character. The 4 characters read Great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, Yifan read all 4 characters aloud. Everyone present was astonished, revealing expressions of disbelief. Could it be that I did not hear wrong about the Great Thunder Sound Temple? How could this be possible? The legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple is said to be the dwelling place of the Buddha, the supreme holy land of Buddhism. Yet, this dilapidated ancient temple, so small and lacking any grandeur, consisting of merely one ancient hall, how could it be named the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Having personally witnessed 9 dragon corpses carrying a coffin, everyone had already prepared themselves psychologically and almost believed in the existence of deities. However, at this moment, they were still somewhat startled. What did it mean that an ancient temple on Mars was named the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Perhaps many histories and legends would be reinterpreted, and the lost ancient history would have a corner of its mysterious veil lifted. The sound of the Buddha's teachings was like thunder. This was the Great Thunder Sound Temple. Could the ancient temple before them truly be the one from the legend? If the speculation were true, it would undoubtedly be extremely shocking. On the red-brown soil and gravel of Mars, an ancient temple shrouded in dust had an astonishing origin. The more they observed, the more extraordinary they felt this ancient temple was. The grand celestial palace behind them had once been magnificent, vast, and magnificent, but ultimately it was destroyed, leaving only rubble. In contrast, this ancient temple, though seemingly dilapidated, still stood tall, creating a strange juxtaposition. Accompanied by the Bodhi tree, the ancient Buddha, and a flickering light like a bean. It was simple and quiet, enduring the test of time, leaving only the true essence behind, while the extravagant was merely fleeting dust. One lamp, one Buddha, one temple, one tree, seemed eternal, existing in this world. All of this was peaceful and serene, making one feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze, as if ethereal Zen chanting had begun to resonate. If this truly was the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, could the ancient tree before the temple be the same Bodhi tree under which Siddhartha Gautama attained enlightenment? How could this be possible? That was merely a religious legend. Did you really think that Siddhartha Gautama sat quietly under an ancient tree on Mars for 7 days and nights 2,500 years ago, ultimately achieving Buddhahood? From our experiences and encounters, nothing is impossible. Everything that the people present experience today made them feel as if they were in a dream. Yet this was an ironclad fact. At this moment, Yifan suddenly walked forward, accompanied by Pang Bo, and the two stepped directly into the ancient temple. Meanwhile, Zhou Yi quickly followed, and Wang Ziwen closely followed as well, entering the ancient temple. Behind them, Lu Yunzhong seemed to recall something, his expression suddenly changing, and he rushed forward. The others also seemed to wake from a dream. If this were the Great Thunder Sound Temple, then inside would be the dwelling place of deities. Although it had long been dilapidated and covered in thick dust, it was still an extraordinary place. The ancient temple was small, consisting of just one Buddhist hall, empty and desolate, almost devoid of anything. Yi Fan walked straight to the stone Buddha, grabbing the accompanying bronze ancient lamp. The bronze lamp was unremarkable, with a simple, ancient design, yet it felt warm to the touch, lacking the cold hardness of metal, almost like holding a piece of warm jade. What was astonishing was that the ancient temple was filled with dust, yet the bronze lamp was spotless, as if it could isolate dust. This temple had undoubtedly not been cleaned for many years, with a thick layer of dust accumulated, yet the ancient lamp remained dust-free, still shining brightly, leaving Yi Fan astonished. Could it have been lit continuously from that distant ancient time until now? It was truly clean. Aside from the stone Buddha and the bronze lamp, nothing else remained. Pang Bo scanned the surroundings, but unfortunately did not see any other artifacts. Just then, Zhou Yi, who had entered right behind them, stepped on the thick dust, producing a clattering sound as he kicked out a bowl. At the same time, Lu Yunzhong and the others also entered the ancient temple. Everyone fell silent, all quietly searching. Initially, they could not escape their preconceived notions, remaining uncertain in the face of the ancient temple, still considering things with the mindset they had on Earth. It was only when Yi Fan was the first to take action that they suddenly realized they were now on another planet, facing what was likely the legendary dwelling place of the Buddha, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, which might contain artifacts left by deities. Inside the ancient temple, Yi Fan held the dust-free bronze lamp, its soft glow illuminating the temple. Suddenly, Yi Fan heard a faint Zen chant, as if it was coming from the heavens. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the sound of the Buddha gradually grew louder, echoing throughout the entire temple, like a grand bell vibrating, solemn, magnificent, exquisite, and profound. Then, the dust in the entire ancient temple retreated, becoming pure and immaculate, and the six-character mantra arose. Om, Ma, Ni, Pad, Me, Hum. Chapter 15, Bodhi. What's wrong with you? Pang Bo's voice reached Yi Fan's ears as he shook his shoulder vigorously. Yi Fan awakened from his dreamlike state. There was no Buddha sound, no Zen chant. The ancient temple remained, covered in a thick layer of dust, while the others seemed to have heard nothing. Was it really the Great Thunder Sound Temple? He murmured to himself, reflecting on what he had just heard and seen. Although brief, why did it feel so real? This left him in a trance, deep in thought. Yi Fan gazed at the bronze, ancient lamp in his hand, but he no longer felt anything special about it. There were some patterns engraved on it, ancient and natural, plain and unremarkable, with no signs of anything unusual. The cushion. A male classmate found an old mat among a pile of ashes. Time had not been able to erase it. Soon after, a female classmate uncovered a purple sandalwood prayer bead from beneath a thick layer of dust, which had not been damaged at all by the passage of time. After blowing off the dust, it still had a faint luster. At the same time, Kaid found half of a broken wooden fish in the dust before the stone Buddha, which was engraved with 3 bodhisattvas, appearing either solemn or compassionate, lifelike and vivid. At this moment, Yi Fan was filled with thoughts. If this really was the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, then it was the place abandoned by the deities, and all the unearthed artifacts should be extraordinary. Just then, Wang Ziwen's foot seemed to kick something, producing a metallic tremor. He cleared the gray soil in that corner, revealing a broken copper bell about the size of a palm, missing a piece of its wall and with an ancient design. When he shook the bell, a melodious sound rang out, like the voice of the Buddha swirling around. Calming the mind, Yi Fan's thoughts were interrupted. He couldn't help but look at the copper bell, which was engraved with swirling cloud patterns. Simple, yet carrying a sense of Zen, embodying the essence of Buddhism. Pang Bo murmured softly. He entered the ancient temple first, but found nothing, which could only be attributed to his bad luck. Almost at the same time, Li Xiaoman found half of a jade ruby at the foot of the stone Buddha. After wiping off the dust, the translucent remaining jade immediately emitted a glimmer of light. The ancient temple seemed empty, yet several people found artifacts hidden beneath the dust, prompting others to quickly take action and search. Yi Fan did not pay much attention to those artifacts. The only thing in the ancient temple that was utterly dust-free, complete, and eternally bright was the ancient bronze lamp in his hands, which was clearly incomparable to the other artifacts. I don't believe we can't find anything. Pang Bo mumbled. Search carefully here. Whatever artifact you find, keep it. Yi Fan handed the ancient lamp to Pang Bo, allowing him to use its light to search. Though he couldn't see any extraordinary qualities in these broken Buddhist artifacts for the moment, he knew that if deities truly existed in the world, these items must be remarkable. Yifan temporarily entrusted the bronze lamp to Pang Bo and stepped out of the ancient hall, walking towards the Bodhi tree in front of the temple. At this moment, he had freed himself from his original mindset, temporarily allowing himself to believe that deities really existed. Since the ancient temple was the great thunder sound temple, how could he miss the Bodhi tree beside it? If there were Buddhas in the world, that ancient, withered tree must be extraordinary. The Bodhi tree is the sacred tree of Buddhism. According to the records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty, the Buddha once told Ananda that there are 3 objects in the world that should be revered: the bones and relics of the Buddha statues, and the Bodhi tree. This is because the Buddha attained enlightenment under the Bodhi tree. Seeing the Bodhi tree is like seeing the Buddha. The ancient tree before him was sturdy like a coiled dragon, impossible for 6 or 7 people to encircle. Its trunk was hollow, with only a withered branch hanging down about 2 or 3 meters off the ground, adorned with 6 green leaves that sparkled like translucent green jade. Regardless of whether this ancient tree was related to the Buddha, just those 6 leaves, resembling green jade, were enough to indicate its extraordinary nature. Yifan approached the Bodhi tree to examine it closely. The massive branches almost completely overshadowed the ancient temple above. If the branches were full of leaves, one could imagine the scene of them blocking out the sun. Just then, Yifan felt a stir in his heart. He noticed that the 6 sparkling green leaves had a faint, almost imperceptible green mist emanating from them, with a small portion drifting toward the distant 5-colored altar. Almost sank into the roots of the tree. The green mist flowed like silk, continuously spilling out from the 6 green leaves, giving off a sense of life. With boundless vitality circulating, Yifan squatted down and cleared the soil around the roots, wanting to see what lay beneath that could gather the green mist spilling from the Bodhi leaves. Beneath the soil, he did not find any extraordinary objects, only a Bodhi seed, dull and unremarkable, without any shimmering light, grandeur, or mist. Its color was dark and ordinary, so much so that one might mistake it for a clump of dirt if not paying attention. The only notable aspect was its size. A usual Bodhi seed is merely the size of a fingernail, but this dull Bodhi seed was as large as a walnut. Yifan was astonished. Could it be that the green mist from the Bodhi leaves was absorbed by it? After observing for a while, he saw the silk-like green mist flowing down, disappearing just 3 inches away from the Bodhi seed. Although he did not witness it absorbing the essence of the Bodhi leaves, he could almost confirm that it was the cause. Yifan cradled the Bodhi seed in his palm, examining it closely, and revealed a look of astonishment. The natural patterns on this dull and ordinary Bodhi seed actually formed the image of a compassionate Buddha. The Buddha appeared naturally, completely formed by the intersection of natural patterns. Yet it seemed as if it had been meticulously carved onto it. The gray Buddha image was ancient and natural, subtly emanating a Zen aura, a naturally formed Buddha image. Could it be that, too, 500 years ago, Shakyamuni indeed achieved enlightenment because of the Bodhi tree? The Bodhi tree also has other names, such as the Tree of Wisdom, the Tree of Awakening, and the Tree of Thought, rumored to unlock human divinity and self-awareness. Yifan raised the Bodhi seed above his head, facing the 6 green leaves above, and the speed at which the green mist overflowed suddenly increased significantly, with the vibrant life force becoming even more intense, all concentrating towards the Bodhi seed, though the brilliance still vanished just 3 inches away from it. A soft sound came, and a crystal-like Bodhi leaf emitted its last stream of green mist, then shattered into fine ashes that fell down. At this point, Yifan finally believed that the Bodhi seed, though seemingly plain and unremarkable, was indeed extraordinary, and he carefully treasured it. At that moment, he noticed many powders on the ground, identical to the fine ashes produced by the Bodhi leaf earlier. Could it be that all the Bodhi leaves on the tree disappeared like this? This left Yifan quite surprised. The naturally formed Buddha image on the Bodhi seed made him feel it was exceptional. He vaguely sensed it was even more significant than the ancient bronze lamp that always accompanied the stone Buddha. There were still 5 green leaves on the Bodhi tree, but they were not as sparkling as before, appearing much duller. Yifan did not pick them. Having harvested a Bodhi seed was enough, and he did not want to draw attention. At this moment, another 7 or 8 people found Buddhist artifacts, each different. Lu Yunzheng even found half of a golden vajra from behind the stone Buddha. Although buried in dust for who knows how many years, it was still shining brightly when unearthed, giving a heavy and condensed feeling. If not for one end being damaged, it could be considered a perfect and powerful piece of crafted art. This staff-like vajra has a very imposing name in Buddhism, known as the vajra, symbolizing the indirect meaning of destroying enemies and representing invincibility, wisdom, and the true nature of Buddha. It is a scepter held by all holy beings. If there are Buddhas in the world, This Vajra is undoubtedly a sacred object, and it would be no surprise if it bore extraordinary manifestations, even possessing the mysterious power to split mountains and rivers. However, at this moment, its miraculous qualities were not apparent. Lu Yunjing swung it with force, and the half Vajra streaked through the air like golden lightning, shining brilliantly, exuding an impressive aura. What do you think would happen if these artifacts are indeed possessions of the deities, and we find out how to use them? Hearing Lu Yunjing's words, everyone who had found Buddhist artifacts felt a surge of longing. Chapter 16. As if deities descend to earth. Besides the Vajra, several others found broken incense burners, copper bells, fish drums, etc. Among them, the female classmate whom Yi Fan had pitied, who looked haggard at the student gathering, found a particularly special artifact. It was a complete set of prayer beads, consisting of only 6 beads, glistening like dripping water, in a light golden color, as transparent as crystal, each the size of a longan. Could it be made from relics? Someone nearby speculated uncertainly. These 6 beads were all light golden crystals, resembling magnificent gemstones, easily evoking thoughts of the relics left behind by the ancient Buddha after his death. After all, these were artifacts that existed in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and their materials could not be simple. This set of prayer beads was quite extraordinary. The female classmate had discovered it accidentally from atop the stone Buddha's head. The 6 beads were threaded together by a transparent fine line, each adorned with a blurred human figure pattern, each in different postures. This is the third complete and undamaged object after Yi Fan's bronze lamp and Zhou Yi's bowl. And of course, the bronze lamp is the most striking, as it is the only ancient lamp that has not been tainted by dust, burning bright and eternal, making it clear to anyone that it is extraordinary. In the ancient temple, several beams of intense light occasionally glanced at the bronze lamp. Although Yi Fan sensed it, he showed no signs of it, calmly facing everything. The Buddha Hall of the Great Thunder Sound Temple had been thoroughly searched, and no other artifacts remained, so everyone retreated. Pang Bo was the most frustrated. Over a dozen people had found ancient objects, but he was the first to enter the temple and still found nothing. Then everyone realized that this bronze plaque must be extraordinary, weathered by the elements and tempered by time. It bore no trace of dust and was very clean. It should be noted that among all the artifacts in the ancient temple, only the bronze lamp was untainted by dust, and the bronze plaque was the same, clearly exceptional. Then, the Buddhist 6-character mantra resounded: Om, Ma, and I, Padme, Hum. The grand Buddhist sound echoed through the heavens, shaking the firmament, causing the universe to tremble. The compassionate, solemn, profound, and mysterious Zen sound was extraordinarily vast, cleansing impurities and washing away worldly dust, bathing the area around the ancient temple in a sacred and peaceful light. This was not an illusion. Not only did Yi Fan and Pang Bo hear it, but everyone else was also stunned into silence, like clay sculptures or wooden carvings. At the same time, all the artifacts found by everyone in the Buddha Hall, whether intact or damaged, emitted a gentle glow, shining brilliantly, leaving everyone in shock. However, with a loud bang, the stone Buddha in the ancient temple shattered into dust, and then the Great Thunder Sound Temple disintegrated into powder in a gentle breeze. At the same time, the ancient Bodhi tree accompanying them also crumbled, leaving no wood chips or dead branches, only a sky full of flying ash, drifting down. Afterwards, the brilliance of the Buddhist artifacts in everyone's hands dimmed, returning to ordinariness. Everyone was dumbfounded, unsure why such a thing had happened. Was it because they took the Buddhist artifacts from the temple and removed the bronze plaque? The ancient temple was left with nothing but flying ash. And after staring for a moment, Yi Fan said, taking away various Buddhist artifacts and removing the plaque of the ancient temple made the already abandoned Great Thunder Sound Temple lose its meaning for existence. Perhaps this is the reason it scattered with the wind. Zhou Yi, usually gentle and refined, was now very excited, his eyes shining with a strange light, saying, I am now even more convinced that there really are deities in this world. Perhaps we can move forward along the paths they left behind. The absurd legends of deities, Buddhas, and immortality were now brought up, and no one found them too absurd. The facts before them indicated that many common-sense notions could be overturned, and that gods do not absolutely not exist. It is easy to say to move forward along the paths left by the deities, but I see no hope. Pang Bo glanced at Zhou Yi and said, right now, the most important thing is to find a way to survive. In this desert, there is no village ahead or store behind, no water source, no food. And in 7 or 8 hours, the situation will likely become extremely dire. Various signs indicate that this planet is most likely Mars. And we all know that Mars cannot have a survivable environment. Li Xiaoman, charming and graceful, had become increasingly calm after a series of events. Continuing, if there are really deities, then perhaps this can explain everything. This is merely a small pure land on Mars. Just as she finished speaking, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the reddish-brown earth, shaking the vast land as if thousands of horses were galloping, or like a raging sea was surging. A sandstorm. A superstorm on Mars. Cade, standing beside Li Xiaoman, changed color dramatically and shouted in broken Chinese. Mars is covered in raging sandstorms for a quarter of the year. While typhoons on Earth reach over 60 meters per second, but storms on Mars can reach 180 meters per second. And superstorms can sweep across the entire planet. Not to mention people, even heavy tanks would be swept into the sky. In an instant, the stars and moon disappeared, and endless reddish-brown dust completely covered the sky, unleashing a storm that engulfed all of Mars. No, we have no storm here. Just moments ago, many people were terrified, thinking disaster had arrived, but now they realized that while the storm was raging far away, it was calm near them. With the five-colored altar and the great thunder sound temple as the axis, a hazy dome with a diameter of over 1,000 meters formed, covering the area above and isolating it from the outside world. Li Xiaoman's words came true. This was indeed a small pure land, with supernatural forces blocking the storm, indirectly proving that deities might exist, and this could be a place protected by deities. Oh no, the hazy light dome is dimming and about to disappear. A female classmate looking up at the sky turned pale. The dim light dome above was gradually dissolving, and it wouldn't be long before it completely vanished. Upon seeing this, everyone turned pale. Death was so close, and no one could remain calm. What should we do? Are we really going to die here? Some people's voices trembled. I don't want to die, some female classmates cried out. If the light dome disappears, we will be crushed by the superstorm. Even the male classmates were filled with fear. This was the only pure land on Mars, and there would be no more space to survive. The rumbling. The storm roared like muffled thunder, shaking the entire land, shrouding the world in a haze, with sand flying everywhere, and the fear among the crowd was spreading. Yifan still had a clear gaze, looking at the overwhelming sandstorm, calmly saying, "Now there may be only one way to survive. Can we escape? Hurry and tell us how. This pure land will no longer exist. Where else can we survive?" At the critical moment of life and death, everyone was extremely anxious, and many were losing their composure. Move forward along the path taken by the deities, leaving this uninhabitable environment, Yifan said. Suddenly, some people understood Yifan's idea, but many still did not comprehend. Indeed, this may be the only path to survival. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. According to Yifan's speculation, in the distant past, there were deities who opened up ancient paths among the stars, allowing passage from Earth to Mars, but this may not be the ultimate destination. There is also a five-colored altar on Mars, which may connect to even more distant starry realms. This is the path once walked by the deities. Now they are being forced into a desperate situation, and the only way to survive is to continue along this ancient path and leave Mars. At this moment, everyone understood and quickly rushed towards the five-colored altar. Even if they safely reached the five-colored altar, whether they could open the ancient path among the stars was still unknown, casting a huge shadow over everyone's hearts, as everything was passive back at Taishan. However, there was no choice at this moment. It was their only lifeline, and they could only rush there first and think of a way later. A female classmate suddenly let out a scream while running in the ruins, falling to the ground with a thud, never to move again. Her face was filled with terror, and there was a thumb-sized blood hole in her forehead, with blood gushing out. Before she died, it seemed she had seen something extremely terrifying. Don't go near her. Yifan stopped two male classmates who wanted to approach the body. He remembered seeing that snow-white skull on the way here, which also had a finger-sized hole in the center of the forehead, the same cause of death, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. We desecrated the great thunder sound temple. Could it be that the deities are punishing us? A female classmate's voice trembled, filled with fear. No one hesitated. At this moment of life and death, they could no longer care about the body of that female classmate. Suddenly, the bell rang out, its sound grand and solemn, as if a great bell was vibrating. A brilliant golden light erupted from Wang Ziwen, enveloping him in a dazzling golden glow, as if he had donned a thick golden battle armor, extremely eye-catching, like golden divine fire burning. In Wang Ziwen's hand, the broken copper bell was gently shaking, producing the magnificent sound, and that resplendent golden light also emanated from it. What happened? Lu Yunji, who was closest to him, asked nervously. Just now, something attacked me. Wang Ziwen, usually polite, was now shrouded in golden divine flames, like he was wearing golden battle armor, exuding great momentum, almost like a deity descending to the mortal realm. Chapter 17, Life and Death. Did you see what it was? Pang Bo asked, wanting to clarify the source of danger. Usually carefree, he was always steady in critical moments. I didn't see anything, just felt a terrifying aura enveloping my whole body, and then this copper bell suddenly began to vibrate. At this moment, Wang Ziwen was surrounded by golden light, but still felt lingering fear. After hearing these words, everyone who had gained something at the Great Thunder Sound Temple tightly grasped the broken Buddhist artifacts in their hands, which had now been proven extraordinary. Definitely items held by deities. The broken copper bell stopped vibrating. The melodious bell sound gradually faded, and the burning golden divine flames on Wang Ziwen disappeared, like the radiance of golden battle armor returning to the copper bell. Let's go. We need to leave this ruins quickly. Yi Fan, holding a bronze ancient lamp, scattered a few divine glimmers and led the way toward the multicolored altar. Everyone followed closely behind. There must be something terrifying in this vast heavenly ruins. And every second spent there increased the danger. Ah, screams echoed again. As they approached the edge of the ruins, a male classmate fell to the ground. Looking up at the sky, with a blood hole the size of a finger in the center of his forehead, blood gushing out, it was the same manner of death. His eyes remained wide open, frozen in the terrified expression he had before dying. In that moment, many felt an indescribable fear. Another classmate had suddenly died, watched helplessly, unable to stop it, not even knowing what had taken his life. Speaking of parting life and death is easy, but experiencing it firsthand left everyone feeling extremely bitter. A close classmate had died without being able to utter a final word, leaving them all in disbelief. Many female classmates nearly collapsed, starting to cry softly. They had never seen such a scene before. Let's go? They did not stop, nor could they stop, and quickly rushed toward the multicolored altar, finally escaping from that ruins. But 2 lives were left behind forever, never to be seen again. However, before they could catch their breath, 3 consecutive screams almost sounded at the same time, with 2 male classmates and 1 female classmate crashing heavily to the ground one after another. The wounds were still on their foreheads. 3 identical blood holes that were so shocking. Blood stained the ground, and 3 former classmates and friends died tragically just like that, their eyes bulging and expressions filled with fear. In a short moment, 5 people had already lost their lives, leaving everyone feeling sorrowful, their bodies cold, and their scalps numb. Perhaps the next one would be themselves, and no one could be sure when life would end. A female classmate almost collapsed, crying out, "The dead didn't find any artifacts in the temple. That unknown devil is nearby." Without holding the sacred objects left by the deities, one is bound to die sooner or later. This was a fact. The 5 who died in the temple gained nothing, while Wang Ziwen, who had also been attacked, remained safe because of that broken copper bell. Help us. Those who had not found artifacts in the temple were all filled with terror, and those who had found something pleaded with a near-desperate tone for help. But at such a moment of life and death, who would give up their only saving artifact? The relationships between people and the contradictions of human nature faced their first difficult test. "Please, save me." A nearly collapsed female classmate cried as she ran, her eyes filled with tears, looking pitiful and anxious. Having lost both shoes but still in a daze, fear had completely occupied her heart. Yi Fan shouted loudly, "The artifacts found in the temple can be shared with others." Pang Bo, who always stood with Yi Fan, stood by his side and shouted, "That's right. We can share a piece of the artifact found in the ancient temple among 2 or 3 people." Many looked over, but with hesitation. Someone spoke up. "What if these broken artifacts don't have that much power? If they can only protect one person, wouldn't that put the original owner in danger?" "Thank you." Yi Fan, the female classmate, whose shoes had fallen off, with a face full of tears and looking pitiful, stumbled to Yi Fan's side, showing an expression of immense gratitude mixed with her rolling tears, evoking sympathy. She trembled as she reached out her right hand. But just a foot away from the ancient lamp, her expression suddenly froze, her eyes lost their luster, and she fell heavily to the ground. The change was so sudden that Yi Fan watched helplessly as her eyes lost their sparkle, the beautiful face streaked with tears, the grateful smile that had just appeared forever frozen there, making his heart ache. That frozen smile pierced Yi Fan's eyes, and he slowly stepped back, leaving that gradually cold body behind. What exactly was that? This was everyone's question. Death was so close, making everyone even more anxious. Soon, 3 or 4 people surrounded Yi Fan and Pang Bo, eagerly reaching for the ancient lamp and copper plaque, almost in a scramble to claim them for themselves. "What are you doing?" Pang Bo glared with wide eyes and shouted, "We are here to save you, to hold these things together with you, not to give the copper plaque and ancient lamp to you and abandon our lives." He was tall and strong, and his fierce glare naturally exerted a frightening power, causing those few to stop immediately, awkwardly approaching and placing their hands on the copper plaque and ancient lamp. There was no time to waste. Everyone ran quickly. But at that moment, an unsettling emotion began to spread. Some people's eyes lit up with greed, wanting to seize the Buddhist artifacts. Those who possessed the broken artifacts were filled with vigilance, regretting having shared them. "We come from the same place. We have been classmates for 4 years. Don't let your later life be filled with shame and regret for the choices you made today," Yi Fan shouted, his voice even more commanding than Pang Bo's, instantly calming many down. Boom. Just at that moment, Lu Yunji in front suddenly erupted with hundreds and thousands of bolts of lightning, electric light dancing around him, as if the thunder god had descended. The lightning was dense, completely covering his body, illuminating the surroundings brightly, and the Vajra pestle in his hand shone even more brilliantly. All stemming from that half-broken Vajra. Lu Yunji seemed to be wearing a battle armor woven from lightning, exuding an unmatched fierce momentum, with arcs of electricity swirling around him. Almost like a thunder god of war. Just now, I was attacked by that unknown thing. He only had this one sentence, and then he said no more. His sharp gaze inadvertently swept past Yifan, but when he saw the ancient lamp, those fierce glances quickly disappeared. It wasn't until a moment later that the electric light on Lu Yunji gradually faded, and the Vajra in his hand became dull again. The artifact held by the deity. The power of this Vajra was evident to all, sending waves of shock through the crowd. Everyone remained silent along the way, and finally arrived at the five-color altar. Fortunately, there were no further deaths, which relieved everyone slightly. The 9 massive dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin quietly lay there on the altar, still so shocking. Upon reaching the altar, everyone was taken aback. The five-color altar was surrounded by a hazy halo, with faint glimmers of light gathering from all directions and merging beneath the stone base. The light shield enveloping the sky gradually melted away and slowly disappeared, seemingly due to the five-color altar, as if it were accumulating some mysterious energy. Initially surprised, the crowd then showed signs of joy, as the five-color altar was shining, much like it did at Mount Tai, likely signaling the opening of the ancient starry road. However, this time, the source of energy was not the stone book or jade scroll, but a large, hazy light shield. Boom! The hazy light shield in the sky was dissipating, and the external storm roared like thunder, making the entire ground seem to tremble. As the light shield dimmed, everyone climbed onto the five-color altar, anxiously observing everything. A terrifying presence, unknown to them, loomed like a shadow in their hearts, although it had not appeared for the moment, as long as they remained there. It still posed a significant threat, leading everyone to desperately want to escape from Mars. For half an hour, the dim light shield continued to compress, eventually barely covering the five-color altar, its diameter shrinking from over 1,000 meters to less than 200 meters, almost pressing down to the ground. With all the mysterious energy absorbed by the five-color altar, Pang Bo lowered his voice and whispered in Yifan's ear. Lu Yunji has glanced at us several times unintentionally. This guy is very scheming. We need to be careful. He was alert and perceptive enough to notice this situation. Don't worry, I know. Yifan turned to Lu Yunji, showing a gentle smile. Lu Yunji appeared calm and nodded friendly, showing no signs of abnormality. Beside him were 2 others, one of whom was the male classmate who had recently sought refuge with Yifan and had safely arrived here. This made Pang Bo very unhappy, and he muttered, "This ungrateful thing used to follow Lu Yunji around all the time in school, and just now it was us who protected his life." Now he is back with Lu Yunji. A quarter of an hour later, the hazy light shield outside was gradually shrinking, about to press down on the five-color altar, and they could clearly sense the terrifying power of the external storm. The howling wind sounded like wails of ghosts, with sand and stones slamming against the light shield, making thunderous noises, and even some dust was blown inside, suggesting that the shield was very weak and could disappear at any moment. The crowd was alarmed and began to retreat, fearing that if they fell off the altar, they would be immediately swept away by the storm. At this moment, the male classmate, whom Pang Bo referred to as ungrateful, slowly moved away from Lu Yunji and suddenly lunged for the ancient bronze lamp in Yifan's hand, while pushing Yifan hard with his other hand, attempting to snatch the lamp and push Yifan out of the five-color altar at the same time. Chapter 18, Confrontation. Yifan held the ancient bronze lamp in his left hand, stepped back 2 paces, and with a loud thud, grabbed the collar of the male classmate with his right hand, almost lifting him off the ground. Pang Bo, realizing what was happening, was furious and shouted, "You ungrateful wretch. Truly a heartless white-eyed wolf. Have you forgotten who shared the bronze lamp with you, protected your life, and brought you safely here?" Pang Bo extended his big hands, grabbing the male classmate by the collar, intending to throw him out of the five-color altar, as the current situation infuriated him. The male classmate's face turned pale. When Yifan grabbed him with one hand, he began to struggle but found it hard to escape Yifan's grip. Now being choked by Pang Bo, he was almost out of breath. The expressions of the others varied. Some were already unsettled in their hearts, but they did not expect someone would actually take action, and the target would be Yifan, who had helped him. "Do you have any conscience, you ungrateful wolf? If it weren't for Yifan saving you, you would have already died outside." The angrier Pang Bo became, the more he felt that throwing the other person out wouldn't suffice for his anger. and he raised his right hand to give the male classmate 4 or 5 hard slaps. A male classmate stepped forward to mediate, saying, "We've been classmates for 4 years. Don't do this. Pang Bo, let him go." Pang Bo shot him a sideways glance and said, "You think I should just let him go? Didn't you see him trying to harm Yifan just now?" If Yifan hadn't reacted quickly, he would have already been pushed out of the 5-color altar and fallen into the storm. How can I let such a vicious bastard go? After all, they came from the same place, and they should work together now. Let us talk it out first. Another male classmate stepped forward to mediate. Pang Bo saw clearly that this person was one of those who had just stood with Lu Yunji, although they had separated at this moment. The two were definitely in a relationship of mutual support. Moreover, the male classmate he had in his grasp had also just been with them. Although there was no evidence to prove they were conspirators, Pang Bo didn't care about that. Once he formed a belief in his heart, he would remember it regardless of evidence. You say that easily. If someone wanted to kill you, would you still be calm? How about I push you out of the 5-color altar to see what happens? The more Pang Bo spoke, the angrier he became, and he slapped the male classmate a few more times. Don't cause a death. Let us talk it out. Let him down first so we can discuss how to deal with him. A female classmate also chimed in, glancing at Lu Yunji as she spoke. Throughout this process, Lu Yunji remained calm, neither stepping forward to mediate nor expressing any opinion, as if it had nothing to do with him, observing the situation develop. Yifan noticed everyone's expressions and, seeing that he couldn't get Lu Yunji to step in, stopped Pang Bo and said, "Let him go." "Yes, let him go first." "Right, let him go. There's nothing that can't be resolved among classmates. Don't make it too awkward." The two male classmates and the female classmate who had just tried to mediate spoke up in unison, and at the same time. When others saw that Yifan had spoken, they also followed suit in persuading. "Do you think the situation isn't already at its limit?" Pang Bo glared at the male classmate who had been in league with Lu Yunji and said, "He almost killed Yifan, and you're still making excuses for him." However, Pang Bo didn't continue the ruckus, and seeing Yifan's signal, he ultimately let go. But no one expected that while Pang Bo let go, Yifan himself did not. He kept holding onto the male classmate's collar with one hand, almost lifting him up directly, and within a few steps, he arrived at the edge of the 5-color altar, seemingly wanting to throw this male classmate out. Everyone was taken aback, as no one expected Yifan to do this. At the same time, they were astonished by Yifan's strength, recalling his nickname of barbarian from their school days. Though Yifan appeared gentle, he was physically very strong, with remarkable strength, lifting that male classmate to the edge of the 5-color altar as if he were a chick. "Before this, I saved your life. Why would you want to harm me?" Yifan pressed him against the edge of the altar, close enough to push him down at any moment, just half a foot away from the hazy light shield. The male classmate was terrified, crying out, "Don't push me. I'm ungrateful and foolish. I didn't know what I was doing. Please spare me. I won't dare again." Yifan smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, looking very radiant, and said, "Everyone has motives for what they do, don't you agree? I really wouldn't want to see you swept away by the storm." With that, he pressed the male classmate with one hand, pushing him towards the edge of the 5-color altar. "Help!" This male classmate was truly terrified, shouting loudly, "Let me go. I'll tell you everything." As a modern urbanite, having experienced such a scene, this male classmate suddenly broke down, his face pale and devoid of color in the face of the looming storm. "This isn't good. Yifan should let him go, as that would be too dangerous." "Yes, everything can be discussed. One shouldn't disregard the bonds of friendship among classmates. It would be terrible if someone lost their life over this." It was still those few classmates from earlier who came forward to dissuade him, slowly approaching. Clang! Pang Bo slammed the half-person tall bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple heavily onto the ground, glaring at them, which immediately made the few stop in their tracks. "I found nothing in the ancient temple, no divine objects, and felt endangered, which led to my greed. Truly heartless." As he spoke, he began to slap his own face. Yifan said nothing and directly pushed him outward, half of his body suddenly suspended, almost touching the dim light shield. "No, don't. Help!" This male classmate shouted in terror. "It was Li Changqing who suggested it to me." Yifan naturally took the bottle of mineral water from him, then patted his shoulder, saying, "We've been classmates for 4 years, facing this unexpected change together. We should help each other." "Absolutely." The male classmate trembled as he regained his freedom, shakily retreating back. At this moment, Pang Bo was already furious, rushing forward with the bronze plaque to smash it down on the classmate named Li Changqing. Bang! Pang Bo, tall and strong, swung the plaque and instantly knocked that person to the ground. "No wonder you kept dissuading. Turns out you were the one instigating from behind." Pang Bo pressed the plaque against the opponent, saying, "You even plotted against a 4-year classmate. Do you have any humanity left?" He was extremely angry. Li Changqing was one of those who had just stood with Lu Yunji, and was also one of those who had been dissuading earlier. Yi Fan walked over and naturally took the bottle of water from Li Changqing, handing it to Pang Bo, seeing him take away the second bottle of water. Everyone showed complex expressions. If they couldn't escape Mars quickly, water would soon become the most precious resource for everyone. Yi Fan felt regretful that he couldn't drag Lu Yunji out, knowing that he was mostly the instigator, but without evidence. It would be inappropriate to confront him in front of everyone. Li Changqing held his ground, refusing to admit anything even after being beaten by Pang Bo, only saying that his head was hot, and he shouldn't have spoken carelessly, which caused that classmate to develop greed and act against Yi Fan. Pang Bo wanted to throw him directly off the multicolored altar, but considering the feelings of the other classmates, he had to suppress his anger and didn't do so. However, he felt that this seemingly peaceful relationship could hardly last much longer. If another survival crisis occurred, the bonds of friendship and faith from the past would likely be torn apart, as some people's hearts were already beginning to feel restless. Yi Fan wasn't angry and smiled at Li Changqing, saying, "People can be complex sometimes. Some things might be involuntary. But it's best to be self-aware and not let others use you as a pawn." As he said this, he squatted down and calmly reached for Li Changqing's waist, targeting a broken fish drum, which was the ancient object Li Changqing found in the Great Thunder Sound Temple. "What are you doing?" Li Changqing struggled violently. He hadn't changed color when beaten by Pang Bo, but at this moment, he panicked, desperately covering the fish drum at his waist. However, his upper body was still pressed down by Pang Bo with the bronze plaque, making it impossible to exert strength to stop it. Boom! Suddenly, the fish drum on Li Changqing emitted a thunderous sound, and blue light shot out like lightning. It was like the drum of the thunder god, vibrating with a buzzing sound, and then it produced an even louder thunderous roar, with purple light swirling around, instantly protecting Li Changqing within. The place was dazzling, like a giant purple cocoon, bursting with brilliant divine light, illuminating the multicolored altar. The surrounding people were shocked, feeling a buzzing in their ears, with some almost losing their balance and falling to the ground. At the same time, the bronze plaque in Pang Bo's hand erupted with thousands of rays of light, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The words Great Thunder Sound Temple shining brilliantly and ethereal chanting of Zen began to resonate. The sound of Buddha's teachings was like thunder. The magnificent light emitted by the Great Thunder Sound Temple's plaque immediately suppressed the giant purple cocoon, and the sound from the fish drum nearly disappeared. Meanwhile, the bronze ancient lamp in Yi Fan's hand radiated soft light, instantly enveloping him, a layer of sacred divine light evenly covering his body, making him appear as if he was wearing a holy battle suit. The light was not glaring, it was very soft and gentle, yet it instilled a sense of awe in everyone, as if a deity stood there. That layer of sacred light truly resembled a divine garment, making Yi Fan seem transcendent. The fish drum was suppressed on the spot, the purple light receded, the giant cocoon vanished, and the broken fish drum dimmed, returning to the ordinary. Yi Fan remained calm, easily taking it into his hand, with nothing to stop him. He now seemed like a living deity, the bronze ancient lamp flickering with divine light, further highlighting his ethereal presence. Just then, a female classmate, who had previously dissuaded Yi Fan and Pang Bo, approached holding a broken bronze bell and said, "Yi Fan, what you're doing is a bit excessive." Following her, another male classmate also stepped forward, saying, "We should maintain harmony among us and not be so confrontational. Let bygones be bygones. We shouldn't be too resolute." These two had been speaking on behalf of Lu Yunji and Li Changqing from the start, and their stance was already clear. It was evident they didn't want Yi Fan to gain another divine object. At this moment, Lu Yunji, who had been keeping a distance, came forward holding a Vajra pestle and said, "Yi Fan, let's let this matter go. Even if he was wrong just now, you can't punish him like this. Doing so is equivalent to taking his life." To Yi Fan's surprise, Zhou Yi, who had remained neutral and distant, also approached, holding a purple gold bowl, and advised, "Yi Fan, you shouldn't take away his fish drum. You already have the bronze lamp. Having another object is useless. If he loses the fish drum, he might very well be killed by that unknown terrifying entity in the shadows." Chapter 19, Calm. Although the fish drum he held in his right hand was damaged and had dimmed, everyone had just witnessed its thunderous might, with purple lightning and booming thunder. The sight of it in Yi Fan's hand was indeed daunting. Li Changqing shouldn't have spoken carelessly, leading to such an unpleasant incident, but Yi Fan, taking away his life-saving object, was indeed excessive. Lu Yunji approached, the Vajra pestle in his hand shining brightly, giving off a heavy and condensed feeling, quite imposing. Beside him were a male and a female classmate who had been stopping Pang Bo from acting and speaking on Li Changqing's behalf, both now following Lu Yunji forward. "Yi Fan, I know you're angry. Anyone would be furious in such a situation, but we should show a bit more tolerance." The female classmate spoke calmly, appearing to stand on the side of reason, unbiased and fair, saying, In this situation, taking away his life-saving object means something. You can't be so excessive. In her fingers was a worn bronze bell, seemingly covered in dust for years, dull and lifeless. Although it looked ordinary, it was hard to ignore. As she spoke, her delicate fingers moved unconsciously, occasionally producing a couple of ringing sounds. The male classmate beside Lu Yunji also spoke up. We should all have a forgiving heart. We've known each other for 4 years and have faced today's unexpected event together. We should help each other. Unpleasant matters should be left behind and not lingered upon. Yi Fan should return the life-saving fish drum to him. After all, you wouldn't want to watch him lose his life, would you? In his dangling right hand, there was a rusty incense burner, about the size of a palm, somewhat damaged, with parts of the walls shattered, yet it appeared ancient and natural. The three of them stood together, each having gained something in the great Thunder Sound Temple, holding a relic abandoned by the deities, and at this moment, their words naturally carried weight. Clang! Pangbo stepped forward and heavily placed the copper plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple on the ground, saying, "It's really more pleasant to hear than to sing. I've discovered that your ability to reverse black and white is quite profound. First, you need to understand what just happened. Secondly, you must know that one should have some integrity. Clearly, it was Li Changqing who was trying to harm Yi Fan. How did it turn into Yi Fan being the one who lacks generosity? What is the reasoning behind that? Ultimately, how is Yi Fan in the wrong? Others are trying to kill him, and Yi Fan takes away the things he relied upon. What is wrong with that? According to what you said, it seems Yi Fan has become the villain, while Li Changqing appears to have done nothing wrong. Don't act all righteous and noble. It's disgusting to watch." At this moment, the light surrounding Pang Bo remained undiminished. The 4 ancient characters of the great Thunder Sound Temple on the plaque radiated beams of light, soaring into the sky. The sound of Buddhist teachings resonated like thunder, with ethereal chants subtly echoing out. He seemed like a blazing sun, exuding an impressive aura. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the man and woman who had spoken earlier turned very unsightly. We did not say Yi Fan was wrong. We just wanted him to consider the friendship of classmates and not take away Li Changqing's fish drum so that he could survive. This was completely avoiding the main issue, neglecting to mention that Yi Fan had almost been pushed off the 5-color altar and was in danger of being swept away by the storm. While focusing on the idea that Yi Fan's actions would equate to harming a classmate's life. After they finished speaking, Yi Fan smiled calmly and said, "Actually, you 3 don't need to worry. I don't want to hold anything against him." He was enveloped in divine light, giving people a serene and hazy feeling. And the surroundings were spotless, making everyone feel tranquility and peace. However, I must correct you. It was Li Changqing who nearly caused me to lose my life. Not that I want to harm him, you keep mentioning. This is something everyone can see. Yi Fan glanced at Lu Yunji and the other 2, saying, "There are many classmates here who did not gain anything in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, but are still alive and well. Why? Because not long ago, everyone shared the divine relics they held. I took away Li Changqing's fish drum simply because I didn't want him to have a tool for wrongdoing. He can command others to snatch my things, and can similarly develop such thoughts towards others. As for his safety, you need not worry. We are all classmates and can share the divine artifacts we hold and support each other, ensuring everyone's safety. Of course, if you are unwilling to share your copper bell, incense burner, or vudra with him, then let him stay by my side. I will certainly not disregard our friendship as classmates." Yi Fan first pointed out the root cause of the matter, striking at the heart of the issue. Then he mentioned sharing the divine relics. Although he didn't elaborate much, everyone could naturally recall that it was his suggestion that allowed many to escape a calamity not long ago. Subsequently, he lightly reprimanded Lu Yunji and the 2 classmates, addressing them without leaving room for argument. Zhou Yi also stood at the front, having remained quiet throughout the process except for initially opposing Yi Fan taking the fish drum. Only now did he speak again. "Li Changqing is indeed very much in the wrong. However, Yi Fan, isn't it a bit wasteful for you to hold 2 divine relics? You must know that many classmates present don't even have a single piece of a relic. Zhou Yi's family has some background, yet he has never come off as arrogant, always being cultured and easygoing." His pointing out this issue immediately caused Pang Bo beside him to frown, yet he had no way to refute it. "I'm willing to share the bronze lamp in my hand with everyone. Now that I've taken this fish drum, the considerations must start from this." Yi Fan smiled and waved to a male classmate behind him, saying, "Zhang Xiling, this is for you. If danger occurs, remember to share with those nearby." This classmate named Zhang Xiling had been standing behind Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Their bond had formed on the soccer field years ago, making him a bit closer than the average classmate. Though he hadn't acted as Pang Bo had, he clearly stood on Yi Fan's side. Yi Fan's sudden decision caused Zhou Yi to twitch the corners of his mouth, but say nothing. Lu Yunji frowned at that moment, and the female classmate beside him immediately voiced her opposition, saying, Many of the male classmates present have gained something in the Great Thunder Sound Temple, while relatively few female classmates have found Buddhist artifacts. I think we should give it to a female classmate. As she spoke, she gestured to a girl behind her. Pang Bo revealed a mocking expression, saying, "Why distinguish between classmates? Those who hold divine relics should share with others. It doesn't matter who it's given to. Do you not wish to help others?" Selectively ignoring the main point, emphasizing the aggressive aspects, Pang Bo used their own logic against them, and with a mocking expression. He left the female classmates speechless and furious, her face alternating between green and white, saying, "Don't misinterpret my meaning." Zhang Xiling naturally stepped forward to take the fish drum handed over by Yi Fan. Neither of them said anything, and everything was understood without words. Yi Fan directly ignored Lu Yunji, not even looking at him, and asked Zhou Yi, "What do you think, Zhou Yi?" "I have no opinion. We are now in trouble together and should help each other. I hope there won't be any more unpleasant matters," Zhou Yi calmly stated. And then he said nothing further. The other classmates observed everything, feeling the subtle atmosphere. Although it seemed peaceful, there were several invisible confrontations, all of which Yi Fan effortlessly resolved. This reminded people of Yi Fan during his student days, when he was very easygoing and indifferent when it was time to be peaceful, yet never hesitated to show his sharp edge when necessary. He never sought trouble, but was never afraid of it either. Pang Bo leaned against the Great Thunder Sound Temple plaque, looking at Lu Yunji and the others, saying, "Yi Fan doesn't hold grudges against others trying to harm him, but there are some things I must say. What goes around comes around. By now, I think we can no longer deny the existence of deities. One should have some integrity and not engage in shameful acts." This was equivalent to a blatant slap in the face to those in front, yet no one could refute it because he stood on the side of reason. Lu Yunji remained calm, showing no signs of embarrassment, merely nodding and saying, "Well said. We must avoid such things in the future." Lin Jia and Wang Ziwen stood behind, both taking a neutral stance, having said nothing earlier, and now they spoke one after another. "To avoid further unpleasantness, I think we should have a good discussion. We should now determine how those who gain something in the Great Thunder Sound Temple can help others, and how many people each should help." Li Xiaoman had remained silent throughout, watching Yi Fan from a distance as he calmly resolved everything, her eyes showing no emotion, not helping either side. Beside her, Kaid had a limited understanding of Chinese and only now fully understood what had happened, silently astonished. Bang! Suddenly, a sound of shattering broke the silence, startling everyone. The protective barrier outside the five-color altar had actually been pierced, and something had drilled in. Everyone turned to look in that direction. A streak of black light shot through at incredible speed, piercing a male classmate's forehead with a thud, and a spray of blood burst forth. The male classmate's eyes widened in shock as he fell back, lifeless. If it weren't for the light screen, this terrifying thing would have come silently, and no one would have noticed the arrival of the dark light. Remembering the few people who were killed not long ago in the night, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. That dark light hid in the darkness, making it impossible to detect. The appearance of the dark light was like a proclamation that the Grim Reaper had come again. Waves of terrified screams erupted, and the altar was thrown into chaos. Those without divine relics crazily lunged at Lu Yun's, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and others, grabbing them and refusing to let go, sharing the Buddhist artifacts. Suddenly, a chilling roar came from the storm, a sound that shook the heavens and earth, overpowering the thunderous sandstorm. It was from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. At that moment, many people's faces turned pale. They recognized the direction of the sound, which was indeed from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had already been destroyed. Could it be that something was suppressed beneath it? When Pang Bo said this, many people's scalps tingled with horror. Chapter 20, Crocodile Ancestor. A chilling roar came from the direction of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, as if an ancient behemoth had broken the earth, escaping its seal, shaking the mountains and rivers, and trembling the stars and moon, sending a shiver through the soul. But then it fell completely silent. That terrifying roar returned to calm, leaving only the rumbling of the sandstorm outside the five-colored altar. What was that? Were there other creatures on Mars? Legend has it that the Buddha suppressed many demons and monsters. Perhaps the place of sealing was near the Great Thunder Sound Temple. After discussing a few points, everyone felt a surge of fear. As modern city dwellers, how could they have believed in such legends? After experiencing various unbelievable events today, they were now reminded of even more terrifying legends, and waves of dread surged in everyone's hearts. If their guesses were true, then their situation would be extremely worrying. The Great Thunder Sound Temple had turned to ashes, and there were no longer Buddhas or deities. If they faced the demons from those mythological tales alone, the outcome could be imagined. Today had been a constant assault on our thoughts, making it hard to bear. The demons and monsters from past mythological stories might come to life right before our eyes. Just thinking about the possibilities that might happen sent a chill down everyone's spine, making them feel cold all over. Endless possibilities and unknown fates filled them with fear and worry. At this moment, a cold corpse lay before everyone, blood staining the ground. The faint smell of blood lingering. It reminded everyone that the situation was dire. Something unknown had appeared again, taking a vibrant life right before their eyes. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the corpse's head, causing many people present to tense up. It sounded like eating and chewing, which was very unsettling. As it was a human head, an unknown creature seemed to be feeding inside, making many people's hair stand on end. The sound of bones grinding followed, as if sharp teeth were cutting through the skull, creating a tense and oppressive atmosphere. No one spoke anymore. The five-colored altar fell silent, with many afraid to even breathe. The air thick with a sense of horror. This was a torment, the sounds of feeding and the crunching of a skull intertwined like a hellish symphony, tormenting the mind. Many girls covered their mouths, wanting to cry but not daring to make a sound. The scene nearly pushed them to the brink of collapse. Of course, not everyone felt fear. Those holding divine relics felt somewhat reassured. Pang Bo, usually very fierce, felt suppressed at this moment. Dragging the bronze plaque from the great thunder sound temple forward, ready to smash the head. Yifan stopped him, saying, "Don't act rashly." Just then, a blood flower burst forth from the blood hole in the forehead of the corpse, along with a white liquid, making many people feel nauseous. It was brain matter. Then, a small, cone-like black head poked out from the blood hole, small and sharp, covered in scales. What was that thing? Everyone involuntarily stepped back. Even Yifan and Pang Bo retreated a few steps. It was a strange creature resembling a crocodile, crawling out from the blood hole in the corpse. Its body not only stained with blood, but also with white brain matter, making it look terrifying. It was only 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger. Resembling a snake, yet not quite a snake. Looking like a crocodile but without legs, its belly bare, and its entire body covered with black scales, dark and grim. Like a creature from the netherworld. Blood and brain matter stained its black scales, shocking many and instilling a deep sense of dread. After this unknown creature crawled out from the blood hole, it climbed onto the corpse's head, its small eyes emitting a chilling glare, quietly staring at everyone. As if it were a highly intelligent life form, not a lowly creature. 7 classmates, for years of companionship, several vibrant lives, were forever lost, devoured by such an ugly creature. Its gaze was extremely malicious, coldly scanning everyone like a vengeful spirit, not looking at equals, but sizing up its food. "You little bastard. Not even as big as a rat, and you managed to kill my 7 classmates. I'll smash you." Pang Bo lifted the bronze plaque from the great thunder sound temple and swung it fiercely at the cold-blooded creature. Thunder rolled, lights surged into the sky. The plaque shone brilliantly, and electric arcs surged forward, weaving a net in the air. However, this unknown creature was incredibly swift. It seemed to sense danger, transforming into a dark light and darting away from the dazzling brilliance. Yifan stepped forward with the bronze ancient lamp, blowing hard on the wick, and a fierce divine flame erupted, surging forward. The small, grotesque creature let out a piercing scream, the sound so loud it was shocking, like a vengeful ghost wailing, causing people's eardrums to ring and chills to run down their spines. It was hard to imagine how such a small, scaly body could produce such a huge and terrifying sound. The flame Yifan blew from the wick shot out at least 3 meters. But it did not completely engulf the unknown creature. It merely grazed its tail, causing some scales to fall off and half of its tail to break off. It glared at Yifan with malice, showing an expression reminiscent of a human, looking extremely fierce, baring its sharp teeth that shone coldly, continuously growling at Yifan. What the hell is this thing? Many classmates in the back felt fear. Even those possessing divine artifacts did not dare to step forward. "You little bastard. With such a malicious glare, I must smash you to bits." Pang Bo, undeterred, charged forward fiercely with the bronze plaque, declaring, "You killed my 7 classmates. And now I've only taken off your tail, so you can die?" Pang Bo was enveloped in the blinding light emitted by the plaque, looking like a furious war god, exuding immense power. The plaque trembled, the sound of the Buddha resonated, creating a booming noise. Meanwhile, Yifan was blocking the terrifying creature, which only had half a body left. The flames from the divine lamp surged like an angry dragon, the intense heat seeming to scorch the air. At this moment, Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, and others rushed over, raising their divine relics to strike at the crocodile-like creature. Although they were pursuing it, the creature was too fast, darting around the 5-colored altar like a black lightning bolt, making it difficult for anyone to touch it. A shrill scream echoed as the fierce and terrifying creature was pursued by the crowd, seemingly filled with resentment and rage, its cries unending, like a vengeful spirit howling from the abyss. The sound of something piercing through the light barrier echoed, as several ugly creatures resembling crocodiles successfully broke through the protective light and crawled in from outside the colorful altar. Each was only about 10 centimeters long, indistinguishable from the first one. Their gazes were as cold as evil spirits, filled with a deep-seated hatred, as if they bore a grudge against all humans. How could there be so many? What kind of creatures are these? Is Mars their lair? A sense of helplessness washed over the crowd. They were not deities and did not know how to wield the artifacts in their hands. They could only rely on the light emitted by the Buddhist relics to fend off the impending danger. With so many grotesque creatures appearing, it was impossible to eliminate them all. At this moment, a rustling sound emerged, and outside the light barrier, countless crocodile-like beasts appeared, numbering over 100. Behind Yifan and the others, those who had not taken action and were timid began to tremble. If so many fierce creatures rushed in together, even the relics of the deities might not be able to hold them off. Pang Bo, don't chase anymore. Let us gather together. Yifan shouted to Pang Bo. With so many ferocious beasts appearing, it was impossible to kill them all. The best strategy now was to defend. They only needed to wait until the colorful altar gathered enough energy to open the ancient starry road. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that sent chills down their spines came from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple. With this terrifying roar, the external sandstorm seemed to come to a halt, as there were no other sounds in the world, only the resounding beast roar. The ground shook continuously, and the colorful altar trembled. The storm outside was completely suppressed. The great Thunder Sound Temple is the lair of the fierce creatures, someone said, trembling. The crowd looked outside the light barrier, and more terrifying creatures gathered, all coming from the direction of the great Thunder Sound Temple, their black scales covering the ground like a dense carpet, numbering in the thousands. Suddenly, everyone felt a violent shaking of the earth, and then a horrifying aura surged from 1,000 meters away, reaching the heavens and descending to the underworld, shaking the world. Even with the sandstorm in between, they still saw two lantern-like terrifying eyes appearing at the ruins of the great Thunder Sound Temple, piercing through the dark space. It was as if a volcano had erupted, with rocks flying through the air, and many large stones from the collapsed buildings fell heavily near the colorful altar, creating a thunderous momentum. The foundation of the great Thunder Sound Temple has collapsed, and something terrifying has emerged from underground. If that is the case, even if the crowd holds several sacred relics left by the deities, they may not be of any use. I think I know what these crocodile-like creatures are, a female student said, her voice trembling. The Tibetan region holds Buddhism in high regard, and almost everyone believes in it. This female student had been to Tibet and visited important Buddhist sites like the Jokhang Temple and the Ramosh Temple, and she had heard local elders speak of some legends. It is said that beneath the abode of the Buddha, the great Thunder Sound Temple, there is not a pure land, but rather a suppression of many world-shaking demons, among which the first layer suppresses the crocodile ancestor, an ancient divine crocodile with boundless powers, ultimately subdued by the Buddha. Are you saying that beneath the holy land of Buddhism, the great Thunder Sound Temple, many world-shaking demons are suppressed? A believer in Buddhism among them said. The local elder indeed said so. Upon hearing all this, the crowd felt a chill run through their bodies. If this is true, then the crocodile ancestor is about to emerge from the great Thunder Sound Temple, and these ugly fierce creatures are its descendants. Yifan frowned and said, I once saw some records in an ancient essay. In that account, there was a limbless crocodile, as strong as diamond, capable of flying and burrowing, easily piercing through flesh and blood, known as the divine crocodile. Joey nodded and said, I have also seen similar ancient texts. It is said that the lineage of the divine crocodile was suppressed by the Buddha, and since then, its descendants have not appeared in the world. Everyone felt an unreal sensation. Some legends they had heard in the past were merely stories, and now they were about to witness it firsthand, leaving them both shocked and fearful. The old Tibetan said that the crocodile ancestor is suppressed in the first layer beneath the great Thunder Sound Temple. Does that mean there is a second or third layer? A female student asked, trembling. The rustling sound continued, and thousands of small crocodiles appeared outside the colorful altar, desperately trying to burrow in. Boom. Suddenly, the colorful altar shook, and 5 colors of ancient runes appeared in the sky, like stars shining brightly, with the Tai Chi Bagua diagram about to emerge. This was a sign of opening the ancient starry road. However, at the same time, a terrifying tremor came from the ruins of the great Thunder Sound Temple over 1,000 meters away, and the lantern-like blood-red eyes rose several meters, clearly trying to break free from the underground constraints and burst through the surface. We must escape from here, escape from Mars. This was the thought of everyone. Many were praying, hoping to open the ancient starry road as soon as possible, even if it meant drifting forever in the desolate universe. It would be better than staying here under the shadow of death. Chapter 21, Blood Sacrifice. The Bagua diagram penetrates through ancient Chinese history, with origins dating back very early. How it was created and what its purpose is remains an intriguing mystery. It has been used to calculate the orbital speeds of celestial bodies. And even the invention of computer binary is related to it, making it extremely mysterious. To this day, the profound meanings contained in the ancient Tai Chi Bagua diagram have not been deciphered, but many bold conjectures and hypotheses have been made. Some have said it represents unknown forces, allowing predictions of various possibilities for the future. Of course, perfect deductions are necessary to roughly estimate future forces. Otherwise, a single miscalculation could lead to total failure. Others have said it depicts the essence of the universe in the simplest way, with each symbol representing the most fundamental elements. Even bolder hypotheses have been proposed, suggesting that the Tai Chi Bagua diagram is related to time and space. With the 8 trigram symbols representing the coordinates of the starry sky, different arrangements represent different star domains. According to this hypothesis, one could determine the coordinates of any star domain within the universe, and the Tai Chi Bagua diagram serves as a gateway to the starry sky, connecting to wormholes. Based on this speculation, the Tai Chi Bagua diagram is a stable structure. If sufficient energy can be provided and a specific starry coordinate established through complex and precise calculations, the gateway to the starry sky can be opened. The formation itself is related to space and remains unsolved to this day, shrouded in extreme complexity and mystery. It is easy to imagine how ethereal it is to construct a starry sky gateway using the Tai Chi Bagua diagram. It is safe to say that it is unlikely to be realized for a considerable period. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others were fortunate enough to witness the construction process of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram again. Those who had spent years researching and hypothesizing about the starry sky gateway would surely be ecstatic, as this was a monumental testament. Unfortunately, Yi Fan and the others had no such thoughts. They were filled with a strong sense of survival crisis, only wanting to escape quickly, as the shadow of death loomed over them. At the ruins of the Great Thunder Sound Temple, while it had temporarily quieted down, the horrific aura was already overwhelming, and those lantern-like blood-red eyes were fixated on them, eerily terrifying in the darkness, causing fear to grip their hearts. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram in the sky had taken shape, possessing a metallic solidity and texture, as if forged from the essence of refined gold. Around it, space twisted, and light flickered, with the 8 trigram symbols corresponding to Qian, Kun, Sun, Dui, Jin, Zhen, Li, and Qin emitting light in succession, like a set of mysterious and ancient codes shining brightly. The 8 trigrams had flashed thousands of times, going through complex arrangements and combinations, but they still failed to light up simultaneously, and ultimately, they slowly dimmed. The massive Tai Chi Bagua diagram trembled, showing signs of collapse. How could this happen? Many people felt panic. If they could not open the ancient starry road, it would mean death for them. The light curtain shrouding the 5-colored altar dimmed to near darkness, with only a few faint rays of dawn swirling toward the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram in the sky. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone understood why. Constructing the Taiji 8 trigrams diagram, or rather opening the starry sky gate, required a sufficient and stable supply of mysterious energy, but now the energy was insufficient. What to do? Are we really going to die here? In the distance lurked the ancestral crocodile, while nearby were smaller crocodiles. A vast net of death had already been cast over the crowd. Bang! Dozens of small crocodiles had already pierced through the light curtain and began attacking the people. The relics of the gods, such as incense burners, vajras, bronze bells, and fish drums, all shone with dazzling brilliance, resisting the onslaught of the divine crocodiles. However, their power was surprisingly great, causing the crowd to involuntarily retreat. Crack, crack! Outside the 5-colored altar, countless scales and shells covered the ground, with thousands of divine crocodiles continuously crashing against the light curtain. More sounds of shattering filled the air, and in just a moment, over 100 small crocodiles had successfully broken in. This seemingly small, yet extremely ferocious species was terrifying. They could fly and burrow. Each divine crocodile was like a sharp sword, possessing incredible penetrating power. This won't do. If we continue to passively defend like this, we will eventually die here. Pangbo shouted. The copper plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple shook continuously, radiating countless rays of light, forming a light curtain that protected 3 or 4 people. Although it could ensure temporary safety, no one could predict what would happen if this continued for a long time. Don't move yet. Let me go out and try. Yi Fan instructed Pangbo, and he himself stopped being passive, striding forward with the ancient lamp in hand. Instantly, dozens of divine crocodiles lunged toward him. Dozens of dark rays like lightning pierced through, quick and ruthless, as if nails were being driven into the light curtain emitted from the ancient lamp, forcing their way inward. Whoosh! After Yi Fan waited for dozens of divine crocodiles to close in, He blew forcefully at the wick of the ancient lamp. And suddenly a fierce blaze erupted into the sky, engulfing an area of 5 or 6 meters around him in flames, completely submerged in divine fire. The acrid smell immediately spread, and piercing screams echoed one after another. As the flames gradually receded, Fan emerged unscathed, surrounded by radiant light. Like an immortal descending from the moon, while around him lay the scorched remains of scales and shells, with dozens of divine crocodiles nearly all burned to death. A few unlucky ones that narrowly escaped the calamity were nearly charred, their bodies burned and incomplete, glaring at Fan from a distance, emitting low growls that sent chills down one's spine. Good, well burned, Pang Bo shouted from behind, ready to rush forward to attack. But he was firmly held back by 3 people beside him, whose faces were bloodless. They had no relics of the gods. And without the protection of the great Thunder Sound Temple's copper plaque, they would undoubtedly perish. Crack, crack. The sound of shattering came again. This time, a full 500 to 600 divine crocodiles broke through the light curtain and charged in, all fierce and menacing, their small bodies seemingly infused with demonic power, their sharp teeth gleaming coldly, and their eyes wickedly terrifying, all rushing toward Fan without fear of death, circling around him continuously. This won't do. Fan alone definitely can't handle so many black nails. I need to help him. Pang Bo wanted to rush over again. But what should we do? The 3 beside him looked pale, almost pleadingly at Pang Bo. Of course, I won't let you all die. Pang Bo turned to Wang Ziwen, Lu Yunzhong, and others behind him. You protect these 3. I'm going over to help Fan, and it's best to mobilize a few more people. This passive defense is ultimately not a solution. All right, I'll go with you. Zhou stepped forward. Pang Bo had never been fond of Zhou, thinking him deep and inscrutable, but he had to admit that this cultured man had some spirit at critical moments. At this moment, the seemingly gentle Wang Ziwen also stepped forward, telling those behind him, bring 1 or 2 more people. The remaining relics of the gods are enough to protect everyone. But don't let the girls come over. In the face of such ferocious and terrifying creatures, with their inherently weak nature, the girls would likely go soft in the knees even if they had Buddhist relics in hand. Bang! Pang Bo swung the copper plaque of the great Thunder Sound Temple, smashing it heavily onto the 5-colored altar. Instantly, a violent force surged forward. It was a wave of light condensed into a violent tide, crashing out 7 or 8 meters, immediately submerging a group of divine crocodiles within it. The desperate cries made one's scalp tingle, like a group of evil spirits being refined, wisps of white smoke rising, with corpses scattered all around, and a charred smell permeating the air. This was a large-scale attack, unlike the first time when facing just 1 divine crocodile, where one couldn't keep up with its speed. Now, with so many ferocious creatures surging in, casually swinging the copper plaque could suppress dozens or even hundreds. Ding! The melodious sound of a bell rang out, like the ancient bells of a secluded mountain temple, giving a sense of tranquility and depth. The broken copper bell in Wang Ziwen's hand radiated 1,000 golden lights, and visible ripples vibrated outward. It seemed gentle, like water waves. But when it touched the rushing divine crocodiles, it transformed into a butcher's knife, each golden ripple able to bisect a divine crocodile. The sounds of plop, plop, plop continued, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of divine crocodiles were cut down, leaving a ground soaked in blood. This bloody scene was extremely shocking. However, countless divine crocodiles, fearless of death, had now surged in with nearly 1,000 small crocodiles, dense and overwhelming, forming a network of scythes of death. Bang! Zhou swung the purple gold bowl continuously, smashing out a vast expanse of Buddhist light, crushing endless scales, leaving behind a field of corpses, a gruesome sight, with many small crocodiles turned into meat paste and blood mud. This was an extremely brutal scene. In order to survive, everyone threw caution to the wind. And blood quickly stained the altar, the pungent smell of blood wafting everywhere, with faint blood mist rising, like a scene from a hellish battlefield. Ah! Just then, 2 screams suddenly came from behind. 2 classmates fell into a pool of blood, each with multiple blood holes in their heads, and covered in ugly small crocodiles, their dark scales glistening. The crowd felt a wave of sorrow. Life and death were not in their control, and despite their desperate struggles, 2 classmates had tragically perished. The 2 had jointly held a relic of the gods, but just moments ago, 300 to 400 divine crocodiles had surged in, crashing madly. The impact was immense, directly knocking the 2 away, and unable to hold onto the Buddhist relics, they fell aside and were immediately overwhelmed by the small crocodiles, dying tragically on the spot. Don't let go even if you die, Lin Jia shouted, reminding everyone. Many had already been tossed about by the collisions, and due to sharing the Buddhist relics, their movements were restricted, putting them in extreme danger. Again, two screams echoed. A male and a female classmate fell into a pool of blood-soaked and gruesome, their eyes wide open, unable to close in death. The people behind quickly gathered together, defending while also beginning to attack, jointly wielding the relics of the gods to slash at the divine crocodiles, and the situation finally stabilized temporarily. Kill. Lu Yunzhong's face turned a bit pale. His character was gloomy, and he wasn't very brave, but at this moment, he also charged out holding the Vajra staff. In Buddhist legends, this was a powerful sacred relic for protecting the faith, capable of destroying enemies like extinguishing a chicken or a dog, invincible, symbolizing invincibility, and wielded by the truly enlightened saints. Electric light danced, brilliance radiated, and around Lu Yunzhong, divine light dazzled. The Vajra staff swept across like it was mowing down thousands of troops, instantly leaving behind a ground of blood and endless scales, with a large number of divine crocodiles crushed. The power of the Vajra staff was evident. Just then, the foreigner Kaid also rushed over, shouting nonsensically, holding a broken wooden fish and banging it wildly. "God is merciful," he shouted, but his hands didn't hold back. The tattered wooden fish looked like it could fall apart at any moment, yet it possessed mysterious power. On the surface are engraved 3 bodhisattvas, who then all manifest as light and shadow, emerging and swirling around the foreigner Kaid, sweeping away the surrounding divine crocodiles. "Lord, are these angels you sent? Quickly kill these devils from hell." At this incredibly tense moment, the foreigner suddenly spoke fluent Chinese, shouting nonstop, "You yellow-haired devil, you're using the Buddha's things. Can you please stop talking nonsense at this life and death moment?" Surprisingly, Pang Bo was amused by him. After a flurry of shouting, Kaid said, "God said, all beings are equal. My Lord is merciful, bodhisattvas are angels. Shut up with your God nonsense. All beings are equal, my Buddha is merciful, that is what the Buddha said." Their dialogue created an unusual atmosphere at the altar filled with the scent of death. The blood on the altar transformed into specks of blood light, breaking through the light curtain, drifting towards the sky, converging towards the already unstable Taiji Bagua diagram, causing the soon-to-collapse starry sky gate to flicker with brilliance once more. Obviously, everyone noticed this situation and immediately showed signs of excitement. Kill. The more we kill, the better. These divine crocodiles are descendants of great demons. Their essence flows with divine blood, condensing divine power. Through the altar, they can transform into the mysterious energy needed for the Taiji Bagua diagram. Indeed, this 5-colored stone altar was originally a sacrificial platform, which must have taken blood sacrifice into consideration in the distant past. The Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky became clearer and more brilliant, as if forged from metal, continuously shining, the 8 symbols of the Bagua flickering erratically, changing countless times in a complex sequence, about to light up completely and open the ancient starry road. Boom. But just at that moment, a fierce aura surged from the direction of the great thunder sound temple. The earth completely cracked, and a colossal creature shot up into the sky, shaking the heavens. Almost instantaneously, everyone felt their souls about to leave their bodies, and everyone nearly collapsed on the altar. 2 massive blood-red eyes, like lanterns, rapidly approached from the darkness. That was the crocodile ancestor, suppressed by the Buddha beneath the great thunder sound temple, now freed. Who in this world could subdue it? Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, completely despairing. Even if Bodhisattva was truly manifested, they might not be able to subdue such a world-shattering demon. Unless the Buddha himself came. Were they really going to be left with their lives by this legendary monster at this final moment? Clang. At this moment, the bronze coffin on the 5-colored altar suddenly emitted a vibrating sound, and the 2 distant red lantern-like blood eyes froze, seemingly uncertain, no longer advancing. Chapter 22. The bronze coffin subdues the demon. Everyone was utterly exhausted, having almost lost their souls moments ago. The roar of the crocodile ancestor had an unimaginable power, seemingly capable of devouring people's souls. If it weren't for the strange metallic vibration from the bronze coffin, everyone present would have faced an unknown fate. The fierce aura surged from afar, like a tsunami. That great demon released from beneath the great thunder sound temple no longer advanced, but stood there. Yet the pressure it naturally exuded was still unbearable, causing souls to tremble. The malevolent aura rolled and surged, shaking the sky. The sandstorm instantly stilled because of it. Where the demonic energy was overwhelming, and the 2 lantern-like blood eyes stared unblinkingly at this place. Unable to see its true form, the black clouds churned, obscuring the stars and the moon, enveloping the heavens. Although it had not approached, the aura of this world-shattering demon was still not something ordinary people could bear. Many on the 5-colored altar nearly collapsed to the ground. Even those holding divine relics could not resist it. Was this the great demon personally suppressed by the Buddha? A being from myth and legend, unexpectedly seen in reality, vividly appearing not far away, almost like a dream. As modern urban dwellers, how could they have ever witnessed such a terrifying scene? Everyone felt it was so unreal. What they were seeing and hearing was truly shocking. The crocodile ancestor had now escaped, having passed endless years, with the world changing, the heavenly palace collapsing, and the great thunder sound temple long since abandoned. The things were different, the gods were gone. Who could still suppress it? Roar. Suddenly, the crocodile ancestor let out a thunderous roar, like 10,000 thunders ringing in their ears, causing some people present to drop to the ground. It wasn't a real attack, just the vibration of sound waves. But even so, it was unbearable, with several people bleeding from their ears and noses. A rustling sound came. Outside the five-colored altar, countless divine crocodiles gathered densely. Quickly breaking through the light curtain, rushing onto the five-colored altar, the crocodile ancestor commanded these little crocodiles, as it seemed to have some fear of the bronze coffin, letting its descendants test it. Get up, hurry up. Several students who had collapsed to the ground, bleeding from their ears and noses, were exhausted and unable to move, nearly dropping the Buddhist relics in their hands. One can imagine how terrifying that roar was. Finally, amidst the calls of the crowd, a few people stood up, but two were still a step too late, directly overwhelmed by the rushing divine crocodiles. No miracle occurred. Two muffled groans were heard. The divine relics slipped from their hands. And in the blink of an eye, two vibrant lives vanished forever. Blood splattered, and the divine crocodiles scrambled to enter their bodies and heads, the red blood. The white brain matter, particularly eye-catching. The others had no time to rescue them. They were surrounded by thousands of divine crocodiles, each person struggling to save themselves. Up to now, 13 people had lost their lives, and the remaining 17 were also in imminent danger. Life was uncertain, and death was so sudden. It could come at any moment. The light shone. Everyone waved their divine relics in their hands, resisting the cold-blooded killers around them. Trying to break through a path to survive, even the naturally timid female classmates had long forgotten to cry out. At this moment, they couldn't help but fight desperately. But the most dangerous thing happened. Anyone using Buddhist relics fell into peril, becoming less flexible and restrained. Roar. In the distance, the crocodile ancestor roared. Seeing no unusual reaction from the bronze coffin, it became furious, spewing clouds and mist, slowly approaching. Its blood-red eyes, the size of wash basins, glowed in the darkness, like two blood suns hanging in the sky. As it drew closer, everyone found it hard to stand. That fierce aura was definitely condensed from the slaughter of countless beings, causing their 3 souls and 7 spirits to tremble, wanting to break free from their flesh. The distance was only 10 meters. Yet they still could not see its true form, only catching sight of the 2 blood eyes. Everyone was almost in despair. Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind swept through the heavens and the earth, like ghostly wails and divine howls, much fiercer than the previous sandstorm. As if 10,000 thunders were splitting the sky and the earth. In that overwhelming black mist, a giant black hand reached down towards the 5-colored altar, shaped just like a human hand, but it was enormous, with fingers that were 7 or 8 meters long, black and ominous, scaring many people to death. This was the great demon personally suppressed by the Buddha. Even after being suppressed for endless years, upon its emergence, it still shook the heavens and the earth. Its might unmatched. At this moment, the Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky finally took shape, completed with the divine power contained in the blood of the divine crocodiles. The 8 hexagrams simultaneously shone, emitting dazzling light, and the starry sky gate reappeared. Boom! A dull vibration sounded. The Taiji Bagua diagram completely opened like a portal, revealing a mysterious and enormous passage, leading who knows where. Inside it was pitch black. The giant hand that had reached out was pushed aside by a mysterious force. And at the same time, 9 originally silent giant dragon corpses suddenly trembled. Even though the dragon standing alongside the gods had become a cold corpse, it could not be desecrated at this moment. A powerful dragon aura emanated from it, causing all the divine crocodiles on the 5-colored altar to tremble in fear. Lying flat on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably as they were completely intimidated, ultimately retreating like a tide. The altar was left littered with crocodile corpses and a few human bodies, instantly becoming serene. Let's go, into the bronze coffin. Yi Fan was the first to stand up. Then helped Pangbo. It wasn't that they were incompetent, but rather that the formidable great demon was truly extraordinary. Just that aura alone was enough to be fatal for ordinary people. The demonic energy was overwhelming and could easily crush mortals. Everyone shook their bodies and stood up, unanimously deciding to enter the giant bronze coffin. The starry sky gate had already opened, and relying solely on their physical bodies would likely not allow them to traverse the ancient path of the starry sky. Entering the bronze coffin was a reluctant choice. The coffin was eerie and unsettling, but they had no other option at the moment. In the darkness, the gaze of the crocodile ancestor grew increasingly cold, its blood-red eyes hanging like a sun. Suddenly, it shot out two blinding beams of blood-red light, crossing to seal the Taiji Bagua diagram in the sky. Upon seeing this, everyone changed color. This supreme great demon was unwilling to let things go, revealing its celestial demon arcana. It intended to seal off the ancient path of the starry sky and block everyone's way. At the same time, that black giant hand reached down again, easily breaking through the dim light shield and grasping toward the altar. Everyone was horrified and quickly entered the bronze coffin, retreating in haste. The dark hand reached down, and its target was not the people, but the ancient bronze coffin. Clang! The black hand grasped the giant bronze coffin, producing a resounding clang that made everyone's hearts sink. This great crocodile ancestor possessed overwhelming power that even the Buddha found difficult to suppress. If the mysterious bronze coffin showed no abnormal reaction now, everyone would truly have no way out. Just as everyone felt a sense of horror, the crocodile ancestor's black hand quickly retreated like it was avoiding snakes and scorpions, blood spurting from its fingers like a small river splashing onto the altar, blooming with blood-red light, as if the bronze coffin had injured its fingers. However, the ancient coffin remained silent, still lying quietly on the altar. A chilling, mocking laugh echoed nearby, the crocodile ancestor gritting its teeth, a sound that made people's scalps tingle. What to do? The ancient path of the starry sky is sealed by this giant demon. How can we leave? Many were anxious, seeing hope for escape only to have their path blocked. Instilling fear and urgency, energy was now needed to open the ancient path of the starry sky. What's happening? The divine relics in our hands are continuously losing their divine brilliance, someone exclaimed. At this moment, whether it was Yi Fan's bronze ancient lamp, Pang Bo's great thunder sound temple bronze plaque, or Zhou Yi and others' bowls, the divine brilliance within them was flowing out continuously and gathering together. Suddenly, a cold laugh, like a night owl's cry, rang out, and a figure nearly 2 meters tall abruptly appeared outside the bronze coffin, shocking everyone. The divine brilliance from the various divine relics was rushing toward this figure. This figure was filled with demonic energy, surrounded by swirling black mist, obscuring its appearance. But everyone could sense that it must be the crocodile ancestor. It had manifested on the altar, wanting to enter the bronze coffin, ignoring everyone, its two blood-red eyes fixed on the coffin inside. This was a being that had fought against the Buddha, stepping out from mythology into the eyes of the crowd. A scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime, truly shocking. Boom. Faced with the demonic aura of the great crocodile ancestor, all divine relics seemed to ignite, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, enveloping the crocodile ancestor. At the same time, the bronze ancient lamp, great thunder sound temple bronze plaque, bowls, vajras, fish drums, and all other Buddhist artifacts shone with immense light, soaring into the sky and then heading toward the crocodile ancestor to suppress it. A chilling and eerie cold laugh echoed, penetrating to the bone. The great crocodile ancestor trembled, dark light bursting forth, demonic flames surging. All the Buddhist artifacts were immobilized before it, and several pieces such as the meditation cushion and the measuring rod began to crack. With a poof, the meditation cushion shattered first, followed by the measuring rod, and 4 divine relics turned into powder. The 4 pieces of Buddhist artifacts transformed into 4 dazzling lights, all dissipating on the 5-colored altar, providing powerful, mysterious energy for the starry sky gate. The 9 massive dragon corpses began to tremble, then emitted a rumbling sound, slowly rising into the air. The crocodile ancestor was startled, avoiding the bronze ancient lamp and several other divine relics, soaring into the sky, its right hand rapidly enlarging, covering the heavens, reaching for the 9 enormous dragon corpses. At that moment, the bronze ancient lamp, great thunder sound temple bronze plaque, and others seemed to have a spirit of their own, each shooting forth the most intense divine light, dazzling to the point of blinding, sweeping toward the crocodile ancestor. Endless light flickered in the sky, incredibly brilliant, making it impossible for people to look directly. No one could see clearly. The 9 dragon corpses were temporarily held back by the crocodile ancestor. Clang, clang. A crisp sound rang out from the altar as the Buddha relic prayer beads, great thunder sound temple bronze plaque, bowls, and more all fell down, dim and lifeless. Even the bronze ancient lamp extinguished. The 9 dragon corpses were blocked. What to do? Everyone was anxious. The bronze giant coffin did not ascend, and the 9 dragon corpses were stuck in midair, unable to enter the starry sky gate. Everyone exited the bronze coffin, quickly picking up the dim Buddhist artifacts, and Pang Bo nimbly collected the mineral water bottles from those corpses. Yi Fan took off his shirt and gathered a large bag of crocodile corpses from the ground. The bronze giant coffin emitted a metallic tremor, the 9 dragon corpses unexpectedly swung their enormous tails, slamming against the crocodile ancestor's black hand and forcing it to retreat. Boom. A loud noise echoed in the sky as the 9 massive dragon corpses slowly approached the starry sky gate. With a clang, the bronze giant coffin shook and flipped over, making everyone feel dizzy. The crocodile ancestor's blood-red gaze was incredibly cold before the coffin lid closed. It actually attempted to rush in, still targeting that coffin inside. But at that moment, the ancient markings of ancestors and gods, as well as the bronze patterns of ancient fierce birds and savage beasts on the rust-covered coffin walls, began to emit a hazy light, causing the crocodile ancestor to halt. It seemed to suddenly recall something, blood light shooting from its eyes as it quickly retreated a few steps in the void. With a loud bang, the bronze coffin lid closed, and the 9 massive dragon corpses, pulling the bronze coffin, slowly rose into the air, breaking through the blood-red seal laid by the crocodile ancestor, and vanished into the starry sky gate. Chapter 23. Inside the coffin. In the darkness, some were softly crying, while others were trembling. The moment they closed their eyes, terrifying images of pierced foreheads, splattered blood, and flowing brain matter flashed before them, like a nightmare or a ghost, lingering in their hearts. The horrific sight of their classmates dying tragically was hard to forget. The brilliant blood flowers, the despair that refused to yield, the unclosing eyes, the youthful faces, often resurfacing before them. 4 years of camaraderie, 13 vibrant lives, departed forever on the same day. Although temporarily safe now, many could not find peace, feeling even more terrified. The gruesome deaths of classmates and the ferocious divine crocodile frequently haunted their minds, perhaps never to be forgotten in this lifetime. Inside the bronze giant coffin, it was pitch black. Some female classmates were sobbing, and some male classmates were sighing. Although they had escaped, the road ahead was unclear and unpredictable. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, where were they headed? Where was the other shore? Where was paradise? Light had not yet been seen, but the sea of suffering was boundless. Were they following the ancient path traversed by the gods? The place where all gods returned. What kind of place was that? It wasn't until a long time later that the coffin finally fell silent. According to Earth's time, it was now deep into the night. Everyone was exhausted, their spirits drained, and they all fell into a deep, drowsy sleep. Many continued to feel anxious and fearful in their dreams, tightly clutching the divine relics in their hands, as if seeking some form of reliance and support. A group of urban men and women lived a life of unparalleled ease, only to suddenly experience such a brutal event, resulting in an unimaginable mental shock. Witnessing the legendary demons devouring the bodies of their companions, with people around them dying one after another, how could they not feel fear? Even someone as carefree as Pang Bo found it hard to sleep, not due to inner anxiety, but because he was frequently awakened by those around him. Yi Fan, like him, struggled to find rest, as people nearby would occasionally mumble in their sleep or cry out in nightmares, making it difficult for him to drift off. After just 5 or 6 hours, the majority had woken up, and it wasn't until another 2 hours had passed that everyone's emotions began to settle down. At this moment, no one knew where the ancient bronze coffin was traversing in the universe. Everyone started to contemplate the reality of their situation. The bronze coffin was very stable, showing no signs of vibration, as if it had long since come to a stop in the starry realm. Was there a next stop? Perhaps it would float forever in the desolate depths of the universe. What kind of place would they arrive at? After crying and venting, even the inherently fragile female classmates had to start pondering this question. Would they reach the resting place of the gods? The ancient starry road was opened by their ancestors, and perhaps there really would be deities in that distant future, possibly leading to a mysterious world. Do gods really exist? They had seen the 9 dragons carrying the coffin, the legendary Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the mythical crocodile ancestor, so there seemed no reason to disbelieve. Yet, I still found it hard to accept this reality. In my understanding, gods might just be a race, perhaps having once coexisted with us on Earth. As modern individuals, few believed in the existence of gods. Yet now they had to confront it. Hearing Prince Wen say so made it easier for people to accept. Perhaps, for them, those deities were not strangers. Maybe they were a result of human evolution, likely familiar ancient figures. Whether through evolution or as a special race, we had to admit that deities did exist, and it was clear that ancient ancestors had long been interacting with them. At the summit of Mount Tai, there was a 5-colored altar built by ancient ancestors, long ago. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 72 kings had ascended Mount Tai for a grand ceremony, which said enough. Perhaps those deities were our ancestors. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were godlike ancient figures, and legends say that they themselves were deities, which makes one imagine that the ceremony at Mount Tai was far from simple, with many possibilities. Perhaps they were calling out to life in the starry sky, transmitting some kind of message to the desolate universe. Maybe they could truly fly through the heavens and traverse the earth. The ancient land felt confining to them. Not vast enough, so they ascended Mount Tai, leaving the earth and entering the vast depths of the universe. Perhaps. What exactly happened in that distant ancient past is unclear to anyone. Everything is merely a possibility. But one undeniable fact remains. Ancient ancestors had opened the door to the stars, exploring the boundless depths of the universe. Why aren't you speaking? The ancient bronze lamp had gone out, and the inside of the bronze coffin was pitch black. Everyone was close together, not too dispersed. Right next to Yi Fan. Someone leaned against the coffin wall, remaining silent, which caught his attention. What's wrong? Are you still jealous of me for beating you up? Pang Bo was dissatisfied and sneered. You almost pushed Yi Fan off the five-colored altar, nearly costing his life. A beating is too lenient. Otherwise, throwing you into the crocodile pit would be justified. Hey, wake up, talk. Someone nearby nudged him. What is wrong with you? The person who pushed him was taken aback and stepped back in fright. At this moment, everyone felt something was off, even in deep sleep. Falling to the ground like that would likely wake someone up. However, he remained motionless, lying there quietly like a piece of driftwood. Wake up, hurry up. Pang Bo stepped forward and pushed him. Seeing he was still unresponsive, he slapped his cheek and suddenly exclaimed, Why is your skin so cold? Your body feels a bit stiff. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Yi Fan sensed that things were very bad. He reached out to check his nose and mouth, and in a daze, he said, He's dead. There's no breath left. What? Everyone screamed in unison. How could a living person suddenly die? Just a short while ago, he had been mumbling in his sleep, suffering from nightmares, and now he had quietly lost his life, which was indeed suspicious. Tension and oppression filled the bronze coffin, and in the darkness, everyone was breathing heavily, feeling cold all over. This was too sudden and eerie to explain, and everyone tightly gripped the divine relics in their hands. Turn on your phones. Let us see how he died, Yi Fan said as he raised his phone, peering forward with the faint light. It was a pale face, eyes bulging wide, mouth slightly agape, with a trickle of blood oozing from the corner. He's really dead. Everyone felt dejected and terrified. The sudden death made each person feel a chill running down their back, as if something horrifying existed within the bronze coffin. A few brave classmates began to examine his body, trying to find the cause of death. Look, his neck. His neck was bruised, filled with blood marks. As if someone had strangled him, the purplish-red marks were shocking to behold. There are ghosts in the ghostly bronze coffin. A girl trembled as she spoke, filled with fear. Hearing this made many feel their scalp tingle. Those purplish-red bruises looked eerily like fingerprints left by a vengeful spirit, resembling someone who had been suffocated to death. Especially since they were currently inside such a coffin. It further fueled terrifying doubts and associations. The coffin nearby resembled the gate to hell, chilling many to the bone, causing several to instinctively step back. Yi Fan frowned and reached out to touch the corpse's throat. Finding the Adam's apple was crushed, it felt soft, with only the skin remaining intact, not torn. Bloodstains dotted his hand, looking extraordinarily sinister, sending chills to his heart. It's not a ghost, he was murdered. At this moment, Lu Yunzi spoke with a dark expression, his cold gaze sweeping toward Yi Fan. Pang Bo shot him a sideways glance as he noticed Lu's gaze on Yi Fan, saying, What do you mean by that? From the wound. It looks like he was strangled. Who could do all this silently? Lu Yunzi's expression was icy as he stared at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, saying, Only someone closest to him, with extraordinary strength, could accomplish this. As soon as these words were spoken, the implication was clear, directly pointing at Yi Fan, as he was right next to the deceased and possessed extraordinary strength, which everyone knew. You're talking nonsense. Pang Bo was furious, picking up the great thunder sound copper plaque, ready to strike. Lu Yunzi sneered, looking at him and saying, Are you trying to kill me to silence me? Yi Fan grabbed Pang Bo, stopping his impulsive reaction. It's Yi Fan. He's the one who killed him. A girl who had always stood by Lu Yunzi's side, having helped him speak to Li Chongqing several times, cried out in terror, It must be Yi Fan. He's taking revenge for the hatred of almost being pushed off the altar. Hearing this, others immediately recalled what had happened not long ago, and several instinctively took a few steps back. That's right, it's Yi Fan. He killed our classmate. Li Chongqing gritted his teeth and said, Perhaps someone else helped. Pang Bo felt an impulse to rush over and give them a good beating. Buzz. Lu Yunzi raised his Vajra pestle, which unexpectedly emitted a metallic vibrating sound, with an extremely faint glow flowing out. Everyone was startled. The divine relics in their hands all lost their extraordinary shine, while Lu Yunzi's Vajra pestle still held divine power. Surprising everyone. Yi Fan, you're too vicious. Even if he was at fault first, you shouldn't have killed him in retaliation. Lu Yunzi stepped closer, wielding the Vajra pestle. I said I didn't kill anyone, Do you believe me? Yi Fan scanned the crowd. I naturally believe you. Pang Bo was the first to step forward. I believe you too. Zhang Xiling also came forward. Yi Fan then looked at the others and asked, don't you believe me? His gaze lingered on Li Xiaoman. Chapter 24, Confrontation and Choice. It's not a matter of belief. You do have significant suspicion against you, Kaid said stammeringly beside Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo immediately narrowed his eyes and said, what do you mean, you yellow-haired foreigner? On what basis do you think Yi Fan is the murderer? I'm not saying it subjectively. I'm stating an objective fact. I didn't say he is the murderer. I'm just pointing out a fact. He has a strong motive, Kaid said seriously. Analyzing with a stern demeanor. Lu Yunji has a point. Yi Fan had a conflict with the deceased, which gives him a motive for murder. Moreover, he was very close, providing the conditions to act. Although he wasn't very articulate, everyone understood his meaning. Just like many single-minded Westerners, he was focused solely on the facts. You really don't understand human feelings, do you? It's obvious, yet you want to treat it like proving a mathematical theorem. So single-minded. What do you mean by foreigner? Kaid asked, confused. I've heard you say that several times. What does it mean? You are a foreigner, single-minded. I can't be bothered to explain it to you, Pang Bo said. Ignoring him, he then turned to Li Xiaoman and asked, why aren't you speaking? You should know Yi Fan very well, right? Li Xiaoman stood gracefully, illuminated by the faint glow of her phone, like a fresh and beautiful lotus blooming in the darkness, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her expression was calm and natural as she spoke softly. From my heart, I don't believe Yi Fan is the murderer, but he does have suspicion against him. Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo was very angry, emphasizing her name as he interrupted her. You are so heartless. I never expected you to say something like this. Anyone can doubt him. But not you. Others may not know Yi Fan well, but don't you? Even though you've broken up, you shouldn't be so heartless. Are you trying to rub salt in Yi Fan's wounds? I have no other intentions. I'm just stating a fact, Li Xiaoman replied calmly. Her beauty was striking. Her skin as white as jade. She slightly furrowed her brow and added, I'm not targeting anyone. I just want to say that a murderer who dares to kill would do anything. We're all in danger right now. I hope we can be objective rather than subjective. In fact, Yi Fan has a strong suspicion, and the others present also have some suspicion. Pang Bo sneered. In the end, Yi Fan has the biggest suspicion. If you don't believe him, why say so much? He turned his head heavily and said, I really misjudged you. The decisions you've made in the past are hard to change. No friend can persuade you. Now I realize your character is not decisive and resolute, but rather heartless. At that moment, a somewhat nervous and almost timid voice spoke up quietly. I believe Yi Fan. I believe he is not the murderer. It was the female classmate whose life had not been going well. She was thin and very weak, walking out with her head down, appearing somewhat anxious and uneasy. The originally simple and happy girl had become insecure due to the dissatisfaction of recent years, no longer shining brightly. Speaking in front of everyone was no longer smooth for her. She seemed awkward and uneasy. This was also the main reason Yi Fan felt deep sympathy for her during the class reunion. Pang Bo, like Yi Fan, felt sympathy for this timid female classmate. She was not like this back in school. She often joked with Yi Fan and him, their laughter ringing like pearls. And the three had a very good relationship that easily brought joy. Thank you, Lu Yi. Yi Fan smiled and nodded at her. No need to thank me. I believe you wouldn't kill someone, Lu Yi said softly, making her seem very pitiful as she stood there awkwardly. Who else could it be if not him? Li Changqing said angrily. Who else among us has a motive to kill? This is revenge. The female classmate standing next to Lu Yunji spoke up again. Yi Fan. How can you be so cruel? That was a classmate we've known for 4 years. I'll say it again, I didn't kill anyone. Yi Fan faced the responsibility calmly and steadily. You can suspect me, but until the matter is investigated clearly, please don't directly smear me. The facts are clear. You were very close to the deceased, the closest. No one else could have killed him without being noticed. Only you had a motive to act. Pang Bo, with a fiery temper, couldn't stand it, and said angrily, can you speak some reason? Before there is a conclusion, don't start throwing dirt on others. He was genuinely confused. Back when we graduated, you said nice things about him and Lu Yunji parting ways, but now you seem to want to stick to him, cheering him on. That's a malicious personal attack. The female classmate's face turned pale with anger, her body trembling as she pointed at Pang Bo. Attack? Yes, attack. Pang Bo was not one to back down. I call this fighting fire with fire. I speak plainly to people, and to ghosts I speak ghostly words. When I see a frog, I drown it with a few spits. The female classmate trembled, unable to speak in anger. Lu Yunji's face darkened. Enough, Pang Bo. Are you still a man? Is this interesting? The golden Vajra pestle in his hand shimmered with a few strands of light, especially striking in the darkness, reminding everyone of its absolute deterrent power. If conflict occurred, no one could resist it. Pang Bo also put on a serious face and said, because the murderer is not Yi Fan, and you are just being unreasonable, I am returning the favor with their own methods. Yifan's gaze swept over Li Xiaoman and then looked at the others. At this moment, 3 classmates stepped forward and said, "We believe Yifan is not a murderer." With Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, and Peng Bo, there were suddenly 6 people standing by Yifan's side. Counting himself, that made 7. Out of the 16 people present, almost half believed in Yifan. Lin Jia was very beautiful, with a graceful figure and naturally charming phoenix eyes, which gave her a seductive aura, even in this atmosphere. She spoke calmly, yet still seemed somewhat enchanting. I also think it's impossible for Yifan. We all know his character. He is not that ruthless and would never be so calculative with anyone. Li Chongqing was displeased and interrupted her, saying, "Who else could it be? Who among us here would kill? Who would have that kind of mindset?" Peng Bo was instantly furious, glaring and saying, "Li Chongqing, can you be any more despicable? Can you find more reasons to smear someone? I really want to slap that copper plaque on your face. You dare say such arbitrary things? I can't be bothered to deal with you." Li Chongqing angrily turned his head. Even at this moment, he had a bruised face, as he had been beaten up by Peng Bo on the colorful altar. I also believe Yifan. He is not that kind of person and would never commit such a vicious act. At this moment, Wang Ziwen walked over, choosing to believe in Yifan. Zhou Yi had been a bystander all along, but now he also made a choice. He glanced at the shimmering golden Vajra pestle in Lu Yunji's hand, and then at the composed Yifan, saying, "We cannot hastily conclude who the murderer is. I believe Yifan will not harm his classmates." At this moment, the vast majority of people stood on Yifan's side. He knew some were sincere, while others, observing the situation, thought that since he remained so calm in front of Lu Yunji's Vajra pestle, he must have some hidden card, making it a somewhat opportunistic choice. If it's not Yifan, then who is it? Could the murderer be another person among us? Lu Yunji said coldly, staring at Yifan. Then looking back at Peng Bo, "Put away your posture. Don't think that just because you hold a glowing club, others will fear you." Peng Bo was indifferent and quite fierce, saying, "I can still smash you with this non-glowing bronze plaque." Lu Yunji's expression immediately darkened as he tightly gripped the Vajra pestle and stepped forward 3 paces. Yifan pulled Peng Bo back, then turned to everyone, speaking with utmost seriousness. "I can tell you all that the murderer is none of us here." Chapter 25. The divines sound like a bell. What? Everyone was shocked, believing that Yifan must have discovered something. Even Li Chongqing, along with Lu Yunji's female classmate who specifically targeted Yifan, changed color and nervously looked around. Yifan observed everyone's reactions throughout the process, remaining as calm as a still lake, understanding who was sincere and who was not. Only then did he begin to prove his innocence by stating a critical point. "You can personally touch his throat. The Adam's apple is crushed. And no matter how strong a person is, they couldn't have done this." Some knelt down to touch and confirmed Yifan's words, while many others stepped back, filled with cold dread at the unclear corpse. If it wasn't humanly caused, then what could it be? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. "Yifan, do you know what that thing is? Will it come after us too?" someone asked, trembling. The purple-red bruise on the corpse's neck resembled a ghostly fingerprint. And thinking of this, many people's gazes involuntarily turned toward the coffin. Wei Haven escaped from the divine crocodile. When they heard Yifan say this, everyone was horrified, tightly gripping the divine relics in their hands and nervously scanning their surroundings. A female classmate, tearfully, asked, "Has the crocodile ancestor, suppressed under the Great Thunder Sound Temple, followed us in?" That was a legendary great monster, personally suppressed by the Buddha. Although everyone had only seen it for a moment, it was unforgettable, its terrifying might shaking the heavens. "Impossible, it didn't follow us in. It's not it." Li Chongqing's face turned pale. He no longer held a divine relic and nervously stayed close to Lu Yunji, tightly clutching the Vajra pestle. "I didn't say the crocodile ancestor came in. What I meant is that a small crocodile has mixed in from the bronze coffin." Saying this, he crouched down, using the dim light from his phone to shine on the corpse's face, saying, "His expression is filled with terror, his eyes wide open, unable to close. Identical to the expressions of the other 13 classmates who left us. I saw records about the divine crocodile in that ancient book, besides descriptions of its form. It also records that the divine crocodile devours people, taking their souls and spirits, causing fear and despair." Although the ancient lamp in Yifan's hand had extinguished, he still held it tightly, seemingly guarding against something, saying, "This is not a coincidence. This manner of death is the same as the previous 13 classmates. Matching the records in the ancient book, where fear causes the soul to scatter, there must be a divine crocodile causing chaos." Yifan, unafraid of the dead body, pried open its mouth, and indeed found a blood hole leading straight to the skull. Everyone immediately felt a chill run through them. That tiny blood hole was exactly like the wounds on the deceased classmates. Only a terrifying creature like the divine crocodile could easily pierce the human body and crush the Adam's apple from the inside. How many divine crocodiles could have entered the bronze coffin? Would the divine relics still hold up after losing their divine glow? This made everyone feel anxious. So, the divine crocodile is still inside him? Hard to say. Yifan shook his head. It's still inside him. Something is writhing in his chest. Zhang Xiling suddenly shouted, pointing at the corpse's chest. A spray of blood burst forth, and a familiar, hideous creature revealed its sharp head from the corpse's chest. It was a 10-centimeter-long divine crocodile, shooting up like a dark light straight towards Yifan's forehead. Bang! Yifan reacted quickly, blocking in front of himself with the copper lamp, and a few weak sparks shot out. The divine crocodile let out a shrill scream, struck by a spark, and was almost pierced through, flipping away. Bang! Pang Bo also acted swiftly, swinging the great thunder sound temple-esque copper plaque down hard onto the ground, emitting strands of divine light, smashing the divine crocodile into a pulp. Lu Yunji, what do you have to say now? Pang Bo questioned Lu Yunji while holding the copper plaque. I was too impulsive. But who could have thought a divine crocodile would enter the copper coffin? Lu Yunji didn't say much more, nor did he apologize. With the situation having escalated to this point, there was no need to take a low stance anymore. Slap. At that moment, Pang Bo suddenly struck out, delivering a hard slap squarely on Lu Yunji's face. During this process, the Vajra pestle and the great thunder sound temple-esque copper plaque both emitted dim light, colliding together, enveloping the two. However, all of this did not stop the slap. Lu Yunji's face was slapped hard, and blood immediately flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sorry. I was also too impulsive, Pang Bo teased Lu Yunji. Everyone hurriedly intervened between the two to prevent further conflict. Lu Yunji's face was extremely dark, and he was about to rush forward with the Vajra pestle, but recalling that the copper plaque had also emitted a little divine light, he ultimately held back. Shoo! Yifan suddenly made a gesture for silence, then gazed intently at the coffin in the center, as if listening to something. After a moment, Yifan asked everyone, did you hear anything? Everyone was taken aback because they heard nothing. Yifan revealed a look of confusion, and finally, he slowly walked towards the 4-meter-long small bronze coffin. At that moment, the Bodhi seed in his arms suddenly grew warm, warming his heart, and it was at this moment that he heard a clearer sound. He involuntarily reached out to touch the coffin, which was covered in green copper rust, carved with numerous images of ancient ancestors and deities, exuding an ancient and weathered aura. In that moment, he felt as if the Bodhi seed in his arms had forcibly opened a door for him, allowing him to hear a very special sound. At first, the sound was small, but then it grew louder and louder, and the Bodhi seed in Yifan's arms became increasingly hot. The Bodhi tree, also known as the tree of wisdom, enlightenment tree, and thinking tree, is said to be where the Buddha attained enlightenment. Yifan's Bodhi seed bore a naturally formed image of the Buddha, entirely created from the intersection of natural patterns, clearly extraordinary. The ancient and mysterious bronze coffin before him emitted an increasingly grand sound, resembling the sound of the great Tao, as well as profound truths. The way of heaven reduces the excess and replenishes the insufficient. The mysterious sound of the great Tao began with a famous line from Taoist texts. But what followed was an unheard of ancient scripture, difficult to comprehend. The vast and profound sound seemed to break through time and space from ancient times, ultimately resonating like a grand bell in Yifan's ears, entering his heart. Chapter 26, The Ancient Star Map. Yifan leaned against the bronze coffin, standing still like a serene lake reflecting the moon, exuding an otherworldly aura. At this moment, he appeared ethereal, like a celestial being who would float away at any moment. However, his inner world was not as tranquil as his body. The sound of the great Tao was as deep as the ocean, profound and vast. With each word that rang out, it felt like the sea was collapsing and the abyss was splitting, echoing throughout the heavens and earth. It was like an ancient chant of Zen, or the prayers of primordial deities, endlessly flowing, breaking through the ancient sky, slowly entering Yifan's heart, causing waves of emotion and uncertainty about where he was. In the distance, everyone watched him in silence, all showing expressions of confusion, not knowing what had happened, only feeling that he resembled an untainted celestial being, possessing an air of purity, ethereality, and transcendence. Yifan stood there, his divine sound resonating like a bell, distant and grand, difficult to comprehend, leaving one entirely unaware of its meaning. At times it felt like standing at the edge of a deep abyss. At other times as if stepping into a divine pure land, a myriad of inexplicable sensations rising in his heart, leaving him both alert and bewildered. This profound divine sound was not lengthy. On the contrary, it was concise, containing only a few hundred words, giving off an ancient feeling of simplicity. as if the complexity had faded away and returned to the essence. During this process, the Bodhi seed in Yifan's arms was incredibly warm, enveloping him in a gentle warmth, and it was because of this that he could hear such a mystical sound. Legend has it that the Bodhi tree can awaken one's divinity, help one realize oneself, and capture the rhythm of the universe. Clearly, this Bodhi seed buried beneath the ancient Bodhi tree in front of the great Thundersound Temple had an extraordinary origin. As Yifan remained motionless, others grew suspicious. Some suggested pulling him away. After all, he was leaning against a bronze ancient coffin, which inevitably conjured negative associations. Pengbo circled around Yifan a couple of times, seeing that he showed no signs of pain. Instead, he emanated an ethereal aura, and there seemed to be a divine breath wafting from the coffin. In the end, Pengbo chose not to act rashly but stood by quietly, waiting. What if a demon possesses him, attaching to his body? Li Changqing stared at the bronze ancient coffin and then looked at Yifan, saying this. Upon hearing this, others tightened their grips on the divine relics in their hands, and several unconsciously took a few steps back, the mysterious ancient coffin filled with unknowns, causing unease. Your thoughts are ridiculous. You think throwing dirt on Yifan will save you? Pengbo harbored disdain for him. Ever since their confrontation at the colorful altar, the other party had been targeting him and Yifan, so he spoke without courtesy. All right, enough noise. Zhou Yi frowned slightly, then scanned the surroundings, saying, we cannot yet confirm whether there are still divine crocodiles in this bronze giant coffin. We should be cautious and search carefully. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts. This was the truth. Since they had already discovered one divine crocodile, there was no guarantee there wouldn't be a second or third, or even more. This concerned everyone's lives, as 14 people had already lost their lives to the divine crocodile, a vicious and terrifying creature that sent chills down their spines. The group did not disperse too much. They split into 2 teams to keep an eye on each other, turning on their phones, gripping the divine relics tightly, and began searching in the dim light. However, after searching every corner, even when the 2 groups regrouped, they found nothing. Even so, no one dared to let their guard down. The coffin was large and so empty that hiding several divine crocodiles without being discovered was more than sufficient. Moreover, there was no guarantee that a divine crocodile wouldn't cling to the high walls of the coffin, where it was completely dark and impossible to see. Let us stay vigilant. Being cautious in our defenses is never wrong, Lin Jia reminded everyone, while also reassuring them, even if there are still divine crocodiles. They must be wary of the Buddhist relics we hold, or else they would have attacked us again long ago. Suddenly, everyone heard a strange sound. Although very faint and almost inaudible, it resonated within the hearts of those present. It was as if a drumbeat was coming from a distant time and space, heavy and filled with sorrow, followed by the ringing of bells, with a mournful aura that was both ethereal and real. Where is this sound coming from? Everyone was taken aback, looking around but finding nothing. The heavy drumbeat and sorrowful bells sounded as if they were penetrating through the coffin walls, sending chills down their spines. Could this be the lamentation music played when ancient emperors were buried? Suddenly, more voices emerged, like endless mourning sounds, as if tens of thousands of people were gathering to pray for someone's funeral. The tolling of bells and the rhythmic beating of drums seemed to present a grand funeral before everyone's eyes, with an endless sea of people mourning and praying. At that moment, 9 high-pitched dragon roars suddenly echoed through the heavens, shaking the mountains and rivers, resonating across the earth, as if a vivid scene was being imprinted into the starry history. In that instant, everyone experienced a strange feeling, as if they were witnessing an ancient emperor reigning over the vast land, dominating the world, followed by an unprecedentedly grand funeral. In reality, there were no images. All of this was merely an association triggered by hearing the dragon roars and the vast sea of people praying. Everyone quickly came back to their senses. The ethereal sounds of mourning still lingered, sending shivers down their spines. The divine relics in our hands are shining again. At this moment, divine light fell, and all the Buddhist relics in everyone's hands began to glow, but not in a restoration of divine power. Rather, it seemed to be a near-exhausted flow of brilliance. Thousands of rays of divine light spiraled out, all rushing towards the walls of the bronze giant coffin, merging into the ancient bronze engravings. The coffin walls were covered in green patina, but it hardly concealed the images of ancient ancestors and primordial deities. At this moment, they shone brightly as if they were coming back to life, and the engravings of savage beasts and divine birds became vivid. These ancient bronze carvings brimmed with a mysterious power. Look, the starry sky engraving is flickering. Everyone noticed the anomaly there. It was the largest piece of ancient bronze carving, depicting a vast starry sky, and at this moment, all the stars were shining. The dull coffin walls serving as the background remained unchanged, like a pitch-black night sky, truly resembling an endless array of bright stars adorning the vast night sky. On this starry sky engraving, a thin line was flickering. Could it be the ancient starry road we walked? Everyone gathered around to watch, and upon closer inspection, they all showed astonishment. This starry sky map was vast as the sea, with many stars as small as dust. But among them were some particularly bright stars that stood out much more than others, drawing attention. These 7 stars were exceptionally bright, seemingly the Big Dipper. Hearing Wang Zuan say this, everyone focused their gaze, and ahead of the suspected ancient starry road, the Big Dipper shone brilliantly, particularly eye-catching. There were also many other stars as bright as the Big Dipper, and upon careful identification, a few people showed surprise. Joey, not only elegant in appearance but also well-read, immediately recognized these especially bright stars, saying, "Those are all ancient Chinese constellations." In ancient China, the starry sky was divided into several regions, each with different names, summarized in the 3 enclosures, for symbols, and 28 mansions to describe the celestial map. The ancient bronze carving before them was marked according to this classification method, specifically highlighting some very famous stars. Having viewed this starry sky map, and then looking back at the ancient starry road, it was truly awe-inspiring. The ancients, in their division of the starry sky map, were mostly not driven by superstition. Different constellations represented different star regions, seemingly holding extremely special and significant meanings. Indeed, it seems to be related to the ancient starry road. Perhaps it could also be connected to the source of life. Everyone was astonished, unable to speak for a while. Look, that shining thin line on the starry sky map is extending. Could it represent the direction we are heading, the extension and embodiment of the ancient starry road? This thin line was approaching the Big Dipper. Everyone fell into a daze. They were originally on Earth's Mount Tai, but in such a short time. They might already be close to the Big Dipper. It felt like a dream, incredibly unreal. In terms of current human technology, even flying for millions of years would not allow them to reach near the Big Dipper. It was simply impossible. The distance was too great. Everyone was left speechless, their hearts extremely shocked. In front of the Big Dipper, there was an even brighter star, the Ziwei star. Could our destination be a planet in that star region? The Ziwei star had a special significance in ancient times. Some have speculated that this is because the Ziwei star is indeed very brilliant on the star map. Being one of the most dazzling stars, it's hard to say. It might even sail toward more distant star realms. At that moment, someone shouted, "That shining thin line is no longer spreading. It is fixed there, in the star realm where the Big Dipper is located." At the same time, everyone felt the bronze giant coffin shaking violently, as if the sky and the earth were moving. It seemed we had reached the end. Had we really come to the abode of the gods? Could it be the legendary fairyland? Perhaps it might be a realm of a splendid technological civilization. If there really are immortals and Buddhas, we might see legendary figures, following the ancient path of the stars created by the deities, arriving at the end. What kind of world would it be? Everyone was very nervous, yet filled with anticipation. They no longer wanted to stay in the bronze coffin. Chapter 27. The Ancient Forbidden. The vast universe, the boundless starry sky. Many scientists speculate that Earth might be the only source of life. Over the past few decades, humanity has made endless conjectures and launched numerous space probes in search of extraterrestrial life. However, the deep starry sky, the inscrutable universe, is like a desolate graveyard. Cold and empty, perpetually frozen in darkness, unable to detect any signs of life. The universe is indeed too vast, with no end in sight. Even the space probes launched with humanity's current technological level, although they may escape the gravitational pull of the galaxy and travel endlessly for millions or tens of millions of years, would still struggle to reach the other side of the starry sky. Perhaps today we can rewrite the history of exploration in the starry sky. As humanity has arrived at the other side of the stars, crossing distances of dozens or even hundreds of light years, experiencing the ultimate journey of humanity. Yet all of this is difficult for people on Earth to know. No one would believe it, and no one would cheer or celebrate. The 9 massive dragon corpses pulled the bronze ancient coffin to the other side of the starry sky, crossing into the star realm where the Big Dipper is located. At that moment, Yifan woke up, his palm leaving the coffin filled with green copper rust. Hundreds of ancient characters etched in his heart, obscure and profound, seemingly impossible to erase. Until then, the mysterious divine sound completely vanished. The great way is simple. Words are as precious as gold. Everything ends, like the flourishing fading away. Returning to simplicity, Yifan stood in a daze, muttering, "The way of heaven reduces the excess and replenishes the insufficient." "Yifan, are you okay?" Peng Bo asked with concern. "I'm fine." Throughout this process, the bronze giant coffin was shaking violently, and everyone felt as if the sky was spinning and the earth was shaking. They knew the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was finally about to reach its destination. At this moment, the ancient copper engravings on the coffin walls emitted divine brilliance, supporting a hazy light curtain that countered an unimaginable impact force. And the giant coffin finally stabilized slowly. With a final thunderous rumble, the lid of the bronze coffin shifted from its position and fell heavily to the side. The coffin toppling to the ground. Light. I see the light. It's the familiar world of light. Many people in the bronze giant coffin couldn't help but shout, as the dimness and blood-soaked desolation of the ancient star of Mars were no longer before them. Fresh air blew in, carrying the scent of earth and the fragrance of flowers and grass. The natural atmosphere filled the surroundings, and outside was a vibrant world of light. Everyone stood up and rushed quickly toward the giant coffin, encountering a scene of splendor and beauty. At this moment, they were standing on a mountain peak of moderate height, overlooking the scenery ahead. In the distance were the rolling, beautiful peaks, lush trees. Near the mountaintop were oddly shaped rocks and sturdy ancient trees, with thick old vines coiling like dragons, and vibrant green grass and fragrant wildflowers, full of vitality and life. Compared to the darkness and silence of Mars, this was undoubtedly a peaceful Pure Land. Great! We've finally escaped the darkness and desolation, and come to such a beautiful divine land. No more worries and fears. Many were cheering, some even crying tears of joy, having endured a series of deaths and hardships, finally arriving at a lively and natural world, kissing the sunlight. They told themselves to live well. Even the clever and enchanting Lin Jia was moved to this extent. Pangbo stood on the mountaintop and yelled into the distance, "Finally see the sun again. Although it's no longer the same as before, I still want to loudly declare that I have been reborn." Clang! Half of the massive dragon corpses hung over the cliff, and the bronze coffin was not far from the edge of the cliff. At that moment, the 9 dragon corpses, like a steel great wall, were slowly sliding down the cliff, and the bronze coffin was also being pulled along, gliding forward slowly. Rumbling. The 9 massive dragon corpses and the bronze ancient coffin made a rumbling sound as they slid down the mountaintop, ultimately accelerating to fall down the sheer cliff. Everyone broke into a cold sweat. On one side of the mountaintop was a sheer cliff. If the coffin lid opened and they did not rush out quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the 9 massive dragon corpses and the bronze ancient coffin fell off the cliff, a long time passed without any sound of landing, which left everyone exchanging glances in astonishment. At this moment, without the bronze giant coffin blocking their view, they could clearly see the scene on this side of the cliff. Were we standing on a super huge volcanic crater? Many people showed expressions of surprise, because what was supposed to be a sheer cliff actually turned out to be an unfathomably deep pit. It wasn't a volcanic crater. It couldn't possibly have such a thick volcano. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that there were 9 mountains interconnected, forming an incredibly vast, deep valley. By common sense, this should have been an open valley, visible to the bottom, as the 9 mountains were not towering into the clouds. However, looking down was a dark abyss, with no end in sight. As if it directly pierced through the road to hell, unfathomable. Just how deep was it? It was truly hard to imagine. What kind of place is this? How could there be such a huge chasm? Everyone was filled with doubt, vaguely feeling that this world was not as peaceful and tranquil as it appeared. After observing the surroundings, Yifan said, "Did you notice? There is no 5-colored altar here. It feels like we fell directly from the sky into this place, rather than appearing from the starry sky gate." Hearing this, everyone was startled, and only then did they notice that there was indeed no 5-colored altar. However, the vast mountaintop had not collapsed due to the impact of the bronze coffin. There were no huge pits, just a few large cracks. If it really fell from the sky, the impact would be unimaginable, yet the mountain body showed no signs of serious damage. The situation was strange. Without the 5-colored altar, why did we appear here? Could it be the legendary cosmic stranded here? This joke was not funny at all. No one smiled, all scanning their surroundings, then fell into deep thought. There's half of a stone tablet over there. At that moment, Zhang Xiling suddenly shouted. On the mountaintop was a pile of scattered stones, along with several sturdy ancient trees, accompanied by a few thick old vines. Amidst the intertwining vines, there was a half-broken stone tablet lying there, with obvious signs of human polishing. Everyone quickly walked over, pulled aside the withered vines, and brushed away the dead branches and leaves on the broken tablet, instantly feeling a surge of ancient charm. It was engraved with 3 ancient characters, written with strong, heavy strokes, vigorous as a dragon, flowing with the breath of time. It was unknown how many years it had existed. What did it say? Many people couldn't recognize it. Yifan pondered for a long time, still somewhat uncertain, saying, "It seems to be the 3 characters Ancient Forbidden." Ancient Forbidden, what does it mean? It was completely incoherent. Everyone could not fathom its meaning. This is a broken stone tablet. There should be more words below, but after the tablet shattered, it has become impossible to restore. Pangbo cleared away the vines and pulled out the weeds, discovering many broken stones, as if they had been shattered by a lightning strike. The three ancient characters should be the name of this abyss or mountain. Zhou Yi showed a thoughtful expression and said, "There really aren't many words and phrases that can be connected to forbidden. The most likely one is that it is followed by a character for land. So together it would be ancient forbidden land." One classmate connected the four characters and read them aloud, instantly changing color, and the others furrowed their brows. This name is indeed hard to evoke good associations. And many people began to feel uneasy. Someone said, "This abyss nearby is likely not a pure land or sacred place." Not just not a pure land or sacred place. If it is as the inscription states, it's probably not a good place at all. Did you notice? There seems to be no birds or beasts nearby. It's too quiet. Wang Ziwen was more perceptive and sensed that something was off. It is indeed. Everyone nodded in agreement. There are flowers, grass, vines, and trees here. And on the surface, it looks vibrant, but upon closer inspection, it is very unusual. There are actually no animals around. In such a large mountain, there are no bird calls or beast roars, and no signs of ants or insects. It is silent to the point of being eerily dead. There are no cicadas on the ancient trees, no grasshoppers on the ground, and no flying birds in the sky. Only silence prevails. Pangbo was very optimistic and said, "No matter what, there is lush vegetation here. Such an environment is enough for us to survive. Furthermore, there is an inscription here. There must be humans on this planet. I don't believe such a beautiful world could be a desolate dead land. Who says there are no animals? Who says there are no flying birds in the sky? Look, Yi Fan has made a new discovery at this moment," pointing towards the distant horizon. In the far sky, it seemed that a golden eagle was circling. It was very special because it was entirely golden, and even from a distance, one could still feel its brilliance, as if it were cast from gold, shimmering with golden light. "I can't be seeing this wrong." After witnessing this scene, the usually carefree Pangbo stuttered. The others were almost petrified, staring blankly like clay statues, hardly able to believe their eyes. "Why do I feel like that golden eagle is grasping a giant elephant with its claws?" Li Changqing also stuttered, feeling dry in his mouth. Not just feeling, it is indeed. Wang Ziwen picked up on his words and said, "To be able to grasp a giant elephant, that is truly unbelievable. One can imagine how enormous that golden eagle must be." Saying this, he couldn't help but be astounded. It was clear that everyone had misjudged earlier. Due to the great distance, they had miscalculated its size. It should be a supermassive exotic bird of prey. Yi Fan stared at the distant sky and said, "It's impossible for there to be such a large giant eagle. It is entirely golden, shining with golden radiance, and its body is enormous and boundless, resembling the mythical golden-winged pung." Upon hearing these words, everyone present was once again petrified. "Sweat, let me clarify. The way of heaven takes from the surplus to supplement the insufficient comes from the Tao Te Ching, not as some readers might imagine. It's not the Nining manual, and there's no way for martial arts to appear. Of course, those few hundred characters contain only one line from the Tao Te Ching, and the divine sound the protagonist hears cannot possibly be the verses of the Tao Te Ching." Chapter 28, Mysterious Fruit. The legendary pung bird is mentioned in many ancient texts, such as the Shun Yi Jing and the Shui Jing Zhu, with the most famous being Zhuang Zhou Xiao Yao Yu. In the northern sea, there is a fish named kuan. The kuan is so large that its size is unknown. Spanning thousands of miles, it transforms into a bird named pung. The back of the pung is also so vast that its size is unknown, and when it flies in anger, its wings are like clouds hanging from the sky. Zhuangzi, with a grand and unrestrained style, portrays a divine bird that can soar up to 90,000 miles, leaving readers in awe. Clearly, this is somewhat inconsistent with the laws of existence. No matter how large a divine bird is, it cannot possibly have such a size. This is an extremely exaggerated description by the ancients. However, what is perplexing is that many other ancient documents also record the pung bird, and even in many ancient texts, it is stated with unwavering certainty that the pung bird indeed exists, though not as enormous as the legends suggest. This inevitably leads one to wonder whether there really existed a divine bird called pung in that distant ancient world. Zhou Yi and the others watched as the golden shadow, which seemed to be cast in gold, disappeared behind a mountain cliff, all showing expressions of shock. The legendary divine bird. After the initial shock, many exclaimed in awe. This was a heartfelt shock, effortlessly tearing apart a giant elephant and soaring upwards, seemingly only grabbing a small rabbit. Its enormous size left people dumbfounded, and its immense strength left them speechless. Kaide, with a serious demeanor, stammered, "That giant bird belongs to the Falconiformes raptors. This is a new species, a great discovery." "Stop being so serious." Pangbo found this one-track-minded foreigner a bit speechless. It was such a critical moment, yet he was still considering things through a scientific lens, without even thinking about how they got here. Pangbo, be a bit more polite, Li Xiaoman said with an unhappy expression, her long eyelashes fluttering as her beautiful eyes shot him a glance. I didn't say you, Pangbo muttered softly. What kind of world have we come to? After calming down, everyone had to contemplate this question. Traveling through the desolate universe, arriving at the star region of the Big Dipper, entering such a mysterious world. Could it really be the abode of the gods? How to survive is currently the question everyone is considering. The future is unknown, and everything needs careful thought. Many tightly gripped the divine relics in their hands, but at this moment, all the Buddhist artifacts had already dimmed, some even cracked with visible fissures, essentially rendered completely destroyed. The last bit of divine power in the divine relics was absorbed by the ancient bronze coffin, and at this moment, there was no longer any divine light circulating. Holding them felt no different from holding scrap metal, yet no one discarded them, hoping that the divine relics could regather divine light for future use. If they could be repaired, that would be their greatest reliance in the future. Gulp. Someone's stomach growled, and many felt embarrassed. Everyone needs to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Many moved their feet, looking for a hidden place to take care of their needs. Dying for face and suffering, Pangbo scoffed. I foresaw this. I left my great mark at the Tiangong ruins on Mars. I believe that even hundreds of years later, it will still be one of humanity's greatest testimonies in exploring the starry sky. Puffed. Yi Fan, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it out instantly, nearly throwing his water bottle away. I said, brother, could you not say such things while I'm drinking? It could kill someone. The people nearby couldn't stand these two any longer and moved away awkwardly to deal with their own issues. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Pangbo laughed heartily, then deliberately coughed a few times in a certain direction, making those behind the big tree shiver. Even solving their own problems was not going smoothly. Pangbo chuckled twice, then squatted down, picked up 2 stones, and threw them out. Suddenly, an angry shout came from behind the vines. Who is it? Who is so wicked? Accompanied by Lu Yun's annoyed snort. Seeing this guy pick up another stone, aiming to throw it in the direction where Li Xiaoman had gone. Yi Fan hurriedly smiled and stopped him. As everyone started to walk out one after another, Pangbo immediately put on a serious face, then pulled Yi Fan to start wandering around the mountaintop, trying to see if there were any wild fruits to eat. Although Yi Fan had collected a large bag of divine crocodile corpses at the 5-colored altar on Mars, neither of them wanted to endure nausea to eat it unless it was absolutely necessary. There is a spring pool. Pangbo suddenly made a discovery. A few dozen meters ahead, several old vines as thick as water buckets twisted around a clearing, where there was a square pool about 1 meter wide, bubbling and flowing like a divine spring of sweet dew. Next to the pool grew a dozen small trees more than half a meter tall, with large, bright green leaves resembling human palms, as if several multi-armed little people were standing there. At the top of each small tree hung a bright red fruit, resembling cherries but as large as chicken eggs. Yi Fan and Pangbo passed through the vines and quickly walked over, even from a distance. They could smell the rich fragrance of the fruit, which nearly made their mouths water. After all, they hadn't eaten for a day and a night, and their stomachs were already very hungry. If they couldn't find something to eat soon, they were prepared to tough it out and eat some divine crocodile meat. So fragrant. They had never seen such aromatic fruits before. As they got closer, the fruity aroma became even more intense, overwhelming even the musty scent of a 1,000-year-old wine cellar. The fruit's fragrance was enchanting. Could it be toxic? Both were uncertain. As the more vibrant something was, the more alluring it seemed, often indicating toxicity. But they decided it didn't matter. Such a fragrant fruit was worth tasting, even if it was poisonous. I don't want to eat those disgusting worms that crawled around in our brains. How about you try it first? You're strong. If it's toxic, you can definitely handle it. I think you're tough and resilient, perfect for testing for poison. The two were very cheerful, even though they had arrived in a strange world. They did not wear long faces, but instead faced it with optimism. Yi Fan plucked a bright red fruit and held it in his hand, looking very tempting, crystal clear, like it was carved from red jade. At that moment, Pangbo also picked a fresh, bright red fruit and said, I can't take it anymore. This fruit is too tempting. I have to try it. Let me go first. The two almost simultaneously took a gentle bite, and as the crystal clear red skin burst open, an intense fragrant aroma surged through their bodies, enveloping them. Delicious. Pangbo wished he could swallow his fingers. The juice flowed, bright red, and the fragrance lingered, filling the air. They had never tasted such delicious fruit before. Could it be that they were simply too hungry? After finishing the first fruit, they waited a moment and felt significantly more energized, with no other discomfort. Not toxic. So what are we waiting for? Let's continue. The two sat by the 1-meter square pool and began to devour the fruits, juice splattering everywhere. When hunger reached a certain point, They wanted to swallow their own tongues, let alone face such sweet fruits. However, they stopped after each eating four. Yifan said, "Let's take some to Yi and Zhang Xiling." Of course, they must be starving too. These small trees, more than half a meter tall, were lush and extraordinary, but each only bore one fruit at the top. There were a total of 13 jade-like small trees growing around the pool, and now only 5 bright red, shiny fruits remained. Pang Bo took a deep breath, leaned down, and sniffed the bubbling spring water, saying, "Strange, this spring water seems to have some fragrance too." Yifan scooped up some spring water and smelled a faint aroma. Although subtle, it was indeed present. These small trees can bear such extraordinary fruits. It must have something to do with this spring. Pang Bo took several big gulps of spring water and said, "There's a faint sweet aroma, but unfortunately, it just has a unique taste after drinking it. I don't feel anything." He poured out all the water from several mineral water bottles and began to fill them with this subtly fragrant spring water. Yifan also found it strange and nodded in agreement, saying, "This red fruit really seems extraordinary." At that moment, everyone had resolved their respective issues. Some were gazing into the distance, surveying the terrain, while others gathered together to discuss where to go next. When Yifan and Pang Bo approached, a wave of rich, fruity fragrance suddenly attracted everyone's attention, making many involuntarily swallow. Many people were already feeling hungry. "Here, eat quickly." Pang Bo handed 2 bright red fruits to Lu Yi, which sparkled under the sunlight. Li Chongqing stood not far away, unable to resist the alluring fruit aroma, and immediately said, "Pang Bo, where did you get these fruits? Hurry up and share them. Everyone is starving." As he said this, he walked forward, showing no regard for being an outsider, seemingly forgetting that not long ago he had maliciously targeted Yifan, almost causing him harm, and reached out to grab the other 3 fruits in Pang Bo's hand. Chapter 29, Anger. "You really have no shame. Never seen someone so thick-skinned." Pang Bo pushed his hand away, glancing at him sideways, and put away the 3 fragrant fruits. "How can you talk like that?" Li Chongqing's face turned a bit red, and he said sternly, "We are classmates, having come to a strange world together. We should help each other. Everyone is very hungry now, and if we find something to eat, we should share it. Do you want to eat alone?" "Bah, how dare you say such things?" Pang Bo sneered. "Who secretly ate chocolate in the copper coffin? Why didn't you think about everyone then? Now you act all righteous. Don't disgust me. I'd rather see a crocodile than you. Just stay over there. I can't be bothered." Li Chongqing was immediately left speechless, his face turning pale. He could not possibly admit it and argued a few words, but they sounded weak. Although Pang Bo spoke harshly and fiercely, it didn't mean he wasn't sharp. He naturally understood Li Chongqing's intentions. If he could get food, it would be better, but if not, it would isolate Pang Bo and Yifan. After all, there were quite a few people present, and if they didn't share with these people, they would surely have opinions. Pang Bo directly stuffed the 4th fruit into Yifan's mouth, while he took a big bite of the 5th shiny fruit himself. Pang Bo glared at Yi, urging her to eat quickly, not allowing her to refuse. He knew this fruit was extraordinary. After eating it, one felt incredibly energetic and refreshed, definitely with other unknown benefits. However, Lu Yi felt a bit shy and glanced around at the others. "Yi, you're too kind. This one tea do?" Pang Bo whispered. "Many of them have chocolate in their arms, but no one has taken it out to share." Seeing Yifan nod at her, Lu Yi finally stopped refusing. "I still have some chocolate. Let us share it." At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly stepped forward, handing out several packs of chocolate for everyone to share. "I can't believe this." Pang Bo was immediately furious. This was a blatant slap in the face, making him grind his teeth in anger. But he could only endure this invisible slap. Yunji is really righteous. Li Chongqing peeled off a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his mouth, saying this while glancing at Pang Bo and Yifan. "Only through shared hardship can you see people's true hearts," said a female classmate who had been following Lu Yunji. This made Pang Bo's face even more awkward, and he muttered, "Why didn't he take it out earlier? Now that there are plants all over the mountain, he could definitely find wild fruits. Chocolate is no longer very useful. Now he brings it out to show off. I curse him. The road tests a horse's strength. Time reveals a person's heart. After we get out into the world, Yunji, I'll follow you." Li Chongqing deliberately made this expression, then sighed, alas. He didn't forget to cast a few glances at Pang Bo and Yifan. Pang Bo, feeling like he had been lightly slapped by Lu Yunji, and then mocked by a boy and girl beside him, was so angry that he wished he could pull him over and beat him up, but in front of everyone, he could only endure it. The crowd gazed at the distant mountain shapes and terrain, determining a direction. Believing that moving along this path would allow them to escape this mountainous area in the shortest time and reach a place with human habitation. Without wasting much time, they descended the mountain and cautiously advanced through the forest, each holding a wooden stick to guard against wild animal attacks, as the relics of the gods had nearly lost their power. However, After walking for over half a day, they saw no large predators, not even a single field mouse, let alone birds. It truly was a forbidden area. Not even birds dared to defecate here, Li Chongqing muttered to himself. Peng Bo teased, you should be grateful. If you encountered a large beast, you would surely pray to escape to a place where not even a feather could be found. The vegetation in the mountains was lush, and the group gathered many wild fruits, temporarily alleviating their food issues. However, until dusk, they still hadn't exited the forest. The endless mountains seemed to have no end, with one mountain after another. What if we took a wrong turn? Are we advancing deeper into the forest? Someone doubted, but ultimately, the group decided to continue forward. As night fell, they had no choice but to stop in the forest, deciding to set off again the next day. It was an unsettling night. At midnight, everyone heard a chilling roar that sent shivers down their spines, a sound both mournful and immense, accompanied by the clanking of chains, making everyone feel cold from head to toe. In this eerie forest, it was truly frightening, as if a ghost bound by shackles was struggling. The sound made their hearts race. It seemed to emanate from the depths of an ancient forbidden land. Many people trembled, gazing toward the vast abyss formed by the 9 mountains in the distance. In the deep night, the shadows of the trees swayed, ancient woods danced in the wind, resembling fleeting ghostly figures. The roars grew louder, shaking the entire mountain range, and the nearby trees swayed continuously, causing many leaves to fall. A chilling aura spread from the depths of the ancient forbidden land, shocking everyone. They were already far away from there, yet they could still feel this terrifying presence, which was truly horrifying. Clank, clank. The immense sound echoed through the night, as if some colossal creature was pounding metal, causing the forest to tremble. Everyone's faces changed simultaneously, involuntarily thinking of one thing. The 9 massive dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin had fallen into the abyss. Could it be? This dull and powerful impact felt like someone was smashing the bronze coffin, sending an icy chill through their bodies, making their hairs stand on end. What was that thing? Many were shocked to the core, simultaneously gripped by fear. The ancient bronze coffin was enigmatic, and until now, no one understood what was smashing it. After all, that coffin easily absorbed the divine power from the relics in their hands. The term ancient forbidden land implies a place that has existed since ancient times, right? How distant was that ancient era? Had no one set foot here since then? Clank, clank. The enormous sound was deafening. The violent pounding echoed. The vibrations of the bronze coffin resonated through heaven and earth. The ground shook, and the surrounding trees continued to sway, leaves falling in a flurry. The roars emitted fury, becoming increasingly mournful and terrifying. It was hard to imagine what was lurking in the abyss. We should consider ourselves lucky. If it weren't for the 9 dragon corpses and the ancient bronze coffin falling into the abyss, attracting the attention of that thing, it might have charged out at night. If that were the case, none of us would survive. This was likely a fact. After all, this place was called the ancient forbidden land, where even birds and beasts dared not linger. One could imagine the terror here, undoubtedly a dead zone, with some horrifying entity present. Things that existed before the ancient times were truly hair-raising, unimaginable. It seemed that for now, it couldn't do anything to the mysterious bronze coffin. Fortunately, it was so. This was a sleepless night. Many could not fall asleep again. Boom. Suddenly, a violent sound erupted. In the distant mountains, the abyss suddenly experienced a violent earthquake, spewing endless black mist that completely obscured the sky there, causing all stars and moons to vanish, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Rumbling. Suddenly, all the black mist was sucked back into the abyss in an instant, the stars in the sky shining out again, but everyone saw an extremely shocking scene. A vague black shadow, indistinguishable as human or beast, waved hundreds of feet long thick iron chains while roaring at the sky, exuding a fierce menace. Even from such a distance, it was visible, making one imagine how massive those iron chains were. The roar was deafening, nearly causing those in the forest to faint, the rolling sound waves painfully striking their eardrums. That thing was bound by enormous iron chains, shackled, yet it moved the heavens and earth. The iron chains stretching across the sky, it exuded overwhelming power, seeming to gather strength, letting out a mournful roar before suddenly diving back into the abyss. Clank, clank. The sound of the bronze coffin being smashed echoed again. Do you think it wants to open that coffin within the coffin? It should be so, after all. That large coffin was already open. There was no need for it to smash it for no reason. Everyone felt both shocked and frightened. Until the early hours of the night when the abyss finally calmed down, no longer emitting sounds, and everyone drowsily fell asleep. The next day, the sun had risen high, and one by one, they woke up, washed by a stream, picked some wild fruits to eat, and then continued on their way. After walking for 2 or 3 hours, the group did not stop along the way. They were eager to leave this place, as the ancient forbidden land was truly unsettling. and they had to exit this area before nightfall. At noon, the scorching sun hung high in the sky, but thankfully there were trees providing shade. When they climbed a high mountain, someone heard a distant roar of a beast. "We're close. We should be able to exit this forbidden land before dark." "Hey, do you see some buildings on that high mountain in the distance?" Wang Ziwen suddenly pointed ahead. It was a very tall mountain, still quite far from here, separated by several peaks, but those smaller mountains couldn't block it. "There really are buildings. It seems to stretch continuously." The crowd immediately showed expressions of surprise, certain they could reach there before dark. "Hey, it seems there are cranes flying there. Could it be a fairyland? Maybe there are immortals there." Some people's thoughts wandered, instantly linking it to the legendary immortals. The crowd couldn't help but quicken their pace, walking in groups of 3 or 2. Many were already whispering about wanting to separate and explore once they reached a place with human habitation. At this time, Yifan noticed that Lu Yi looked a bit wronged and unhappy, asking, "What's wrong, Yi?" "Wang Yin took my prayer beads to look at. She won't give them back," Lu Yi said, feeling a bit aggrieved and somewhat angry. "Is it her? It must be Lu Yun's doing." Pang Bo immediately became furious. Wang Yin was the female classmate next to Lu Yun's, always targeting Yifan, and Pang Bo Yifan didn't say much upon hearing this. Striding forward to block Lu Yun's, Wang Yin, and Li Chongqing, extending his hand and saying, "Hand it over." "What are you talking about?" Li Chongqing asked defiantly. "Cut the crap. Give me the prayer beads." Yifan wasn't without temper. He just had been restraining himself. Once he got angry, it could be terrifying. "Oh, you mean this matter?" Wang Yin explained. "I just played with it a bit. Later I liked it very much, so I exchanged it with my copper bell for Yi." "I didn't exchange with her. After she took the prayer beads, she shoved the copper bell into my hand," Lu Yi said very aggrievedly, appearing a bit anxious and pitiful under everyone's gaze. "Yi, you can't say that. It's clearly you who is willing to make the exchange," Wang Yin said. "Hand it over. I don't want to waste more words." At this moment, Yifan glanced at Lu Yunji, Wang Yin, and Li Chongqing, and said, "I have no patience left. We're almost out of danger, so don't deceive yourselves." Chapter 30, Stray Cats and Dogs. Li Chongqing stepped forward a few paces, revealing a hint of playful amusement, and said, "This is between Lu Yi and Wang Yin. If they are willing to exchange, then let them." "Yifan, you are meddling too much." Slap. Yifan said nothing and directly swung his right hand hard, landing a slap on Li Chongqing's face, the sound stunning everyone present. Li Chongqing flew back like a scarecrow, over 2 meters away, illustrating the immense power of the slap. He fell to the ground, half of his face swelling immediately, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his head spinning. After a moment, he shouted furiously, "You!" But Yifan didn't even glance at him, his disdainful attitude completely ignoring him as if he were air. "Hand it over." Yifan only uttered those 2 words, calmly staring at Lu Yunji and Wang Yin. Li Chongqing struggled to stand up, furious to the extreme, quickly charging over, intending to grab Yifan's collar. Unfortunately for him, before he could even touch the edge of Yifan's clothing, Yifan retaliated with another slap to his other cheek, still completely ignoring him, as if swatting a fly, sending him flying again. Another solid slap. With tremendous force, Li Chongqing flew back and crashed into a large tree, completely dazed. "Hand it over." Yifan still only uttered those 2 words, calmly looking at Wang Yin and Lu Yunji. This time, Wang Yin was thoroughly stunned, her gaze evasive. Not daring to meet Yifan's eyes, she looked aside, deflecting the conversation, saying, "I didn't say I wouldn't give it to her. I've been discussing it with her." Unfortunately, her confidence was insufficient, and as she spoke, she halted and changed her words. "Since Yi has changed her mind, can I just return it to her?" Saying this, she took the string of crystal beads off her wrist, intending to hand it to Yifan. But at that moment, Lu Yunji, who had been silent, spoke up. "Yifan, you are too domineering. What do you take Li Chongqing for?" Only then did Li Chongqing finally snap back to reality, shouting loudly and preparing to charge again. Pang Bo, standing nearby, disdainfully scoffed, "Seeking humiliation, why not try rushing over again?" Hearing this, Li Chongqing immediately felt timid, yelling from a distance but not daring to take another step forward. "Why are you treating Li Chongqing like this?" Lu Yunji questioned Yifan. "What right do you have to hit me?" Li Chongqing shouted angrily. "Do I need to explain or reason with a fly? Just swat it away." Yifan said this to Lu Yunji, still not looking at Li Chongqing. "What are you saying?" At this moment, Li Chongqing's cheek was swollen, alternating between blue and white, nearly spitting out blood from anger. He had realized that Yifan held disdain for Lu Yunji and even more so for him. Too lazy to bother arguing or speaking with him, which severely hurt his pride. Yifan extended his right hand forward, and Wang Yin hurriedly placed the beads in his hand, not daring to meet his gaze, stepping back a few paces. Hearing such heavy words, Wang Yin's face turned slightly pale, filled with shame and anger, but more so with fear, as she stepped back, not daring to say more. Yi Fan, you are too much. Lu Yunji's face darkened. The others watched all of this unfold without saying a word. Just when everyone thought Yi Fan would turn to leave, he suddenly swung his fist heavily into Lu Yunji's face. In an instant, blood sprayed from Lu Yunji's nose and mouth, his face turning a vibrant red as he fell backward to the ground. He never expected Yi Fan would also lay a hand on him. I don't hold it against you, yet you keep provoking me. Do you really think I have a good temper? Yi Fan glanced at him indifferently, filled with disdain, and turned to leave. Yi Fan. Lu Yunji gritted his teeth, lying on the ground, wiping the blood from his mouth and nose, shouting, "You wait." Pang Bo immediately rushed over upon hearing this, lifting his foot to kick, saying, "Who are you telling to wait? What do you want?" Bang bang bang. He kicked Lu Yunji repeatedly, sending him flying far away, eventually knocking him out cold. The others witnessed all of this, and no one spoke up to intervene, as many felt the same discontent towards Lu Yunji. In the previous living environment, it might have been tolerable, but in this new world, there was no need to care about his so-called status. Even the 2 or 3 who wanted to help Lu Yunji chose to remain silent, knowing that once Yi Fan showed his strength, it was best not to provoke him. Did everyone see that? Li Chongqing still didn't understand the situation, shouting and calling out to those around him. Except for Pang Bo, no one paid him any mind. At this moment, after kicking Lu Yunji, Pang Bo walked over, responding, "Yes, we all saw it." Bang bang bang. Pang Bo's big foot kicked Li Chongqing like a sandbag, sending him rolling out like a dead pig, screaming in agony. The crowd did not linger due to this, continuing on their way. Wang Yin helped Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing up, the 3 hanging at the back of the group. At that moment, Lu Yunji and Li Chongqing gritted their teeth, feeling utterly humiliated. They felt a genuine urge to spit blood, realizing that their previous actions had not been taken seriously by Yi Fan at all, as if they were disregarded completely. This kind of nonchalant disdain made them feel severely wounded in their pride, as if they were merely clowns, ignored until Yi Fan became annoyed enough to swat them away like flies, not considering them worthy of a conversation. The greatest blow was this, being treated like stray cats and dogs, not seen as opponents at all. An hour later, the group crossed a low mountain and could clearly see buildings on the distant high mountain. Meanwhile, the roars of beasts in the surrounding mountains grew louder, indicating they were about to exit this ancient forbidden land. After crossing another peak, they finally saw birds appearing around them, soon entering a vibrant world filled with the sounds of birdsong and beast roars, lush plants, and vibrant life, no longer a lifeless scene. There's a rabbit and a badger. Upon seeing the wild animals, many were drooling, unable to stand the blandness of just eating wild fruits. Hey, there are characters on that stone wall. Just then, someone discovered a stone wall ahead, carved with several large ancient characters. The first 3 ancient characters had already been seen by everyone. Ancient Forbidden. While the 4th character was finally confirmed to be Earth. Why are we seeing these 4 characters again? Did we not exit the Forbidden Land? No. It actually proves we have come out. This should be the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land, finally safe from danger. Let us rest here for a bit. I believe we will soon see signs of civilization. Among the group, 2 or 3 people gathered together, forming several small circles, and sat down to consider their plans after exiting. It was clear that they were destined to part ways. I'm going to see what Lu Yunji and the others are up to. They seem to be acting suspiciously, Pang Bo said as he stood up, heading into the nearby woods. As they were about to exit this mountainous area, everyone would surely go their separate ways. And in this mysterious world, there were likely indeed deities and immortal beings. Leaving these 3 behind could become a problem if they gained power. It would be troublesome then. It was better to completely avoid such situations. Yi Fan stood up, speaking these words with a sense of calmness, but he had already decided the fate of the 3. Chapter 31. Thrown into the tiger's den. Wang Zuwen was sitting not far away, having vaguely heard a few words. Couldn't he help but ask Yi Fan, "What happened?" Yi Fan turned to look at Pang Bo and said, "Didn't you record it on your phone? Play it for everyone to hear." At this moment, others also noticed the situation here and all turned to look at Yi Fan. Pang Bo was very clear and understood that if he were to take action, he needed to have the moral high ground, preferably clarifying it in front of everyone. His face looked grim as he said, "Lu Yunji, Li Chongqing, and Wang Yin want to harm me and Yi Fan." At this point, he was very angry and continued, "These 3 treacherous wolves, I let them go time and again. Didn't hold it against them, but they don't know what's good for them and actually want to kill us. Damn it, I can't swallow this anger. It can't just end like this." This was Li Chongqing's voice. Then Lu Yunji's gloomy voice came through, saying, "Let him live for a couple more days. I will definitely take care of him." "What? You want to kill both of them?" Li Chongqing and Wang Yin seemed quite surprised. "That's right. With them, there's no me. And with me, there's no them." Even though it was a recording, One could still hear Lu Yunji gritting his teeth. But we can't compete with that seemingly quiet barbarian. Plus, that annoying Pang Bo is just too big to handle at all. Li Changqing's voice was filled with resentment and helplessness. Lu Yunji sneered, "It's okay. My Vajra pestle has shown a bit of divine power. I think after one more night it will grow stronger. Then I can catch them off guard and take them out in one blow." From the phone came Li Changqing's fierce voice. "Good, since that's the case. What's there to be afraid of? We must take them out." Wang Yan, at that time, you apologize to Lu Yi and lead her aside. I have a feeling that her string of prayer beads is not simple and may still have a bit of divine power left. It's a pity that I asked you to exchange with her and it turned into this. Lu Yunji's voice was quite dissatisfied. All right. In the end, Wang Yan's tone also turned cold as she agreed to Lu Yunji's request. Lu Yunji muttered in a low, hoarse voice, "I can't act in front of others. That's troublesome. It needs to be well planned." Clap. Pang Bo closed the phone and said, "Did everyone hear that? These 3 treacherous wolves want to kill me and Yi Fan. This time, don't blame us for disregarding our schoolmate relationship." At this moment, Yi Fan strode forward without saying anything. Pang Bo quickly followed, and Zhang Xiling also hurried after them, while everyone else stood up and followed them into the woods. When they saw Yi Fan and Pang Bo striding towards them, Li Changqing and Wang Yan felt guilty and their hearts raced, while Lu Yunji's expression darkened to the extreme. "I let you go time and again, and didn't hold it against you, but you want to kill us too. If I let you go this time, I, Pang Bo, will write these 2 words backwards. You are talking nonsense." Li Changqing broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Wang Yan's face turned pale as she panicked and argued, What are you saying? I don't understand." Pang Bo didn't say much and directly played the recording again. At that moment, Wang Yan and Li Changqing panicked, and Lu Yunji's face also began to turn pale. They couldn't argue against the ironclad facts. "We were just saying angry words. How can this be taken seriously?" Li Changqing shouted, completely terrified at this moment. "Lu Yunji, you shouldn't have such thoughts. It's really foolish." Wang Ziwen's expression was very serious. Lin Jia also shook her head and sighed. "We are all classmates. How can you be so cruel? This is too much. You even want to harm classmates who ended up in this world together? Do you still have any humanity?" Others also spoke out, all criticizing and scolding the 3 people in front of them. Finally, Zhou Yi frowned and said, "Is it really necessary to go to such extremes between classmates? Hurry up and apologize to Yi Fan and Pang Bo." Lu Yunji and the others turned pale, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "There's no need to apologize. It's insincere. What sincerity or effect can there be?" Yi Fan glanced at Zhou Yi, then turned to the crowd and said, "They have already harbored such thoughts. If I can still face it calmly, that would be self-deception. Someone is always looking for a chance to kill us. I can't be on guard all day, can I?" Saying this, Yi Fan strode forward. Lu Yunji's face immediately turned white, drained of color, and he gripped his Vajra pestle tightly, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Wang Yan shouted in panic, What are you going to do?" Li Changqing also showed fear, looking very anxious, urging Lu Yunji, "Quickly use the Vajra pestle." They all knew that this time Yi Fan would not ignore their existence. But once he acted, it would definitely not end well. Pang Bo also followed, but Yi Fan stopped him and said, "This time I will be the bad guy and go all the way." Saying this, he took the large bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple from Pang Bo's hands. Yi Fan held it with one hand and advanced towards them. "Don't come any closer," Wang Yan screamed. Yi Fan ignored her and first approached Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. At that moment, Lu Yunji suddenly pushed Li Changqing towards Yi Fan, blocking himself, and then followed up with the Vajra pestle, swinging it hard while shouting, "Die!" Bang! Yi Fan swung the large bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple as if striking a scarecrow, sending Li Changqing flying into the air for about 4 or 5 meters, demonstrating immense power. Behind, everyone was secretly shocked, feeling that Yi Fan truly deserved the title of barbarian. His strength was extraordinarily great. Pang Bo looked at Li Changqing, who had fallen to the ground, and mocked. "Is this what you call a righteous Yunji? At a critical moment, he pushed you out to take the hit. Truly righteous." Li Changqing felt immense pain on one side of his body, as if several bones were broken. He struggled to get up, but was stepped down by Pang Bo, unable to move anymore. Just then, Yi Fan swung the large bronze plaque heavily onto the Vajra pestle. Lu Yunji's hand emitted a faint divine light, but he couldn't withstand such immense force. The large bronze plaque in Yi Fan's hand did not emit any light, but with his incredible strength, it shook as he swung it. Clang, clang, clang. 3 resounding metallic sounds rang out, and Lu Yunji was smashed down to the ground by Yi Fan, kneeling there with seemingly broken arms, convulsing continuously. The Vajra pestle rolled aside, and Yi Fan picked it up. At this moment, Zhang Xiling walked over and brought Wang Yan closer. "What do you want?" Lu Yunji's face was ashen, pinned under the heavy bronze plaque, kneeling before Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly and said, "What do I want? I want to be at ease in the future, no longer being targeted by others." What? What are you going to do? Lu Yunji was completely panicked, shouting to the people not far away. Everyone are classmates. Don't let him go too far. Have you heard of an ancient punishment? It was specifically created for cruel criminals, to be crushed to death on a giant rock or cliff. Don't. Lu Yunji screamed in terror, but he was powerless to resist as Yi Fan lifted him with one hand, like picking up a chick, and walked out of the woods, bringing him to the stone wall inscribed with the ancient words Forbidden Land of Antiquity. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling each grabbed Li Changqing and Wang Yin and followed. No. Help. All three screamed in terror. Yi Fan, this isn't right. Even if they are wrong, they are still classmates. You can't handle their lives so rashly. Zhou Yi said with an unhappy expression, speaking up to stop him. Yes, don't do this. After all, they are 3 lives. Even if they are wrong, they shouldn't be killed. Give them another chance to change, 3 or 4 others also advised. Suddenly, Yi Fan paused. As he saw a cave in the stone wall with 2 tiger cubs, their bodies covered in swirling patterns, baring their teeth at him. Although they were only about a foot long, they already had the demeanor of ferocious beasts. Saber-toothed tiger. Yi Fan was suddenly taken aback. This species had long been extinct on Earth, yet he never expected to see it today. Although it appeared to be quite young, he could clearly see its sharp and elongated fangs glinting with a cold light. This was the den of saber-toothed tigers. The adult tigers were out hunting, or else the group would likely be in danger. At this moment, aside from Zhou Yi trying to dissuade him, others also spoke up, saying, Yi Fan, don't be impulsive. Give them another chance. It's not nice to kill fellow students. After seeing everything inside the cave, Yi Fan turned to face everyone and said, I have never held it against them, but they have continuously harbored malicious intent, wanting to harm me and Pang Bo. My actions are solely for self-defense. However, if everyone doesn't want fellow students to harm each other, then I will listen to everyone and give them another chance. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo immediately objected, shouting, Give them another chance? Are we just waiting to be harmed by them? Although Pang Bo was very reluctant, he knew Yi Fan well. Seeing the meaningful look in his eyes, he understood that Yi Fan must have some plan, so he stopped saying more. Lu Yunji, who was being held by Yi Fan, did not see the 2 tiger cubs behind him and naturally did not understand why Yi Fan changed his mind. He kept feeling relieved that he could finally survive. Soon, Lu Yunji, Li Changqing, and Wang Yin were tightly bound with their own belts and torn strips of clothing. Finally, at Yi Fan's request, their mouths were also gagged. Yi Fan lifted Lu Yunji and brought him to the entrance of the cave, then directly threw him inside. When Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling came closer, they were instantly dumbfounded. The 2 young tigers were baring their teeth inside. This was actually a tiger den. Lu Yunji's face turned green, and he screamed desperately, but all that came out were muffled sounds, unable to articulate any words. Pang Bo and Zhang Xiling followed suit, and threw Li Changqing and Wang Yin into the tiger den as well. Under the suggestion of Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and Zhang Xiling, everyone hurriedly set off because it was truly not a place to linger. After walking 2 or 3 miles, a deafening roar of a tiger echoed from behind them. Chapter 32. Time flies, beauty grows old. Everyone's faces turned pale. Just after leaving the ancient forbidden land, they almost encountered a large beast. If they went further, who knew what else they would meet? Now that they thought about it. Although the dead and lifeless forbidden land was terrifying at night, at least during the day, it wasn't fraught with so many dangers. Having avoided the crocodile ancestor, braved various dangers, and crossed the desolate universe, they finally arrived at a world full of life, only to lose their lives here. It was truly not worth it and lamentable. Zhou Yi looked at the forest 2 or 3 miles away and said this. The tiger's roar must have been caused by Lu Yunji and Li Changqing. And at this thought, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, involuntarily envisioning a bloody scene where fierce tigers tore apart 3 bodies. Their claws and sharp fangs dripping with blood, gnawing on flesh. Just imagining such a terrifying scene sent shivers down their spines. Hurry up. We cannot stay here. The fierce tiger is lurking here, and this area is its territory. After rushing another 4 or 5 miles, everyone finally let out a breath. Towering ancient trees blocked the sun, and the primordial forest was eerily quiet, without the chirping of birds or the roar of beasts. And no bees or butterflies could be seen. It was as if all animals had suddenly vanished. The direction was right, but everyone felt something was off and became doubly cautious. After walking about 2,000 meters, the towering ancient trees gradually became sparse, and a relatively open area appeared before them, level and hard ground, feeling as solid as stepping on marble, with not a blade of grass growing, only some massive rocks. What's ahead is a pitch-black expanse. What is that? It seemed to be a giant black lake. Here, the giant stones had blocked everyone's view. And only after passing through a pile of rubble did they see the scene ahead, and everyone was taken aback. A massive lake lay before them, silent as iron, without a ripple, and the most shocking thing was its color, pitch black, like ink, dark to the point of being unsettling. Now I finally understand. There truly is evil water in this world. This black lake is uncomfortable to look at, having never seen such dark water before. The black lake was lifeless, showing no signs of life, and moreover, the surrounding open mountain area had become a barren land. Not even a weed could grow. It seemed to be a forbidden zone for life. It seems like there's some sound. A female classmate's voice trembled, her face a bit pale. At this moment, everyone also heard a strange sound that was very low, like a painful groan. Crack. Suddenly, a sound of something shattering came, as if something hard had broken. Where's that? Louise's face turned pale as she pointed to the edge of the black lake, where a giant stone more than 10 meters long lay across. It seemed like something was lying behind the giant stone, barely revealing part of its body, with thick skin like cold, hard black metal, having a texture and luster like dark gold. What is that thing? Everyone was stunned. Forget it. Let's quickly leave here. A massive black lake, a barren, hard mountain area. To dwell in such a place surely would not yield any good creatures. Crack. The sound of shattering came again, and the low, painful roar seemed to become more agonizing. It seemed to be struggling, and then it flipped its body, crashing against the giant stone. The stone, over 7 or 8 meters high and more than 10 meters long, was suddenly knocked over and rolled into the pitch-black lake, stirring up a wave of black water. Only then did everyone finally see the beast. It was less than 3 meters long and not even 1.5 meters tall. Not as gigantic as they had imagined, but it was precisely because of this that it was even more shocking. A 3-meter-long body could knock over a stone over 10 meters long and 7 or 8 meters high into the lake. Such immense strength was truly terrifying. What is this thing? Everyone had never seen such a beast. It had neither fur nor scales. It looked like it was forged from black molten iron, entirely black, shimmering with a metallic texture and luster. It was less than 3 meters long, resembling a large black iron block, looking very solid, possessing unparalleled strength. At first glance, it looked like a strong bull, but upon closer inspection, it was vastly different. It had 9 sharp horns growing on its head, unmatched in sharpness, glimmering ominously. Moreover, it had 5 eyes, bloodlight shooting out as they opened and closed. Its mouth had dagger-like fangs over half a foot long exposed, glinting coldly, fierce and terrifying, emanating a brutal aura. This was a terrifying beast never seen before, known at a glance to be extremely ferocious. Just looking at it made one's heart race. It seems to be shedding its skin, someone said in a low voice, showing a surprised expression. On the back of the black beast, a large slit was slowly opening, revealing part of a newly emerged body inside, even darker and shinier, like it was made of dark gold. Hurry and leave while it's shedding its skin. It was shedding like a cicada. Such a growth method occurring in a fierce beast was truly peculiar, appearing very sinister. Fortunately, it was undergoing metamorphosis. Otherwise, no one dared to imagine the terrifying consequences. If the fierce tiger that roared like thunder earlier were brought here, it would probably appear as docile as a kitten before this beast. The ability to easily knock a stone over 7 or 8 meters high and more than 10 meters long into the lake was unthinkable. Everyone was alarmed but safe, circumventing this black lake, while the low, painful roar gradually faded away until it disappeared. After climbing over a low hill again, they gazed at the distant peak, where the buildings became increasingly clear, grand in scale, with palaces stretching across the landscape, as if celestial palaces had fallen to earth. A female student said somewhat shyly to another female student beside her, "I feel like my body is heating up." "I feel that way too." At that moment, everyone noticed each other's abnormalities. Their skin was terrifyingly red, as if blood was about to drip out. Each person felt an unbearable heat, as if a fierce fire was burning inside them. This was not caused by the hot weather. Something was wrong with their bodies. The burning pain intensified, as if they were placed in an oven. "I can't stand it. It hurts so much." One female student cried out in agony, squatting on the ground. "It hurts. My flesh feels like it's going to dry up." She lost control, tears streaming down her face, collapsing on the ground, rolling back and forth. Then the second and third students could no longer bear it, their bodies turning red, with traces of blood seeping from their skin as they fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Everyone realized the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, no one could stand. Almost all collapsed on the ground, letting out painful howls, as if their flesh was being stripped away, their whole bodies feeling as if cut by knives. Finally someone couldn't take it anymore and started screaming, rolling around and leaving trails of blood on the ground. "I don't want to die," someone shouted in terror. This was a sudden calamity. No one knew why it happened. Completely unaware of their condition, only feeling as if they were being slowly dismembered. Just let me die. It's unbearable. Struggling, crying, rolling, shouting, many were nearly in despair. Screaming loudly, the intense pain gradually clouding their minds. In the end, everyone's bodies were enveloped in a layer of blood energy, as if blood-colored flames were burning. Intense struggles and painful howls made the mountainous area no longer peaceful, scaring away nearby birds and beasts. This was a kind of inhuman torment, as if they were in hell, experiencing the most tragic torture in the world. Eventually, the excruciating pain caused everyone to faint, with no one able to remain conscious. It was unclear how long it took, but the mountains gradually quieted down and the sounds of painful growls disappeared. 2 hours later, Yifan was the first to wake up, lying in the grass. The sky was a clear blue, surrounded by the sounds of birds and insects. He quickly sat up. The pain in his body was gone, and he felt energetic and comfortable, as if he had boundless energy, feeling he could tear apart a saber-toothed tiger. However, he soon noticed something was off. His clothes had become loose and baggy, completely ill-fitting. He stretched his hands out from the wide sleeves, and upon seeing them, he gasped in surprise. Are these really my hands? They were several sizes smaller, very delicate, and looked nothing like an adult's hands. Yifan quickly stood up. Feeling everything was so unbelievable, his clothes were so loose, like a performer's costume. But it wasn't he that the clothes had grown, his body had shrunk. At that moment, he looked like an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Just then, Pangbo woke up not far away, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Seeing Yifan standing there, he instantly showed a shocked expression and exclaimed, "Who are you, little brat? Where did you come from? Why are you wearing Yifan's clothes?" As he spoke, he seemed to sense something was wrong, quickly flipping over to sit up, and then stood up rapidly, screaming as if he had seen a ghost. Why have my clothes become bigger? No, why has my body become smaller? He looked at Yifan in astonishment, stammering, "Why you are Yifan?" At this point, he covered his mouth, as his voice was becoming more and more youthful, filled with childishness. Looking at Pangbo not far away, Yifan was also stunned. He was completely a naive and youthful boy, looking about 11 or 12, with a faint resemblance to the adult Pangbo. What has happened to us? Pangbo came to Yifan's side, shouting excitedly. He was truly shocked. I think we might have regressed to childhood. Yifan, also shocked and confused, could only make such a judgment. Both of them now looked youthful, a stark contrast to how they appeared before. I can't believe such a ridiculous thing could happen to us. Pangbo shouted loudly, struggling to understand why such an incredible thing occurred. Let us go see how the others are doing. When they reached the top of the mountain, Yifan and Pangbo were immediately stunned. Pangbo shouted, "Who are these gloomy old men and women?" What they saw nearly petrified them, sending chills down their spines. Dozens of bodies lay scattered on the ground, and at a glance, it was a sea of white heads, each with wrinkled, incredibly aged skin. Yet these people were wearing the familiar clothes of their classmates, looking as if they were 70 or 80 years old, utterly unrecognizable. They can't be Zhou Yi, Wang Ziwen, Lin Jia, and Li Xiaoman, can they? The passage of time had turned their youthful appearances into the frail forms of the elderly. Chapter 33, Youth to Old Age. Yifan stared at the elderly figures, unable to speak for a long time. They were definitely familiar classmates, but they had all turned into this terrifying state. Pangbo was also dumbfounded, feeling a mix of fear and palpitations. If he became like this, he would feel like dying. The two hurried over to check on everyone's condition, and thankfully, they were all breathing, showing no signs of life-threatening issues. Pangbo discovered Lu Yi in the grass. She showed no signs of aging, still as delicate and gentle as before, her eyes closed and looking pitiful. This brought joy to Yifan and Pangbo. They had a good relationship with Lu Yi since school and naturally hoped nothing bad would happen to her. The handsome Xiling has turned into an uncle. At least it's better than becoming Grandpa Xiling, Yifan and Pangbo murmured quietly. Soon, Lu Yi woke up, and upon seeing Yifan and Pangbo, her mouth dropped open in shock. Shortly after, Zhang Xiling also regained consciousness, and when he realized his condition, he couldn't help but shout loudly. Having transformed from a vibrant young man into a stout uncle, something no one could accept. Xiling, don't panic. Look at their current state, and you'll feel better, Yifan said. Hearing this, Zhang Xiling looked at Zhou Yi, Li Xiaoman, and the others, instantly stunned. He realized there was no end to the tragedy. The situation was even worse than he had thought. How could this happen? He was dazed, though he felt much better than earlier. Among the more than 10 people present, Yifan and Pangbo had regressed to childhood. Lu Yi showed no change. Zhang Xiling had lost 20 years, and everyone else had turned into elderly men and women, their bodies deteriorating. Yifan and Pangbo exchanged glances, and they both instantly thought of the translucent red fruit, which had seemed fragrant and restorative when they ate it. Now it appeared that this fruit was extraordinary, almost divine. For some unknown reason, everyone else had aged. while only those who had eaten this fruit resisted the ravages of time. What kind of power had robbed them of their youth and vitality? Pang Bo felt puzzled, unable to understand. I think it's mostly due to that ancient forbidden area, Yifan speculated. The name Ancient Forbidden Area implied its meaning. It was related to ancient times or a forbidden region that had existed since ancient times, avoided by all creatures. With a desolate and lifeless atmosphere, it was undoubtedly a place of great danger and evil. However, they had safely emerged from it without encountering any dangers, which seemed somewhat illogical, making the term Ancient Forbidden Area seem a bit misleading. Yes, it must be because of that ancient forbidden area. Pang Bo also grasped the key to the matter. According to the consensus of the two, there is a terrifying force in the ancient forbidden land that has stripped everyone of their youth and vitality. However, why did it only manifest when everyone was leaving? This left them somewhat puzzled. Perhaps it is a curse-like power, maybe as long as one enters the ancient forbidden land. Regardless of whether they can leave or where they are, once the time for the curse to take effect arrives, there is no escape. Yifan and Pang Bo had to be grateful. If they hadn't eaten a few strange fruits, they would likely be old and frail by now. Aging before their time, the beauty of youth turned to white hair. This is simply the most tragic thing in the world. In their 20s, when one is in their prime, they suddenly find themselves gray-haired and wrinkled, leaving them in despair, almost wishing for death. Why have I become like this? Zhou Yi trembled as he reached out a hand to touch his wrinkled skin, pulling out a strand of withered white hair, and shouted in an incredibly aged voice, "Why?" Beside him, Wang Ziwen also shivered, checking his own condition. His eyes were cloudy, with bags as big as pigeon eggs, looking extremely old. And he said in a trembling voice, "I can't believe it." Lin Jia was on the verge of collapse. Her screams startled the birds in the forest, making them scatter. A woman's appearance is her first life, and especially for beautiful women, they care even more about their looks. For someone like her, who is naturally beautiful and sensuous, suddenly discovering her once fair skin losing its luster and becoming rough and aged was more painful than death. On the other side, Li Xiaoman felt the same, wishing she could commit suicide. If she used to be a pure and elegant lotus flower, now she was hardly even a dried lotus leaf. Her once black hair turned white, dull and lifeless, withered like weeds. Her skin was wrinkled and sagging, her eyes clouded, and her face filled with lines. Seeing Yifan approach, Li Xiaoman immediately screamed, "Don't come over." She covered her face with her hands, crying continuously, and then buried her head in her knees. Yifan did not approach her to avoid provoking her, instead loudly comforting the others, saying, "Don't despair. There are even gods in this world. What can't happen? There must be a solution." The mountaintop was filled with gloom, and many people were in despair, especially seeing Yifan and Pang Bo, two 11 or 12-year-old boys, which was an immense stimulus. The vast majority of people had grown old and frail, while the two of them seemed to have regained their youth. This contrast made many hearts bleed. "God damn it," Kaid shouted in rage, expressing his unbearable sorrow in a mix of Chinese and foreign language. "Calm down, buddy," Pang Bo said as he approached, unkindly patting Kaid on the shoulder. Growing old slowly with a loved one is the most romantic thing in the world. Kaid immediately broke into tears, sobbing like a child, saying, "My girlfriend isn't here." "It's not romantic at all." Pang Bo was momentarily taken aback, glanced at Li Xiaoman, and then said nothing, walking toward the others. "Yifan, why haven't you two aged?" Zhou Yi was the first to calm down, his eyes fixed intently on Yifan and Pang Bo, with a glimmer of light shining from his murky eyes. The others also temporarily set aside their grief and looked over. Pang Bo felt uncomfortable with Zhou Yi's words and unkindly replied, "I say, Grandpa Zhou, you're not suspecting us of doing something, are you? If we had that much power, we would just seal the fate and not bother being mortals." Lin Jia stopped crying and looked at Yifan, asking earnestly as if pleading, "Yifan, tell me the truth. How can we restore our youth? How did you do it?" To this, Yifan could only comfort her and give her hope. The strange red fruits had long been eaten. There was no other way. "Let us leave here and go to that fairy palace." Zhou Yi trembled as he stood up, pointing to the distant high mountain where palaces stretched like celestial halls descending to the mortal realm. Although his body had aged, his mind remained sharp, clearly identifying the only hope at hand. If there were immortal beings there, everything could be resolved. Everyone supported each other and began to descend the mountain. Many people were old and frail, moving very slowly, so Yifan, Pang Bo, Lu Yi, and Zhang Xiling had to run back and forth to take care of them. "Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Wang, I'll help you both walk," Pang Bo said, walking in the middle, supporting Zhou Yi with his left hand and Wang Ziwen with his right. Wang Ziwen let out a bitter laugh, while Zhou Yi remained expressionless. For some reason, Li Xiaoman chose to be supported by Yifan, but along the way, she said nothing, only continued to cry, nearly fainting from her sobs. Yi Fan and the others sensed something was wrong. Clearly, there was only one mountain separating them from the fairy palace, yet after struggling to climb over a peak, they still found they were blocked by another mountain. As if nothing had changed. They looked again, advanced again, climbed another mountain, but the situation remained the same. At this point, everyone understood that they could not get any closer. It's time to decide. Perhaps we shouldn't continue toward there. It seems like a maze that can never be reached. Suddenly, a strong smell hit them, and the trees shook as a 5-meter-tall black beast stood up, lunging toward them with sharp claws gleaming coldly. Its body was covered in black fur, half a foot long, terrifyingly fierce. Its form resembled an ape. But its head was incredibly bizarre, sporting a beak over a foot long, resembling a bird demon. Most people on the scene were immediately terrified, with two even collapsing to the ground. If such a monstrous creature were to catch them, they would surely be torn apart. Yi Fan, be careful, Pang Bo shouted, as Yi Fan was the first target. In a panic, Pang Bo swung the large bronze plaque from Dali Temple and rushed forward. Yi Fan pushed the two people beside him away and swung the golden Vajra pestle he had received from Lu Yunzizi with great force. Bang! The Vajra pestle collided with a sharp claw, immediately bending the black beast's hand, clearly breaking it. Everyone was stunned. They thought it was the power of the Vajra pestle. But only Yi Fan understood that the last trace of divine power in the Vajra had already been exhausted by Lu Yunzizi. And this result was entirely due to his immense physical strength. He was astonished. If it had been his former self, he could never have possessed such formidable power. But since he had regained his youth not long ago, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy, as if he had the strength of a tiger or the power to throw an elephant. The beast let out a heart-wrenching roar, its beak opened wide, fiercely pecking at Yi Fan, while another claw came crashing down. Yi Fan moved at incredible speed, dodging with astonishing agility, slipping behind the beast, and then swinging the Vajra pestle down hard onto its back. The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Bang! It was hard to imagine the sheer force. The 5-meter-tall black beast was sent flying like a puppet, crashing about 8 or 9 meters away, landing heavily on the ground. After struggling a couple of times, it could no longer move. Everyone was dumbfounded, hardly believing what they had witnessed. The savage beast's body had shrunk, resembling an 11 or 12-year-old boy, looking more refined and gentle, yet its strength and speed were shockingly terrifying. Everyone was relieved, letting out a sigh of relief, and began to discuss. Confused about why Yi Fan possessed such divine strength, feeling both envious and jealous. The sky gradually darkened, the last rays of sunset fading away, and the group, undeterred, climbed over another peak, only to find that they were still separated by a mountain from that heavenly palace, the distance unchanged. At this moment, everyone was completely disheartened and decided not to advance any further. Just at that moment, a rainbow light suddenly appeared on the horizon, like a long rainbow crossing the sky. Standing out against the dim sky, everyone was taken aback. Within that rainbow light was actually a figure, soaring through the air, definitely not a mortal. Whoosh! The rainbow light suddenly changed direction, instantly flying towards them at an astonishing speed, like a rainbow streaking across the sky, arriving in the blink of an eye. Chapter 34, The Legend of the Wasteland. In midair, a rainbow light 1 meter wide and 2 meters long stood straight in the sky, dazzling and bright, with a very tangible quality, like a crystal. Inside was a young woman about 18 or 19 years old, her beauty akin to jade, with a tall and slender figure, a slim waist and straight legs. She wore a light blue dress that naturally floated, exuding an ethereal quality. Everyone was momentarily stunned. This young and beautiful woman, like a fairy, was untainted by the dust of the world, possessing an otherworldly beauty, like a pure white lotus rolling with dew, or a fresh snow lotus on a snow-capped mountain, giving off a feeling of being beyond the mundane. The world is not lacking in extremely beautiful women, but it is hard to find one with such an ethereal quality, as if she had jumped out of the mundane world and merged with the fresh natural world. This lovely and moving girl was very calm, gazing at the crowd below. She said something, her voice very pleasant, but everyone took a moment to ponder before understanding it was a question about their identities. It was very close to ancient Chinese language, carrying a soft tone that required careful consideration to comprehend. We are a group of unfortunate people. Are you a fairy? Can you save us? A female classmate suddenly cried out, her form withered, skin wrinkled, looking aged. Finally seeing a girl who resembled a fairy, she immediately cried for help. Lin Jia and Li Xiaoman also stepped forward, showing hopeful expressions. They were originally extremely beautiful and proud women, but after experiencing such a blow, it felt worse than being killed, especially upon seeing such a lovely girl, making them even more eager to restore their appearances. In fact, the crystal-like rainbow light was not solidified, it only appeared to have a texture. The girl inside was not bound at all. Her black hair flowed gently like a waterfall, Her eyes like water, misty and hazy, with a glimmering white complexion, sparkling with a radiant sheen, very ethereal and beautiful. You have entered the ancient forbidden land? Another soft and melodious question came, and the crowd took a moment to understand the meaning of this ancient Chinese phrase. Yes, we escaped from there. A classmate with an aged appearance cried helplessly, looking up at the sky with a pleading expression. For a woman, such a tragic occurrence was the most severe blow. She was already in disarray, speaking without considering anything. Upon hearing this, the girl in the rainbow light showed a ripple of calmness on her beautiful face, revealing an expression of great surprise. To actually survive and come out is truly not easy, she gently said. She then scanned the faces of Lu Yi, Zhang Xiling, Peng Bo, and Yi Fan repeatedly, and finally, as if recalling something, showed a very surprised expression and asked eagerly, "Is this your actual age?" However, this girl did not look at him, as if she already knew they had lost their youth and vitality. She was asking Yi Fan and Peng Bo really? The girl in midair showed a shocked expression, staring at Yi Fan and Peng Bo without blinking, urgently asking, "Did you eat a kind of red fruit?" Completely red and dripping, crystal clear. Yi Fan could confirm that the strange fruit they had eaten was indeed what the girl described. There was no way to deny it now, as Zhou Yi and others had also seen it, so he nodded. The girl in midair looked at Yi Fan and Peng Bo with a peculiar expression, as if examining treasures. Being gazed at by such a fresh and ethereal beauty made both of them feel somewhat uneasy. Is there any hope for the aging people? Wang Ziwen, in such circumstances, found it hard to remain calm and wanted to know if she could regain her youth. Do not despair, though it is difficult to restore your appearance. You have also gained a lot in losing your youth. Many people will compete for you in the outside world. Seeing the crowd show unusual expressions, the girl in midair continued, "Do not worry, being fought over is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it is an opportunity for you. I just want to restore my appearance." A female classmate sobbed, feeling that having aged like this, she had lost the motivation to live. "All right, I will first take you away from this ancient forest." The mysterious girl gently waved her hand, and suddenly a ray of rainbow light fell, enveloping everyone in the mountainous area, slowly lifting them into the air alongside her. This truly was a mysterious world. In everyone's imagination, this should be fairy magic. It was very far from populated areas. If you wanted to walk out on foot, it would be almost impossible, as there were many terrifying beasts in this primitive forest. Even I, upon encountering them, could only choose to go around. Peng Bo showed a strange expression and asked, "Aren't you from that fairy palace in front?" The girl in midair showed a puzzled expression and said, "What fairy palace?" Peng Bo pointed to the high mountain ahead and said, "Isn't there a lot of palaces there? Stretching across, grand in scale, with countless pavilions and many celestial cranes flying there?" "Indeed, the legend is true." The girl showed a strange expression. "What legend? Did you not see?" "Yes, I saw nothing." The girl in the colorful rainbow light showed a thoughtful expression and said, "The ancient forbidden land, an ancient forbidden area, a life forbidden zone. Since ancient times, those who accidentally entered it and could live to come out all claim to have seen a fairy palace. Close at hand, but forever unattainable." Indeed, everyone realized. Their experiences proved what the girl said. Someone asked, "Could it just be an illusory shadow?" Joey, very concerned about his own issue, asked, "Those who accidentally entered the ancient forbidden land, some came out alive. What was their final fate? Can they regain their youth?" "Very difficult, but not absolutely impossible. As cultivation deepens, vitality will naturally strengthen. After reaching a certain realm, perhaps one can change their appearance." The girl's words immediately gave many people a sense of hope. What is in the ancient forbidden land? What power caused us to lose our youth? Wang Ziwen couldn't help but ask, which was a question that puzzled many present. They hated it, but felt helpless. This question can be said to be very ancient. Many have asked it since ancient times, but no one can truly clarify. The girl took everyone to fly rapidly, surrounded by brilliant light. Like a rainbow breaking through the sky, the soft glow blocking the fierce winds, allowing them to speak without hindrance. She continued, "It is said that beneath the abyss of the life forbidden zone, there exists the wasteland, which seems to be an ancient being or perhaps a terrifying power. Has no one explored it?" Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. "So terrifying." Peng Bo was speechless. "It is a land soaked in endless blood. It is lamentable that the once flourishing celestial sect was annihilated, with tens of thousands of powerful cultivators turning to dust. And even several peak powerhouses who had achieved transformation became wasteland slaves under the ancient abyss, forever enslaved." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but think of that terrifying shadow, dancing with enormous iron chains hundreds of feet long, most likely those so-called wasteland slaves. The colorful long rainbow flew at high speed, like the wind and lightning, with the endless ancient forest rapidly retreating below. However, even so, it took a full hour to reach the edge of the ancient forest. At this moment, the sky had already darkened, and a small town could be seen in the distance, brightly lit. As soon as they approached, 7 or 8 rainbow beams shot up into the sky, each a different color, with a figure standing within each beam. Have there been any discoveries around the ancient forbidden land? The various cave heavens and blessed lands nearby have sent experts, seemingly searching for something. They haven't encountered them, have they? Since our several ancestors have sensed something about the ancient forbidden land, those strong ones from the cave heavens and blessed lands must have noticed it too. The figures within those rainbow beams seem to be a few elders, apparently the elders of the girl known as Wei Wei. These people, could it be that they mistakenly entered the ancient forbidden land and then came out alive? That's right. The sea of bitterness within them has already been activated. They are good seeds for cultivation. Everyone quickly landed in the small town and entered a brightly lit hall. Why are they so young? Upon seeing Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the elders immediately showed astonished expressions, finding it hard to believe. Could they have eaten those legendary fruits? This is impossible. One elder felt it was incredibly unbelievable and exclaimed, "The 9 holy mountains converge into the ancient abyss." It is said that each holy mountain has a divine spring and a peculiar holy fruit, totaling 9 divine springs and 9 types of holy fruits. Obtaining even one could lead to a complete transformation. But how could a few mere mortals approach there? Chapter 35, Such a World. In the brightly lit hall, the elders' eyes were sharp as lightning, continuously scanning back and forth, astonished as they examined Yi Fan and the others. Why is your clothing so strange? Why do you have such short hair? You are all mortals. How did you mistakenly enter the ancient forbidden land? Why is your language so peculiar? Where do you come from? With your strength, how could you approach the ancient abyss and pluck the legendary holy fruits? A few elders were very meticulous and careful, constantly asking questions, wanting to fully understand their origins. Coming from the other shore of the starry sky, tens or hundreds of light years away, it would take hundreds of thousands of years to reach this end. How could such words be spoken? Yi Fan and the others remained silent. Why aren't you speaking? One elder's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp. Since the elders have stopped questioning, Yi Fan and the others did not mention the 9 dragons' coffin or crossing the desolate universe to reach the other shore of the starry sky. At this moment, the copper lamp, bowl, ancient bell, and other items in Yi Fan's hands caught the attention of the elders. One elder's expression changed, taking the copper lamp from Yi Fan's hands and examining it carefully. After a long time, he sighed and said, "A very sophisticated technique. I suspect the wick has already given birth to divinity, but unfortunately, it is now useless, with no internal veins to trace." Then, he carefully examined the bowl, ancient bell, and copper plaque, his face filled with shock and regret, repeatedly sighing. These were all good items. How could they all be ruined? The valuable Tao patterns inside have been completely destroyed, and it's impossible to even glimpse at such techniques. How did you all obtain these things? The elders seemed to be very pained, looking regretful and sighing continuously. Clearly, not only did Yi Fan not want to speak about matters from the other shore of the starry sky, but the others also understood the significance and did not dare to speak casually. I see. I am becoming more and more interested in the ancient mountain you mentioned. I really want to explore it. One elder squinted his eyes with a smile, unsure if he was skeptical or genuinely interested in exploring. Where did you originally live? Do you have a rough area? Another elder asked. Now, everyone was almost following Yi Fan's line of thought, collectively lying. A female classmate said they came from the western region. The western region? So you come from one of those vast western deserts? One elder frowned and murmured, "Crossing from the western desert to the eastern wasteland is an endless distance. Even if I flew on a rainbow, it would take me at least 30 years. Who exactly possesses such extraordinary talent to lay down such a powerful force on that ancient mountain? Unimaginable. So, we have arrived in the eastern wasteland." Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to ask, "How big is the eastern wasteland?" The eastern wasteland is vast and boundless. Even if mortals live for several decades, it is difficult to traverse it all. So big. Yi Fan and the others all showed incredulous expressions. In the mortal world, the country that governs the region of the ancient forbidden land is called Yin, stretching 2,000 miles north and south, and 3,000 miles east and west. Such territory in the eastern wasteland is merely a drop in the ocean, with countless countries of similar size. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo nearly jumped up. What an immense region. The land of Yin is so vast, but in the eastern wasteland, it hardly counts for anything, with countless countries of similar territory. The eastern wasteland can truly be described as vast and boundless. It is hard to imagine how big it really is. How can it be so big? Pang Bo's pupils constricted. He felt that these facts severely contradicted reason. It was simply too incredible. However, thinking that deities exist in this world, he could only shake his head. The elders saw that Pang Bo was stunned and all showed smiling expressions. This boy, who looked only 11 or 12 years old, would be a key seed for them to cultivate in the future. One of them continued, although the Yin Kingdom is merely a corner of the eastern wasteland, a drop in the ocean, it is not anonymous. The ancient forbidden land within it is one of the 7 great life forbidden zones of the vast eastern wasteland. Everyone was momentarily speechless, having gained a lot of useful information, their hearts truly shaken, stirred by overwhelming waves. Just now, you mentioned the Western Desert. How does it compare to the Eastern Wasteland? Wang Ziwen, being meticulous, couldn't he help but ask such a question. The Western Desert and the Eastern Wasteland, in terms of size, are not much different, both equally vast and boundless. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. One elder continued, the Eastern Wasteland. Western Desert, Southern Ridge, Northern Plain, and Central State. Among them, the Central State is the most expansive, truly vast and boundless, endlessly mysterious. Even cultivators find it difficult to cross. Everyone was completely petrified, their mouths dry, unable to say anything more. The elders were very satisfied and encouraged. A mortal's life is ultimately too small, like an ant, hardly able to comprehend what their world is like. Now you all have the chance to overlook this vast earth, as long as you are willing to practice diligently. One day you will be able to stir up the clouds and stand on the cloud peak. It took a long time for everyone to come to their senses. Some hesitated and said, we practice. That's right. You entered the ancient forbidden land. Although you lost your youth, this world is balanced. The more you lose, the more you gain. The thorny path of cultivation is indeed perilous, but you have already begun to carve a small path. Indeed, your seas of bitterness have already been activated. Even if you cross the sea of bitterness in the future, step onto the divine bridge and find your own deity. It is not impossible. The elders all spoke encouragingly, wanting to guide them onto the path of cultivation. We still don't know. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity to say, there are 6 cave heavens and blessed lands within the Yin Kingdom, and our place of cultivation is one of them. However, it is not here, not in the mortal world. One elder replied with a smile. The Yin Kingdom is merely a drop in the ocean in the eastern wasteland. And there are 6 cave heavens and blessed lands in this small area. How many cultivation sects are there in this world? Pang Bo murmured softly. Clearly, these elders looked at him and Yi Fan with different eyes, not showing any displeasure, but instead smiling amiably and saying, don't aim too high. The foundation is the most important. Our cave heaven and blessed land is inherited from a certain holy place, and the foundational techniques are definitely top-notch in the world. Moreover, if you are able to soar in the future, we will also provide you with broader development space. That's right. Another elder said proudly, although we are merely a cave heaven and blessed land, we are affiliated with a certain renowned holy place in the eastern wasteland. If you are exceptionally talented in the future, it is possible to be sent to study under that holy place. As they spoke, several elderly individuals affectionately looked at the young girl Wei Wei beside them, saying, Wei Wei is our once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy from the Cave of Fortune, soon to be sent to the sacred land. It's a bit hard to part with her, but we do not wish to delay her cultivation. At that moment, a loud laughter suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Your Cave of Fortune is lacking. There are excellent talents that can be sent to our Cave of Heaven. I've heard you discovered a dozen or so promising cultivators. A dozen rays of rainbow light descended from the sky, and these individuals entered uninvited, walking directly into the hall. Chapter 36, The Ancient Holy Body. As the dozen people entered the hall, their rainbow light faded away. They were a mix of men and women, all over 40 years old, some tranquil like an orchid, some sharp as a sword's edge, and some steady as a rock, each possessing their unique temperament. One middle-aged man, with a solid demeanor and a powerful voice, laughed heartily. In the realm of Yin, although it is said there are 6 caves, your Lingshu cave is somewhat misnamed. It should be called a Cave of Fortune. What do you mean, Lu Wanshan? The elderly individuals from Lingshu cave showed displeasure, stepping forward to shield Zhou Yi and Lin Jia behind them, while especially protecting Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The man called Lu Wanshan stood there like a mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. He spoke very directly, laughing. Since there are over a dozen promising cultivators, we naturally want to take a few and guide them on the path of cultivation. Beside him, a white-haired old woman nodded. Indeed, the 6 caves in the Yin region have always been closely connected. Suddenly finding so many extraordinarily talented individuals, we naturally want to take a few. An elder from Lingshu cave frowned and said, Sister Liang, you can't say that. 3 years ago, your Xianxia cave found several disciples with excellent roots. But you didn't send any to us at Lingshu cave. Those individuals were mediocre. How could they be considered celestial seedlings? Naturally, they didn't attract your attention. The white-haired old woman replied with a smile. Just then, a white-haired elder with an ethereal demeanor stepped forward and calmly said, I don't think these dozen individuals can be considered celestial seedlings. How about this, we? The people from several caves will only take a few, leaving more for your Lingshu cave. The elders from Lingshu cave immediately lost their composure, seemingly wary of this elder with an ethereal presence, saying, "Brother Ma Yun, does your Yuding cave still lack potential disciples? I heard you discovered 2 true celestial seedlings." The elder named Ma Yun smiled without speaking, constantly sizing up Yi Fan and Peng Bo, nodding from time to time. This made the elders from Lingshu cave quite anxious. While others could be sent away, these 2 were essential for them to keep. "How about this? I represent Yuding cave and will only take 1 person." The white-haired elder Ma Yun pointed to Yi Fan and Peng Bo, saying, "I wouldn't be overstepping. Either of them would be fine." "No way." The elders from Lingshu cave almost simultaneously refused. At the same time, other caves began to select individuals, not yielding to one another, and an argument broke out on the spot. Yi Fan listened carefully and gained a lot of information. Caves were superior to blessed lands and more suitable for cultivation. Moreover, if there was a cave, it was very likely that a blessed land would naturally arise. At this moment, Lingshu cave could not possibly keep everyone. With people from the other 5 caves present, they could only reluctantly part with a portion. However, how to choose was quite a dilemma. In the end, tensions rose, and the atmosphere became extremely tense, with the 6 caves not yielding to each other. The solid middle-aged man Lu Wanshan took a few steps forward and said, "It seems we can only have a contest." Indeed, the old woman from Xianxia cave, Liang, nodded in agreement. "To avoid hurting the harmony, let's keep it to a minimum." The white-haired elder Ma Yun from Yuding cave also agreed. The elders from Lingshu cave looked very grim. Yi Fan and the others were the ones they had discovered, yet now others wanted a share, making it very difficult to keep even a few. A dozen long rainbows shot into the sky, shining brightly in the night, and the contest between the caves began. Yi Fan and the others all stepped outside the hall, looking up at the sky, but unfortunately, those people flew out of the small town, getting further away, making it impossible to see clearly. The distant sky was filled with radiant lights and divine rainbows, occasionally erupting with thunderous sounds, accompanied by strong winds and flying dust. Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and the others were dazzled, recalling how those elders were calm before, but now they were soaring through the skies, creating such a powerful spectacle, which left them yearning. Soon, the divine rainbows in the distance disappeared, and it was unclear how the fierce battle was progressing. It wasn't until half an hour later that divine rainbows appeared again in the sky, cutting through the air and arriving in an instant. The first to land was the girl named Wei Wei. She was ethereal and enchanting, with delicate brows and watery eyes, her red lips glistening, and her teeth as white as jade. Under the moonlight, she appeared hazy and graceful, like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, stunningly beautiful. Following her were several other elders from Lingshu cave. Although they looked quite disheveled, with some bloodstains on them, they all bore victorious smiles. The others behind them also bore varying degrees of injuries, but their expressions were not as pleasant. The imposing middle-aged man Lu Wanshan had blood still fresh on his shoulder. The ethereal Ma Yun had his flowing white beard cut, and the white-haired old woman Liang had her cane broken into 2 pieces. Yi Fan and the others were astonished. This girl Wei Wei looked graceful and gentle, yet she was so powerful, having defeated these elders, which was truly surprising. "Since you lost, there is nothing more to say. Your Lingshu cave can choose 2 people first," Lu Wanshan said, his expression not looking good. Feeling humiliated not only for losing to the younger generation, but also because he could not choose first, the elders from Lingshu cave showed no hesitation, directly selecting Yi Fan and Peng Bo, their faces nearly blooming with joy. Next, the elder Ma Yun from Yuding cave chose Lu Yi, followed by the old woman, Liang from Xianxia cave, selecting Zhang Xiling. However, at that moment, the elders from Lingshu cave changed color after carefully inspecting Yi Fan's body, their smiles vanishing. How could this happen? Others quickly noticed the situation and turned to look, seeing the displeased expressions of the elders from Lingshu cave, wondering what had occurred. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with being allowed to pick 2 first? Not like that, come and see." The elders from Lingshu cave looked at Yi Fan with a sense of regret. Others quickly understood that there must be a problem with Yi Fan's body and all gathered around. The elder Ma Yun from Yuding cave was the first to step forward, saying, "Just observing like this, one can sense that this boy's vitality is exceptionally vigorous, almost comparable to a dragon elephant. He should be a rare celestial seedling. Is there a problem?" At this time, others came forward as well, starting to examine Yi Fan, feeling quite uncomfortable being touched this way. Yi Fan didn't know how to stop it in this situation. The old woman Liang from Xianxia cave looked uncertain, saying, "How could there be such a physique?" After a long time, Lu Wanshan revealed an expression of disbelief, saying, "The life wheel is silent. The sea of suffering is as tough as divine iron, steady as a rock, unshakable, and cannot be opened." At that moment, The elder Ma Yun from Yuding Cave seemed to suddenly remember something. Muttering to himself, could it be that legendary type of physique? He began to re-examine Yifan's body, his fingers glistening like jade, with a bit of divine light emanating, continuously probing and measuring, seriously assessing his bones and spirit. After a long time, Jack Ma finally stopped, staring blankly, and said, "This world actually has that legendary physique." What physique? Everyone present showed a strange expression. Unparalleled in history, the supreme holy body. Jack Ma uttered these 8 words. What? Everyone present showed shock, almost unable to believe their ears. The few elders from Lingshu Cave Sky reacted quickly, directly pulling Yifan behind them, surrounding him in the center, protecting him closely, fearing that others would attack or steal him. Lu Wanshan found it hard to believe and said, "The Yan region, stretching 2,000 miles from north to south, and 3,000 miles from east to west, such a territory is just a drop in the ocean compared to the boundless eastern wilderness. On this land, it is unlikely that a person with a supreme holy body would appear even in 1,000 years. Historically, there have not been many such figures in the vast eastern wilderness." The old woman Li Ying from Xianxia Cave Sky shook her head and said, "It's not impossible for such a figure to appear. I've heard that a person with such a physique may have already emerged in the eastern wilderness today. Furthermore, there are rumors that it's not just one person, but since they are still growing, they have not yet appeared before the world. I believe they are currently hidden in a certain holy place or concealed within an ancient family passed down from the archaic era." At this moment, the eyes of these elders looking at Yifan all changed, filled with fiery eagerness, as if they wished to grab him and take him as their disciple. Even Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and others beside him looked at Yifan with strange expressions. But at that moment, Jack Ma from Yuding Cave Sky coughed and said, "I think you misunderstood. Perhaps I didn't explain clearly." Everyone looked at him with uncertainty. He indeed possesses a supreme holy body. That is not wrong, but there is a time limitation belonging to the era before the archaic age. What does that mean? Jack Ma explained. You all must have heard some legends from the archaic age, right? Back then, there was a kind of unparalleled physique, appearing consecutively in 9 generations, each one invincible in heaven and earth, shocking the past and present. That kind of physique, if one embarks on the path of cultivation, cannot be measured for ultimate achievement and is honored as the #1 holy body in ancient and modern times. Yes, we have naturally heard of it. You wouldn't be saying that. Everyone turned their eyes to Yifan, but there was no longer amazement or enthusiasm, only disappointment in their gazes. If I'm not mistaken, he is that kind of physique. Unfortunately, since the archaic age, in the endless years, although this kind of physique occasionally appears in the world, it no longer possesses the same might, unable to look down upon the heavens as it did before the archaic age. In fact, for some unknown reason, this kind of physique gradually faded into obscurity in the post-archaic era, no longer suitable for cultivation, and no one has been able to successfully cultivate it. Currently, many immortal sects are spreading rumors that a celestial seed with a supreme divine body has appeared in the eastern wilderness. Just now, I thought a shocking figure would also emerge in our Yan region, but unexpectedly it turned out like this. The supreme holy body from before the archaic age, compared to today's invincible divine body, alas. The elders from Lingshu Cave Sky all sighed, filled with immense disappointment, no longer paying attention to Yifan. The expressions of others from various cave heavens were also complex, unsure whether to feel relieved or disappointed. At this moment, everyone stopped looking at Yifan. The contrast from the previous enthusiasm to the current indifference was very obvious. Chapter 37 Lingshu Cave Sky. Up until now, only 13 people remained in Yifan's group. All others had died. Except for Yifan with his unique physique, the remaining 12 were evenly distributed, allowing each cave heaven to take away 2 people. This was a passive choice, but Zhou Yi, Lin Jia, and others did not reject it. As the elders from Lingshu Cave Sky said, this was an opportunity for them. In the end, Yifan found himself in an awkward position, initially regarded favorably by everyone, but now no one was paying attention to him, no one was interested. If you don't take Yifan, I want to go with you. At this moment, Pang Bo looked only 11 or 12 years old, but spoke quite resolutely. At worst, I'll go to the mortal world with Yifan to make a living. An elder from Lingshu Cave Sky explained, there are no mortals within the cave heavens. If he joins, it may not be a good thing for him. Yifan understood, carefully considering the various possible situations. The cave heavens are filled with cultivators. Who would care about a mere mortal like him? Even with Pang Bo looking out for him, it wouldn't be a long-term solution, and there would definitely be many unpredictable troubles in the future. Pang Bo, you can go with them. I want to join any cave heaven. Perhaps it's better to simply live as an ordinary person. No way, I must take you with me. Pang Bo firmly opposed. Okay, we'll take Yifan along. The elders from Lingshu Cave Sky, not wanting Pang Bo to harbor grievances, decided to take Yi Fan as well. Wait, Yi Fan showed no joy, instead maintaining a calm expression, saying, I've said it. I want to join any cave heaven. Thank you for your kindness. Yi Fan. This is an opportunity, Pang Bo hurriedly persuaded. Yi Fan shook his head and said, You don't need to persuade me. He had thought it through carefully, fully understanding that once he joined a cave heaven, he might face various troubles, and the elder from Lingshu Cave Sky had hinted at that. If you don't go, I want to go with him either. Pang Bo was very loyal, unwilling to leave Yi Fan alone on the road. Yi Fan smiled and said, In the future, I'll be relying on you. You need to cultivate well. I'll need your help later, like sending over a few heroic women, celestial maidens, divine maidens, or holy maidens. I want to be picky. Pang Bo rolled his eyes. The cultivators from the surrounding cave heavens also showed strange expressions, with a few female cultivators glaring at him fiercely. Yi Fan, you should go with me, Pang Bo persuaded again. All right, as long as you are willing to go. Pang Bo immediately became cheerful, believing he could find a way to keep him there. He immediately looked toward the elders from Lingshu Cave Sky. Okay, the elders finally nodded. Yi Fan and his group were about to part ways, the future unknown, with everyone feeling both confusion and anticipation. In their final gathering, everyone wished each other well, promising to meet again in the years to come. At this moment, Yi Fan undoubtedly appeared somewhat special. His future held no hope, as he was already like a person from two different worlds compared to everyone else. Even if someone suggested a reunion in the coming years, it was easy to imagine he would no longer appear before everyone. When everyone looked at him, they showed different expressions. In the end, they wished each other well and parted ways. Yi Fan, before leaving, Lu Yi handed him the string of prayer beads she held, quickly departing before he could refuse. Actually, being an ordinary person is fine. May you have a happy life. Li Xiaoman approached, said this, gazed deeply at him, then turned and left. Yi Fan, I wish you all the best in the future. I believe with your abilities, you can lead a colorful life in the mortal realm. After Lin Jia said this, she left as well. Following that, Zhou Yi and Wang Zuan also came to say goodbye. In fact, being an ordinary person isn't a bad fortune. Zhou Yi smiled gently, lightly patting his shoulder, saying, There's nothing to be depressed about. Yi Fan remained calm, smiling slightly, saying, Who can say clearly about future matters? Moments later, dozens of divine rainbows shot into the sky one after another, breaking the tranquil night, like dazzling shooting stars, gradually disappearing into the horizon, and everyone parted ways. After the people from the other cave heavens left, the elders from Lingshu Cave Sky spoke to Pang Bo and Yi Fan. Actually, the cave heavens are not far apart. If you want to meet, it's quite easy. The people from Lingshu Cave Sky set out the next day, riding the divine rainbow, moving swiftly, with mountains and rivers on the ground continuously receding. Finally, a group of people stopped in front of a misty celestial mountain, where everything was peaceful. Lush trees surrounded them. Pavilions and towers dotted the landscape, flowing springs and waterfalls cascaded, and immortal cranes danced in the air, vivid and natural. It truly was a beautiful place. Is this the Lingshu Cave Heaven? Pang Bo couldn't help but ask, but the next words he muttered were somewhat off-putting. The immortal cranes are quite fat. Can we catch a couple to roast? An elderly man nearby shot him a disapproving glare and said, Those are immortal cranes with spiritual intelligence. Don't entertain any foolish ideas. With your current skills, you cannot get close to them at all. This place is not the interior of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. It's merely the mountain gate. Inside, the immortal mist is ethereal and hazy, with strange flowers and herbs everywhere. When they reached the depths of the clouds, they saw a large green stone standing in front of them, with two ancient characters carved on it. Lingshu. Naturally, Pang Bo did not recognize these two ancient characters. But an elderly man beside him informed him that they had finally arrived at the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Legend has it that this place was once a ruin many endless years ago, which was slightly cleaned up by later generations and became a cave heaven and blessed land. One could say that the history of Lingshu Cave Heaven is long and profound. If traced back, this ancient land can extend to the primordial era. In later years, people had conducted large-scale excavations and cleanings here, hoping to find some divine objects among the ruins, but the final result was that they found nothing. The strong practitioners who had cultivated in this cave heaven over generations always felt that this place was not simple, but unfortunately, there had never been any significant discoveries. Passing by the large green stone and entering the immortal mist ahead, the scene suddenly changed dramatically. Inside was an incredibly splendid world, as if they had stepped into another realm. Is this the Lingshu Cave Heaven? It completely seemed like a world unto itself. Several elderly men were very pleased with Yi Fan and Pang Bo's reactions. The vegetation here seemed to be favored by the essence of the sun and moon. Even the ordinary grass and trees were particularly lush, as if carved from jade. Ancient trees towered into the sky, fragrant herbs flourished, spiritual birds flew, rare beasts roamed, and divine springs flowed abundantly. Chapter 38. What is cultivation? Ahead, the mountain peaks were beautiful, filled with spiritual energy. In the distance, a 1,000-meter-long waterfall cascaded down from a high mountain, white ribbons like a hanging Milky Way, with a rumbling sound like 10,000 horses galloping, spectacular and magnificent. Truly, this is a cave heaven and blessed land, with extraordinary scenery, resembling a pure land outside the world. A winding path, paved with cobblestones, passed by the waterfall, meandering deep into the beautiful celestial mountains. Along the way, ancient trees soared high, with branches strong as dragon tendrils, and many temples could be seen hidden among the foliage, very harmonious with nature. On both sides of the ancient path, there were artificially cultivated medicinal fields, where ginseng grew as thick as a child's arm, and xianxiadrama hung high with 9 leaves, along with many unknown herbs sparkling, exuding a fragrant aroma that was refreshing to the soul. Most of the people they encountered along the way greeted the elderly man, and they were very friendly towards Wei Wei. This extraordinary talent status in the Lingshu cave heaven was evident. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were brought to the front of a low mountain, where there were 3 to 5 thatched cottages, 2 or 3 patches of bamboo forest, a medicinal field in front of the house, and several old trees closely connected. Although there were no jade palaces or crystal halls, everything looked ordinary and simple, but it excelled in tranquility and nature, peaceful like a pure land outside the world, purifying the soul and allowing one to escape the troubles of the mundane world. You can stay here for now. After giving a few instructions, the elderly men left. Another classmate was also brought into the Lingshu cave heaven, but did not stay with Yi Fan and the others, instead being taken elsewhere. Near noon, a boy about 12 or 13 years old arrived with a food box, inviting them to eat. The food was simple and bland: lotus root slices, yellow essence, poria, and gastrodia. Mostly medicinal ingredients. Can we eat this? There isn't even any minced meat. For the past 2 days, they had only eaten wild fruits or drunk spring water, and now they were still continuing with this food. Their mouths were so bland they could almost flow with spring water, although the food had no oil or moisture. Yi Fan and Pang Bo still finished it all, leaving not a single leaf behind. Can you send a roast chicken? Seeing the two like this, the boy was somewhat dumbfounded and said, There's none. The cave heaven doesn't provide such things. If you two are still not full, I can bring more food. How can there be no meat? I see there are many immortal cranes and white deer raised here, along with many unknown rare birds and beasts. Can't we just roast a couple? I think those cranes are already fat enough. The boy fled as if he had encountered a ghost, fearing to be near them. It seems that entering the immortal gate for cultivation is not something to be happy about. This life is too poor, and they can't even eat meat. How will they survive from now on? Pang Bo kept complaining. Yi Fan also felt very hungry at this moment, wanting to grab a roast chicken, tear into a pork knuckle, and enjoy a feast with a jug of fine wine. Over the next 10 days, the elderly men did not appear, but the boy who brought food gradually became familiar with the two, and through constant conversation, Yi Fan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to this ancient Chinese language. The boy envied them greatly, saying that newly admitted disciples generally would not have independent residences and could only open cave dwellings after achieving some success in their cultivation. 3 to 5 thatched cottages. Does this count as having our own cave dwelling? Yi Fan and Pang Bo wore the clothes the boy brought them, and aside from their still short hair, they no longer looked different from the people of Lingshu cave heaven. That's not how it works. Everything around this low mountain belongs to you too. If you have the ability, you can naturally open a cave dwelling, since the low mountain is ours. If we kill a deer and roast a couple of cranes, no one would care, right? Hearing them say this, the boy dared not respond, feeling that these two were quite bold, with thoughts entirely different from ordinary people. This was a matter that Yi Fan and Pang Bo were very concerned about. Until now, they had no understanding of it, only having heard people mention the Sea of Suffering, the Divine Bridge, and the other shore a few times. But they did not comprehend it at all. The boy shook his head, unable to say much. He had only recently entered the Lingshu cave heaven and had not truly stepped onto the immortal path. It seems you are already a bit impatient. Just then, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face appeared in front of the low mountain. His wide sleeves floated, and he seemed to glide as if riding the wind to the front of the thatched cottage. He nodded to the boy who was greeting him and said, You may go. Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not recognize this rosy-faced, snow-haired elder, who looked like an immortal from outside the world. I am an elder of the Lingshu cave heaven, named Wu Qingfeng. All disciples within 3 years of entry are taught by me. We have met the elder. No need for formalities. Elder, could you please improve our meals a bit? If this continues, we might ascend to immortality without even cultivating. This food is too bland. Now, just seeing a grasshopper makes us drool. Pang Bo complained repeatedly. Elder Wu Qingfeng's expression was serious as he said, "The secular world is full of greed. When first entering a cave heaven and blessed land, the first thing to do is to cut off desires and calm the mind. If you cannot even restrain your desire for food, then when facing the various temptations on the path of cultivation in the future, it will be difficult to pass." Upon hearing these words, Pang Bo really had nothing to say, and as for Yi Fan, because he had not joined the cave heaven, it was even less appropriate for him to make any demands. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had many questions in their hearts, but Yi Fan did not dare to speak out. Pang Bo, as a disciple of the Lingshu cave heaven, had no such concerns. He invited Elder Wu Qingfeng to sit on a wooden stool in front of the thatched cottage and began to ask various questions, as they knew nothing about so-called cultivation. "Do you see the sky as clean?" "Wrong, it is full of dust." Elder Wu Qingfeng opened his palm and said, "Even within this palm span, there is endless dust." "What do you mean?" Pang Bo asked, confused. Elder Wu Qingfeng was very calm, like an immortal from outside the world, continuing, "What do you think this endless dust is? What can it be? Naturally, it is dust." "It is dust, yet it is not dust," the elder said calmly. "I understand what dust is, but what is not dust?" Pang Bo asked. "It is a vast world." Elder Wu Qingfeng speaks lightly and calmly, his words flowing naturally. "Is it really a vast world? You're not joking, are you?" Pang Bo asked, puzzled. "In the future, you will understand. Every speck of dust, every blade of grass, every tree is a world. Can you be more straightforward? I feel like I'm listening to something incomprehensible. Although the literal meaning is easy to understand, I have no idea what deeper meaning it contains," replied Yi Fan. Elder Wu Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "Let's not discuss that today. What I want to talk about is that the world is filled with endless dust, and each grain of dust is a world. Similarly, our bodies are the same. We cannot see much, but they contain countless doors. Just as there are countless grains of dust in the world, the seemingly insignificant body contains innumerable doors. Continuously opening these doors to discover the true self is what cultivation is about." Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Elder Wu Qingfeng remained calm and asked, "Now, do you understand what cultivation is?" "I seem to understand a bit," they replied. "Good. Take your time to comprehend. Now, let me tell you what the sea of suffering is. There are countless paths in this world, but all begin from here to open the path to immortality." "Elder, please be more detailed this time." Although they had not truly embarked on the path of cultivation, Yi Fan and Pang Bo understood that initial concepts are the most important. Everything in the world has its age. Some can exist forever, eternal and unchanging, while others are born and die in a moment, with a lifetime passing in a hurry. "Elder, what you are saying is too profound. What exactly do you want to tell us?" The elder did not mind being interrupted and pointed to an ancient tree not far away, saying, "Can you tell how many years it has lived?" "Of course. If you cut it down, you can count the growth rings," Pang Bo replied. "Correct. Time is relentless and always leaves its marks on everything. Trees have growth rings. And our bodies also have a life cycle. Do humans have these things too?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt it was somewhat absurd. "What I speak of in cultivation begins with the life cycle of the human body." Chapter 39, The Life Cycle. Everything has a place of origin, and within our bodies, there is such a place, the root of life's vitality, where all the essence of the body is stored, known as the source of life cycle, or the life cycle. Elder Wu Qingfeng spoke gently and slowly. "Where's this life cycle?" Pang Bo asked. "Below the navel." Elder Wu Qingfeng pointed to his lower abdomen and said, "Its location is the perfect dividing point between the upper and lower body." Yi Fan was somewhat surprised and immediately thought of the golden ratio of the human body, which coincidentally aligns with the position the elder mentioned. The ratio from the soles of the feet to the top of the head is 0.618, known as the golden ratio of the human body, and the area below the navel is precisely at that point, making this body structure the most aesthetically pleasing. In fact, there are many golden ratio points in various parts of the human body, and these local points are extremely important. However, comparatively, the largest golden ratio point, below the navel, seems less significant on the surface. At this moment, hearing Elder Wu Qingfeng say that this is the life cycle, the fundamental place where human life essence is stored, a light suddenly flickered in Yi Fan's heart. Perhaps this crucial golden ratio point of the human body is indeed the place of origin for all things. The life cycle is not a point, but an area. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, it is centered below the navel, forming a circle about the size of a palm, a place for storing essence. Elder Wu Qingfeng seriously emphasized the life cycle. For ordinary people, it is about giving birth. For cultivators, it is about giving life. This is the foundation of cultivators. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, the life cycle is the source of divine power. And for a cultivator to embark on the path to immortality, everything must begin here. Throughout a person's life, the life cycle continuously dries up every year. Time leaves a mark on it, just like the growth rings of a tree. When the human body reaches old age, the life cycle is already marked with the scars of time, and at that moment, it is the time when the life cycle completely shatters. Can you point out how many marks our life cycle has left at this moment? Yifan and Pangbo, originally in their 20s, had now transformed into the appearance of 11 or 12-year-olds, experiencing an astonishing change of becoming youthful again. Your life cycle has 11 marks. Upon hearing this result, Pangbo immediately grinned widely. Compared to those classmates who had lost their youthful vitality, what had happened to him was indeed extraordinary. He then pointed at Yifan and asked, "What about him? He should be the same as me, right?" Elder Wu Qingfeng had long known about Yifan's constitution, but he still carefully examined it and concluded that it was similar to what others had said. Yifan's life cycle was incredibly quiet, as solid as divine iron, stable as a rock, unshakable, and unable to be opened. His constitution is very special, hard to see through, and I can't clearly say how many marks it has. I suspect it's similar to yours. At this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng showed a peculiar expression and said, "His vitality is vigorous, comparable to a dragon. What a pity if he could cultivate." Yifan and Pangbo finally understood what the life cycle was, but they still had many questions in their hearts. The life cycle is the foundation of a cultivator. If one reaches the legendary realm, maintaining the life cycle pristine, without scars or marks, always as it was at birth, there might be a glimmer of hope for becoming an immortal. Is becoming an immortal very difficult? The immortals spoken of in the mundane world are merely cultivators who can fly and traverse the earth. Whether the true immortals of legend exist is hard to determine. As far as I know, in the vast eastern wasteland, no one has become an immortal in thousands of years. Perhaps only those sacred places. The ancient families that have been passed down since antiquity, or some ancient demons know some truths. Elder, you are shattering our beliefs. Just as we wanted to cultivate, you tell us that immortals may not exist. This is truly discouraging. Spring flowers are but autumn, and cicadas only last through winter. A mortal's life is but 100 years. If they live for thousands of years, it could be considered breaking the natural order, which can also be viewed as a form of immortality. Yifan and Pangbo understood the meaning the elder was trying to convey. A cultivator embarking on the path of immortality, from the day they begin cultivating, has already transcended ordinary people. Strong individuals can even live for thousands of years, breaking the rules of heaven and earth, even if they cannot ultimately become immortals. Their struggles in this life are not in vain, as they have broken the shackles of nature and changed their fate. Actually, I have not completely denied the existence of immortals. Perhaps we just cannot touch that world. Subsequently, Yifan and Pangbo continued to ask questions, and the elder patiently explained to them. We often hear about the sea of suffering. What exactly is it? It is the endless sea of tribulations that obscures the life cycle. What does that mean? Yifan and Pangbo were both puzzled. When cultivators reach a certain realm, the seemingly palm-sized life cycle contains a true world within it, born from the sea of suffering, coexisting with it. Please explain in detail. The life cycle seems to exist in the same place as the sea of suffering. What is their relationship? The sea of suffering overlaps with the life cycle, or rather, the sea of suffering has submerged the life cycle. Not only does time sharpen the life cycle, but the sea of suffering also gradually erodes it. So, that's why there's the saying of crossing the sea of suffering? Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded and said, "Indeed, the foundation of all cultivators lies in the life cycle. One of the purposes of cultivation is to overcome the sea of suffering." Yifan and Pangbo were very surprised and said, "According to what you said, the sea of suffering is boundless, submerging the life cycle. How can one possibly cleanse it? Yes, it cannot be completely crossed. Therefore, even the most extraordinary and powerful cultivators, after thousands or tens of thousands of years, still can only turn into a pile of yellow earth." Elder Wu Qingfeng expressed a hint of bitterness, then revealed a longing expression and said, "Legend has it that true immortals must completely cross the sea of suffering, transforming it into the sweet spring of life. Just a drop is enough to revive the dead. Alas, that is merely a legend. Whether immortals truly exist remains an open question." Pangbo sighed and said, "Please tell us about things that truly exist. The sea of suffering is endless, but for a cultivator to attain a long life, one must not be trapped in the sea of suffering." Elder Wu Qingfeng's eyes shone with brilliance as he said, "From the sea of suffering, create life. In desolation, brew vibrant vitality, cultivate the divine vein, sacrifice to form the celestial bridge, and reach the other shore, arriving at the end of the sea of suffering." Yifan pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled, and asked, "The sea of suffering submerges the wheel of life. The two can be said to overlap. Cultivating the divine bridge to reach the other shore and escape the sea of suffering, does that not equate to breaking away from the wheel of life?" Isn't that the foundation of a cultivator? Can one truly distance oneself from it? Upon hearing this, Elder Wu Qingfeng nodded in approval and said, I have said that the wheel of life is the foundation of the cultivator, the root of all, but I did not say there is nothing beyond it. Pang Bo's eyes widened instantly, and he asked, what else is there? To become an immortal, merely cultivating the wheel of life is not enough. The divine bridge is the key to crossing the sea of suffering and connecting to other hidden realms of the body. Could it be that there is not only one wheel of life, but there are others, or in other words, there are several entities within the human body that are similar to the wheel of life? Yifan was very surprised. To become the strongest in the world, it would be sufficient to cultivate the wheel of life to the extreme. However, if one wishes to become an immortal, merely cultivating the wheel of life is far from enough. At this point, Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head, for even he did not know whether immortals truly existed. He continued, even if one is a prodigy, cultivating just one wheel of life throughout their life is enough and will be immensely beneficial. Cultivating the divine vein, sacrificing to form the celestial bridge, reaching the other shore, and obtaining a long life is not that easy. Remember, do not aim too high. Only by laying a solid foundation is the most crucial aspect. Chapter 40, the Tao Sutra. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. Yifan and Pang Bo gradually adapted to life here. This change began with a shift in their mindset, slowly accepting all of this. This was very important for both Yifan and Pang Bo. It wasn't until another month had passed that they felt they could fully integrate and understand, believing they could begin their cultivation. The wheel of life and the sea of suffering are intertwined. To cultivate the wheel of life, one must also cultivate the sea of suffering. Therefore, in a sense, all cultivation begins from the sea of suffering. Cultivation is a difficult process, especially for those just stepping onto the path of immortality. Guidance is essential, otherwise, they would not know how to break through the barriers. In the next 2 months, I will help you embark on the path of immortality and become formal cultivators. After that, I will no longer teach you individually. You will need to go to Lingshu Cliff and listen to the profound laws with others. For those just starting on the path of immortality, laying a solid foundation is the most important. Only in this way can one climb higher in the future. Elder Wu Qingfeng took out a text known as the world's strongest foundational method, the Tao Sutra. The Tao Sutra, with such a name, speaks volumes. It records the scriptures of the Great Path and is an unparalleled method. It is said to be a classic of immortals and in the vast eastern wilderness. Only a few ancient texts can be compared to it, with none completely surpassing it. Although this foundational technique is precious, it is no longer a unique secret manual. So Elder Wu Qingfeng did not avoid Yifan and directly passed it to both of them. Yifan and Pang Bo practiced diligently every day, following the teachings of the Tao Sutra. First, they needed to sense their own wheel of life, and then guide their vital energy to impact the sea of suffering. Throughout this process, there are naturally profound methods of perception and unique guiding techniques. However, this was still not enough. It was very difficult to break through the barriers with just individual cultivation. They needed someone to guide them with immortal energy. Elder Wu Qingfeng personally intervened every day, operating the foundational techniques recorded in the Tao Sutra, placing his hand under Yifan and Pang Bo's navel. After more than 10 days, Pang Bo finally sensed something and became aware of the existence of the wheel of life. In the following days, he began to try to guide the vital energy hidden within the wheel of life to impact the sea of suffering. Yifan, however, still achieved nothing. His wheel of life remained silent, as hard as divine iron. Even someone as powerful as Elder Wu Qingfeng could not break through it, let alone guide it. It was hard to imagine why he had such a constitution. Elder Wu Qingfeng frowned and ultimately had to give up. He nearly exhausted all his vital energy to impact Yifan's wheel of life, but it remained unshakable. Elder, you must help. Give Yifan another push. Perhaps he will succeed in the next moment, Pang Bo quickly urged when he saw Elder Wu Qingfeng about to give up. Sigh. It's not that I don't want to help. It's truly impossible. With his constitution, no one can guide him. Ultimately, it still relies on himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head. How could this be? Why not try again? Pang Bo requested with a smile. Such a constitution was called the first holy body in ancient times. Naturally, it is beyond our understanding, and there must be many unknown secrets. The reason for its current predicament is unclear. Whether it requires a special cultivation method or other reasons, it's hard to say. At this moment, Yifan was still in a meditative state, not yet awakened. Pang Bo continued, I think Elder should thoroughly investigate. If you discover the reason, perhaps the supreme might of the first holy body of ancient times can be restored, and then the Lingshu cave heaven will soar to new heights. Elder Wu Qingfeng, having lived for so many years and being astute about worldly matters, would not be easily deceived. He shook his head with a smile and said, in the post-ancient era? This constitution appeared a few times, and even powerful places like those in the eastern wilderness were helpless against it. Given our Lingxiu Cave Heavens foundation, do you think we have a chance? Just then, Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed to sense something and reached out to place his hand under Yi Fan's navel again, gathering all his vital energy to explore. How is it, Elder? Is there hope? Peng Bo asked eagerly. After a long time, Elder Wu Qingfeng finally tiredly lowered his hand and shook his head, saying, "The wheel of life and the sea of suffering remain as hard as divine iron, silent and without any fluctuations. However, I have a strange sensation. His blood essence seems even more vigorous, though it is retracted and hard to detect. I sensed a momentary fluctuation just now." Vigorous blood essence? Peng Bo was puzzled. Yes. You too accidentally consumed a kind of holy fruit and drank from the divine spring in the ancient forbidden land, which greatly improved your constitution and enhanced your vitality. As he spoke, Elder Wu Qingfeng showed a puzzled expression and said, "In these days, he has made no progress in cultivating the Tao Sutra and has been unable to sense the wheel of life. But now his blood essence seems to be even more abundant, more vigorous than your own." Elder Wu Qingfeng also frowned, unable to figure it out. Just then, Yi Fan opened his eyes shining brightly, full of energy. Seeing him in such high spirits, Elder Wu Qingfeng was even more uncertain and asked, "Do you sense the wheel of life?" Yi Fan shook his head and honestly replied, "No." "Do you have any special feelings?" The elder continued to ask. Yi Fan did not want to hide anything from him, as the elder had treated him very well, dedicating himself to him without any discrimination or prejudice due to his special constitution, instead expending a lot of vital energy to assist him daily. "Although I haven't sensed the wheel of life, I feel completely relaxed, with energy surging throughout my body. Do you feel any changes?" Elder Wu Qingfeng asked again. "It feels like I have endless strength." At this point, Yi Fan single-handedly lifted a massive stone in front of the thatched hut effortlessly, appearing to exert very little effort. Elder Wu Qingfeng immediately gasped in awe and said, "Seeing you so relaxed, that single arm must have at least several thousand pounds of strength, combined. It would likely be close to the strength of an elephant." Beside him, Peng Bo was also astonished. He and Yi Fan had both experienced a strange transformation of returning to youth, with their strengths being similar. But now he felt he could not compare to Yi Fan's divine strength. Old man Wu Qingfeng left with confusion. He could never understand why it was like this. Although the other party could not sense the existence of the wheel of life, could they still be considered ordinary people in this state? After the old man left, Yi Fan suddenly started running, like a fierce wind sweeping past the low mountain. Peng Bo immediately showed a look of surprise and said, "Not only has your strength increased a lot, but your speed has also improved. Your master leads you to the door. Cultivation is up to the individual. Once you officially step onto the immortal path, you must rely entirely on yourself. The Lingxiu Cave Heaven will provide profound methods and medicinal liquids. But as for passing on teachings and answering doubts, it will all be done collectively. After all, the elders also need to cultivate and don't have the time and energy to teach individually. Soon, you will be going to Lingxiu Cliff. Once there, be sure to keep a low profile. If you can endure, then endure. Don't act rashly." Chapter 41, Opening the Sea of Suffering. Over the past 2 months, old man Wu Qingfeng has devoted himself wholeheartedly to teaching Peng Bo and Yi Fan, guiding them onto the immortal path. Peng Bo's cultivation has gone smoothly. He has sensed his own wheel of life and can now guide the flow of vital energy. What he needs to do next is to open the sea of suffering, preparing to release the source of divine power in the future. Yi Fan still could not sense the wheel of life. It remained calm and silent. But after practicing every day, he felt refreshed, comfortable, and full of energy. Over these days, his strength has grown, and his speed has significantly increased, as if his body had an inexhaustible source of vitality. Time passed quickly. 2 months flew by, and old man Wu Qingfeng was about to leave. No longer teaching them individually. The immortal path is fraught with danger. Only with a firm will and perseverance can one achieve success. After saying this, the old man floated away. In front of the low mountain, there were 3 to 5 thatched cottages and 2 or 3 bamboo groves, tranquil and natural. On ordinary days, with simple meals, Yi Fan and Peng Bo gradually adapted to this lifestyle. They were to go to Lingxiu Cliff for cultivation tomorrow. Yi Fan was initially hesitant. Since he had not joined the Lingxiu Cave Heaven, it was not good for him to learn the methods alongside Peng Bo. However, old man Wu Qingfeng gave him a jade token, saying that with this token, even if he was not a disciple of Lingxiu, he could still practice there. The bright moon hung high in the sky, its pure light cascading down like gentle waves. The woods near the low mountain were hazy, as if draped in a thin veil. Yi Fan and Peng Bo lay on the grass, gazing at the starry sky, silent for a long time as they searched for the star in their hearts. Beneath the night sky, the stars twinkled. Everything felt so unfamiliar. And they could no longer see that familiar starry sky. Arriving at the other side of the starry sky, the past was too distant to be sought again. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace tonight. People have joys and sorrows, and the moon has its phases. But may we live long and share the beauty of the moon together, even thousands of miles apart. The two lay on the grass, looking up at the starry sky, holding cups of plain tea, but they didn't drink. Instead, most of it spilled on their faces. Afterward, they remained silent for a long time, quietly lying there, gazing at the starry sky, and stopped talking. Until a long time later, this silence was broken. We need to live well. Yifan and Pang Bo were optimistic people. Their brief disappointment was a farewell to the past, and from then on, they would face the future calmly. They quickly set aside these thoughts and shifted the topic to cultivation. Although they had only practiced for 2 months, it felt like a rebirth for both of them, an unprecedented experience. The immortal path was ethereal, with an unpredictable future. Since they had already embarked on this road, they could only walk steadfastly onward. Lingshu Cave Heaven was one of the 6 blessed lands in Yin territory. Although it could not compare with those well-known sects, it still had nearly 1,000 cultivators, with hundreds of young disciples. As dawn broke, golden light fell upon the cliffs, shining brightly. Lingshu Cliff was a sheer cliff made up of a dozen low stone walls, each not connected and spaced apart. Each cliff was not high, only about 70 to 80 meters. In the early morning, many young disciples gathered here. Due to varying levels of cultivation, their choices were naturally different, and they went to different stone cliffs to listen to the profound methods suited to their current cultivation levels. Yifan and Pang Bo arrived early. Having just entered, they had only one choice and went straight to the last stone cliff. There were already quite a few people gathered here, both men and women, totaling about 40 to 50. The youngest among them looked only 7 or 8 years old, with innocent faces, while the oldest were already in their 30s, showing signs of hardship. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a divine rainbow descended. Landing on the stone cliff, the light faded, revealing an old man with white hair and beard sitting cross-legged on it. He glanced down lightly, pausing slightly on Pang Bo and Yifan, before beginning to pass on teachings. Listening to the methods of cultivation in the morning glow, many people below felt a sense of novelty, as many had just become disciples of Lingshu Cave Heaven. The old man on the cliff was calm and composed, his voice steady and emotionless, yet he spoke in detail, covering the issues that new cultivators needed to pay attention to. Half an hour later, the transmission of teachings ended. The old man on the cliff looked down expressionlessly and said, "If you have questions, you may ask. If there are no questions, this concludes today's session." A few young people hastily stepped forward and asked questions, and the elder on the cliff answered them one by one. When he saw that no one had any more questions, he rode the divine rainbow and soared into the sky. For Yifan and Pang Bo, this was their first time coming to listen to profound teachings. It felt rather ordinary and lacking in novelty. They even found it somewhat bland. Over the past 2 months, under the guidance of old man Wu Qingfeng, their foundation was very solid, and they were already clear about various issues to pay attention to. Don't aim too high. The old man had reminded them. The foundation must be solid. Since he emphasized this, there must be a reason for us to come here to cultivate. In the following half-month, although they found it uninteresting, they persisted in coming every day. Eventually, they began to discover the benefits. The elder on the cliff would occasionally share insights and experiences from his own cultivation journey, which were very important. That kind of cultivation experience was like a guiding light for beginners. Compared to their own situations, it was not difficult to gain inspiration and thus accelerate their cultivation speed. One morning, the elder on the cliff suddenly opened his palm, and dozens of beams of light shot down, landing in the hands of Yifan, Pang Bo, and others. Each person receiving a small jade bottle, which was very smooth. When opened, a wave of fragrant aroma wafted out. "This is the medicinal liquid to help you open the sea of suffering." The elder's words were still very concise, unwilling to waste a single word. The sea of suffering and the wheel of life were intertwined. To release the vast vital energy contained within the wheel of life, one must continuously open the sea of suffering. The medicinal liquid in the small jade bottle was very precious, distributed only once every 3 months. And each person could only receive 4 bottles a year. Pang Bo's sea of suffering had been gradually changing over the past 3 months. It had expanded from the size of a juju pit to the size of a fingernail, surrounded by strands of vital energy, making him look much more lively. Although Yifan also drank a small bottle of the medicinal liquid, he still saw no changes. The sea of suffering remained extremely quiet and could not be opened. And he could not even activate a region the size of a sesame seed, with not a single strand of vital energy flowing. However, over these days, his strength and speed had been increasing, his body was almost boiling with energy, and his vital blood was exceptionally vigorous, surging like a dragon. I'll just cultivate slowly like this. Although I can't open the sea of suffering for now and can't communicate with the wheel of life. My body is becoming stronger and stronger. It can't be a bad thing. I think you're much better than me. I've been cultivating the sea of suffering all day, but I haven't seen my strength increase or my speed improve, and I can't even perform profound methods. I really don't know what use this kind of cultivation is. Pangbo complained. Then I couldn't help myself and asked the elder on the cliff. He said, "Excuse me, elder, do we have to keep cultivating like this? When can we ride the divine rainbow and travel?" The elder of transmission looked at him with a faint glance and said, "One must eat rice one bite at a time and walk the road step by step. If you can't walk and only wish to run, you'll only fall." Although the elder was reprimanding him, he ultimately provided an answer, mainly to give hope to everyone below, and spoke about the future cultivation situation. Chapter 42, Upside Down. Time flew by quickly, and it had been 4 months since Yifan and Pangbo came to Lingshu Cliff to learn the law. On this day, the elder of transmission granted them medicinal liquid once again. The small jade bottle, crystal clear and shiny, was only about 2 inches high, with a round base diameter of just 1 inch, and the medicinal liquid inside was indeed limited. This liquid was a deep green color with a special herbal fragrance, having extraordinary effects for opening up the bitter sea, saving cultivators a lot of time and energy. It was said that this liquid was the essence extracted from 100 kinds of herbs, akin to the vital energy contained within the wheel of life in the human body, referred to as the 100-herb liquid. Swish! The elder of transmission transformed into a divine rainbow and soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the Lingshu cave in the blink of an eye. Yifan and Pangbo were about to leave with the jade bottle when a boy of about 15 or 16 years old came over, blocking their way boldly, saying, "Lend me 2 bottles of 100-herb liquid." Without giving them a chance to refuse, he reached out to grab them. "Who are you to ask for them?" Pangbo pushed his hand away and glared at him. Yifan noticed that the people around them showed a hint of fear, all retreating backward. Looking again at the boy, who had 5 or 6 bottles of 100-herb liquid in his hand, he immediately understood that this was a blatant act of extortion. The boy, having been pushed aside by Pangbo, immediately turned sullen and said, "Do you dare to glare at me?" Pangbo and Yifan didn't want to cause trouble, as everyone here were cultivators. They had only just arrived at the Lingshu cave and didn't wish to get into conflict, so they took a few steps back, intending to leave. "Want to leave quietly?" "Did I agree to that?" The boy sneered, grabbing Pangbo's wrist with one hand while reaching for the 100-herb liquid with the other. Although Pangbo wasn't as strong as Yifan, he was still powerful enough compared to cultivators who hadn't mastered the mystical methods. With a shake of his hand, he flung the boy away, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. The boy, infuriated and embarrassed, shouted, "Dare to lay hands on me? I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 months." At that moment, several other boys of about the same age squeezed into the crowd, and the people around showed fear, quickly retreating, seemingly recognizing these individuals. Each of them had 6 or 7 bottles of 100-herb liquid in their hands, evidently snatched from others. These boys quickly surrounded Yifan and Pangbo, and the boy who had just been humiliated by Pangbo sneered, "Teach them a lesson. Let them be unable to get out of bed for 3 months. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be grievances. Even cultivators are not exempt from this." After saying this, Yifan stopped speaking and walked straight ahead. Just as a boy jumped forward, Yifan kicked him away. Pangbo also sneered, "Even fellow disciples want to rob each other. You really are audacious. If we don't teach you a lesson, who knows what other evil deeds you'll commit in the future." He struck harder, almost sending each boy flying with a slap, instantly turning them into a pile of rolling gourds. "Do you dare to hit me?" The boy who instigated the trouble had a swollen cheek, glaring fiercely at Yifan and Pangbo, quickly getting up and running away, saying, "You wait." Unable to communicate the source of divine power within the wheel of life, cultivators were merely stronger than ordinary people, but compared to Yifan and Pangbo, they were like ordinary people. At that moment, a 14 or 15-year-old boy said to a young man in his 20s beside him, "Your brother is really useless. Let him go weigh those 2. And he ends up embarrassing himself like this." The young man in his 20s felt a bit awkward at this remark, but was wary of the younger boy, showing a hint of deference as he asked, "Do these 2 seem worth testing?" "My uncle wants to test them. I heard they seem to have eaten some divine medicine," the 14 or 15-year-old boy said with a dismissive sneer. "Otherwise, I wouldn't be interested in them at all." The young man shivered at this, seemingly very afraid of the boy's uncle, saying, "Even if it is divine medicine, they've already consumed it. What does your uncle plan to do?" "My uncle thinks there should still be strong medicinal properties remaining in their bodies. Unfortunately, he only found out about them recently and is extremely frustrated." The young man beside felt a chill in his body, hesitating to ask, "Even if their bodies still retain medicinal properties, can they still be extracted?" "They can't be extracted directly. Can't we just bleed them?" The 14 or 15-year-old boy laughed coldly, which seemed inconsistent with his age, and said, at worst, "We can refine their bodies directly. I think that's what my uncle means." The young man felt a wave of coldness rise in his heart. That old man who refined medicine was known to be ruthless. As an elder of Lingshu Cave, few dared to provoke him. Those two boys being targeted as medicinal materials would surely find it hard to survive. The 14 or 15-year-old boy commanded, as if to his subordinates, "Your useless brother is coming. You go weigh those two and see what their physique is like, whether it's worth my uncle using them for refining medicine." "Okay, I will go immediately." Yi Fan and Pang Bo had already been low-key enough, but they were still being targeted, though they were unaware of it at the moment. As the two squeezed out of the crowd and were about to leave, they were blocked again. This time it was a young man in his 20s, with a slight sheen flowing over his body, clearly having cultivated some mystical methods and capable of using certain divine powers. "Brother, you need to teach them a good lesson." The boy who had instigated trouble earlier glared fiercely at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The surrounding boys, seeing their support arrive, began to shout loudly. "Break their arms and legs, and throw them into the lotus pond to feed the fish. Let them kneel and kowtow 1,000 times." Several boys kept shouting, relying on their backing, constantly insulting and cursing at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. Yi Fan frowned at that moment. He naturally wouldn't be angered by a few boys. But he felt something was off, as if someone was deliberately targeting them. "Why did you two beat up my brother?" The young man's face was as cold as water, staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Which I of yours saw us beat him up?" Pang Bo raised his eyebrows. The situation had developed to a point where it was impossible to endure any longer. Even if they lowered their heads and admitted defeat, the other party would still deal harshly with them, and he could naturally see that the other party was looking for an excuse. "What do you want?" Yi Fan asked directly. "You two beat up my brother. I naturally have to avenge him." The young man sneered, stepping forward step by step. At this moment, many people had gathered around, all observing from a distance, and no one dared to come forward to mediate. The disciples at the foot of this cliff had mostly just begun their training and were afraid of the young man whose body radiated light. "Break their legs and make them kneel there. Throw them into the lake to feed the fish." The boys shouted again. Swish, a flash of light, and the young man, like a ghost, lunged forward at an extreme speed, his palm and fingers glistening like jade, slicing towards Yi Fan's neck like a knife. He didn't use all his strength, believing this move was enough to topple Yi Fan, causing him to fall to the ground. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Fan reacted quickly, stepping back 2 paces and naturally dodging it, even extending his hand to grab the young man's palm with a bang. "Let go." The young man was somewhat surprised, but did not think Yi Fan could pose a threat to him, intending to shake Yi Fan off with force. However, things once again exceeded his expectations. His fingers felt as if they were clamped by a vice, excruciating pain rendering him unable to shake free. Bang! Just then, Pang Bo made his move, delivering a powerful punch to the back of the opponent. The sheer force was astonishing. The young man trembled violently, blood immediately oozing from the corner of his mouth. After Yi Fan seized that hand, he swung the opponent around like a scarecrow and then slammed him heavily to the ground. Boom! Dust flew up, and the ground shook violently for a moment. The faint glow on the young man's body instantly dissipated, and he let out a scream, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and convulsing. Everyone around was dumbfounded, never expecting that it was Yi Fan who had knocked this young man to the ground so neatly and cleanly. It wasn't that this young man lacked strength. After all, he had already cultivated some mysterious techniques, but he hadn't had the chance to display them. Now, Yi Fan could easily lift thousands of pounds with one arm. Possessing the strength of a dragon or elephant, such immense power could hardly be resisted even by ordinary mystical techniques. Clearly, it was you who sought trouble and provoked us. We were merely acting in self-defense, yet you have the audacity to claim we are beating you up. Fine, let us make it truly fitting. Pang Bo, furious, charged forward quickly. The few young men tried to escape, but were blocked by the crowd of onlookers and had no way to break free quickly. Bang, bang, bang. What did you just say? Break our arms and legs and throw us into the lotus pond in front to feed the fish? And you also said we should kneel and knock our heads 1,000 times? Are you guys tired of living? Pang Bo slapped fiercely, wildly striking the few on the ground until they were bruised and battered, screaming in agony. You haven't even cultivated a basic mystical technique. Yet you want to be a bully? You really don't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth. If I don't teach you a lesson today, do you really think you're immortal? Pang Bo stood up, kicking fiercely, while the few on the ground continued to scream. Yet Pang Bo felt refreshed, finding the act increasingly enjoyable. Tell me, why are you targeting us? On the other side, Yi Fan was also not idle, kicking fiercely, causing the young man to roll on the ground, his body twitching, blood oozing from his mouth. If you don't speak, I'll throw you into the pond in front, head first. Yi Fan kicked again with great force, sending the young man flying. landing horizontally about 8 or 9 meters away. Upon hearing this, Pang Bo's face lit up, saying, "Good idea." He then squatted down and, with immense strength, lifted 5 or 6 young men simultaneously, heading towards the lotus pond. "No, please put us down. Help, we're being killed. Please let us go." In response, Pang Bo paid no heed, lifting them one by one and throwing them forcefully towards the lotus pond. There was a lot of mud inside, and under Pang Bo's tremendous strength, all of them landed headfirst into the mud. "Don't cause any fatalities," Yi Fan reminded. "It's fine. These wasteful people have already stepped onto the path of immortality. Although they haven't cultivated any mystical techniques, their physiques are much stronger than ordinary people. At least they can hold their breath for half an hour. Are you going to talk or not? Do you want to go headfirst too?" Yi Fan kicked the young man on the ground again. Pang Bo strode over and said, "Just throw him headfirst. Don't waste time talking. Let us see if he finally speaks." Seeing that the opponent still refused to cooperate, Yi Fan no longer said anything, grabbing him and forcefully throwing him forward. The crowd around was utterly astonished. What immense power was this? Even from a distance of 40 or 50 meters from the lotus pond, Yi Fan threw a living person as if he were a spear. Puff! In fact, this young man truly fell straight into the mud like a spear, most of his body disappearing into it, leaving only his lower legs flailing outside. What a monster! Where did this freak come from? He looks delicate and quiet, just about 11 or 12 years old. How could he possess such immense strength? The crowd was dumbfounded, then began to discuss among themselves, but everyone felt quite relieved. Those arrogant individuals deserved such punishment. Suddenly, the crowd in the distance quickly parted, making way for several strangers. A 14 or 15-year-old boy with a gloomy expression slowly walked over, accompanied by a few young men in their 20s, all radiating a glow. This was Elder Han's young grandson, named Han Feiyu. His granduncle was also an elder, reputed to be a master alchemist. "Silence, don't speak about him. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth." The young boy Han Feiyu approached with a grim face and addressed Yi Fan and Pang Bo. "Do you think the Lingshu Cave Heaven is just any place? Acting violently in public without care, do you really think you are law enforcement elders?" Yi Fan and Pang Bo ignored him, almost completely disregarding him, and turned their gazes towards the lotus pond. Han Feiyu's expression darkened even further, and he said to the 4 people beside him, "Don't let them obstruct my sight any longer." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan turned around, saying, "You speak quite arrogantly. It seems you've been orchestrating things from behind. Nothing more to say. Today I'll throw you in headfirst too." Hearing this, Han Feiyu's eyes shot out cold glints, muttering in an almost inaudible voice, "It seems I can only send 2 corpses to my granduncle." Chapter 43, Divine Patterns. Han Feiyu's expression was grim, his eyes radiating cold glints, a faint cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo as if they were dead men. And he stopped speaking. The 4 young men beside him, hearing his near-commanding words, stepped forward together, all wearing mocking smiles as they slowly surrounded Yi Fan and Pang Bo. One of them lowered his voice, seemingly not wanting the surrounding people to hear. "You ignorant fools, some people cannot be offended in Lingshu Cave Heaven. How dare you say those words just now with your strength? You have no idea what you're getting into." Beside him, another young man stepped forward a few paces, a cold smile on his face, taunting, "Truly impressive. You just entered not long ago, and you're already so arrogant. You really don't know how to write the word death. However, I estimate you 2 won't die, because living in pain is worse than death. You 1T even find it easy to wish for death without enduring torment. In fact, there is a way for you to suffer less." Then another person spoke casually, as if the 2 before him were just 2 grasshoppers that could be easily squashed, sarcastically saying, "You can break your own legs, kneel down and beg for mercy. Then crawl into the lotus pond and insert yourselves headfirst into the mud, just like that. If I were you, I'd just headbutt a wall to death, to avoid living in agony." All 4 spoke very casually, not taking Yi Fan and Pang Bo seriously at all, mocking and ridiculing them, standing in 4 positions to prevent the 2 from escaping. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were never the type to endure humiliation. The words of these 4 were simply too excessive. However, they remained calm, responding leisurely and composedly. "What are these 4 idiots doing? I suspect they got their heads stuck in the door when they came out. Otherwise, how could they all look so foolish?" Babbling on and on. The 2 acted like outsiders, speaking casually as if they were just watching a show, occasionally commenting. This immediately infuriated the 4 young men nearby, who thought the 2 boys, whom they regarded as grasshoppers, were utterly unafraid. Their demeanor showed they didn't take them seriously at all, and their sharp tongues further fueled the anger, causing them to scowl and lose their mocking smiles. Unaware of your own mortality, one of them coldly shouted, yet did not rush forward, as they had already noticed that these 2 possessed extraordinary strength and did not want to suffer a setback. Shua, a faint glow radiated from below his navel, and a divine pattern, like iron chains, surged forward rapidly towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo, the divine pattern emerging from the sea of suffering. The law enforcement elder had said that only when one has made some progress in cultivation can they use mystical techniques. This was a master. A gasp of surprise came from the onlookers, most of whom were novice disciples who had rarely seen anyone use mysterious techniques, all showing nervous expressions as they watched. This was their first time engaging with cultivators who could wield such mystical powers. And they were unsure of the strength of the divine patterns that surged from the sea of suffering, not daring to approach carelessly, making both sides evade once again. However, the divine pattern followed them closely, impossible to shake off, shining brightly with a metallic texture, glimmering as it quickly wrapped around them. Bang! Yi Fan suddenly lifted a huge stone beside him and met the diving divine pattern with it. The two collided with a loud crash, leaving a deep mark on the giant blue stone that weighed at least 1,000 pounds, resembling a cut made by a knife or an axe. This caused both Yi Fan and Pang Bo to change color simultaneously. Cultivators who could wield mystical techniques were indeed formidable, and if they were mere mortals, they would have no chance of resistance. Careful, these two grasshoppers are quite powerful. If they injure us, it would be quite embarrassing, one of the four young men said in a low voice. Swish, 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 swish. Several light sounds came, and 4 different colored lights blossomed from the 4 young men's sea of suffering, with 4 iron chain-like divine patterns attacking Yi Fan and Pang Bo from 4 directions. At the same time, Yi Fan and Pang Bo launched a fierce counterattack. There was no shortage of rocks near the cliff, and they hurled massive stones weighing 1,000 pounds, causing the 4 divine patterns to tremble continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan and Pang Bo displayed incredible strength, as massive stones continued to soar into the air, rushing towards the divine patterns, while many large blue stones also fell towards the 4 young men. The 4 young cultivators, who had just begun to grasp mystical techniques, were thrown into chaos, although they had cultivated a trace of divine power, allowing them to condense it into iron chain-like divine patterns. They could not control the speed of the divine patterns to evade the massive stones effectively, failing to cause any significant harm to their opponents. After cultivating a bit of divine power in the sea of suffering, their physical constitution had indeed improved greatly. But in terms of pure strength, they couldn't compare to Yi Fan and Pang Bo. At this moment, as the heavy stones rained down, they could only dodge. With stones flying around, the 4 young cultivators were not only blocked, but were also forced to retreat, fearing that the 1,000-pound stones would crush them. Just then, Yi Fan suddenly dashed forward, moving at incredible speed, leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. Bang! In the next instant, he appeared right in front of one young cultivator, delivering a simple yet direct punch that struck heavily between the opponent's mouth and nose, sending him flying. It was a punch that was both aesthetically pleasing and powerful. Yi Fan gracefully stretched his body, and as he swung his right arm, a natural, graceful energy flowed, creating a beautiful movement. Yet, when his fist was unleashed, it was immensely violent, sending the young man flying over 10 meters away. Blood could be seen spraying from the young cultivator's mouth and nose, arcing through the air for several meters, while 7 or 8 teeth followed, falling to the ground. On the other side, Pang Bo could no longer hold back and actively attacked, moving quickly to slam a massive stone onto another cultivator's body, producing a sound of bones breaking. That person staggered and fell to the ground. Bang, bang. 2 more heavy impacts sounded as the remaining 2 were also taken down by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. In that moment, they displayed a violent aesthetic, their fists striking like hammers, causing the 2 to spew blood. At this moment, the 4 divine patterns dimmed and quickly re-entered the 4 young men's sea of suffering. Yi Fan and Pang Bo placed the 4 incapacitated cultivators side by side and then stood there, looking down at them. What were you saying earlier? That we don't know the heights of the sky or the depths of the earth, that we don't understand life and death? Now I want to ask you, do you know? At this point, Pang Bo kicked the 4, sending them rolling like soccer balls. Do you think we are grasshoppers? That you can crush us however you like? You even said to break our own legs and kneel down to beg for mercy, then crawl into the lotus pond and insert ourselves into the mud, wanting us to suffer worse than death and die in torment? Truly shameless. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were utterly disgusted with the 4, showing no mercy, kicking and stomping them as if they were bugs, leaving them in a heap of soft mud. Enough. At that moment, Han Feiyu, who had been watching coldly from a distance, walked over, his eyes icy and his expression dark enough to drip water. Pang Bo glanced at him and said, "You say enough, so it's enough? Who do you think you are? Let them go." Han Feiyu's voice was chilling, causing those around to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he appeared to be only 14 or 15 years old, his demeanor and aura did not match his age and were extremely grim. "Why should we listen to you?" Pang Bo refused to back down. As for Yi Fan, he completely ignored him, casually squatting down to pick up two of the young men, then stretching his body and gracefully swinging his arms. The two figures shot through the air like long spears, flying straight towards the mud in the lotus pond, embedding themselves in the muck, leaving only their feet sticking out. "You're asking for death." Han Feiyu finally showed a furious expression, his entire being exuding coldness as he advanced. Yi Fan ignored him, picked up the other two, and threw them again. With two soft thuds, the last two fell headfirst into the mud. The onlookers were dumbfounded, the outcome truly shocking and speechless. Swish! Han Feiyu's sea of suffering erupted in brilliant and dazzling light, as a square wooden seal, less than an inch long, shot out, swirling with emerald green light, quickly enlarging as it pressed towards Yi Fan and Pang Bo. The crowd erupted in exclamations. This was a genuine green wooden seal, not just a manifestation of the divine power in the sea of suffering, incomparable to the four divine patterns. As the wooden seal burst forth from the sea of suffering, it released tendrils of green energy, emanating a heavy pressure. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had no time to dodge. This green wooden seal was far faster than those divine patterns, arriving in an instant to directly hover above their heads. The square wooden seal, initially less than an inch long, quickly grew to the size of a house, with green energy swirling around it like clouds. Under the immense pressure, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as if a great mountain was descending upon them, straining to resist. Bang! The two pushed upward with all their might to lift the descending wooden seal, but unexpectedly, the ground beneath them cracked, their feet sinking into the earth, indicating the tremendous pressure they were under. Bang! The wooden seal trembled, an endless green mist spreading out, and it grew larger again, descending like a palace. Even 10,000-pound boulders would have been easily lifted. What on earth was this thing, so incredibly heavy? Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms growing heavier. And then their feet sank again, their knees completely submerged, with the ground cracking open with deep fissures. "You like being upside down, don't you? Now I will plant you alive as human trees." Han Feiyu approached, his cold laughter sending chills down spines. Bang! The wooden seal trembled again, the mist swirling around them like thin smoke, and Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately felt the pressure intensifying, their bodies sinking further. Until this time their legs were completely buried, with only their upper bodies remaining on the ground. "If this continues, we'll be squashed into a pulp." Yi Fan sensed the danger and quietly said to Pang Bo. Han Feiyu sneered coldly, assuring them, "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." It was clear he intended to torment the two. At this moment, both Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their arms growing numb. If this continued, they would definitely be unable to resist, and would be crushed into the ground. Yi Fan signaled to Pang Bo to let go, to free himself and rush out. Pang Bo shook his head, fearing that if he let go, Yi Fan would be unable to hold on alone and would be crushed into meat paste. There was no time left and no other choice. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and spat out these words. The pressure from above was too great, and even with his strength from the dragon elephant, he could not hold on for long. Pang Bo understood their situation well. One of them had to break out and deal with Han Feiyu, or else they would have no way out. However, the one left behind would likely be in a desperate situation. Supporting the Qingmu seal had already been very taxing for both of them. If only one remained, it would be even more dangerous. With no other choice, one person had to stay to support the Qingmu seal. Pang Bo was not indecisive. When it was time to cut, he cut, no longer hesitating. He released his hands and pressed down hard on the ground, pulling his lower body out. Bang! The Qingmu seal shook, emitting a faint green light. The immense pressure caused Yi Fan's arms to tremble, and he began to sink again, with everything below his chest already buried underground. The Qingmu seal was now less than a meter off the ground. Pang Bo was frantic, cold sweat breaking out. He shot out like an arrow, his speed reaching its peak. Bang! The green light flickered, the Qingmu seal swayed, and at the moment Pang Bo rushed out, the giant seal crashed down, crushing Yi Fan into the ground. Pang Bo's heart sank, and he was nearly overwhelmed with fear as he dashed toward Han Feiyu, his hands gripping like pincers, tearing at him with all his might. Han Feiyu never expected that one of the two immobilized by him would suddenly break free and tackle him down, tearing at him like a hungry wolf. Bang bang bang. Pang Bo was on top of Han Feiyu, continuously striking down with his fists like a drum. The onlookers were astonished, never imagining that Pang Bo could break free. Although Han Feiyu was not as strong as Pang Bo, he had cultivated a trace of divine power, allowing him to mobilize all his energy, and his body was soon enveloped in a layer of divine radiance. Although Pang Bo's fists struck heavily, they did not cause excessive harm, merely drawing a trickle of blood from the corner of Han Feiyu's mouth. However, even so, Han Feiyu's eyes turned red. He had never suffered such a huge loss. He struggled fiercely, and the sea of suffering erupted into a burst of brilliance, sending Pang Bo flying. Then, several iron-like divine patterns shot out from the sea of suffering, shining brightly, and rushed toward Pang Bo. Pang Bo quickly dodged, lifting a large rock beside him as a shield, then smashed it down hard. I will tear you apart. Han Feiyu's expression was terrifying, several divine patterns swirling around him, then shooting toward Pang Bo like lightning. Boom. At that moment, the Qingmu seal that had crashed to the ground suddenly lifted off, and Yi Fan burst out from below, hands raised, and struck down at Han Feiyu with all his might. The green light shimmered, and the blue mist swirled, crashing down like a small mountain. With Han Feiyu's cultivation, he could not multitask. He could not control both the Qingmu seal and the divine patterns at the same time. When he was fighting Pang Bo, it gave Yi Fan the opportunity to free himself. Yi Fan moved like lightning, leaving a long afterimage, and followed the Qingmu seal. However, Yi Fan's speed was too fast, almost reaching the target simultaneously with the Qingmu seal. Just as Han Feiyu managed to regain control of the Qingmu seal and stabilize it, Yi Fan rushed in close, sweeping his right leg and delivering a heavy kick to Han Feiyu's face. Blood splattered. Han Feiyu sprayed blood from his mouth and nose, flying over 20 meters away. The Qingmu seal lost control and crashed heavily to the ground. Yi Fan did not stop. His body turned into a beam of light, directly chasing after him. Before Han Feiyu could land, he was already in front of him, and with one heavy foot, he stomped down. Such a powerful kick made those around them shudder. The ground shook violently, and Han Feiyu's body nearly broke in half. Almost simultaneously, Pang Bo also rushed forward, lifting his foot and delivering a heavy kick to Han Feiyu's abdomen. Attack his head, don't let him concentrate. Yi Fan shouted. Pang Bo instantly understood. They could not allow Han Feiyu to focus on controlling the Qingmu seal, or they would be in danger again. Bang bang bang. Both of them possessed immense strength. Each kick could send a 1,000-pound boulder flying, heavily stomping on Han Feiyu, causing the ground to tremble along with it. If it weren't for the sea of suffering continuously emitting radiance to protect his body, he would have been trampled into meat paste by now. The onlookers were dumbfounded. The two who had been suppressed and on the verge of death had turned the situation around and were now beating Han Feiyu, which was truly unbelievable. While they thought this way, the two did not wish to cause a death. That would make things too serious. However, they did not want to let Han Feiyu off easily either, and they exerted their strength, dimming the radiance protecting his body. Han Feiyu wanted to control the Qingmu seal, but every attempt ended in failure. The seal flew up several times, only to crash down heavily again. He was nearly stomped into a daze, unable to concentrate. In the end, Han Feiyu was exhausted, unable to continue channeling divine brilliance from the sea of suffering, rolling and screaming under the relentless stomping of the two with divine power. You opened the sea of suffering and cultivated a trace of divine power. Thinking you are a master? You want to kill us, but you're not qualified. We have no grievances, why target us? At such a young age, your thoughts are too vicious, actually wanting to torture us to death. Yi Fan and Pang Bo struck mercilessly, fearing Han Feiyu was feigning weakness. And soon his face was swollen, tears and blood flowing, his head swollen like a pig's head. Although Han Feiyu could not endure such intense pain and screamed continuously, his eyes still glared at the two with hatred. This kid seems to be a truly cruel character. I feel it's very necessary to deal with him. Targeting us and holding grudges like this is indeed a trouble if not resolved. Hearing the two discuss this in low voices, Han Feiyu finally became frightened and shouted, "Don't kill me." It seemed he wanted everyone around to hear. His voice was very loud. Then, he added in a low voice, "You too, don't kill me. My uncle is an elder of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. If you kill me, you won't survive either." Yi Fan and Pang Bo immediately furrowed their brows. Sensing trouble, they had already formed a grudge. It was impossible to resolve it now. Han Feiyu, hearing their words, was instantly terrified, saying, "Don't kill me. This little grudge is nothing. I will never trouble you again in the future." Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances. It was indeed not a good idea to kill him in public. Otherwise, facing the wrath of an elder, they would definitely die. In the end, Yi Fan grabbed him by the legs and lifted him upside down, intending to throw him into the lotus pond. Han Feiyu's eyes blazed with fire. If the two really turned him upside down, he would lose all face and would be unable to show his face in the Lingshu Cave Heaven. Swish, swish. Suddenly, two divine rainbows flew down from the nearby cliff, landing by the lotus pond. The onlookers quickly retreated. These were definitely experts capable of riding divine rainbows. The sea of suffering must have been a divine spring, surely connected to the wheel of life, releasing divine power. Senior brother Li Fei, senior sister Wang Jing. Upon seeing these two descend, Han Feiyu immediately shouted, "Are you both responsible for law enforcement today? Quickly capture these two. They want to kill me." The man and woman, both around 27 or 28 years old, had a graceful demeanor. The man was ethereal, and the woman was unworldly. Although they were not exceptionally handsome or beautiful, they exuded an aura of immortality. Li Fei glanced at him lightly and said, "We all saw what happened just now. You initiated the trouble first. It's not their fault." Han Feiyu was both shocked and angry, but he did not dare to confront the two. Wang Jing took a few steps forward and said to Yi Fan, "Even though he was at fault, he has already suffered enough. Let's just let him go." Seeing that the two did not intend to protect Han Feiyu, Yi Fan, not wanting to embarrass them, threw Han Feiyu onto the bank of the lotus pond. Han Feiyu stood up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared fiercely at Pang Bo and Yi Fan. He also cast a very dissatisfied glance at Li Fei and Wang Jing, letting out a heavy cold snort before turning to leave. Li Fei called out to him from behind, saying, "Junior brother Han, I advise you not to act recklessly in the future. Elder Wu Qingfeng has officially recognized Pang Bo as a celestial seed. If you want to create trouble, be careful that even your great-uncle can't protect you." "What?" Han Feiyu turned around instantly, his face filled with shock as he exclaimed, He is a celestial seed?" "Yes, indeed, he is a celestial seed. General disciples do not know what a celestial seed represents, but as the grandson of an elder, Han Feiyu should understand. Any cave paradise would treat a celestial seed as a treasure, as it represents the future strength of that cave paradise. It is rare to find a celestial seed, often taking 10 or 8 years of effort, so one can imagine how rare such a suitable physique for cultivation is. Once found, they are nurtured as the inheritors of the sect. Currently, the number of celestial seeds in Lingshu Cave Paradise definitely does not exceed 5. How could this be? Han Feiyu's face was filled with disbelief as he asked, if he is a celestial seed, why did he come to Lingshu Cliff to learn the law? Upon hearing that Elder Wu Qingfeng personally passed down the Tao Sutra, Han Feiyu's face turned ashen. He knew for certain that the other party was indeed a celestial seed. Li Fei continued, Elder Wu Qingfeng has been paying close attention to them. The incident that just happened was right before his eyes, so he felt it necessary to announce that Pang Bo is a celestial seed, hoping you won't act recklessly in the future. Han Feiyu's expression turned extremely difficult to look at, and with a flick of his robe, he turned and left. Pang Bo was in a daze until Han Feiyu was about to leave. Then he came to his senses, his expression strange as he asked Li Fei and Wang Jing. So, does this mean I don't have to worry about him in the future? Wang Jing thought he was worried and fearful, so she comforted him, saying, don't worry. Even if he is the grandson of an elder, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you, even if he were the child of the sect leader. Then I can rest assured, he said, and with that, he strode forward to chase after Han Feiyu. It was clear he was not afraid or worried. He clearly wanted to continue beating the other party. This left Li Fei and Wang Jing momentarily stunned, truly unsure of what to say. Han Feiyu's complexion changed abruptly, feeling as if he had swallowed a dead child, suppressing his anger as he quickly squeezed through the crowd and disappeared. Chapter 45, 100 Herb Liquid. Yi Fan and Pang Bo overpowered Han Feiyu, leaving everyone agape. To the onlookers, these two boys, around 11 or 12 years old, were incredibly fierce. Clearly, they had not cultivated the source of divine power, yet they had beaten the grandson of an elder into a daze, almost rendering him incapacitated, leaving many spectators dumbfounded. These two were too fierce. How could boys of such young age possess such divine power? Defeating Han Feiyu barehanded, sending the greenwood treasure seal bestowed by Elder Han flying, was truly unbelievable. The crowd buzzed with discussions. At this moment, even other disciples who had entered earlier and were more advanced in cultivation noticed the situation here. Upon learning that Elder Han's grandson Han Feiyu had been beaten, there was an uproar. Those two boys looked quite refined. How could they be so fierce? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had always kept a low profile, but now they had become the center of attention. Other disciples from the nearby cliffs, upon hearing the news, gathered around, wanting to see these two fierce individuals. What? That Pang Bo is a celestial seed? When the crowd learned this news, they all showed expressions of surprise. The earlier disciples understood what a celestial seed meant. It would be the future inheritor and hope of Lingshu Cave Paradise. A potential figure who could lead the sect to glory. So he is a celestial seed. No wonder he is so formidable, possessing extraordinary talents. Han Feiyu had truly kicked a metal board this time. He wouldn't be able to seek revenge in the future. He could only swallow this anger. Now, when everyone looked at Pang Bo again, their expressions were complex, and they couldn't quite articulate their feelings. Many quickly decided to befriend Pang Bo in the future. At this moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo were not idle. They were completely unconcerned about the gazes of those around them and began to pick up the small jade bottles scattered on the ground, totaling more than 30 bottles of 100 herb liquid. The few boys who had started the trouble were thrown into the mud by Yi Fan and Pang Bo. But the 100 herb liquid they had snatched was all retained. Newly admitted disciples could only receive 1 bottle of 100 herb liquid every 3 months. One can imagine how precious it was. Now, the two had suddenly obtained over 30 bottles, instantly making the onlookers envious. The few who had cultivated divine patterns should have better things on them. Yifan and Pang Bo were not satisfied and turned their attention to the several young men stuck in the mud. These individuals had developed a trace of divine power, nurturing a divine pattern in the sea of suffering, and their cultivation was a notch above ordinary disciples, so they were definitely more affluent than those boys. The two exchanged glances and began to pull them out of the mud, one by one, searching their bodies. Why does each one only have a few bottles of 100 herb liquid? Yifan and Pang Bo searched the young men thoroughly and found that each of them only had 5 bottles of 100 herb liquid, not as many as they had just obtained. Their dissatisfied expressions left the onlookers speechless. Today, all the cliffs had distributed 100 herb liquid, and naturally, the amount received varied according to cultivation levels. These young men had done well to receive 5 bottles each. Li Fei and Wang Jing had not left yet and watched everything unfold, exchanging glances, not knowing what to say. They had never seen such an unconventional junior before. At this moment, the young men lay on the ground like mud, still lacking the strength to get up. After Yifan and Pang Bo finished looting them, they exchanged glances and then, rather unkindly, threw them back into the lotus pond. However, this time they did not do it head first, fearing that it might cause a fatal accident over time. Then, they pulled out the few boys and casually tossed them into the muddy water as well. Finally, Yifan and Pang Bo approached the greenwood treasure seal and tried to push it forcefully, feeling it was too heavy. Even if they could lift it, they couldn't use it for combat. After kicking it twice, they left. The crowd was left in a daze. These two acted like locusts, nonchalantly robbing everyone in broad daylight. And they even wanted to take the greenwood seal away. Senior brother Li Fei, senior sister Wang Jing, thank you. After squeezing out of the crowd, Yifan shouted loudly from a distance before quickly departing. Han Feiyu's face was ashen, his heart filled with anger. He didn't even collect the greenwood treasure seal and headed straight toward a valley deep in Lingshu Cave Paradise. The valley was very spacious, filled with medicinal fields and a variety of rare flowers and herbs, with a fragrant medicinal scent wafting through the air and spiritual energy lingering. The valley was full of precious medicinal materials, with no other vegetation. The aroma from the various spiritual herbs made it almost like a spiritual valley. Some herbal apprentices greeted Han Feiyu on the way, but he ignored them, his face dark as he went directly to a cave at the far end of the valley. Here, the medicinal fragrance was even more intense, with 18 medicinal cauldrons, each taller than a person, lined up in front of the cave, crafted from an unknown metal. Looking ancient and heavy. What happened to you? A hoarse voice came from deep within the cave. The person did not come out, but it seemed they could sense everything happening outside. Among the two people, one is the immortal seed Han Feiyu, who stood outside the cave, gritting his teeth and reporting the situation in detail to his great-uncle. If only I had known earlier that these two had consumed divine medicine. It would have been enough to let them release a bit of blood. Unfortunately, by the time I received the news, it was already too late. And now it's a bit troublesome. After saying this, Elder Han in the cave fell silent, and after a long time, he spoke again. Do not provoke that immortal seed. As for the other one, let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 sharp glints. What I mean is, you should do nothing for now and focus on your cultivation. After these words, there was no more sound in the cave, and it fell into silence. Yes, Han Feiyu was very reluctant, but he did not dare to go against Elder Han. He bowed to the cave and then turned to leave. The two of them praised the Han family as truly good people. After Yifan and Pang Bo finished fiddling with the small jade bottles, they gradually calmed down. Although they had defeated Han Feiyu and others today, they felt a strong sense of crisis. Merely having a strong body and the power of a dragon might allow one to dominate among mortals. But when facing those who have cultivated divine power and can perform mysterious techniques, they ultimately lack versatility and find it hard to compete. At present, they must diligently cultivate. Open the sea of suffering, connect with the wheel of life, and let the divine spring flow continuously. Only the source of divine power can be utilized to truly become stronger. This is the foundation for cultivators. After experiencing such a sense of crisis, the two were eager to become stronger and worked even harder in their cultivation. In the following 2 days, Pang Bo continuously drank 6 bottles of herbal liquid. Combined with the mysterious method recorded in the Tao Jing, and the sea of suffering finally expanded a bit. However, after drinking the 7th bottle of herbal liquid, he suddenly felt something was wrong. The vital energy in the sea of suffering surged chaotically, causing sharp pain like being pricked by needles. Oh no, haste makes waste, he thought. The elder had said that newly initiated disciples cannot withstand too much impact from herbal liquid. Only 1 bottle is distributed every 3 months. Indeed, there is a reason for that. Pang Bo was sweating profusely, struggling to endure. I'll go find someone. Yifan said, about to push the door open. No need. I can grit my teeth and hold on, Pang Bo insisted, not wanting to seek help. He endured for more than half a day before the pain gradually eased. And he bitterly smiled. It seems that meals can only be eaten bite by bite, and paths can only be walked step by step. Ordinary disciples drink 1 bottle every 3 months. I, as an immortal seed, have drunk 6 or 7 bottles in 2 days, which is already against the heavens. At this point, Pang Bo revealed a strange expression and said, you also drank 6 or 7 bottles. Why do you feel no pain at all? Instead, your spirit is becoming more and more robust. What's going on? Is the sea of suffering still calm? Yifan shook his head. His wheel of life and sea of suffering remained completely silent, with no fluctuations at all. The only benefit of cultivating the Dao Jing was that his spirit was becoming increasingly abundant. Drinking 6 or 7 bottles without any abnormal feelings seems to be well within my capacity. Yifan, you should continue to increase the dosage. Perhaps something extraordinary will happen. How can that be? With my physique, drinking more herbal liquid would be a waste. Instead of that, it would be better to save it for your breakthrough, so that the divine spring can flow sooner and reach a higher realm. Don't worry, since they have identified me as an immortal seed. They will definitely provide this herbal liquid in the future. Elder Wu Qingfeng has said more than once that the state of a cultivator's mind is very important. He clearly knows my potential but does not want me to feel superior, sending me to Lingshu Cliff to learn techniques, which speaks volumes. The reason for this now is definitely to temper my character. I believe everything will change in the future, and the herbal liquid will absolutely not be in short supply. Pang Bo's reasoning was very sound, and Yifan no longer declined. There was no need for politeness or formality between the two, and they began to consume herbal liquid in large quantities. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. Yifan silently operated the mysterious method recorded in the Dao Jing. At this moment, he did not feel any abnormalities, but a strange change was slowly occurring within him. Chapter 46, The Golden Sea of Suffering. During this day, Yifan drank a total of 13 bottles of herbal liquid. If he adds the 7 bottles he drank in the previous 2 days, he has now consumed 20 bottles. Aside from the vital energy boiling vigorously in his bloodline, he still felt no discomfort. Seeing him drink like this, Pang Bo felt frightened and said, let's stop for now. My heart is racing, and my eyelids are twitching nonstop, fearing that you might explode and we won't see you again. You crow's mouth, what nonsense are you saying? At this point, Yifan carefully sensed the condition of the sea of suffering and said, I seem to have a strange feeling. What? Is it effective? Pang Bo's face lit up with joy. I'll go find Elder Wu Qingfeng to help guide you. Yifan stopped him, saying, no need to go. I will sense it slowly by myself. Elder Wu Qingfeng had once said that Yifan's physique could only rely on himself, and outsiders could not guide him at all. He had stated that if the life wheel of a common person is like a piece of soil, then Yifan's life wheel is like a piece of divine iron. After planting seeds in the soil and carefully nurturing and cultivating them, the seeds will surely take root and sprout, displaying vibrant vitality. However, with divine iron, no matter how much you invest, even planting immortal roots will be hard to make them grow. In this case, only a transformation within the divine iron can give birth to a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, no matter how superior the external conditions are, it is difficult to change anything. Yifan had a slight strange feeling and was very excited. His physique, which was called the sacred body in ancient times, was now regarded as a waste body, which made him very unwilling. Now that he had a special feeling, he was naturally very invigorated. At this moment, Pang Bo's eyes almost bulged out as he watched Yifan drink bottle after bottle as if it were water. His heart was in his throat. I said to take it easy. Seeing you like this makes me extremely anxious. Can we save the rest for tomorrow? I'm really scared. By this time, a pile of empty jade bottles had already been thrown on the ground, and Yifan had consumed 40 bottles of herbal liquid. Don't worry, I feel great now. The boiling vital energy in my bloodline has completely calmed down, and there are intense fluctuations in the position of my life wheel. After saying this, Yifan continued to consume herbal liquid until the front was completely empty, aside from the 7 bottles that Pang Bo drank. All the remaining 59 bottles were consumed by Yifan. How do you feel? Pang Bo asked nervously. I finally sensed the existence of the life wheel. The source of divine power there is boiling. After saying this, Yifan fell silent and began to silently operate the mysterious method recorded in the Dao Jing, impacting the sea of suffering. Meanwhile, Pang Bo was a bit dumbfounded, muttering to himself, the source of divine power in the life wheel is boiling. How come I have never felt this before? The thatched cottage gradually quieted down, and Yifan sat there quietly like a statue, while Pang Bo anxiously and uneasily kept watch beside him. It was hard to tell how long it had been, but suddenly, the thatched cottage was filled with brilliant light, erupting with waves of sound like a tsunami. From Yifan's sea of suffering surged endless divine brilliance, a golden hue, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Pang Bo was dumbfounded, unable to speak, staring blankly at everything before him. He saw that in Yifan's sea of suffering, divine light was everywhere, splendid like a rainbow. And golden waves were surging, accompanied by thunder and lightning. A fierce tsunami was occurring there, with waves reaching the sky. Such a miraculous scene in the sea of suffering was simply unprecedented. Pang Bo was shocked to an extraordinary degree, feeling that everything before him was so unbelievable. Muttering to himself, what on earth happened? The thatched cottage was filled with deafening sounds of the tsunami, like thousands of troops galloping. Pang Bo slapped himself hard, confirming that he was not dreaming. The tsunami roared, the sound like thunder, and the waves surged heavily. He felt dry and parched. And all of this seemed like a dream, with the rumbling of waves sounding like thousands of troops galloping. At this moment, it seemed that he was not standing in the thatched cottage but had arrived at the seaside, facing a vast and undulating ocean. Yifan sat quietly, cross-legged, as the brilliance of his sea of suffering blossomed, dazzling and magnificent. At that moment, the sound of waves was continuous, golden light shimmered, and thunder danced, creating a terrifying scene of overwhelming waves. Was that golden ocean really his? Why did it radiate outwards, visible even to outsiders? Pang Bo was filled with doubt, staring blankly at Yifan, who shone brightly, waves surging continuously. He had confirmed that the sound of the tsunami indeed originated from Yifan's, which was truly astonishing. This, hidden within the body, was like a real ocean, roaring endlessly. Pang Bo stood there, nearly petrified, as the golden waves seemed ready to crash out at any moment, giving a strong sense of oppression. Why was it golden? After being shaken by the sound of the tsunami, it took Pang Bo a long time to calm down. If that golden ocean was Yifan's, it was indeed too unusual, leaving him feeling incredulous. He could now introspectively observe his own, which was pitch black like ink, appearing lifeless. Elder Wu Qingfeng had once said that without connecting to the wheel of life, the essence of life could only swirl above and the itself would be desolate, devoid of any life fluctuations, either dark green or pitch black. However, Yifan's was so different, entirely unlike what Elder Wu Qingfeng had described. Boom! Above the surging golden, bursts of thunder occasionally erupted, intertwining with the roaring tsunami, making the heavens and earth ablaze with light, the sea and sky connected, everywhere radiating brilliant golden light, exceptionally eye-catching. Pang Bo watched nervously, fearing an accident might occur. Throughout this process, Yifan seemed to have no awareness at all, remaining silent as he silently operated the profound methods recorded in the Taoist scriptures. After several hours, the golden light gradually converged, and the sound of the tsunami slowly diminished. After another half an hour, the thatched hut finally quieted down. Yifan's returned to calm. Its radiance retracted, and the sound of waves disappeared. Before long, Yifan woke up, his eyes shining brightly. The moment he stood up, he seemed much more agile, exuding an aura of immortality. What exactly happened just now? How do you feel now? Pang Bo asked eagerly. Just now, I sensed the of life and saw the boiling source of divine power, which then impacted revealing a golden ocean. I don't know if it was an illusion. Upon hearing Yifan's description, Pang Bo's mouth dropped in shock, and then he nodded repeatedly, saying, it's not an illusion because I saw it too. You saw it too? Yifan was surprised. Yes, you have no idea how grand the scene was. The tsunami was overwhelming, divine light was everywhere, brilliantly dazzling, and the entire thatched hut was shaking. Luckily, our place is very remote, otherwise it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After listening carefully to Pang Bo's account, Yifan finally believed that the golden ocean and tsunami he saw were not mere illusions. Pang Bo asked with concern, how do you feel? I saw that the golden disappeared in the end. Does that mean it was unsuccessful? I don't know if it counts as success. Saying this, Yifan operated the profound methods recorded in and an extremely tiny golden light point appeared at the location of only as small as a sesame seed. Yet it shone brightly. Although it was small, it was not a problem. As long as he continued to practice, it would gradually grow larger. Pang Bo looked extremely excited and said, I am sure yours is absolutely extraordinary. It is golden, completely different from ordinary people, and the radiance can actually radiate outwards. Although only a tiny bit of the sea was formed, Yifan was very happy. He had finally broken the deadlock and opened up his own golden. Why do I feel that this sesame seed-sized has a trace of divine power fluctuating? Could it be that the essence is concentrated? Pang Bo showed a puzzled expression. Chapter 47, Difficulties. The of a cultivator, as its name implies, is desolate and lifeless, devoid of life fluctuations. However, at the center of Yifan's, that golden light point shone brilliantly, like dawn breaking, full of vigorous vitality. Just as Pang Bo said, this tiny golden had a slight fluctuation of divine power. Although very weak, it was clearly extraordinary, Compared to others, it could be described as miraculous, splendid like the essence of a rainbow, entirely different. Could it be that you have connected to the of life? According to Pangbo's speculation, Yifan might have opened a channel connecting to the of life beneath thee, causing divine power to surge up, leading to such a miraculous phenomenon. Without opening a channel, there would be no divine power source surging. Yifan shook his head, denying his speculation. He could be certain that this was indeed not the divine source surging from the of life. Pangbo sighed repeatedly, saying, "This is truly astonishing. The archaic holy body is indeed very unusual, completely different from ordinary people. Could it be that the golden is exclusive to those with this physique?" Having only initially opened up it's still uncertain whether he can continue to cultivate. Yifan was not swayed by joy to lose his rationality. He then began to introspect, carefully examining the condition of the sesame seed-sized golden was surrounded by a dead silence, enveloped by endless darkness and emptiness. Yet its light could hardly be completely drowned out. This light point hung in the air like a bright moon. This filled Yifan's heart with endless hope. Perhaps one day, he could open up a vast and boundless golden, completely driving away the darkness and lifelessness, allowing the desolate land to burst forth with vitality. Yifan and Pangbo discussed for a long time, unanimously agreeing that Yifan's physique was too special, like a bottomless pit, requiring a large amount of herb liquid to open up It was vastly different from ordinary people. He was not afraid of the medicine being too potent and breaking through His was practically a bottomless abyss, impossible to fill. Reaching this conclusion left both of them somewhat troubled. Other newly admitted disciples only needed to take a bottle of every 3 months, which would amount to only 4 bottles a year. Yet Yifan had just opened up a sesame seed-sized and had consumed a staggering 59 bottles, equivalent to what others would need in over a decade. This was truly frightening. According to Elder Wu Qingfeng, the path of cultivation becomes increasingly arduous as one climbs higher. Each step forward in the later stages would cost 10 times more than in the earlier stages. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly felt dazed. This principle must also apply to the consumption of. It's only the beginning, and already dozens of bottles are needed. It's hard to imagine what an astonishing number it will be when he achieves successful cultivation. Don't worry, there will always be a way to solve it. At this point, Pangbo seemed to remember something, his eyes brightening as he said, "You could inform Elder Wu Qingfeng about your ability to cultivate. If the archaic holy body before the ancient times can successfully cultivate, it would definitely shock Yandi and East Wilderness. It's simply unimaginable. I think the elders of Lingshu Dantian would be very shocked and do everything possible to provide what you need." Yifan pondered carefully for a moment and eventually shook his head, saying, "I cannot tell them." Why? Pangbo was puzzled. First, because Lingshu Dantian cannot intimidate East Wilderness. Once the news leaks, I would undoubtedly die. Second, because I suspect that although the golden is miraculous, I might not be able to continue cultivating. I am most likely still a waste body. Pangbo thought carefully and agreed with the first reason. Indeed, the news must not leak, or it might really lead to a fatal disaster. As for the second reason, I think you are overthinking it. Yifan shook his head and said, "Now I finally understand why this physique occasionally appears in the post-ancient era, but is difficult to cultivate. Just the consumption alone is not something an ordinary sect can bear. At first, it was manageable, but the path to immortality is long, and every step forward requires tenfold the consumption. Continuing down this path, with the consumption increasing exponentially, it's unimaginable how astronomical the numbers will be. Even just to reach the mid-stage of cultivation, it would be extremely challenging. And even those sacred places and ancient families that have passed down their legacies since the primordial era would find it difficult. One could even say that the cost outweighs the benefits. Such consumption could nurture many other outstanding disciples. Is this the reason why the primordial sacred body cannot be cultivated and becomes a waste body?" Pangbo showed an expression of surprise. Yifan thought for a moment and said, "This reason is only discovered in the early stages of cultivation. I believe there must be more to it. Otherwise, those sacred places and ancient families wouldn't easily give up. There may very well be harsher and more difficult conditions or reasons. How could this be?" Pangbo was in a daze, feeling that Yifan's path ahead was dim, and the road to cultivation seemed extremely arduous. However, Yifan showed no signs of frustration and said, "The primordial sacred body, if it could be easily cultivated, would lose its significance. The more difficult the path ahead, the more it indicates its extraordinary nature. We must go against the current, climb the cliffs, and brave the abyss. We will take each step as it comes. Perhaps we can gaze upon the peak." In the following days, Yifan and Pangbo practiced even harder, striving to improve their cultivation. During this time, Elder Wu Qifeng called Pangbo to the back mountain of the Spirit Ruins cave, officially confirming him as an immortal seed and encouraging him to work hard in his cultivation. He promised that, in the future, the divine spring in the sea of suffering would flow abundantly, and he would take him as a closed-door disciple. After being officially designated as an immortal seed, Pang Bo could receive 8 bottles of herbal essence each month, a significant increase from the 4 bottles he could receive in a year before. Moreover, as his cultivation continued to improve, the supply would gradually increase to meet all his needs, so he wouldn't have to worry about a lack of herbal essence. On the back mountain of the Spirit Ruins cave, Pang Bo earnestly asked Elder Wu Qingfeng many questions, mainly to help Yi Fan unravel the mystery of the Golden Sea of Suffering. Elder Wu Qingfeng shared many secrets about the Sea of Suffering, stating that in this world, some exceptionally talented individuals would indeed experience various unusual phenomena when opening the Sea of Suffering. What kind of unusual phenomena are there? Pang Bo asked. Elder Wu Qingfeng mentioned a dozen unusual phenomena, but did not mention the Golden Sea of Suffering. Finally, Pang Bo couldn't help but directly ask, is it possible that when opening the Sea of Suffering, there could be tsunamis filling the sky, divine rainbows in myriad paths, and the Sea of Suffering turning into a vast golden ocean? Impossible. Elder Wu Qingfeng shook his head, but then hesitated and said, perhaps. The legendary divine body reappearing in the eastern wilderness may possess such unparalleled phenomena, but it shouldn't have such a grand momentum. Recently, there had been rumors that a rare divine body was reappearing in the eastern wilderness, and it was not just a single case. It was said that many were in the process of growth, hidden within sacred places or ancient families. Even Elder Wu Qingfeng had heard these rumors multiple times. Those rare geniuses have almost all been taken by those sacred places and ancient families. Elder Wu Qingfeng seemed quite helpless. After listening, Yi Fan pondered for a long time and then looked at Pang Bo and said, I think I should leave the Spirit Ruins cave. Why? Pang Bo was surprised, not understanding why he suddenly made such a decision. I came to the Spirit Ruins cave to understand how to cultivate, and now this place is not suitable for me to stay any longer. I need to go to other places to seek opportunities. No way. If you leave, I will leave too. Pang Bo firmly opposed. You have been confirmed as an immortal seed. The Spirit Ruins cave will cultivate you to the fullest, and you don't need to leave at all. I'm different. With my constitution, staying in the Spirit Ruins cave will not lead to any development. Chapter 48. The ancient scriptures not existing in the world, sharing blessings and bearing difficulties together. Since you want to leave, I will definitely accompany you. Pang Bo said decisively, determined to leave with Yi Fan. Yi Fan could not agree. After being confirmed as an immortal seed, Pang Bo had a bright future ahead of him. If he left now, everything would return to zero, and the road ahead would be filled with uncertainties, with the possibility of accidents occurring. I have another reason for leaving. We have pressured Han Feiyu, making him lose face. Pang Bo immediately interrupted him, saying, don't worry about him. I am now an immortal seed. I believe he won't dare to act recklessly for a short time. Once our strength grows, what do we have to fear from him? Pang Bo nodded upon hearing this. He had always found it strange that they had no grievances with Han Feiyu and should not have had any conflicts, as there had been no prior interactions between them. You're not guessing that his uncle wants to target us, are you? Pang Bo's mind was quite agile, and he suddenly thought of many things. They had once consumed a sacred medicine and unexpectedly returned to their youthful state. If Elder Han learned about this, he might indeed take an interest in them. I think his lifespan is nearing its end, and he is eager to refine the revitalization pill. He likely has his eyes on us. Yi Fan made this judgment and then said, now that you are an immortal seed, he wouldn't dare to harm you. But if I continue to stay, I fear that something might happen. That old immortal. Pang Bo frowned upon hearing this. He no longer obstructed Yi Fan's departure, but insisted on accompanying him. If you must accompany me, then I won't leave. Yi Fan decisively stated this. He did not want to delay Pang Bo's cultivation, as the Spirit Ruins cave was truly the best choice for him. Pang Bo understood Yi Fan very well. Seeing him this way, he no longer insisted and sat there in silence. Go get some paper and a pen. I will leave you the ancient scriptures. Yi Fan had only told Pang Bo about obtaining the ancient scriptures from the bronze coffin. He had recited a few lines before, which Pang Bo had regarded as a celestial script, as it was too obscure and profound to comprehend. Even now, Yi Fan himself did not fully grasp its meaning and had pondered for a long time without any clues. Those scriptures are like celestial writings to me. Leaving them for me is useless. I certainly won't lack for mysterious methods in the Spirit Ruins cave, so no need to bother writing. Yi Fan ignored him and grabbed the paper and pen to start writing. At the moment he began to write, a heavenly sound, like a grand bell, suddenly resonated in his heart, and hundreds of ancient characters flowed like a gentle stream, giving him a refreshing feeling. Yi Fan wrote swiftly, leaving behind line after line of characters, but then something strange happened. The pen stopped, and the words vanished. As the pen in his hand stopped, the lines of ancient characters slowly faded away, and then the paper turned to ash, as if a mysterious power contained within the pen tip had destroyed everything. At the same time, the hundreds of ancient characters in Yifan's heart gradually blurred, and the sounds slowly faded. Beside him, Pang Bo was dumbfounded. This was too strange, giving a very eerie feeling. After a long time, he finally spoke, saying, "I think it's better not to write. This celestial script is too sinister." The hundreds of ancient characters were unseen and unheard, even older than the bronze inscriptions. Originally, Yifan could not recognize them. But due to the presence of the heavenly sound, when those hundreds of ancient characters were imprinted in his heart, he gradually understood their meanings. Yifan bowed his head in contemplation, recalling what Elder Wu Qingfeng had said. Before the primordial era, there were sacred texts, and every character condensed the essence of the Tao, possessing unfathomable power. Merely copying them would lead to indescribable strange occurrences. Some speculated that writing these ancient characters might communicate the forces of heaven and earth, causing chaos in vital energy, leading to various inexplicable events. Could it be that every stroke of these ancient characters condenses a kind of momentum, causing the surrounding essence of heaven and earth to become chaotic during the writing process, ultimately destroying the paper? Yifan muttered to himself. He then began to carve on the ground, and when the pen tip stopped, a faint electric arc coursed across the ground, erasing all the characters. Pang Bo felt it was unbelievable and said, "This celestial script is causing trouble. Don't write anymore. It is not the mystical scriptures, but rather these ancient characters are extraordinary. Each stroke condenses a certain force that can interfere with the fluctuations of the world's vital energy. When all these forces are concentrated together, they can evoke the power of heaven and earth around them, forming a force that can erase the ancient scriptures." Yifan made such a judgment. The more so, the more mysterious and unfathomable the ancient scriptures appear, making it even harder to fathom the intentions of the person who left this scripture. The hundreds of ancient characters arranged together render the ancient scriptures unable to manifest in the world, as if this is a cipher that should not exist in the world. Yifan did not insist any longer. The ancient scriptures are profound and obscure, and even if left to Pang Bo, he would find it difficult to understand their meaning. In the end, Yifan chose to leave, and Pang Bo silently saw him off. Following the cobblestone path, he walked out from deep within the immortal mountain, arriving at the exit of the Lingshu cave heaven. As he stepped onto the bluestone steps, the ancient scriptures echoed in Yifan's heart once again. He turned to Pang Bo and said, "There might be extraordinary things beneath the more than 100 bluestone ancient steps of the Lingshu cave heaven. You should come here more often." Just then, Pang Bo suddenly widened his eyes and said, "Don't go. Han Feiyu is not giving up. He actually sent someone to monitor us. Don't leave yet. If they see you about to leave, they will definitely ambush you on the way." Pang Bo's face turned ashen. If he had not accidentally discovered that young man following them, letting Yifan leave today would have certainly brought regret for a lifetime. He immediately cursed, "Han Feiyu, you bastard. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have your uncle backing you? If you have the guts, come kill me directly." Hearing his furious roar, Han Feiyu's face turned green. If other elders or the sect leader misunderstood that he wanted to eliminate the seedlings of the Lingshu cave heaven, even with his uncle's backing, he would probably not be able to keep his life. Pang Bo's anger surged, gritting his teeth and saying, "This kid is really sinister. He has been monitoring us all along. It seems he really wants to find an opportunity to make a move against you. For now, don't leave." Yifan nodded. Indeed. Without sufficient strength, it is unwise to leave recklessly, otherwise, there could be real threats to his life. In the following month, everything was very calm. Han Feiyu did not dare to send anyone to monitor Pang Bo and Yifan anymore and restrained himself greatly, fearing that Pang Bo would report to other elders. "What's wrong?" Yifan asked. "It might be good news for you, but not for me." Pang Bo sighed and said, "I also think it might be dangerous for you to stay in the Lingshu cave heaven for too long. I just requested Elder Wu Qingfeng to send you away." "That is indeed good news." Yifan immediately smiled and said, "It's not a life and death separation. There's no need to sigh. We will meet again sooner or later. By then, I hope you will have become the renowned Pang sect leader, making those so-called holy lands and ancient families wary." Pang Bo truly did not want to part with Yifan, but he had no other choice and said, "We need to wait a few days. In the coming days, Elder Wu Qingfeng will select some promising disciples to take to the primitive ruins outside the Lingshu cave heaven for training." Long ago, the site of the Lingshu cave heaven was a wasteland, which was cleaned up by later generations, becoming a blessed land. One could say that the history of the Lingshu cave heaven is long, and if traced back, this ancient land could extend to the archaic era. The primitive ruins are extremely vast and endless, and the Lingshu cave heaven is just a part of it, with vast areas still unexcavated. In that wasteland, ancient trees tower high, and various rare birds and beasts appear from time to time, with many rare herbs growing as well. Every year, the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven lead their disciples there for training, which not only serves as a trial, but also broadens the disciples' horizons. However, the ruins of the ancient woods and wolves are not a pure land. Many fierce beasts and savage birds inhabit them, although there are elders accompanying them. Bloodshed still occurs every year. It is said that many precious herbs grow there, some of which are rare spiritual medicines. If one is lucky enough to collect them, they can be exchanged for pills with the accompanying elders. At this point, Pangbo looked at Yi Fan and said, "You urgently need the 100 herb liquid. If you gain something there, it can temporarily solve your current needs." Chapter 49, Mixed Quality. This is indeed good news for Yi Fan. If he can gather spiritual medicines or hunt rare birds and beasts there, it can effectively resolve his pressing needs. His golden bitter sea is like a lake on the verge of drying up, desperately needing a vast amount of vital energy to replenish it, so that he can continue to open up and allow the golden ocean to reappear. This time, Elder Wu Qingfeng is personally leading the team, so there is no need to worry about that bastard Elder Han making moves. The matter was settled, and both Yi Fan and Pangbo would participate in this training. 2 days later, Elder Wu Qingfeng, along with another elder, led over 100 disciples away from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, heading towards the adjacent ancient ruins. There, ancient trees towered, presenting a primitive scene. Even from a distance, they could hear the deafening roars of savage beasts, and faintly, waves of fierce, murderous aura echoed. They could also see strange, ferocious birds circling in the sky, each over several meters long, enormous beyond measure. I remind you all once again, be very careful, and never underestimate this training, as it concerns your lives. Elder Wu Qingfeng emphasized many points that needed attention. Finally, he reminded, in the past, some disciples often disregarded danger and ventured deep into the ruins to collect rare spiritual herbs. If they encounter savage beasts at that time, they will undoubtedly die. The deeper you go, the more terrifying the ferocious birds and beasts become. Many are ancient species left over from the archaic era, and even the elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven cannot deal with them. So, you must not take risks by going deep. The 2 elders, leading over 100 disciples, quickly arrived at this wasteland, where the spiritual energy was dense, not much different from the Lingshu Cave Heaven. As soon as they arrived, someone discovered herbs. Don't pick those with too young a medicinal age, elderly reminded. The giant trees here are extremely tall, and several people holding hands cannot encircle them. The old vines are as thick as thighs. Calling it a wasteland is actually more like a primitive forest. Giant python. As they just entered the forest, someone screamed, having spotted a large, colorful python as thick as a water barrel. Poof! The brightly colored python opened its mouth and sprayed a mist, immediately covering the screaming disciple, who let out a shrill scream. The other disciples were all horrified and quickly retreated. As the mist dispersed, a snow-white skeleton was left on the ground, along with a lot of yellow liquid, causing the surrounding plants to wither. Elder Wu Qingfeng quickly approached and frowned, saying, "How did we encounter a poisonous dragon right at the edge of the ruins? Something seems off." At this moment, Elderly also walked over and said, "This large python is called a poisonous dragon, and it is highly toxic. You must be careful not to be contaminated by the poisonous mist it sprays, or you will immediately die from poisoning." After Elderly finished speaking, he added, "Its gallbladder is a good material for refining medicine. Disciples with strength can go collect it." Just arriving at the edge of the ruins and encountering such a poisonous python, they truly did not know what terrifying beasts awaited them inside. With one disciple dead on the spot, everyone felt a chill and became cautious. "I'll get the snake gall." A girl around 16 or 17 stepped out of the crowd and pushed forward. A green light lit up in her bitter sea, rapidly spreading to her arm and shooting out along her fingers. The green light, like a sword, sliced through the poisonous dragon, cutting it in half. The girl carefully retrieved a fist-sized snake gall and immediately exchanged it for a bottle of 100 herb liquid from Elderly. The other disciples were instantly encouraged. Nearly all of them had the strength to slay the poisonous python. As long as they were fearless and could let loose, they could harvest something in this wasteland. Do not fear, and do not be careless. In the time ahead, there may still be bloodshed and death, but this is something you must experience. Flowers and plants in a greenhouse will one day have to face the cruel reality. Otherwise, they will never truly grow. Although the 2 elders said this, they still frowned. The death of a disciple just upon arriving at the edge was indeed not a good omen. At that moment, other disciples began to take action, and soon someone dug up a 10-year-old dragon tongue herb, while at the same time another disciple discovered a blue dragon vine. Suddenly, a sharp bird call came from deep within the ruins, piercing the sky like the sound of metal striking metal, causing everyone to wince and their ears to buzz. At that moment, everyone was taken aback and stopped, looking in the direction of the sound. They saw a golden flash of lightning streaking through the air, quickly diving towards a mountain peak. "What is that?" Everyone was astonished. The golden lightning was too fast to see clearly. Only a blazing golden light rushed past. Elder Wu Qingfeng showed a serious expression and said, "That is the lightning bird, as swift and terrifying as lightning, born with the power of thunder and lightning. Even I would have to take a detour if I encountered it." Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed, and on the mountain peak where the lightning bird was diving, a gigantic ape covered in scales leaped into the air, soaring over 100 meters high, lunging at the lightning bird. "It's the scale ape." On the other side, Elder Li's expression changed, saying, "It must be the king of the scale apes. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful to dare to attack the lightning bird." Elder Wu Qingfeng furrowed his brows and said, "It seems the ruins are not peaceful. This trial will likely have some twists and turns. We shouldn't go too deep." The harsh bird calls and beast roars echoed from deep within the ruins, slicing through the heavens and resounding from afar. The faces of the disciples present turned pale. Just a moment ago, they had seen someone easily slay a poisonous dragon, boosting many people's confidence, but at this moment, they finally understood that the ruins were far more terrifying than they had imagined, with many super beings in the depths that they could not provoke at all. "Let's find another place to enter the ruins." Elder Wu Qingfeng always felt that this area was not very peaceful today. After all, the primordial ruins were vast enough. So he led everyone to another area. After walking over 10 miles, they arrived at a rocky forest. After passing through here, they re-entered the ruins. Let me remind you again, even if you want to go deeper, you can't exceed 10 miles. Otherwise, you will definitely be in danger. You must act within your limits. After arriving here, everyone began to split up, forming groups of 3 or 5, each pairing off to seek their fortunes. The 100-herb liquid was a huge temptation for the disciples who were opening up the bitter sea. Han Feiyu also participated in this trial, casting a cold glance at Yi Fan and Pang Bo. When Yi Fan and Pang Bo turned to look, he immediately averted his gaze and looked elsewhere. "Han Feiyu, you were almost killed by these two." Accompanying Han Feiyu were several young men and women, all around 18 or 19 years old, each full of spirit, with divine light flowing in their gestures. Han Feiyu was clearly just one of them, far from being the central figure, merely standing on the sidelines. One of them, although a celestial seed, had just entered the sect and hadn't learned much. The other was even more of a waste, unable to cultivate. And being defeated by such a fool really embarrassed Elder Han. The two who spoke were a boy and a girl, both around 17 or 18. Young compared to the others nearby, yet they were surrounded like stars around the moon. Pang Bo felt his anger rising. These two were far too reckless to openly ridicule Yi Fan as a waste. He angrily said, "What kind of talk is that? Do you even know how to speak like a human?" The 17 or 18-year-old girl sneered repeatedly, a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth, making her look stunning, yet giving off a chilling vibe. She coldly said, "You have quite the temper. Don't think just because you are a celestial seed that you can look down on everyone. The future is uncertain. Even celestial seeds can perish. Who's the one looking down on everyone? Did we provoke you? You came up and insulted someone as a waste right away. If we are to be considered arrogant, then what are you? Blind?" Pang Bo retorted without holding back. "If it weren't for the elders' orders prohibiting disciples from fighting here, I would really like to teach you how to be a proper disciple." The girl with the beauty mark shot a cold glare at Yi Fan and then fixed her gaze on Pang Bo, saying, "Although you are a celestial seed, you cannot bring people here at will. This ruin is the sacred ground of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. How could it allow just anyone to come and go freely?" The 17 or 18-year-old boy standing beside her also mocked. "Not everyone can cultivate. One must have self-awareness." Saying this, he shot a cold glare at Yi Fan and said, "Please leave as soon as possible. This is the training ground for our Lingshu Cave Heaven disciples, and outsiders are not allowed to intrude. Shut your bird mouths." Pang Bo was furious. Insulting Yi Fan was equivalent to insulting him, and he wanted to charge forward. Yi Fan held him back, glanced at the few people, said nothing, and simply took out a jade pendant, waving it in front of them before striding forward. It was Elder Wu's jade pendant. The expressions of the few people suddenly turned ugly. They had initially wanted to drive Yi Fan away, but ended up saying a lot of nonsense for nothing. Han Feiyu stepped forward and said, "Sister Liling, Brother Liyun, let's not trouble them for now. My uncle doesn't allow me to provoke them right now. If he finds out, he will definitely punish me." After walking a few hundred meters, Pang Bo said, "I remember now. I saw them on the back mountain of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. I was quite far away at the time and didn't pay much attention." Elder Wu Qingfeng casually mentioned a few words. "The woman seems to be called Liling, and she is also a celestial seed. The man seems to be named Liyun. Although he is not a celestial seed, his talent is also quite special, not inferior to celestial seeds by much." Pang Bo was quite indifferent, saying, "Only with pressure can there be motivation. My goal now is to step on those few bastards within 3 years." I finally understand why Elder Wu Qingfeng once sighed about the mixed quality of disciples in recent years. The Lingshu cave heaven doesn't seem as calm as it appears on the surface. There may be opposing relationships among the elders. You must be careful in the future. Yi Fan reminded. I know. Elder Wu Qingfeng said he wants to take me as his closed-door disciple. I think after you leave, I might go to the back mountain to cultivate. I won't cause trouble until I achieve something, Pangbo said. Yi Fan thought for a moment and then shook his head, saying, It's a pity that our strength is not enough right now. Otherwise, we could plan something to help you get rid of these troubles. It's fine. You don't need to worry about me. They can't do anything to me. Saying this, Pangbo was still very angry, saying, Don't pay attention to their words. Yi Fan smiled and said, Don't worry. I can't be bothered to say anything to them. So naturally, I won't care. That's good. Now you don't have to worry about anything. Just focus on cultivating. When your golden bitter sea is opened up, let them understand who the real waste is. Before long, Liling, Liyun, Han Feiyu, and others caught up, but this time they were not coming for them, just passing by. Let's go deeper into the ruins and leave the outside to those wastes, Liling said with a faint cold smile. The beauty mark at the corner of her mouth appearing somewhat glaring and giving off a chilling feeling. Yi Fan stood aside, quietly watching them leave, still saying nothing. This despicable person. Pangbo was furious but could only hold it in for now, as he currently had no strength to resist. In the following 2 days, Yi Fan and Pangbo found dozens of medicinal herbs, but when they brought them to the 2 elders for exchange, they only received 2 bottles of 100 herb liquid. In fact, many people were in the same situation, and many couldn't even exchange for a single bottle of 100 herb liquid. Moreover, in these 2 days, 3 more disciples had died. This won't do. Although there are some medicinal herbs in the outer regions, they aren't of sufficient age and have been nearly all harvested by predecessors. As for those rare birds and beasts, seeing so many people enter at the same time, they must have long since fled far away, making it impossible to hunt them. 2 bottles of herbal liquid were of no use to Yi Fan, and after discussing, both agreed that to find real spiritual medicine and hunt spiritual beasts, they could only venture deep into the ruins like Li Lin and the others. It was too dangerous inside. Those fierce birds and savage beasts were beyond their capabilities. Besides, if they encountered Li Lin and Li Yun, even if they did not dare to confront them openly, they would likely cause trouble behind the scenes. After a long discussion, the 2 turned their gaze toward the distance. They wanted to move away from this area and head toward another region. 2 days ago, the lightning bird that tore through the sky, glowing with golden light, left a deep impression on them. The scaled monkey king, which leaped over 100 meters high from the mountains, was even more shocking. At this moment, the images of the lightning bird and the scaled monkey king kept appearing in their minds. In the past 2 days, there had been piercing bird calls and beast roars deep in that area, creating a great disturbance, which only began to quiet down today. Why were these 2 terrifying exotic beasts fighting? Both felt that there must be some extraordinary reason. At this moment, the depths of the ruins had gradually calmed down, and they thought that if they could sneak into that area, they might make astonishing gains. Yi Fan and Pangbo were both very decisive people. After making a decision, they immediately set off, stealthily heading toward that area. Chapter 50, Jade Snake Orchid. As they approached the area, Yi Fan and Pangbo were startled. Hundreds of poisonous dragons, as thick as water barrels, were hissing, and the toxic mist was spreading, corroding a large area of the forest. Additionally, deep within the dense forest came low, rumbling roars, with countless large ferocious beasts prowling among the trees. For some unknown reason, they were not attacking each other but were extremely restless, constantly gathering in this area, surging like a tidal wave, with the vast majority of the ferocious beasts unidentifiable. In the sky, a large number of exotic birds were also circling at low altitudes, their bodies all over several meters long, creating a dark mass that blocked out the sun. What had happened? Yi Fan and Pangbo were both astonished, as the sight before them was truly shocking. An immense number of savage beasts and endless fierce birds were gathered in this area, all restless, surging like a frenzy. Could it be that the lightning bird and the scaled monkey king's battle had disturbed all the other fierce birds and beasts? It was hard to say. Even if the beast kings were fighting, it would be impossible to scare out so many strange beasts and spiritual birds. How do we get past? So many fierce birds and beasts, densely packed like a tide, completely blocking the way. We need to find a place to go around. This is definitely an opportunity. I think there must be a vacuum area inside. Perhaps the super beast kings are battling in the deepest parts, or some other changes have occurred, driving the majority of the fierce birds and beasts to the edge. The 2 circled for more than 10 miles, finding a sheer cliff, climbing up along the vines, then continuously traversing several cliffs, finally descending along an old vine, successfully reaching deep into the dense forest, avoiding the tide-like ferocious beasts and fierce birds. It was truly quiet inside. This area was filled with ancient trees, entwined with old vines, lush and green, but it was eerily silent. As if all living beings had fled, a deathly quiet with not a sound. What could have happened deep in the ruins? Even if beast kings were fighting, it shouldn't be like this. There must be some other reason. Otherwise, how could all the fierce birds and beasts have fled? Yi Fan and Pang Bo were somewhat suspicious, but ultimately moved forward, quickly delving deeper, where the ancient trees grew even more robust, resembling a primitive landscape. Amidst a cluster of boulders, a sound was heard, like a snake flicking its tongue. Colorful mist was swirling there, accompanied by a foul smell. A giant snake. Pang Bo whispered. In that rocky area, there was a giant snake as thick as a water barrel, coiled among the rocks, continuously exhaling colorful toxic mist. It was extremely restless. This was no ordinary snake. It had a jade horn on its head. The massive snake's scales were as large as a palm, colorful and vibrant, shimmering under the sunlight. Most notably, the jade horn on its head was radiating light, like colorful threads flowing down into its head. This horned snake had already become a spirit, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. If it were to grow claws beneath its belly, it would be the legendary Jiao. Both felt a chill in their hearts. Not all fierce beasts had retreated. Some powerful characters had remained. However, this giant snake seemed anxious, wanting to leave but hesitating. Suddenly, a faint muffled sound came from deep within the ruins, like a giant drum being struck, echoing from a distance. Upon hearing this sound, Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a sense of unease. At that moment, the giant snake with the jade horn trembled uncontrollably, then swiftly swam deep into the stone forest. A snake hole. The rocky area was its nest. It anxiously rushed into a massive black hole and would not come out again. The colorful toxic mist dissipated, and the foul smell faded, revealing everything clearly within the rocky forest. This should be the jade horned snake that the elder mentioned. Initially, the two had no associations. But after the toxic mist cleared and they saw the dark snake hole deep in the rocky forest, they recalled some things. I remember the elder saying that this jade horned snake evolves after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for over 100 years, and in its habitat, there grows a rare spiritual herb called jade snake orchid. Though both had some impression, they did not remember it clearly. The elder, aside from teaching profound methods, had also imparted a lot of other knowledge over the past few months, such as explanations about cultivation scriptures, weapons, and spiritual herbs. Yi Fan and Pang Bo focused on their cultivation, not investing too much energy in other knowledge. Before this expedition, they had made up for their shortcomings in relevant books. Otherwise, while they could recognize many herbs, they might not be able to quickly identify them. It truly is jade snake orchid. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were very excited. At the entrance of the dark snake hole, they saw 3 palm-high peculiar plants, snow white and translucent, resembling 3 small white snakes standing upright, with a few white jade leaves overhead and a dazzling white jade orchid flower at the top. The 3 plants were extraordinary. Just one look made it clear they were exceptional, with a hint of radiance swirling around and a faint fragrance wafting in the wind. Indeed, it was jade snake orchid. It was said that when the old snake absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, the spiritual energy around the snake hole would become abundant. But ordinary plants could not withstand it. Even spiritual herbs would turn to dust after a long time. Only a peculiar orchid could survive, absorbing the essence along with the old snake. After enduring over 100 years of spiritual energy cleansing, it would condense a large amount of the sun and moon essence, transforming into a strange plant resembling an old snake, hence being called jade snake orchid. It has extraordinary detoxifying properties, capable of neutralizing many kinds of strange poisons. Growing near the snake hole, aligning with the idea that a detoxifying spiritual herb must be present beside poisonous creatures. In addition, it has absorbed a large amount of life essence along with the old snake, making it a favorite among cultivators. The two restrained their impulses, not daring to rush over to pick it directly, as it was said this was the old snake's preparation for itself. Once the jade snake orchid completely transformed into the old snake's shape, it would swallow it. If anyone attempted to covet the jade snake orchid, the old snake would undoubtedly fight fiercely. The old snake had already become a jade-horned snake. But these 3 jade snake orchids had not yet fully transformed into the old snake's shape. They were still immature. How could they be harvested? I think the old snake was startled earlier and has taken refuge deep in the snake hole, temporarily unwilling to come out. If we sneak over slowly, we should be able to successfully pick them. It's a bit risky. Let's wait a moment. If that muffled sound echoes again from deep within the ruins, we'll rush over quickly, grab what we can, and flee immediately. All right, let's be patient and wait for a while. After discussing, the two hid among the rocky forest. Although they didn't know what was happening deep within the ruins, they felt that the situation should still be ongoing, and that muffled sound would continue to resound. Sure enough, in less than 15 minutes, the muffled sound rang out 3 times in succession. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt anxious, a strange sensation washing over them. as if their souls were trembling involuntarily. They ran for several miles before stopping, and at that moment, a rumbling sound came from behind them. As if the rocky forest was experiencing an earthquake, it was clear that the old snake had emerged. Boom! Another muffled sound came from deep within the ruins, making both Yifan and Pang Bo's hearts race, a sharp pain in their chests. However, it was precisely because of this muffled sound that the rocky forest where the old snake was located fell silent. Thankfully, we succeeded. I was really afraid that old snake would chase us down. It has already become a spirit, and ordinary strong people can't deal with it, let alone us. The two sat on a large green stone, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Yifan and Pang Bo carefully examined the jade snake orchid in their hands, which indeed resembled an old snake with leaves and orchid flowers. Even the stem had scale-like patterns, and it was crystal clear, like being carved from mutton fat jade, with an aroma that penetrated into their very bones. Unfortunately, it wasn't fully mature yet. Be content, such things are rare and hard to come by. It is said to contain a large amount of life essence. I wonder how effective it truly is. Let's find a safe place and try taking it. The two would never consider exchanging the jade snake orchid for the 100 herbal liquid with the elders of the Lingshu cave. This thing is definitely many times stronger than the essence extracted from 100 herbs. Yifan and Pang Bo climbed a cliff using the vines. The vegetation here was lush, but there were no traces of beasts or birds. It was very quiet. After consuming the jade snake orchid, they wouldn't have to worry about encountering poisonous insects or scorpions later. After discussing for a moment, Yifan decided to take one first to see how it worked. His physique was special, so he didn't have to worry about the medicine being too potent and overwhelming him. Yifan bit off half of the jade snake orchid, and the fragrance immediately spread out, filling the entire cliff with a refreshing aroma. His mouth was filled with a rich fragrance, and he felt all the pores on his body open up. The surrounding area was filled with spiritual energy, and the broken jade snake orchid was releasing life essence outward, with strands of fine light circulating. Yifan hurriedly put the remaining half into his mouth. Then, he quickly sat cross-legged and began to operate the mysterious method recorded in the Tao Sutra, becoming completely still, like a fossil. Not long after, Yifan suddenly began to breathe heavily. His complexion was as red as blood, his veins bulging, and his skin was bright red, with a faint light radiating from his body. Pang Bo was extremely nervous, watching quietly. He felt a powerful spiritual energy was impacting Yifan's flesh and organs. He could even clearly hear the sound of Yifan's blood roaring, like a mighty river rushing forward, with a strong life essence circulating within him, constantly washing over his flesh, causing light to overflow. After half an hour, the sounds within Yifan's blood finally ceased. His breathing gradually lengthened, and his pulse stabilized, making him feel much more agile. Boom! Suddenly, at that moment, a blazing golden light erupted from Yifan's sea of bitterness, with divine rainbows appearing. The light dazzling and brilliant. It's coming. Pang Bo was somewhat excited. The scene he had seen last time reappeared. Yifan's sea of bitterness transformed into a golden ocean, with roaring tsunami sounds echoing, like thousands of horses galloping, deafening. The raging waves soared to the sky, golden light blazed, the endless ocean rolled majestically, sweeping into the high heavens, and the intense divine radiance filled the sky. Rumble, lightning flashed and thunder roared, golden lightning streaked across the sky, and countless thunders resonated in the heavens, containing endless vitality within the destructive power. Vibrant life surged within the dancing electric light. The golden ocean, with towering waves, intertwined with the blazing lightning, formed an extraordinary world of endless divine radiance. The deafening sound of the tsunami came. Although Pang Bo had witnessed it before, he was still somewhat dumbfounded at this moment, as the golden sea of bitterness seemed to possess a strange power, constantly vibrating. Yifan's sea of bitterness was radiant, making the surrounding scenery glimmer with divine light. After 2 full hours, everything gradually calmed down. The golden light retracted, the sound of the waves disappeared, and Yifan's sea of bitterness returned to silence. He felt much more ethereal, taking on an immortal-like demeanor, appearing transcendent. Half an hour later, Yifan opened his eyes. As if 2 bolts of lightning flashed by, his eyes sparkled with brilliance, full of spirit and vigor. How do you feel? I feel great. The sea of bitterness has expanded. Yifan began to operate the mysterious method recorded in the Tao Sutra, and a point of golden light instantly illuminated the sea of bitterness, which had grown from a sesame seed size to the size of a soybean, like a divine lamp set there. The speed of this expansion is truly astonishing. While Pang Bo felt happy for Yifan, he was also extremely surprised. This time, Yifan's expansion of the sea of bitterness had increased by many times. The golden sea of bitterness flowed with strands of divine power, making Yifan feel incredibly at ease with every move, and the strands of divine radiance emanating from the sea of bitterness nourished his flesh. Yifan operated the Tao Sutra, and a strand of golden divine radiance surged out from the sea of bitterness, shooting out along his fingers with a soft sound. Piercing through a nearby ancient tree, Pang Bo was immediately dumbfounded, saying, "You can actually unleash an attack similar to divine patterns now. The jade snake orchid is indeed extraordinary. The life essence it contains is many times stronger than those dozens of bottles of 100 herbal liquid from last time." Yifan sighed. This time his opening of the golden sea of bitterness was incredibly smooth. Pang Bo also showed an excited expression, saying, "This time, the experience was definitely worth it. We've gained these 3 spiritual herbs, which must be more than what others have collectively harvested. I really don't know what happened deep within the ruins. Should we continue to delve deeper? Of course we should move forward. Let us go a bit deeper. There might still be gains. And all the ferocious birds and beasts have fled. This is a rare opportunity. Furthermore, something astonishing might be happening deep within the ruins, which could be a tremendous opportunity for us." Chapter 51. A day is like 3 autumns. Did that muffled sound from deep within the ruins echo a few more times just now? Yifan asked. That muffled sound had frightened all the beasts, and they wondered if the jade-horned snake had also left. This old snake, which had already become a spirit, must have been enraged. It would be best if it had already left. Otherwise, when we head deeper into the ruins later, we might encounter it. What is that smell? Yifan showed a puzzled expression and said, "Why does it smell a bit fishy?" Pang Bo also took a deep breath and then suddenly changed color, saying, "It smells like the old snake." Just then, Yifan's expression changed drastically. He pulled Pang Bo down and whispered, "Run." Just a few hundred meters ahead, a fierce, gigantic snake head emerged from below the cliff, covered in palm-sized, multicolored scales, glinting coldly, with eyes like red lanterns emitting 2 beams of blood light. The 2 to 3 meter long snake tongue hissed, and when it touched the vegetation on the cliff, it instantly turned it into yellow water. The old snake is chasing us. Pang Bo also turned pale, not expecting that this demon snake would ultimately pursue them. The only relief was that it hadn't discovered them yet. Above the cliff, there were many towering ancient trees, and the 2 quickly retreated to the back of the cliff, grabbing the vines and jumping down. If they were even a moment late, their lives could be in danger. The old snake must have become frenzied. And if it discovered their traces, a tragic outcome was to be imagined. If this old snake holds a grudge against us, we would really be in danger. As the 2 fled while glancing back, they saw a colorful giant snake standing upright on the cliff, its eyes shooting out 2 beams of blood-red light. The jade-like horn on its head shone brilliantly under the sunlight, continuously emitting divine rays. Boom! The cliff echoed with rumbling sounds, and massive stones rolled down, crushing many trees that were in the way. The old snake quickly descended along the cliff, chasing after them. "We're in trouble. It's found us." "No good. The old snake's speed is too fast, and there are fierce birds and beasts outside blocking our way. We will surely be caught halfway. There's no other way now. Hurry into the ruins." That dull sound seems to intimidate the old snake. It likely won't dare to venture too deep. After discussing, the 2 transformed into 2 streaks of light, rushing swiftly into the depths of the ruins. However, the jade-horned snake had already become sentient and was extraordinary. Its speed was like lightning, able to summon strong winds. All the grass and trees in its path fell aside, clearing a road for it. Rumble! The mountains rolled, and the old snake was more ferocious than a bulldozer, causing the ground to shake and trees to break as it passed. Nothing could stop it, and the sound of its hissing tongue grew closer, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Yifan felt no discomfort, but Pang Bo felt dizzy and said, "This old snake is too poisonous. Even from hundreds of meters away, the toxic mist is drifting over, and I feel my body weakening. Quick! Eat a petal of the jade snake orchid." Yifan was anxious. The old snake's speed was astonishing, getting closer, and if Pang Bo had an accident, it would be too late for regrets. Pang Bo hesitated to swallow the whole jade snake orchid, trying to tear off a petal that looked like sheep fat jade, but he felt it was still too risky, fearing the potency would overwhelm him. In the end, he pulled off some of the flower's core and put it in his mouth to suck. "How do you feel?" Yifan was worried about Pang Bo's safety. "It's really effective." Pang Bo exhaled. Shortly after taking it, the nauseous feeling disappeared, and he no longer felt dizzy. Instead, he felt refreshed and quickly halted the snake venom's invasion. Truly, it was a miraculous medicine that could counteract all kinds of poisons. Yifan felt relieved. Crackle! Behind them, the old snake closed the distance again, snapping the ancient trees that blocked its path, creating a terrifying scene. The low shrubs automatically parted, revealing a snake path. The old snake's eyes were blood red, and it let out a loud hiss, spraying a large mouthful of toxic mist. Even though they were still over 100 meters away, it quickly rushed forward, and a hissing sound echoed around them as the trees beside Yi Fan and Pang Bo rapidly dissolved, turning into yellow water, extremely frightening. If they hadn't taken the jade snake orchid, the outcome could be imagined. They would have likely ended up in a sea of corpses. This snake venom is too domineering. If this continues, we won't escape death. The old snake is about to catch up. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been caught long ago. Its speed was too fast, and the sentient jade-horned snake moved with the wind, like lightning. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had consumed sacred fruits in the ancient forbidden land, gaining the strength of a dragon and greatly enhancing their speed. Otherwise, anyone else would have been caught by now. Hold on. I think that dull sound will ring out again soon. At that time, the old snake will surely feel fear, and that will be our chance to escape. The ground shook, and the giant snake was almost upon them, now only 70 or 80 meters away. Yi Fan and Pang Bo finally changed color, quickly turning to dodge. Whoosh! The old snake rushed past, but it wasn't as clumsy as imagined. Its massive tail swept like a thick iron whip, instantly breaking a patch of trees, sending leaves flying and a foul smell wafting. Although Yi Fan and Pang Bo were not hit by the dozens of meters-long giant snake tail, they were struck by the broken trees, which felt like hitting stone, knocking them flying. If it weren't for their extraordinary physiques and incredible strength, they would have likely suffered broken bones. Even so, the two felt their blood surging and stumbled forward for dozens of steps before stabilizing. Suddenly, an immense sense of crisis surged in their hearts. Just then, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air came, and the jade horn atop the old snake shot out a dazzling light, like a sword dozens of meters long, slashing towards the two. Run! Yi Fan and Pang Bo changed color, exerting all their strength to dash out, leaving behind two afterimages. Whoosh! That divine beam, over 20 meters long, directly sliced through many ancient trees and left a terrifying fissure in the ground. Even the massive stones blocking their path were cut in half, with smooth edges as if they were sliced through tofu. The sentient snake was too terrifying. A chill ran through Yi Fan and Pang Bo's hearts. Indeed, there is no free lunch in this world. If one wants to gain something, they must pay a price. If it weren't for the upheaval deep in the ruins, they wouldn't have had any chance to harvest the jade snake orchid. Even so, they were still being pursued, with nowhere to escape. We can hold on for at most half a quarter of an hour. Boom! Just as the two finished speaking, a muffled sound suddenly rang out from the depths of the ruins. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt as though struck by lightning. Their bodies shook violently, and their hearts ached, while the giant snake, even more so, rolled on the ground, violently twisting its massive body and crushing a large area of surrounding trees. Hurry! Stabilizing their minds, Yi Fan and Pang Bo fled like the wind, not daring to pause for a moment. Damn it, that old snake is still chasing us. In the distance, the trees were in turmoil. Although the jade-horned snake's speed had slowed somewhat, it was still pursuing along the path they had taken. This was not a solution. It might chase them deep into the ruins. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt it was very ominous. This sentient creature is truly not to be trifled with. Hey, there's someone moving ahead. Yi Fan showed a surprised expression. Several figures were swiftly traversing the mountains ahead. Pang Bo squinted and said, "It's Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu, and the others. It seems they have the same idea as us, wanting to take advantage of this rare opportunity to enter the depths of the ruins and gather a lot." At that moment, Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances and both chuckled. The two quickly climbed down the giant rock and then sped forward. Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu, and the others aimed for the ancient buildings deep within the ruins. They understood this primitive ruin far better than Yi Fan and Pang Bo. They knew that today's abnormality was certainly not due to the Beast King's fight, but more likely because something had happened in the ancient architectural complex deep within the ruins. If they could successfully delve into that place, there might be unimaginable great opportunities, as this ruin is a remnant from the ancient times. Someone is approaching here, and they are actually after the same thing as us. Li Yun revealed a murderous intent, saying, "Let's intercept them later. They might have already found some spiritual items." It's that waste Pang Bo and the one called Yi Fan. Li Lin's killing intent was palpable as she looked at the rapidly approaching duo. "Dare to come near us." Seeking death, Han Feiyu's face was filled with hatred, and his eyes shot out fierce glints. Yi Fan and Pang Bo moved quickly, reaching not far away in no time. "Li Lin, brother Li Yun, I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Yi Fan and Pang Bo wore expressions of surprise, their faces filled with emotion, as if they were reuniting with long-lost relatives, rushing over with uncontainable joy and warmth. A day apart feels like 3 autumns, 2 days apart feels like 6 years. Finally, we meet again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo strode forward, wishing they could rush over and embrace them to express their joy. This made Li Lin, Li Yun, and the others feel extremely uncomfortable, quickly causing goosebumps all over their bodies, and they couldn't help but shiver. Li Lin immediately showed a look of disgust, glanced at Pang Bo, and then looked at Yi Fan with disdain, saying, "Stop trying to get close. No matter what you do, it won't change anything." She stood on a large rock, looking down at Pang Bo and Yi Fan with a vicious expression, coldly saying, "You are really bold. Aren't you afraid of dying in this forest? The depths of the ruins are not a place for waste to come casually." Li Yun's expression was also extremely cold, staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo with repeated sneers, contemplating whether to strike immediately. His only concern being that Elder Wu Qingfeng might have left a mark on Pang Bo, which would allow them to trace what had happened. Despite humiliating the two and revealing a chilling murderous intent, Yi Fan and Pang Bo acted as if nothing were wrong, completely at ease, and even more excessively. They both grabbed Han Feiyu's hand, repeatedly saying, "Han Feiyu, you are such a good person. Did you pick some spiritual herbs? Why does your body smell so fragrant?" Li Lin's murderous intent was evident, the beauty mark on her mouth trembling slightly, but in an instant, her expression changed, saying, "Something's not right. Why is there a foul smell coming?" Boom, boom, boom. It was a snake spirit. An old snake had become a spirit. That was the jade-horn snake. Everyone present turned pale, seeing an old snake with a single horn gliding through the wind, crushing the grass and trees as it quickly rushed towards them, the heavy stench making them want to vomit. "Damn it, it's you two." Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu, and the others realized everything in an instant, wishing they could grind Yi Fan and Pang Bo to dust at that moment, but it wasn't the time to be angry. They turned and fled, in a very sorry state. "Han Feiyu, you are such a good person," Yi Fan and Pang Bo said as they fled. Chapter 52. Incomprehensible. At this moment, Li Lin, Li Yun, Han Feiyu, and the others wished they could directly skin Yi Fan and Pang Bo alive, feeling that their smiles were just so annoying and deserving of a beating. Of course, this was just their feeling. In fact, Yi Fan and Pang Bo believed they were smiling quite brightly, with all the pores on their bodies relaxed, feeling very comfortable. "Pang Bo, you are just looking for death. I won't spare you," Li Lin cursed, her beautiful face icy cold, radiating a scary aura. Li Yun was also extremely angry, feeling this was completely an undeserved disaster, inexplicably being chased by a snake spirit. He shouted, "Pang Bo, you are forcing us. Even if you are a celestial seed, this won't end well. And that waste. Just wait, I will personally butcher you." Puff. Colorful poisonous mist surged forth, like a colorful garment covering everyone. Li Lin and Li Yun dared not speak anymore and quickly rushed forward, fearing being covered by snake poison. Just then, a scream rang out. One of them couldn't dodge in time and was turned into a pool of corpse water, with bones blackened and corroded almost to pieces. The group was filled with fear. This demon snake was too terrifying, casually turning a cultivator into a dry bone with just one puff of poisonous mist, making them feel cold. What made Li Lin and Li Yun even angrier was that Pang Bo was running faster than a rabbit, leaping and bounding ahead, leaving them far behind, completely treating them as human shields. As for the waste in their eyes, Yi Fan was even faster, leading the group, making Han Feiyu and the others feel a sense of madness. How could a waste run ahead of them, making these gifted disciples feel humiliated while being angry and secretly hating themselves? Hiss. The old snake was getting closer, the jade horn on its head bursting with intense divine radiance, cutting through the sky like a lightning bolt, and with a puff, it cleaved one person in half, splattering bright red blood on the nearby people, instantly making them feel terrified. A female cultivator screamed in horror. The bloody and cruel reality made them feel their own insignificance. In front of the powerful snake demon, they, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation, were utterly vulnerable. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, the jadehorn snake's eyes glowing red, crushing through the forest and rapidly closing in on everyone. In the agony of fear, someone couldn't help but curse, saying, "Damn it. How could that waste run so fast? It's almost out of sight. Damn it. How could that waste run faster than us?" Everyone gritted their teeth in frustration, feeling extremely unbalanced. The so-called waste was moving like the wind, stepping lightly on the grass, almost floating. "These two bastards, once I find the opportunity, I will definitely slice them into 1,000 pieces." Li Lin's exquisite face was filled with frost, her expression a mix of anger and fear. But she had no way out. Although these few had exceptional cultivation, they were far from being able to compete with the snake demon. As for Li Lin and Li Yun, although they were talented, they had only joined the Lingshu Cave Heaven for 3 years. Although their cultivation had progressed rapidly, they had yet to form a divine rainbow and could only run on the ground. Their cultivation was much stronger than Yi Fan and Pang Bo's, but their physical bodies were far inferior to the two who had consumed the holy fruit. Yi Fan and Pang Bo had undergone a transformation akin to a rebirth. Their physiques were incomparable to ordinary cultivators, allowing them to leave the others far behind. The group was almost out of breath, and even Li Lin disregarded her beautiful image, putting aside her pride to curse, saying, "Damn it, Pang, and that waste. Li Lin, will remember you." Being chased madly by the jade-horned snake, with death uncertain, and now being repeatedly cursed as a waste by Li Lin and the others. Even a mud person would have some temper. Yifan also cursed, "Damn it. I remember you too, Li, but I'm not interested in you, just like a washboard. It's driving me crazy." Li Lin was shaking with anger, but she had to run desperately, not daring to scatter her focus too much. Li Yun shouted from behind, "You two bastards, you are too immoral. I curse you to die a miserable death. Damn it, who is immoral? You two have always wanted to eliminate us, and now you happen to encounter us. You deserve your bad luck." Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu were almost speechless with anger. Encountering these two, they felt they had run into misfortune for 8 lifetimes, with their lives hanging by a thread. Apart from Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu, the other few were clearly struggling, some with cries in their voices, shouting ahead. "I say, 2 little junior brothers. Who are your little junior brothers?" Yifan and Pang Bo were very dissatisfied with this title. "Wrong. I meant 2 big brothers," the others cried out, especially the waist big brother, saying, "You run so fast, there's no need to follow us. You should run far away. I beg you." Having been chased for so long, their lives potentially at stake, Yifan, who had lost his usual calm, directly retorted, "Who the hell is a waste?" Thud. Among Li Lin and the others, the last cultivator's face turned gray, having inhaled some snake poison, exhausted, and fell to the ground. The jade-horned snake rushed past, its massive body crushing him into a meat paste, splattering blood all over the place, creating an extremely bloody scene. Hiss. The sound of the giant snake flicking its tongue came, and then a disciple was torn away by an invisible force, flying backwards and instantly being swallowed by the jade-horned snake's gaping mouth. He barely managed to let out a terrified and urgent scream before it abruptly stopped. And with a puff, a spray of blood burst from the old snake's chilling white teeth, after which the person was swallowed alive into the snake's belly. In fact, during the swallowing process, the person's body had already dissolved. This terrifying scene made everyone feel an overwhelming chill from head to toe. As the distance closed in, the jade-horned serpent no longer spat venom, nor did it shoot divine light from its jade horn. Instead, it simply opened its massive, bloody mouth and extended its forked tongue, using an incredibly terrifying suction to draw people in, swallowing them whole. Splash! Blood sprayed, and another person was devoured, with streams of blood flowing from its sharp teeth. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 people had lost their lives. Apart from Yifan and Pang Bo, only Li Lin, Li Yun, and Han Feiyu remained. "Pang Bo, and that useless one, just wait. My uncle will make you wish you were dead and grind you to dust." Han Feiyu shouted in fear and anger. At this moment, he was running at the back, aware that he was about to become the serpent's next target. The old serpent extended its 2 to 3 meter long tongue, dripping a large amount of venom that corroded the ground, causing wisps of white smoke to rise. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Han Feiyu. "No!" Han Feiyu screamed in terror, feeling his body lighten as an invisible force tore at him, lifting him off the ground and pulling him toward the serpent's massive mouth. In this critical moment, Han Feiyu summoned the Qingmu seal, a treasure weighing thousands of pounds that emitted green light, with strands of green mist swirling around it, and slammed it down fiercely. Bang! The Qingmu seal struck the old serpent's head solidly, causing it to sway slightly, but it was not harmed in the slightest. Its single horn emitted a divine light, instantly sending the Qingmu seal flying away, crashing heavily in the distance, and turning a pile of rocks into dust. The Qingmu seal was not destroyed, after all. It was a weapon personally refined for him by Han Feiyu's uncle, with many intricate patterns carved inside that laid down various powerful forces, making it hard to truly destroy. Han Feiyu's cultivation was insufficient, and he could not unleash the true power of the treasure, so he could not harm the jade-horned serpent at this moment. "Uncle, help!" Han Feiyu, suspended in midair by the serpent, cried out in terror. Just then, a jade pendant on his chest flickered with light, forming a light screen that fixed him in the air, making it difficult for the old serpent to swallow him. Han Feiyu suddenly remembered that this was the jade pendant his uncle had instructed him to carry at all times, which now seemed to be for saving his life in a critical moment. On a distant cliff, a green light suddenly surged, and a figure riding a divine rainbow arrived in an instant. The old serpent seemed wary and quickly retreated, abandoning Han Feiyu in midair. Li Lin and Li Yun immediately showed joy, and Han Feiyu shouted, "Uncle, save me." The divine rainbow rushed in, flashing green light, and an old man, hunched over with disheveled hair, appeared, grabbing Han Feiyu and bringing him safely to the ground. Li Lin and Li Yun hurriedly stepped forward to pay their respects. In the distance, Yifan and Pang Bo also stopped, exchanging glances, feeling uneasy and wanting to flee at once. But they noticed the old man's gaze sweeping over them a few times, so they refrained from making any rash movements. If a powerful being capable of riding a divine rainbow locked onto them, escape would be impossible. The two stood quietly, watching. This old man was not tall, extremely thin, and hunched over, barely reaching 1 meter and 50 centimeters. His long, white hair covered his face, making it impossible to see his features. All that could be seen were his extremely dry hands, resembling blackbird claws. "Thank you, Elder Han, for arriving in time. Otherwise, we would all have died here," Li Lin and Li Yun said after bowing, while shooting fierce glares at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, saying, "This time, you are dead." Han Feiyu, gritting his teeth, kept whispering something to the old man, and from his expression, it was clear that he intended harm against Yi Fan and Pang Bo. His eyes cold and filled with hatred as they glanced this way. Elder Han, looking as emaciated as an old ghost, ignored the three before him. He looked at the jade-horned serpent, nodding repeatedly, his voice low and hoarse, as if he might run out of breath at any moment, saying, "Yes, very good. The jade horn of the serpent is excellent material for alchemy." The jade-horned serpent had long since sensed danger and was retreating rapidly, its tongue flicking out as it sought to escape. In that moment, the disheveled old man floated forward like a ghost, unwilling to let it go. The old serpent opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of poisonous mist, instantly engulfing him, but the green light flickered as a mysterious aura enveloped Elder Han, completely blocking the serpent's venom. Swish! The jade horn atop the serpent erupted with intense divine light, several blinding rays shooting out toward Elder Han. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons clashing rang out as Elder Han wielded a green wooden ruler, shattering all the divine rays, scattering them across the forest. The jade-horned serpent sensed danger and quickly turned to flee, wanting to distance itself from the area. However, Elder Han would not give it the chance. And from his withered body suddenly burst forth 12 green rays, which rapidly enlarged into 12 green wooden swords, each embedding themselves into the ground, forming a cage that trapped the jade-horned serpent inside. "Let go of the jade horn automatically, or I'll flay you alive." Elder Han's words were cold and sinister, his gaze sharp as he stared at the jade-horned serpent. The serpent seemed extremely furious, its eyes filled with fierce light, and the jade horn shone brilliantly, wanting to gather all its divine power for a final strike. Clearly, Elder Han would not allow it to unleash that strike. The 12 green wooden swords radiated a deep green light, the patterns carved on them writhing like snakes, and then the 12 swords surged with green light, filled with killing intent, slicing toward the center. Puff, puff, puff. In the distance, Yi Fan and Pang Bo gasped in shock. Han Feiyu's uncle was terrifying. With just a wave of his hand, he had slain a serpent spirit, his profound cultivation making them feel dread. It should be known that the old serpent's body was incredibly strong, easily crushing towering ancient trees and grinding massive rocks into pieces. Its body was as tough as adamantine, but it could not withstand the 12 green wooden swords, which instantly slaughtered it. Blood flowed like a river, covering the ground, and this disheveled, hunched Elder Han gave off a chilling aura. Chapter 53, Elder Han. He walked forward with the green wooden ruler, arriving at the bloodied ground, lightly tapping to remove the jade horn, and then rummaged through the serpent's corpse to extract a massive serpent gallbladder, dripping with blood. He used his bird claw-like fingers to crush the gallbladder, squeezing its bile into his mouth, and even stuffed the gallbladder itself into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. Oh, although it's bitter, for this nearly lifeless body of mine, it's truly a great tonic. The gallbladder of a serpent spirit is quite rare, he said in a low, ghostly tone, causing even Li Lin and Li Yun to feel a chill. You guys are too bold to come here, Elder Han, with his disheveled hair hiding his face, must have had a grim expression, as his words were icy. Don't think it's just you. Even powerful experts with a steady flow of divine power wouldn't dare to easily venture deep into the ruins. Uncle, I know I was wrong. Han Feiyu lowered his head, not daring to argue, seeming very afraid of Elder Han. Li Lin and Li Yun also lowered their heads, not daring to look at the elder in front of them. Yes, the three agreed, but they did not leave immediately, their eyes scanning the direction of Yi Fan and Pang Bo, revealing killing intent with no attempt to hide it. Aren't you leaving? Although Elder Han's hair was disheveled and his features obscured, at that moment, two sharp glints shot from his hair, instantly sending a chilling sensation through the three, making them dare not linger, quickly heading into the forest. Elder Han walked toward Yi Fan and Pang Bo. His body was as dry as a withered tree. His black clothing seemed wrapped around a short bamboo pole, and combined with his disheveled white hair, he appeared eerie and terrifying. He floated forward silently like a ghost, exuding a sense of death. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a sudden tension in their hearts. The gone old man was too eerie. Both felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. At this moment, they were not in the Lingshu cave heaven, and if the other party captured them to refine medicine, it would be utterly hopeless. Elder Han approached without touching the ground, his cold laughter sounding like a night owl's cry, making one's hair stand on end. It hardly seemed like a voice from a living person. Having escaped from the jaws of the jade-horned snake and obtained the jade snake orchid, well done, he nodded repeatedly. Staring at Yi Fan and Pang Bo, his white hair shooting out two fierce glints as he scrutinized them. The praise made both of them uncomfortable, especially when he said well done, which felt less like a compliment and more like an examination of their bodies. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt a chill run down their spines. The old man, resembling a ghostly figure, was nearing the end of his life and seemed to be looking for ways to refine a life-restoring pill. His gaze made them shudder. Having met Elder Han, Yi Fan and Pang Bo stepped forward to pay their respects. There was no way to escape. The other party could ride the divine rainbow and catch up to them in an instant. You seem a bit afraid of me. There's no need for that. I actually like young people, especially those full of vitality. Elder Han's voice was deep and hoarse. He took a few steps forward, glanced at Pang Bo, then fixed his scorching gaze on Yi Fan, as if sizing up his own possessions. Yi Fan nearly swung a punch, and Pang Bo could hardly contain himself, ready to strike. But at that moment, Elder Han suddenly patted Yi Fan's shoulder lightly and then floated away like a ghost, leaving the two of them behind. I have high hopes for you. Cultivate well in the future. His words were weak and lifeless, and he vanished from their sight in an instant, flying deeper into the ruins. What does that old immortal mean? Pang Bo showed a doubtful expression. He had thought Elder Han was going to take action, but unexpectedly, he left like that. Yi Fan's expression was not good. He muttered curses under his breath. That kind of naked gaze was completely unmasked and unrestrained. He seemed to regard me as his private possession. Damn it. I curse him to be trapped in the depths of the ruins. Pang Bo suggested, let's hurry and leave this place while that old immortal hasn't turned hostile. The further away, the better. Whether to flee or not was the same. He hadn't attacked directly. Clearly wary of Elder Wu Qingfeng, but seeing his demeanor, it seemed everything was under his control. They didn't know what he truly wanted. In the distance, in the mountains and forests, Han Feiyu was puzzled. He had initially thought his uncle was going to directly capture Yi Fan to refine medicine, but to his surprise, he just paused for a moment and then floated away. Li Lin and Li Yun were gritting their teeth. Having seen Elder Han leave, they whispered to each other, wanting to go over and end Yi Fan and Pang Bo's lives directly. Pang Bo was a celestial seedling, most likely bearing Elder Wu Qingfeng's mark. If they killed them, it would probably be easy to trace back to them. Ultimately, the three left in anger, suppressing their murderous intent without taking action. Just then, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, rushing toward the depths of the ruins. It was Elder Wu Qingfeng. Yi Fan and Pang Bo exchanged glances, revealing joy. At this moment, the depths of the ruins were undoubtedly dangerous, but Yi Fan and Pang Bo did not retreat. Instead, they chose to continue forward. If we don't enter the deepest part of the ruins, we can search in the second deepest area. Perhaps we can find a few spiritual herbs similar to the jade snake orchid. They felt that the danger was concentrated in the deepest part of the ruins, where incredible changes had occurred, while other areas should still be relatively safe. The forest was eerily quiet. After walking for over 10 miles, Yi Fan and Pang Bo saw many foundational stones and rubble. The vegetation could hardly cover these ruins. During this process, they finally confirmed that not all fierce birds and beasts had fled. They saw several powerful creatures comparable to the jade-horned snake, all half hidden in caves, restless and agitated. Boom. Just then, a dull sound echoed from the depths of the ruins again. Yi Fan and Pang Bo felt their hearts tremble, as if something had gripped their hearts, causing a sharp pain. Their physiques far exceeded ordinary people, yet they still felt discomfort, staggering back a few steps to stabilize themselves, their faces turning pale with fear. What on earth is that? Did you notice that the intervals between these dull sounds are getting shorter? Not only that, but they also felt an overwhelming life force emanating from deep within the ruins. What are your thoughts? Pang Bo asked. Yi Fan shook his head and said, I have a rather absurd association. I feel like some powerful creature is slowly awakening after sleeping for endless years. Pang Bo looked surprised and said, you can't be suggesting that the dull sound is its heartbeat, right? Just then, the sound of breaking air was incessant as a dozen divine rainbows streaked across the sky, rushing toward the depths of the ruins. Chapter 54, The Ancient Palace. It seems the elders of the Lingshu cave heaven have been alerted and are arriving one after another. At this moment, the sky had darkened, with countless stars shining above. The two advanced for several more miles, unknowingly arriving at a desolate area where not a blade of grass grew, completely scorched earth. With only cracked foundational stones and shattered rubble, nothing else. In the night, this place emanated a mysterious aura, with faint black mist swirling around. It had been thousands even tens of thousands of years, yet no plants had grown in this ruin. It was indeed strange, qualifying as a barren land, a place where even birds wouldn't defecate. Pangbo muttered in dissatisfaction. He felt thirsty and couldn't even find wild fruits to stave off hunger. Just ahead, a cold corpse lay quietly, old skin wrapped around bones. Resembling dry wood, it was indeed a desiccated corpse. Yifan was also uncertain. He hadn't seen how the corpse had appeared. They constantly scanned the surroundings. This scorched ruin was empty, and besides the rubble on the ground, there was nothing. But the emptiness made them uneasy. This was an ancient place abandoned for endless years, perhaps truly harboring some unclean things. The sky grew darker, the starlight dimmed, and the area around the ruins turned pitch black, with a faint mist swirling. Why is it so eerie and increasingly cold? Pangbo felt somewhat guilty, chills running down his spine, saying, "Where did this corpse fall from? We should leave here quickly." Yifan sensed something was amiss. This place was not suitable for lingering. What kind of place is this? Why is it so sinister? Pangbo whispered, feeling chills run down his back. Bang! Just then, Pangbo was knocked down again, scrambling to get up, only to find another desiccated corpse beside him. Who has such a lack of public morals, randomly discarding corpses? This joke isn't funny at all. Both felt chills all over, goosebumps rising, constantly scanning their surroundings. Two withered corpses lay on the ground, their bodies clinging to some clothing that turned to dust upon gentle touch, not knowing how many years they had existed. "What on earth are you? Show yourself." Bang! Another corpse appeared, knocking Pangbo over again. "Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Pangbo, filled with fear and indignation, noticed that Yifan was beside him and hadn't been hit at all. "What the hell is going on? Show yourself quickly," Yifan shouted. Boom! The ancient ruins suddenly experienced a massive tremor, sending Yifan flying, while Pangbo also tumbled far away. Bang, bang, bang. This time, not only Pangbo but even Yifan was repeatedly struck, as one ancient corpse after another fell from the sky, knocking both of them over. If it were an ordinary flesh and blood body, it would probably have already suffered broken bones and torn ligaments at this moment. It is only because the two of them have extraordinary physiques that they have not encountered danger. On the ground, dozens of corpses appeared. The place was filled with a chilling, eerie atmosphere, as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The two felt a shiver and were puzzled about why all this was happening. Suddenly, two green glows brushed past him and stopped several dozen meters away, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. At the same time, the ruins instantly became pitch black, so dark that they couldn't see their own hands. Even the stars in the sky were swallowed up and could no longer be seen. "It's haunted." Pangbo instinctively reached for the bronze plaque of the Great Thunder Sound Temple beside him, but unfortunately, he hadn't brought it out. At this moment, apart from the two green glows, they could see nothing else, as a thick black mist completely covered the entire ruin. The two green lights were each about the size of a basin, resembling will-o'-the-wisps or a pair of enormous eyes, exuding a chilling aura in the black mist. There really are filthy, unclean things. Yifan and Pangbo immediately became tense. Suddenly, the two green lights moved rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, they were right in front of Yifan, still lunging at him. Pangbo wanted to help, but was knocked away by 4 or 5 withered corpses. The green lights moved faster and faster, completely locking onto Yifan, darting around him. Finally, with a flash of brilliance, the two green lights disappeared, all entering his body. "Yifan!" Pangbo shouted in surprise, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. At the same time, Yifan felt an icy chill in his sea of bitterness, as if he were frozen. He hurriedly began to operate the mysterious methods recorded in his Tao scripture. And in an instant, a point of golden light burst forth. Boom! The sound of a tsunami erupted, and Yifan's sea of bitterness transformed into a vast golden ocean, surging and sweeping the two green lights high into the sky. Boom! With a deafening crash, the two green lights, as if startled, surged out of Yifan's sea of bitterness and fled far away. At the same time, Yifan's sea of bitterness instantly returned to calm, with a tiny point of golden light the size of a soybean resting there like a divine lamp. Suddenly, the green lights moved extremely fast, charging out of Yifan's sea of bitterness and heading straight for Pangbo, disappearing into his body in the blink of an eye. Pangbo barely had time to curse before he fell straight to the ground, which shocked Yifan, who rushed over quickly. "Pangbo, what happened to you?" However, before he could get close, Pangbo flipped over and sat up, his eyes turning green, and he suddenly stood up, letting out a low roar like a beast, coldly staring at Yifan, glaring for several minutes before finally shifting his gaze. "What are you? Get out of his body!" Yifan shouted. Boom! Just then, a fierce wind whipped up, and the entire ruin was filled with flying sand and stones, with black mist surging. Pangbo stood there, his hair flying wildly, then suddenly took large strides away, causing dozens of ancient corpses around him to float up and follow him deep into the ruins. This place instantly regained clarity, and the stars reappeared in the sky. In the distance, Pang Bo was seen flying away, surrounded by swirling black mist and rolling dust, along with dozens of ancient corpses, gradually disappearing. Pang Bo, Yi Fan shouted, stepping forward to chase after him. However, Pang Bo's speed was now too fast, comparable to those elders riding divine rainbows, and he vanished from Yi Fan's sight in an instant. After Pang Bo's body was occupied, his life and death became uncertain. At that moment, Yi Fan was extremely anxious, but there was no way to catch up with him. Ahead was a vast emptiness. Yi Fan had no other choice but to venture deeper into the ruins, now unable to consider how dangerous it might be ahead. The trees here gradually became sparse, and the number of dilapidated ancient buildings increased, with spiritual energy becoming denser, exuding a vibrant life force, even resembling a treasure land more than the spirit ruins cave heaven. Boom. Another dull sound echoed as Yi Fan climbed a high mountain and looked ahead. The so-called deepest part of the ruins was right in front, with a dense cluster of ancient buildings. Although they had mostly collapsed into ruins, one could imagine the grandeur of the past. What was most astonishing was that the endless cluster of ancient buildings surrounded a volcano, where flames shot up to the sky, and inside the caldera, molten lava was boiling. Although it hadn't flowed out, it was already quite frightening, turning half the sky red. The magnificent ancient buildings encircled the volcano, creating a very strange feeling. At that moment, Yi Fan was extremely shocked, as he witnessed an incredible sight. With the bubbling lava, a magnificent ancient palace, entirely crystalline, floated up and down, occasionally emerging. Boom. The dull sound came from inside the volcano, or more precisely, from the ancient palace that floated in the molten lava, which was brilliantly radiant and crystal clear, exuding an aura of time flowing, with divine rays circulating. Among the ancient buildings at the foot of the volcano, a 5-meter-long divine bird, shining with golden light, with arcs of electricity swirling around it, was none other than the lightning bird that had fought with the Scale Ape King 2 days ago. It appeared here unscathed, and the fate of the Scale Ape King could be imagined. The lightning bird was a true super fierce bird. Elder Wu Qingfeng had said that even if he encountered it, he would have to take a detour. It dominated that area of buildings, and no creature dared to approach. Of course, it wasn't the only presence. In other clusters of buildings, there were nearly 20 fierce birds and savage beasts, all of different species, most of which were unheard of and unseen, each exhibiting extraordinary traits. For example, there was a centipede with silver wings, as thick as an arm and 2 meters long, shining like it was cast from silver, quietly lying among the ruins, while other creatures did not dare to step forward. There was also a beast resembling a wild bull, with the head of a lion, covered in blue scales, standing over 10 meters tall like a small mountain, occupying a separate area. Nearly 20 such terrifying creatures indicated the horror of the depths of the ruins. At this moment, they surrounded the volcano, intently watching the ancient palace that continuously floated in the lava. Meanwhile, Yi Fan finally spotted Pang Bo, who was standing among the ruins at the foot of the volcano, letting out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Elder Wu Qingfeng and several other elders had surrounded him. Although they had not attacked, they had trapped him. Nearly 20 elders from the spirit ruins cave heaven had arrived, comparable in number to the fierce birds and beasts, meaning both sides were nearly evenly matched. Suddenly, Yi Fan realized he had underestimated the number of beings. There were also creatures on the volcano, a 2-meter-tall giant covered in scales, shining brightly in the reflection of the lava. Next to him stood a girl who had no arms but possessed a pair of golden wings, her long hair shining like golden threads. Alongside them was a giant snake with horns on its head and sharp claws beneath its belly, far exceeding the limits of a snake, and could be considered a legendary Jiao. Yi Fan's heart sank. He immediately thought that this was a legendary demon that could already transform into human form. Yi Fan was startled again when he noticed 3 other possible great demons on the opposite side of the volcano. One of them was an extremely imposing giant, standing 3 meters tall. Although he had a complete human form, he had 2 bull-like horns on his head. At the same time, Yi Fan also spotted 4 or 5 real humans, one of whom seemed to be the leader of the spirit ruins cave heaven he had seen from a distance before, accompanied by 4 elderly men with white hair and beards, who were not far from the caldera. The positions were clearly divided according to strength levels. At the foot of the volcano were a dozen fierce birds and beasts, along with a group of elders from the spirit ruins cave heaven, while on the volcano were higher-level beings. Their purposes were entirely the same, all coming for the ancient palace in the lava. All the powerful figures were nervously watching the volcano's crater, where the magma was boiling and the shimmering ancient palace was floating up and down, as if time itself was flowing, giving off an ancient aura. Chapter 55. The Tomb of the Demon Emperor. Several elders from the Lingshu cave heaven made their move against Pang Bo. One of the elders' bodies erupted with a red light, transforming into a large red net, its threads glistening and sparkling with a bright red glow, as if made from red agate, closing in on Pang Bo. At that moment, Pang Bo was lifeless, his expression wooden, with only his eyes shining with a green light. He spread his arms wide, pushing upwards as if to support the heavens, trying to tear apart the red net. Another elder's body radiated with purple light, and a purple-gold bagua mirror appeared in his hand, turning to shine upon Pang Bo. The radiant purple light instantly enveloped Pang Bo, freezing him in place, while misty purple energy flowed around him. Whoosh! The red net successfully descended, trapping Pang Bo firmly inside. At this moment, Elder Wu Qingfeng stepped forward, pointing like a sword, radiant light bursting forth, sealing Pang Bo with divine power, making it difficult for him to move at all. Yi Fan's greatest concern was Pang Bo seeing several elders subduing him, and that the elder remained calm. Even showing a hint of a smile, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that there wouldn't be any major problems. Boom! A dull sound echoed from within the volcano again. This time, Yi Fan was well prepared, operating the profound method recorded in the Tao scripture. And golden specks of light from the sea of suffering instantly flowed towards his heart, making him feel much better, unlike the unbearable pain from the previous times. Yi Fan observed carefully and found that those super fierce birds and beasts all trembled involuntarily, while the more than 10 elders of the Lingshu cave heaven also stiffened, all affected by it. This surprised him. Having eaten the sacred fruit and drunk the divine spring, he had indeed been reborn. Comparing his current physique, he seemed not to be much weaker than these elders. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more dull sounds followed in quick succession. The magma in the volcano surged violently, and beams of intense light shot up into the sky, turning the night into day. At this moment, the magma gushed out from the crater, and the radiant ancient palace floated up, exuding a powerful life force. On the volcano, the leader of Lingshu cave heaven and the 4 elder supreme beings all radiated light, slowly moving forward. On the other side, several large demons in human form also stepped forward simultaneously, unafraid of the erupting magma, their eyes fixed on the ancient palace until they reached the volcano's edge, at which point they glanced at the human cultivators. Among them, a burly man covered in scales shouted at the leader of Lingshu cave heaven, "Humans, you are going too far. The primordial ruins are divided in 2. You already possessed the Lingshu cave heaven, and now you come to our territory to compete for the immortal treasures. Do you want to provoke a conflict?" Not far away, a giant man standing 3 meters tall with a pair of horns on his head also spoke in a deep voice. "If you want to start a war, go ahead and try to touch this ancient palace." The leader of Lingshu cave heaven and the 4 elder supreme beings were not afraid. One of them stepped forward and said, "This ruin was left by our human race. Now that the treasure has appeared, it is only reasonable for us to come here seeking opportunity. What is unreasonable about it? This primordial ruin is our dwelling, and naturally, we cannot allow you to come here to seize treasures." A girl without arms, with a pair of wings and long golden hair, coldly shouted, "If you insist on interfering, don't blame us for being impolite. This is a ruin left by our human race. You are merely borrowing space here. How can you occupy it?" The leader of Lingshu cave heaven was not afraid. Although his words were calm, they exuded a frightening momentum. "Our ancestor of the Jiaolong tribe left a message. This place is not your human race's homeland, but the imperial capital during the peak of the demon race. Everything here has nothing to do with you." The old Jiaolong, though not transformed into human form, could speak human language, and his strength was not inferior to others. He just was not good at shedding his beastly form. "Impossible. All the buildings here are in the style of the human race. What does it have to do with the demon race?" An elder supreme being from Lingshu cave heaven questioned. The 2 sides argued, neither yielding, all for the sake of the ancient palace in the magma. Boom! The ancient palace occasionally emitted dull sounds, and even the large demons and the leader of Lingshu cave heaven were somewhat overwhelmed at such close proximity, their faces not looking good. The boiling magma, exceptionally bright red, continuously flowed out like fresh blood as the radiant ancient palace slowly rose, gradually about to leave the volcano's crater. One large demon was about to step forward, but the old Jiaolong stopped him, saying, "We have waited for several days. Do we still care about this little time? Let it break the ancient seal on its own. Do not interfere, lest an accident occurs. Demon script, it is the writing of our demon race." At that moment, the giant man with 2 horns, standing 3 meters tall, suddenly yelled, "Look, it is the imperial script of the demon race, surely left by a generation of demon emperors." The entire ancient palace was made of 5-colored divine jade, translucent and shimmering, extremely extraordinary, with many ancient characters carved at its base, some resembling dragons and phoenixes, others resembling turtles and xianxias, which were indeed the imperial texts of the demon race from ancient times. Humans, what else do you have to say? Leave quickly. This is the tomb of a great emperor from our demon race in ancient times, and it has nothing to do with you. At this moment, the ancient palace radiated dazzling light, exuding a terrifyingly majestic aura, with five-colored brilliance swirling, truly extraordinary. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven, upon hearing this, first changed color, then stared carefully at the ancient palace, as if recalling something, revealing an extremely excited expression, saying, I understand now. This is the burial place of the last great emperor of the eastern wilderness demon race. Hearing this, the several large demons all changed color, staring at the five-colored ancient palace, watching carefully and seriously, their expressions uncertain. The old Jiaolong stood upright, extending half of his body forward, with a solemn expression, finally tremblingly saying, Indeed, this is the tomb of our demon race's great emperor, exactly as described by our ancestors. No one expected that the ancient palace built from five-colored divine jade would be the tomb of the last emperor of the demon race, hidden beneath the volcano. Until today, when the seal loosened and it surged up with the magma, revealing itself once more. The last great emperor who unified the demon race in the eastern wilderness. It must be him. It must be him. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven kept muttering to himself, his expression somewhat dazed. The several large demons present immediately became self-righteous. And the old Jiaolong said, As long as you understand, this is the tomb of the last divine emperor of our demon race. And it has nothing to do with you humans, so leave quickly. The other large demons erupted with unparalleled might, a surge of demonic energy rising into the sky, instantly obscuring the entire starry sky, filling the area with a murderous aura. Nonsense. How could the tomb of our demon race's divine emperor have your human race's treasures? You clearly want to steal our demon race's great emperor's tomb. The several large demons all showed anger, stepping forward to block the leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven, ready to strike at any moment. The leader of Lingshu Cave Heaven regained his calm expression and said, What I said is all true. In the past, the last great emperor of the eastern wilderness demon race achieved remarkable feats, unifying the demon race that had been divided for tens of thousands of years, posing a great threat to the humans of the eastern wilderness. One of the greatest treasures of the eastern wilderness human race was lost during that time. It is said to have been taken by the demon emperor. Also, the legendary immortal scripture Dao Jing, which shook the eastern wilderness, was split apart at that time, losing a very important volume. Later generations have pointed out that everything was the doing of that demon race's great emperor. It is likely that the eastern wilderness's greatest treasure, along with the most important volume of Dao Jing, is here, and today it should see the light of day. As soon as these words were spoken, several great demons were stunned, and then their eyes revealed an incredibly fervent light. Even though the demon race could not cultivate the most profound human, they were determined to stay. As for that human treasure, if it really existed, they naturally could not let it go. The master of the Lingshu Cave Heaven showed no signs of fear and took a big step forward in confrontation with the several great demons. Boom! The ancient palace made of five-colored divine jade emitted a dull sound again, and the sealing power was quickly dissipating. It had almost completely risen to the volcanic crater, with radiant clouds swirling and five-colored divine light flickering. The tomb of the last great emperor of the East Wilderness demon race was about to fully reappear in the world. In the palace complex beneath the volcano, super fierce birds and savage beasts like the lightning bird, along with more than a dozen elders from the Lingshu Cave Heaven, could no longer hold back and slowly advance towards the mountain. In the distance, Yifan witnessed all of this with a very unsettled heart. But lacking the strength to step forward and compete, he could only quietly watch. Chapter 56, Heart Stirred. A divine rainbow shot up into the sky from the ancient architecture beneath the volcano, its divine radiance dazzling and illuminating the night sky as it flew towards the mountain where Yifan was. This suddenly startled him. Thinking that a powerful expert had discovered him, he held his breath and hid behind a large rock, remaining motionless. Swish! The divine rainbow rushed over. And Elder Wu Qingfeng landed on the mountain, placing Pang Bo in a concealed spot before soaring into the sky to join others and advance towards the volcano. Yifan emerged from behind the boulder and quickly walked over. At this moment, Pang Bo had been sealed by several elders of the Lingshu Cave Heaven. His eyes were tightly closed, his body stiff, unable to move. A green energy surrounded him. His complexion was abnormal, and faint dark green light flowed slowly beneath the surface of his skin. What exactly had entered his body? Yifan did not dare to casually touch Pang Bo's body. After all, it was sealed by several elders, with divine power fluctuating. At this moment, the atmosphere at the volcanic crater was extremely tense. With human cultivators and demon race confronting each other, both sides on the verge of battle, ready to clash. That demon girl with a pair of golden wings was stunningly beautiful, her voice captivating yet extremely assertive, filled with murderous intent, saying, "This is the tomb of our demon emperor, and you dare to pull out the human treasures and—" clearly trying to rob the demon emperor's mausoleum while using such excuses. "If you are willing to fight, then come forward." The master of the Xianxiu cave heaven was not the least bit timid and responded very firmly, "Whether it is true or not, we will know once we open the ancient palace. If there are no treasures and of the East Wilderness human race, we will immediately bear the blame and accept punishment. If those two items are present, let us take them away. How about that? This way, we can avoid a conflict, which is beneficial for both sides." The giant man with twin horns, towering at 3 meters tall, spoke with a voice like a ringing bronze bell, making one's ears buzz. "If there are none of the treasures and you mentioned, you will definitely cause trouble. Claiming other items left by the demon emperor are those two things. I know you all too well. Mixing truth and falsehood is your specialty. The tomb of the demon emperor cannot be desecrated by you." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with neither side willing to give an inch, and a battle seemed inevitable. "You are forcing us to take action." The beautiful girl with golden hair spread her wings, and thousands of golden divine feathers shot towards the master of the Xianxiu cave heaven like golden arrows. The master of the Xianxiu cave heaven waved his great sleeve, and immediately a misty purple energy spread out, surging like a raging sea, blocking the endless divine feathers in front. "Kill." The demon girl's voice was cold, her body radiating divine light as golden divine feathers filled the sky, dense and brilliant, forming a golden net that obscured the sky, dispersing the purple mist and covering the master of the Xianxiu cave heaven below. From the master of the Xianxiu cave heaven's body, a purple bronze furnace burst forth, sending purple energy soaring to the sky, its brilliance radiating everywhere. The purple divine light vibrated outward, causing all the golden divine feathers to break apart inch by inch, ultimately exploding into a sky full of golden light, forming a blazing stream of golden energy, dazzling to the eye. The golden-haired girl's expression was icy as she spread her wings, and a pair of golden divine swords shot out, their bodies crystal clear, shining brilliantly. The swirling golden light burning like flames as they slashed towards the master of the Xianxiu cave heaven. The master of the Xianxiu cave heaven lightly pointed with his hand, and the nearby purple bronze furnace immediately soared into the sky, endless purple flames erupting from it, enveloping the two golden divine swords, burning fiercely. Trying to refine them on the spot. Boom. The two divine swords clashed like two bolts of lightning amidst the sky full of purple light, shaking the heavens gently. "Kill." "Block them." At that moment, several other great demons took action, causing the atmosphere to surge with demonic energy. The killing intent soaring to the heavens, their demonic power raging like a vast ocean, tumultuous waves crashing. At the same time, four supreme elders from the Xianxiu cave heaven also stepped forward, the power sources within the sea of bitterness boiling, their bodies radiating brilliant divine light, illuminating the entire sky, scattering all the demonic energy that rushed forward. The four powerful beings struck simultaneously. Here, the demonic energy was rampant, divine light soaring into the sky. As several great demons battled with human experts, radiant light bursting forth, various weapons flying through the air, making the night sky as bright as day. Divine drums, immortal lamps, bronze furnaces, golden swords, bagua mirrors, blood knives, and dragon scales were all alive, exuding divine light, colliding together, creating a continuous clashing sound. Each impact a contest of divine power, causing the sky to tremble. At this moment, the lightning bird, shining with golden light and flickering with electric arcs, along with the silver centipede seemingly cast from silver, and other super fierce birds and savage beasts also arrived at the volcanic crater. Simultaneously, Elder Wu Qingfeng and others from the Xianxiu cave heaven rushed over from another side, confronting these super fierce birds and beasts, their battle about to begin. In the distance, Yi Fan felt restless, observing from afar. The battle above the volcanic crater left him in awe and longing. If Yi Fan had no thoughts about the demon emperor's tomb, that would be impossible. He simply lacked the strength to act. He desperately wanted to obtain that, the renown of the East Wilderness, which was crucial and highly valued by the demon emperor, definitely not something trivial, as it was what he urgently needed due to his lack of subsequent cultivation methods. As for the so-called treasures of the East Wilderness human race, Yi Fan did not understand them and had no feelings about them, so he was not particularly stirred. Only they made him yearn immensely. Although he had obtained an ancient scripture from the bronze coffin, no matter how he looked at it, those hundreds of ancient characters imprinted in his heart did not seem to discuss specific cultivation methods. Instead, they resembled a general outline, far beyond his current comprehension. That was renowned throughout the world, a legendary For tens of thousands of years, on the vast and boundless land of the East Wilderness, only a few ancient scriptures could be compared to it, but none had ever fully surpassed it. It recorded the profound and mysterious cultivation methods, from the cultivation of the wheel of life and the sea of suffering, to connecting the divine bridge of heaven and earth, reaching the other shore, and entering the next secret realm of cultivation within the body, all explained in detail, making it the supreme that Fan desperately needed. Boom, boom, boom. Just then, a dull sound echoed continuously, as if a heart was beating violently. The five-colored radiance at the volcanic crater surged into the sky, shattering the overwhelming demonic energy and vast divine power fluctuations in the atmosphere. Crimson as blood, the magma boiled, continuously surging outward from the volcanic crater, turning half the sky red. The grand ancient palace trembled amidst the magma, its brilliance radiant, exuding the breath of time. Boom! With a final loud tremor, the ancient palace slowly rose from the magma, intricate and mysterious demonic patterns vaguely visible, but it could no longer confine the ancient palace, allowing it to float upwards. Rumble. The volcano shook, and a magnificent ancient palace burst forth from the crater, its dazzling light illuminating the entire ancient land, as bright as day. The stars in the sky dimmed, and five-colored divine light swirled around. Several great demons and the powerful beings of the Xianxiu cave heaven immediately stopped fighting, all rushing towards the magnificent palace, eager to be the first to open the palace doors, to enter and obtain the legacy and divine treasures of the demon emperor. Chapter 57, a page of golden script. Among these powerful beings, if speed was the only criterion, it was undoubtedly the golden-haired demon girl. She flapped her wings, and in the sky, it was as if two golden lightning bolts streaked across. She was the first to reach the front of the ancient palace, extending her wings to push against the tightly closed five-colored jade door. However, unexpectedly, a burst of five-colored divine light surged out, instantly sending her flying. And even a powerful demon like her flipped over 5 or 6 times. The others gasped in shock, not daring to be careless, and all summoned their weapons, rushing forward to try to open the demon emperor's tomb. The entire ancient palace was refined from five-colored divine jade, as if it had pierced through time and space from the ancient era, giving a sense of temporal sedimentation and a breath of history. The shimmering ancient palace had many ancient inscriptions carved at its base. The dragon-shaped characters were robust, the phoenix-shaped characters were soaring, the mysterious tortoise-shaped characters were profound, and the qilin-shaped characters were grand, resembling dragons and phoenixes, tortoises and qilins, their strokes powerful and majestic, representing the imperial script of the demon race from the ancient times. These characters possessed mysterious powers, and several attempts by the crowd to charge forward were met with the five-colored divine light that sent them flying, making it difficult to approach and impossible to push open the ancient palace doors. Boom! Several great demons and the powerful beings of the Xianxiu cave heaven launched a combined attack, with the purple copper furnace, golden sword, Bagua mirror, and dragon scale blade striking the palace doors simultaneously, finally shaking them open with a rumble, creating a gap. Instantly, an ancient aura rushed forth, and a powerful wave of life surged like a vast sea, sending everyone outside flying. Bang! The dull yet powerful sound became even more terrifying, and the expressions of everyone present changed, feeling a pain in their hearts. But no one lingered. After stabilizing themselves, they rushed towards the magnificent ancient palace. Hiss! The brilliance flickered as various weapons emitted divine light, clashing continuously, producing a series of clanging sounds. The demon race's strong ones and human cultivators crowded in front of the five-colored ancient palace, and battle erupted again, with neither side wanting to let the other gain the upper hand, both wanting to be the first to rush in front of the magnificent ancient palace. The light was dazzling, and the demonic energy surged into the sky. Both sides unleashed their true fire. This was a battle of life and death, and no one held back. The demon emperor's tomb was too important to them. The blazing light flickered, the sky trembled, various weapons emitted divine light, clashed violently, and the killing intent soared into the heavens. The divine power surged, making the area in front of the ancient palace almost boil over. The master of the Xianxiu cave heaven had a cold expression. He formed seals with his hands, drawing strange trajectories in the air, causing the purple copper furnace to shake, with endless purple mist spreading out, instantly sucking two great demons into the furnace. Boom! The purple divine fire surged, and heart-wrenching screams came from within the copper furnace as the two great demons were melted alive in an instant, with only 2 wisps of light, smoke drifting out. In the distance, Fan was shocked. This level of brutal combat was truly terrifying. As a modern person, he found it difficult to accept, and was seriously considering whether being a cultivator had any meaning, whether it was worth it. At that moment, a dozen fierce beasts and birds on the volcano erupted into battle with the elders of the Xianxiu cave heaven, equally brutal. A humanoid fierce beast with wide jaws and long fangs, covered in half-foot-long fur, looked extremely ferocious, tearing an elder in half on the spot, blood splattering, and the dismembered body falling, a sight too gruesome to behold. Nearby, an elder of the Xianxiu cave heaven summoned a demon-slaying blade, cleaving a fierce bird in half. With cold light spreading within dozens of meters, the blade radiating brilliance, blood splattering, lying across the air, extremely bloody. Among the dozen super fierce birds and beasts, the lightning bird was the most terrifying. It possessed incredible speed, soaring into the sky, extending its golden claws, instantly tearing apart a divine drum summoned by an elder. And when it dove down, it brought with it hundreds of bolts of lightning, densely packed, with thunder roaring and electric light flashing, like dozens of meter-long shining blades falling. Crack! The elder of the Xianxiu cave heaven rode the divine rainbow upward, but still could not dodge. Far too slow to escape the hundreds of bolts of lightning, getting charred all over, trembling a few times, and falling into the volcano, swallowed by the surging magma. This battle was filled with blood and slaughter, with both humans and demons suffering casualties, all fighting for their lives, both wanting to be the first to rush into the demon emperor's tomb. Is this the life of a cultivator? Yifan muttered to himself, feeling very unsettled. This was completely different from the life he imagined of soaring through the skies, carefree in the world. Perhaps different cultivators have different paths. At this point, his gaze cleared, revealing a determined look, and he said, "Since I have chosen this path, I must walk it step by step. My fate cannot be controlled by others. I must become stronger." Suddenly, a light sound interrupted Yifan's thoughts. Pang Bo on the ground was enveloped in a misty blue aura, with a greenish light slowly shining on his body. Hiss! Rays of light flowed out from Pang Bo's body. These were the Tao patterns left by Elder Wu Qing Feng, the sealing power, but now they all burst forth, the seal failing. At the same time, a greenish light blossomed in Pang Bo's sea of suffering, and then his body trembled, his eyes suddenly opened wide, shooting out two beams of green light, incredibly eerie. Meanwhile, strange runes appeared on Pang Bo's forehead and face, some meaningless stripes, while others resembled characters. Those runes that resembled characters either looked like dragons and phoenixes or like mysterious tortoises, and some resembled winding serpents. Yifan was taken aback. Although he could not recognize the meaning of those runes, he had heard the law elder mention before that they closely resembled the characters of the demon race. Pang Bo's eyes glowed green. He sat up straight, then silently stood up, coldly looking at Yifan, seemingly wanting to strike, but his raised hand trembled, somewhat uncontrollable. "Pang Bo!" Yifan shouted loudly, knowing that Pang Bo's will had not completely fallen asleep. It must be fighting for control of the body. Hearing this call, that body began to shake, and the demon patterns on the forehead and face faded considerably. However, a low growl emerged, and Pang Bo's body shook violently. Then the greenish light surged, and his forehead and face became covered in demon patterns, finally calming down. At this moment, he no longer stared at Yifan, but instead turned to look towards the volcano, uttering in a hoarse voice, "I just let you seal me on purpose." Yifan was suddenly startled. This unknown presence occupying Pang Bo's body seemed very terrifying. At this time, the battle in front of the ancient palace grew even more intense. The palace doors had been pushed open, and both sides were engaged in fierce combat at the entrance. With the master of the Xianxiu cave heaven and two great demons having already stepped inside, the struggle in front of the ancient palace was extremely fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand and both suffering casualties. Pang Bo's sudden appearance startled the elders of the Xianxiu cave heaven, and several great demons were also uncertain upon seeing the demon patterns on his forehead and face. However, no one had time to pay attention to him. The master of the Xianxiu cave heaven and the two great demons simultaneously stepped into the ancient palace, and Pang Bo left a shadow in the sky, closely following the three powerful beings into the palace. The sky was resplendent, and the remaining two supreme elders and several great demons also rushed into the palace one after another. Below, the lightning bird and other super fierce beasts, as well as the ordinary elders of the Xianxiu cave heaven, all soared into the air, rushing towards the ancient palace. Bang! At that moment, the dull sound from within the palace erupted again, far more intense and powerful than before. Puffed. Two elders of the Xianxiu cave heaven spat out blood on the spot, staggering backward. A silver centipede, as thick as an arm, was completely cracked all over, and then its body, seemingly cast from silver, broke apart inch by inch, falling from the ancient palace. There was also a fierce beast resembling a bull, with the head of a lion and covered in blue scales, towering over 10 meters high, charging into the air like a small mountain. However, As it approached the ancient palace, it was struck by a dull sound, causing it to spew blood from its mouth. And a shattered heart was coughed out on the spot. Boom, boom, boom. The dull sounds continued to echo. And the super fierce birds and beasts that had rushed in first, along with the elders of the Xianxiu cave, all staggered backward, bleeding from their 7 orifices and suffering serious injuries. Several weaker individuals and a few fierce birds and beasts died directly inside. Their chests burst open, blood splattering, unable to escape the ancient palace. In the distance, Yifan was shocked. What kind of power was contained in the tomb of the demon emperor that was so terrifying? Although he was far away, he could still feel the increasingly powerful force, and the dull sounds made it difficult for him to bear. The magnificent ancient palace was shaking, and the people inside were engaged in fierce battles, with several great demons shouting angrily. Bang! A greenish-blue light flashed, and the imposing figure of Pang Bo appeared at the entrance of the ancient palace, seemingly blasted out by someone. His face was ashen as he heavily flung a few corpses on the ground, not knowing how much power it contained. All of them rushing towards the mountain where Yifan was, crashing heavily to the ground. Yifan's heart stirred because he noticed the pale-faced Pang Bo glanced over in this direction before roaring and rushing back into the ancient palace. Yifan turned over a few corpses to examine them closely. And then he discovered something unusual on one of the beast corpses. There was a faint golden light flowing out from its wound, which would be hard to notice without a keen eye. Suddenly, dazzling rays of light burst forth, dazzling Yifan's eyes to the point where he could barely open them. This was a piece of golden paper, radiating endless divine brilliance, magnificent and eye-catching. This page of golden paper was heavier than metal, densely engraved with countless ancient characters. So small they were almost unreadable, each character shining like a star, brilliant and resplendent. Yifan's heart raced with excitement, feeling a bit dry in his mouth, squinting his eyes against the divine light radiating from this golden paper. Chapter 58. The Golden Book Calming the Sea of Suffering. Yifan's heart raced faster purely out of excitement. He immediately thought of the Tao Sutra. The sect master of Xianxiu Cave and several great demons were fighting for their lives, primarily for the Tao Sutra and a precious treasure from the eastern wilderness. This page of golden paper was extremely mysterious, seemingly condensed from the essence of rainbow light, shining brightly, making it hard to open one's eyes. And it felt heavy in his hands, much heavier than metal. Just one page of paper probably contained tens of thousands of characters. Yifan squinted his eyes, carefully examining the dazzling golden paper in his hands. But even when he concentrated, he could only see vague outlines. The engraved characters were too small. Both sides were filled with characters, densely packed, each one like a star shining with divine light, exceptionally glaring. Yifan found it hard to remain calm. If he wasn't mistaken, this was definitely the Tao Sutra, the thing he desired most. He never expected to obtain it like this, giving him an unreal feeling. Gripping the dazzling golden paper tightly, it took him a long time to calm down. In that moment, he thought of the pale-faced Pang Bo, who had looked over at him when he flung the corpses, as if it held deeper meaning. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Yifan instantly considered this possibility. However, the unknown entity occupying Pang Bo's body shouldn't be so kind. How could it simply help him? It was Pang Bo? Yifan quickly thought of a possibility. Pang Bo had been fighting for control of his body. Perhaps at that moment, he temporarily dominated it. But after thinking this, Yifan shook his head again. This possibility was very slim. Pang Bo could at most only interfere with that unknown entity. He probably couldn't gain the upper hand. In a life-and-death struggle, any disturbance could lead to mortal danger. Yifan pondered for a moment and believed that the unknown entity and Pang Bo might have compromised, temporarily reaching some kind of agreement to transmit the Golden Tao Sutra without anyone noticing. The more Yifan thought about it, the more he felt it was likely that Pang Bo had helped him, delivering the Tao Sutra. He murmured to himself, Pang Bo must not come to harm. Thinking of the demon patterns that appeared on Pang Bo's face, Yifan's heart sank. That unknown entity was likely from the demon race, but clearly different from those great demons. It was uninterested in the human race's Tao Sutra and probably wanted to seize the relics of the demon emperor. Yifan calmed himself down and carefully searched the other corpses, finding nothing else. There was only one page of golden paper, shining brightly and feeling heavy, as if he were holding a treasure vault, giving him a sense of heavy pressure. In fact, this page of golden book was more precious than any treasure. Yifan wanted to see what was recorded in it, focusing his mind, communicating with the golden sea of suffering, and doing his utmost to enhance his vision to understand what this page of the golden book contained. Golden light began to rise from the sea of suffering, condensing into Yifan's eyes, causing his pupils to shimmer with a hint of golden brilliance. We'll see scroll. At the beginning of this page of the golden book, 3 larger ancient characters could be clearly seen, like 3 bright moons fixed in place, shining brightly, with light flowing. Looking further down, the characters became much smaller, barely visible. But they caused a stinging pain in his eyes. Those ancient characters emitted divine light, shooting out like golden needles, and the more he tried to look, the less he could see. His eyes became swollen and painfully sore. In just a moment, Yifan's eyes turned blood red, extremely dry, and he couldn't help but shed a lot of tears. He quickly averted his gaze, the golden light in his pupils dissipating, and it took a while for him to recover. This surprised him. Normally, although he couldn't see those ancient characters clearly, it shouldn't have caused such pain to his eyes. Yet focusing divine power in his eyes to gaze at this page of the Tao Sutra almost injured his pupils, which was astonishing. This page of the Tao Sutra was indeed extraordinary. Yifan, undeterred, rested for a while, then concentrated again, communicating with the sea of suffering, doing his utmost to enhance his vision. However, this time he did not look at the beginning but directly at the last few characters on the back. We'll see scroll completed. The last 4 ancient characters, like the 3 characters at the beginning, were significantly larger and easy to see, like the bright moon rising over the sea, with rays of light falling. Similarly, apart from these 4 ancient characters, the other characters on the back were indecipherable, as each tiny ancient character was like a miniature sun, dazzling and bright, with beams of divine light shooting out like golden needles, piercing the pupils and causing a fiery discomfort. Yifan quickly averted his gaze, his heart racing violently. He could now almost confirm that this golden book was the most important initial scroll of the Tao Sutra. The so-called we'll see, one could easily guess, referred to the wheel of life and the sea of suffering, the source of divine power flowing continuously, the foundation of cultivation. It was no wonder that the sect master of Lingshu Cave said this was the most important scroll of the Tao Sutra, as it was the first foundational scroll of this immortal classic, the root of towering buildings. The elder Wu Qingfeng of Lingshu Cave once said that as long as cultivators perfected the wheel of life and the sea of suffering, they could benefit for life and become peak powerhouses, highlighting the importance of the Wheel Sea Scroll. Lingshu Cave only possessed a fragment of this scroll, a remnant of a remnant, accounting for less than 10%, only sufficient for newly initiated cultivators to communicate with the sea of suffering, with no subsequent methods, which had always left Yifan quite regretful. At this moment, obtaining the complete Wheel Sea Scroll of the Tao Sutra made him ecstatic, enough to benefit him for a lifetime. This scroll was a complete cultivation system that could be practiced continuously. Yifan carefully tucked away the page of the golden book, knowing that he must not let any words slip, otherwise he would surely face a fate worse than death. Even the sect master of the Lingshu Cave Heaven would have to seek the protection of the Holy Land behind him if he were to learn of this, or else it would lead to the destruction of his sect. This scroll of the Tao scripture could be considered a priceless treasure, but it was also like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, presenting both tremendous benefits and imminent danger. Just obtaining a page of the golden book was already a great surprise for Yifan. He did not wish to linger here any longer. At present, he lacked the strength to fight for anything, and retreating was the wisest choice. He quickly dashed down the mountain, activating the profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture. Instantly, golden threads surged from the sea of bitterness within him, flowing into his limbs and bones, greatly enhancing his speed. But just then, Yifan sensed a strange change. The golden paper in his arms seemed to quiver. At first, he paid it no mind, but suddenly he felt a chill wash over his body, as if the golden paper had made contact with his skin. How could this be? Yifan found it hard to believe what was happening before his eyes. Even if the sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven had acted, it would be impossible for it to occur so silently. How could it suddenly vanish without a trace? At the same time, he felt the life essence within him boiling. The profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture began to operate on their own, uncontrollably amplifying his golden light of the sea of bitterness. Oh, Yifan was taken aback. At that moment, he felt something unusual in the sea of bitterness, as if something new had appeared. He quickly turned his attention inward. The sight that met his eyes left him dumbfounded. Within the golden sea of bitterness, the size of a soybean, there was actually a page of the golden book. The profound techniques recorded in the Tao scripture ceased operation, and everything calmed down. But within Yifan's golden sea of bitterness, there remained a small page of the golden book that could not be moved no matter how hard he tried. It would not come out. Yifan was left staring blankly, unable to comprehend why this was happening. However, he felt no discomfort in his body or in the golden sea of bitterness, which somewhat reassured him. Once he calmed down, he decided to leave and took another step forward. Boom. Just then, a loud noise came from behind him, and he saw the ancient palace in the sky shaking, bursting forth with countless rays of light, sweeping away the surrounding ferocious beasts and the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven. No, I can't leave. Yifan was truly worried about Pang Bo. Although he knew staying here would be of no use, and that he couldn't help at all, he could not overcome his inner turmoil. He could not leave without seeing Pang Bo safely escape. Of course, he wouldn't act impulsively. This time he chose a more distant peak to watch from afar. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, from the distant horizon, the sound of breaking air echoed, and numerous divine rainbows flew toward this place. There were at least dozens of them. Rumble subsequently, it was as if 1,000 horses were galloping. And behind the dozens of divine rainbows came the roars of ferocious beasts, with mist rolling and clouds obscuring the sky. Dozens of ferocious beasts soared through the clouds, each carrying a cultivator on their backs. Although they were flying in the sky, they created a thunderous roar, as if an army of tens of thousands was charging in. These ferocious beasts were ancient species left over from the past, all covered in scales and armor, incredibly fierce. The cultivator sitting atop the central beast held a large flag that fluttered in the wind, exuding an overwhelming presence, with 4 large characters written on it: Yaoguang Holy Land. Chapter 59, The Heart of the Demon Emperor. What a grand display and momentum. 36 divine rainbows led the way, followed by 27 ferocious beasts carrying 27 powerful cultivators. Although there were only a few dozen of them, it felt like an army of thousands rushing in, causing the sky to tremble as if endless heavenly soldiers were arriving. Yi Fan was astonished. There were so many powerful figures, more than double those from Lingshu Cave Heaven. Is Yaoguang Holy Land the Holy Land that Lingshu Cave Heaven is affiliated with? Yi Fan muttered to himself. In both ancient China and on this side of the starry sky, the term Yaoguang carries significant meaning. What a formidable presence Yaoguang Holy Land has. At that moment, a cold voice came from another direction, and the sky rumbled as 18 ancient war chariots rolled in, filled with killing intent, causing the heavens to shake and tremble. From the ancient lineage of the Ji family. Upon seeing the 18 ancient war chariots, the people from Yaoguang Holy Land all narrowed their eyes, and everyone became vigilant. The atmosphere turning tense. Both sides halted, each occupying a portion of the sky, confronting each other from a distance. Let's compete based on strength. This was the grand voice of 2 factions, which, after a moment of standoff, charged toward the grand ancient palace above the volcano. Yi Fan's heart sank. The legendary Holy Land and the ancient Ji family had arrived one after the other. It seemed that the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb was indeed shocking enough for these 2 colossal forces to come to Yin territory at the first opportunity. Yi Fan revealed a thoughtful expression upon recalling the Ji family, which had been passed down since ancient times. The Ji surname is one of the oldest in China, with a significant background, leaving countless legends in ancient China. He did not expect it to be the same on this side of the starry sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Holy Land. Rumble, it was as if a flood was rushing through the sky. The 2 transcendent forces, Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family, surged forth, arriving at the grand ancient palace in an instant. Around them, the ferocious birds and beasts scattered in fear. Although they could not transform into human forms yet, they had already gained intelligence and sensed the danger, quickly retreating. On the other side, the elders of Lingshu Cave Heaven changed color. Although they were affiliated with Yaoguang Holy Land, the sudden appearance of the Demon Emperor's tomb had not been reported upward. Now that the others had come on their own, it made them feel somewhat uneasy. Moreover, the ancient Ji family, the closest to Yin territory, had also received the news and arrived here. The appearance of these 2 superpowers made the people of Lingshu Cave Heaven feel bitter. They knew it would be hard to gain anything now. At this moment, the grand ancient palace was shaking violently. Several great demons, the sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven, and the supreme elders were engaged in fierce combat inside, and the muffled sounds grew increasingly powerful, causing heart palpitations even from a distance. The people from Yaoguang Holy Land quickly surrounded the ancient palace. Dozens of ferocious beasts shook their heads and tails, spewing clouds and mist, trampling in the sky, causing the area to tremble and become chaotic. The Ji family did not back down. The 18 ancient war chariots formed a battle formation, sealing off the sky and confronting Yaoguang Holy Land, also to prevent the Demon Emperor's tomb from suddenly taking off. At that moment, 8 or 9 elders stepped out from the crowds of Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family, striding through the void. In a flash of light, they all disappeared at the entrance of the ancient palace and charged inside. Boom! The Demon Emperor's tomb shook even more violently. The battle inside had reached a fever pitch, with weapons flashing with divine light throughout the hall. The joining of the ancient family and the Holy Land quickly broke the stalemate, seemingly dispelling many of the prohibitions inside. Soon, rays of light burst forth. The crowd surrounding the ancient palace all sprang into action, riding divine rainbows to seize the dazzling light that surged out, which upon closer inspection turned out to be shimmering weapons, clearly not ordinary items. Bang! Suddenly, a massive shockwave surged forth, and everyone surrounding the ancient palace turned pale. Retreating in haste, a vast and unfathomable force erupted from the ancient palace, sweeping like a tsunami, sending the 18 ancient war chariots of the Ji family flying. While the ferocious beasts and cultivators from Yaowang Holy Land were also thrown into chaos, quickly retreating. A blazing light burst forth from the grave of the demon emperor, dazzling enough to blind a person. An immense and unfathomable power surged like a tidal wave, and a crystal coffin, only a foot long, shot out, radiating the strong power and brilliant light. Thud, thud, thud. Block it. Urgent shouts echoed from the demon emperor's tomb, and then a dozen figures rushed out, with the foremost being Pang Bo. At this moment, he was shrouded in green energy. The dragon and phoenix symbols on his face became even denser, and even his arms gradually bore the characters of the black tortoise and the qian. His eyes shot out green light that extended several meters, and at this moment, his demonic aura was overwhelming, even more so than the great demons behind him. At this point, in his eyes, there was nothing else but that foot-long crystal coffin, which he pursued relentlessly. The experts from the Yaowang sacred land and the Ji family, who rushed out of the ancient hall, had grim expressions, loudly commanding those around them to intercept the crystal coffin. Meanwhile, the sect master and the supreme elders of the Lingshu cave heaven also rushed out with ugly expressions. They did not want to give up. Despite the large number of people gathered, they still wanted to fight for it, or else all their efforts would turn to nothing. The great demons were the angriest, their faces filled with unwillingness, but facing so many human experts, they felt powerless. Breaking through the encirclement and preparing to act according to the situation. 18 ancient war chariots from the Ji family formed a battle formation, blocking the sky and sealing off the area to intercept the crystal coffin. The cultivators from the Yaowang sacred land also sprang into action, some riding savage beasts, others controlling divine rainbows, directly charging forward. The less than a foot-long crystal coffin was immediately trapped, and at this moment, all the powerful beings that had rushed out from the demon emperor's tomb arrived, almost simultaneously reaching out their hands to grab forward. Bang! Over a dozen large hands reached out, grabbing the crystal coffin. Of course, those hands were composed of condensed light, not the real hands of the crowd. While they fought for the crystal coffin, they were also battling each other. The 18 ancient war chariots from the Ji family all surrounded it, while the people from the Yaowang sacred land charged back and forth. At this moment, the sect master of Lingshu cave heaven and the two surviving supreme elders had grim faces. Their absolute strength was formidable, but in front of so many people, they appeared isolated and powerless. Of course, Pang Bo was even more alone, but he did not give up. His demonic aura soared, and the green light shooting from his eyes had now reached over 10 meters, even stronger than before. Crack, crack. Just then, the crystal coffin could not withstand the impact of so many powerful beings and began to crack slowly, and then with a bang, it shattered. Boom. At that moment, an overwhelming demonic power erupted, sending everyone flying. No one could withstand this violent force. The 4 ancient war chariots at the forefront of the Ji family were directly crushed, and the 12 cultivators on them were reduced to dust in an instant. The Yaowang sacred land also suffered heavy losses, with over a dozen people being shredded by this overwhelming demonic power, turning both humans and savage beasts into blood mist, dying tragically. The sect master of Lingshu cave heaven and the 2 supreme elders turned pale, flying backward hundreds of meters before stabilizing themselves. Even they were almost injured despite their strength. In the distance, Yifan's heart tightened, fearing that Pang Bo might encounter an accident. Although his body was dominated by an unknown presence, it was still Pang Bo's flesh. The demonic aura soared, and Pang Bo was safe and sound. He retreated farther than anyone else, as if he had anticipated this outcome. At this moment, the life force that erupted from the shattered crystal coffin was comparable to an ocean. The combined life force of everyone present was no match for its power. At the source of the endless demonic power was a bright red heart, only the size of a fist, glistening like red agate, surrounded by a fierce blood-colored divine radiance. The endless demonic power and strong life force were emanating from it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the heartbeat echoed. It was actually pulsating, not lifeless. This was a heart with immense vitality. At this moment, no one could approach. With each beat of this glistening, red heart, those nearby felt their blood surging, their veins nearly bursting, and everyone's hearts ached violently, with many bleeding from the corners of their mouths, unable to withstand it, quickly flying backward. A terrifying heart. Just its normal beating was unbearable. The heart of the emperor is the sacred heart of our demon race's great emperor. In the sky, several great demons were utterly shocked, unable to contain their exclamations. The crystal-clear heart of the emperor beat powerfully, then suddenly shot into the sky, transforming into a blood-colored divine light, rushing into the distance. Block it. We must not let it escape. An elder from the Yaowang's sacred land shouted, his face filled with urgency. Intercept it, at all costs. The experts from the Ji family were also shouting. That is the heart of the demon race's emperor, the source of his power, if obtained by other great demons. It could very likely give rise to another demon race emperor. As they issued their commands, several great demons had already charged out. But one shadow was faster than everyone else. Pangbo, merging with heaven and earth, transformed into a green light, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Almost simultaneously with the departure of the heart of the emperor, the Ji family dispatched 8 ancient war chariots to pursue it, while the Yaowang's sacred land also sent out half of their forces, rushing after it. They each left half of their personnel to surround the demon emperor's tomb. If we had known it was the demon emperor's tomb, we would have reported it immediately. We rushed here in haste, and our strength is insufficient. An elder from the Yaowang's sacred land sighed repeatedly. They thought it was just an ordinary cave, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the tomb of the demon race's great emperor, which was truly beyond their expectations. This was a matter that could shake the eastern wasteland. The experts from the Ji family also regretted not having reported it, rushing in directly with their people. In the distance, Yi Fan was extremely shocked. Among these people, at least 10 were not weaker than the sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven, but from their words, it was easy to hear that they were not the true experts of the Yaowang sacred land and the Ji family, which was alarming. The major sacred lands and those ancient families were indeed unimaginably massive forces. Masterly, have you obtained the legendary scroll of the Tao scripture? An elder from the Yaowang sacred land asked the sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven. As soon as he learned that this was the tomb of the demon race's emperor, he immediately realized how important the treasures buried here were. Aside from the demon race treasures used by the demon race emperor during his lifetime, there must also be 3 other divine treasures: the Tao scripture, the supreme treasure of the eastern wasteland's human race, and the remains of the demon race emperor. Among these, the heart, the source of the demon race emperor's power, had already broken through the void and departed. Whether it could be intercepted was uncertain. Setting aside the demon race emperor's treasures, the other 2 sacred items of the eastern wasteland's human race were what the Yaowang sacred land and the Ji family aimed to obtain. The sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven felt bitter. Having not informed the Yaowang sacred land in advance, they ended up with nothing. Had they known, it would have been better to offer a significant favor. He quickly explained, the first divine treasure, the Tao scripture, has vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty box. No one saw the actual scripture. The third divine treasure was unexpectedly opened first, and the heart of the demon race emperor has also broken through and left. Now, only the second divine treasure remains. Just half of the restrictions have been broken. I suspect the eastern wasteland's supreme treasure is still inside. Additionally, the demon race treasures that the demon race emperor used in his lifetime must also be among them. The Tao scripture actually vanished without a trace. How could this happen? The experts from the Yaowang's sacred land and the Ji family were all staring fixedly at the sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven, seemingly unable to believe it. The sect master of Lingshu Cave Heaven felt a pang in his heart. There are several ancient scriptures in the eastern wasteland that could be compared to the Tao scripture, supposedly all held by those sacred lands and ancient families. They already possess such scriptures that are not inferior to the Tao scripture, yet they still want to seize this ancient scripture. The leader of Lingshu Cave sighed inwardly, shaking his head helplessly, saying, "We indeed have not seen it." At that moment, a melodious celestial music echoed from the distant horizon. Dozens of women floated gracefully, just passing over Yi Fan's head, startling him. These women were all dressed in snow-white robes. While they could not be called stunningly beautiful, each exuded a pure and ethereal aura, untouched by the mundane world. They were incredibly light and graceful, like fairies walking on waves or dancing spirits, free from worldly concerns. Some played bamboo flutes, producing enchanting melodies, while others smiled softly, making one feel as if embraced by a spring breeze. Each of these women, with their picturesque features, resembled transcendent beings, radiating an otherworldly charm. Yi Fan was astonished, thinking that this was the kind of cultivator he had imagined, seemingly ethereal and soaring, riding the rainbows and transcending the earthly realm, carefree in the universe. Unexpectedly, even the long-secluded Yaoqi Holy Land had been stirred, and he speculated that it would not be long before other sects from the eastern wilderness would swarm here. The Yaoqi Holy Land had always been reclusive. Did they intend to compete for the treasure of the demon emperor? At the same time, the people from Yaowang Holy Land and the ancient family Ji spoke, greeting the elegant young women while also testing the waters. "We are merely passing by. Upon discovering the vast demonic power here, we came to investigate, but did not expect to encounter you all." A white-clad woman smiled lightly. Then her expression turned serious, saying, I did not expect the tomb of the Demon Emperor to emerge. I predict that in the coming days, it will certainly shake the entire eastern wilderness, and countless sects will send people here. In the distance, Yi Fan was very surprised. The terms Yao Wang, Ji, and Yao Qi were quite extraordinary, especially Yao Qi, which left a significant mark in ancient Chinese mythology, and he did not expect that on this side of the starry sky, it also had great origins. Chapter 60, Movements from All Directions. Yin Province was merely a small corner, just a drop in the ocean within the eastern wilderness. If the news spread, this ruin would surely be submerged by countless cultivators. At this moment, the most disappointed was the leader of Lingshu Cave. With the Holy Land and the ancient family present, he knew that it would be difficult to gain anything this time. There was simply no way to compete with these colossal powers. The news of the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb could not be concealed. It would surely shake the vast eastern wilderness, and soon, more and more sects would arrive, including the ancient families and holy lands that stood alongside them. Why don't we join forces to break open the tomb of the Demon Emperor and retrieve the treasures inside? An elder from Yaowang Holy Land looked at the powerful members of the Ji family, then at the group of women from Yaoqi, and finally cast a glance at the leader of Lingshu Cave. All right, that sounds appropriate. A strong member from the Ji family immediately nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The ethereal and graceful women from Yaoqi, each exuding a pure aura, seemed unwilling to participate in this battle for treasures, and they all stepped back. The leading woman gently parted her lips, saying, "We are merely passing by and do not wish to contend for the Demon Emperor's treasures. In that case, we will not force you." Yaowang Holy Land and the Ji family were eager for the Yaoqi people to withdraw, although the tomb of the Demon Emperor contained many treasures. No one would complain about having too many spiritual treasures, and the fewer participants, the better. Li, the leader, you should bring your people over as well. An elder from Yaowang Holy Land glanced lightly towards the distance. The leader of Lingshu Cave felt bitter inside, saying, "We will do our utmost." The elder from Yaowang Holy Land nodded, saying, "Your Lingshu Cave has already contributed a lot. When we open the Demon Emperor's tomb, you will surely be satisfied." At that moment, more than 20 powerful figures re-entered the tomb of the Demon Emperor, intending to fully open this ancient grave. Boom. The ancient palace forged from 5-colored divine jade shook continuously, radiating dazzling light, causing the entire world to tremble in response. Something seemed off. The dozen women from Yaoqi watching from afar all revealed strange expressions. The ancient palace's demonic inscriptions seemed to be growing brighter. These ancient characters appeared to have life. They trembled as if wanting to break through the walls. The demonic inscriptions on the ancient palace were all glowing with brilliance. Dragon-shaped characters twisted like little dragons. Phoenix-shaped characters seemed ready to spread their wings and fly away, and tortoise-shaped characters rolled incessantly. The tomb of the Demon Emperor exuded a mysterious aura, with powerful demonic energy slowly coalescing, and the ancient tomb became shrouded in a layer of mist. Not good. The tomb of the Demon Emperor is strange. The women from Yaoqi all displayed expressions of shock. They sensed the increasingly strong demonic power, gradually surging like a vast ocean. Not everyone from Yaowang Holy Land and the Ji family had entered the tomb of the Demon Emperor. Those guarding outside also sensed this change, their expressions shifting drastically as they shouted inside, "Not good. The tomb is changing. Quickly retreat." Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly retreated, transforming into divine rainbows. Rushing towards the exit. Boom. The tomb of the Demon Emperor suddenly burst into endless brilliance, and the last few people instantly caught fire, struggling in agony. But it was utterly useless. In an instant, they turned to ashes. Hurry. The leader of Lingshu Cave and 2 supreme elders narrowly escaped, while 4 or 5 people from Yaowang Holy Land and the Ji family also rushed out, leaving others trapped inside. At that moment, the great doors of the ancient palace slowly closed, and through the gap that had not yet fully shut, glimpses of the interior could be seen, radiant light. And those trapped inside struggled to move, their bodies becoming transparent, their blood burning, their organs quickly charring, followed by flesh and bones, which turned to flying ash in an instant. The terrifying expressions on their faces as they died filled everyone with fear, especially those who had just retreated, all of whom felt their hearts pounding in terror. If they had been a moment later, they would have met the same fate. How could this happen? What occurred? Why has this tomb suddenly become so terrifying? The elder from Yaowang Holy Land turned pale, looking very grim. They had not even obtained the treasures yet, and had already lost so many people, which was certainly not a good omen. This is a backup plan set by the Demon Emperor. Without the presence of great demons, this ancient palace is a deadly trap for human cultivators. A strong member of the Ji family made this judgment. Everyone thought for a moment and felt it made sense. Just a moment ago, several great demons were here, and nothing unusual happened until they left. after which the ancient palace became so mysterious and terrifying. It was very likely that the demon emperor did not want human cultivators to ultimately obtain his legacy. What should we do now? Do we need to capture a few great demons? But it might be too late. Many sects are probably already on their way here. After discussing for a moment, the people from Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family decided to join forces outside to launch a strong attack and open the ancient palace first. Otherwise, when it came time to determine who would ultimately take the treasures, it would be difficult to say. We must open it first. The alliance between Yaoguang Holy Land and the Ji family was sufficient to deter ordinary sects, but if powerful sects or other holy lands and ancient families arrived, it would be a huge problem. Those people would have no scruples in their competition. The eastern wilderness was simply too vast, not to mention powerful cultivators. Even nations were hard to count accurately, and no single holy land could intimidate the entire eastern wilderness. Ch. Various weapons burst forth with brilliance, bombarding the tomb of the demon emperor, unleashing intense energy fluctuations. However, to everyone's astonishment, the tomb of the demon emperor remained unscathed, and the inscriptions on it became even more dazzling. The inscriptions were writhing. At that moment, all the cultivators were startled as small dragons coiled up from the base of the tomb of the demon emperor. Phoenixes spread their wings to soar, and tortoises crawled slowly. The demon clan's imperial text was all in motion, spreading upwards from the foundation of the ancient palace, ultimately covering the entire palace densely, as if inscribed with incantations. Appearing mysterious and unfathomable, with waves of demonic energy flowing through. The sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family had launched several strong assaults, but all ended in failure, resulting in the loss of 2 ancient war chariots and 7 or 8 savage beasts. The inscriptions on the demon emperor's tomb possessed an enigmatic power, occasionally bursting forth with divine light that pierced through people. The strong members of the Ji family stood on the ancient war chariots, their expressions grim, as the demon emperor's tomb was so eerie that they could only wait for stronger reinforcements to arrive. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of breaking through the air was incessant, and dozens of divine rainbows appeared in the sky as the first batch of cultivators arrived after the news leaked. However, when they saw that it was people from the other 5 blessed lands of the Yin kingdom, those present breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad it wasn't a super large sect. Rumble, rumble. In the distant sky, clouds rolled and radiance burst forth as a gigantic divine ship, crafted from divine jade, broke through the air and quickly approached. The people from the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family instantly changed color, fearing that what they dreaded had arrived. Finally, a super large sect had come. Yet, what shocked them even more was still to come. At that moment, a terrifying wave akin to a tsunami came from afar. In another direction, dozens of divine rainbows paved the way, and 9 ancient savage beasts resembling Qilin pulled a jade carriage enveloped in divine haze, soaring through the clouds and producing bursts of thunderous sounds as they rushed over. The strong members of the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family all changed their expressions drastically. This was definitely a super terrifying figure, as such a grand display could not belong to anyone ordinary. This kind of person had actually personally come. Chapter 61, The Perfect Woman. Qilin are legendary beings, ranked alongside dragons, and have traditionally only been spoken of in words and writings, with almost no one having seen them since ancient times. Just like the legendary dragons, only those with impure bloodlines live in the world, but they are often mistaken for dragons, such as the Jiao. The Qilin is similar. It has never truly manifested in the world. Only the bloodlines left from ancient times have been passed down to the present, resembling it, but not being true Qilin. Referred to as Qilin beasts. These ancient exotic beasts with impure bloodlines, although their divine blood has long since thinned, remain incredibly powerful, their strength comparable to that of great demons. The person arriving with 9 Qilin beasts pulling the carriage had an astonishing display, which was truly shocking. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Dozens of divine rainbows rushed ahead. The 9 ancient exotic beasts resembling Qilin then galloped forward, stopping in front of the demon emperor's tomb. The jade carriage was sparkling, radiating countless auspicious lights, enveloped in divine haze, and was indeed extraordinary. An elder from the sacred land of Yaoguang whispered, "When a great figure from the ancient family of the Ji family travels, they use 9 jiao to pull the carriage." Comparing this, the person using 9 Qilin beasts to pull the carriage must possess an extraordinary status. A strong member from the Ji family's ancient war chariot chuckled bitterly. "The person who uses 9 jiao to pull the carriage is a clan uncle of our family head. The person in front of us has such a grand display. Even if he is not the head of a certain ancient family, he is likely nearly equivalent." The cultivators from the sacred land of Yaoguang and the Ji family all felt a chill in their hearts, not daring to rashly approach to pay their respects. All being subdued by this mysterious figure, unaware of who he was. A dozen women from the Yaoqi sacred land were also quietly discussing, but they could not guess which great figure had come. After the 9 Qilin beasts stopped, there was no movement from the jade carriage, and the great figure inside did not emerge, seemingly quietly waiting for something. On the other side, the gigantic divine ship made of divine jade hovered in the air, not approaching, seemingly wary of the jade carriage. It was clear that this was just the prelude. More sects were rushing in one after another. Without needing to think, it was evident that before dawn, it would be possible to gather thousands of people. Once the news spread completely, this place would surely boil over, as the Demon Emperor's tomb would attract the attention of all cultivators from the eastern wilderness. The emergence of the tomb of a generation's Demon Emperor was of immense significance. Those far away in the Holy Lands, upon receiving the news, would surely lay down formations in their lands, condensing the heavenly power, opening ancient paths, and swiftly traversing space to arrive in Yin territory. The Demon Emperor's tomb radiated brilliance, and the number of people around was increasing, with whispers occasionally heard. Even knowing they could not seize the precious treasure, they had come to this place, wanting to witness a major event that would shake the eastern wilderness. Pang Bo must not encounter any trouble. Yi Fan traversed mountains and ridges at great speed, quickly distancing himself from this ancient land. He ran all the way, but until dawn broke, he found nothing. In the sky above this primitive ancient land, divine rainbows occasionally streaked across, and those cultivators were all flying in one direction, clearly heading towards the Demon Emperor's tomb. Where did they go? Did I take the wrong direction? Yi Fan chased after them, not discovering anything at all. However, he did not give up and continued forward, until noon when he sensed a strange wave. Ahead, 5 towering mountains stood in a row, steep and straight, resembling 5 fingers of a hand. Initially, he had not paid attention to the surrounding scenery, but at this moment, upon careful observation, Yi Fan felt astonished. Those 5 mountains truly resembled a gigantic divine hand standing before him, like 5 fingers. Could it be that the mountains and rivers here were inscribed with formations, creating some kind of mysterious momentum that disturbed people's perception? Yi Fan speculated to himself, making such a guess. He closed his eyes and moved forward entirely based on intuition, sensing the powerful and vigorous heartbeat of the Demon Emperor's heart with his own heart. He did not know how long it had been when he suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy rushing towards him. Yi Fan opened his eyes and discovered that he had unknowingly entered a world filled with the fragrance of flowers and the sounds of birds, resembling a legendary sacred pure land, with a picturesque and extraordinarily beautiful scenery. At this moment, he could truly feel the heartbeat of the Demon Emperor's heart, causing his own heart to ache sharply, right in the depths of this pure land, specifically behind those beautiful peaks. Celestial mist wafted, and some pavilions and palaces appeared faintly in the depths of the celestial mountains as Yi Fan quickly walked forward. Suddenly, he spotted a beautiful figure standing on a cliff ahead, surrounded by swirling mist. The woman wore white garments, pure as snow, fluttering in the wind, resembling a fairy about to ride the wind away. This was an extremely beautiful woman, like an orchid in a secluded valley, exceptionally ethereal, possessing a serene beauty that perfectly harmonized with the surrounding exquisite natural scenery, as if she were a part of this world's spiritual elegance. Yi Fan had never believed that perfection existed in the world, but the woman on the cliff ahead gave him a feeling of flawlessness. Not only was her appearance stunning, but her temperament was also extraordinarily transcendent, untainted by the mortal world, making one feel inferior, as if all beautiful things in the world would dim in her presence. This stunning woman appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old, her black hair dancing lightly, long eyelashes fluttering, her eyes seemingly misty with water, her red lips and white teeth sparkling with a lustrous sheen, her neck slender, skin as smooth as jade, exquisite features, breathtaking beauty, and a subtly curvaceous figure, making one feel she was immaculate and pure, so perfect. Yi Fan was a resolute and confident person, not greatly affected, quickly calming down after a brief moment of distraction, striding forward. Just then, the woman on the cliff looked at him, smiling gently. Her smile instantly bloomed like a celestial flower, dazzling to the point that the sun in the sky lost its color. While Yi Fan was astonished by this beauty, an unusual feeling rose in his heart. This woman was too unreal, dreamlike and flawless, perfect to the point of being almost otherworldly. Stop here, or you will lose your life. A voice like heavenly music rang out, very melodious, yet it sent a chill down Yi Fan's spine. He felt that this perfect woman was not joking. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of breaking through the air emerged, and several great demons who had disappeared previously rushed out from the depths of the celestial mountain. Appearing beside this woman, a golden-haired girl with a pair of wings, an old dragon, a strong man with arms covered in scales, and a giant with bull horns all had pale faces, as if they had been drained of energy. They approached the perfect woman with a low posture, standing there respectfully, and then looked at Yi Fan, their eyes revealing a murderous intent. Let him go. At that moment, a voice came from the misty fairy mountain behind the cliff. A voice filled with pain, as Pang Bo gritted his teeth and uttered these four words. Kill him and be done with it. Just then, the old dragon advanced. Boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming demonic aura surged like a vast sea, and in an instant, a figure appeared in the sky. Pang Bo's long black hair was wildly dancing, his entire being exuding an endless sense of oppression, like a mountain range, making it hard for people to breathe. At this moment, Pang Bo's cheeks and forehead were covered with demonic symbols, and even his bare chest and arms were densely covered with dragon patterns and phoenix symbols. His body was filled with ancient characters, surrounded by green energy, and his eyes shot out beams of green light that stretched for dozens of meters. I said let him go. His expression was extremely cold as he stared at the old dragon. The old dragon and several other great demons looked toward the nearly perfect girl on the cliff, seemingly waiting for her command. The perfect woman smiled lightly and said, "Do not harm him, send him away from here." Pang Bo and Yi Fan shouted, looking at the figure in the sky, whose demonic aura soared and whose presence was like a mountain. They called his name over and over again. However, at this moment, Pang Bo was both familiar and unfamiliar, his expression indifferent as he looked in their direction, saying nothing. Then with a swish, he vanished into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as the vast demonic power receded like the tide. Immediately after, Yi Fan felt a lightness in his body, and the golden-haired girl with a pair of golden wings flew gracefully, trapping him in a beam of light and soaring into the sky in an instant. Yi Fan kept shouting, "Pang Bo." Soon, the airflow rushed into his mouth, blocking his voice. The golden-haired girl took him flying at high speed, and only unwilling murmurs could be heard in the sky as they quickly flew away. Swish! In no time, the golden-haired girl landed on the ground with Yi Fan, set him down, looked at him deeply, and said, "Take care of yourself and leave soon." After saying that, she transformed into a beam of golden light and shot into the sky. Chapter 62. The Cracked Grave of the Demon Emperor. Chi chi chi. The sound of divine rain breaking through the sky was incessant, and cultivators kept arriving from the horizon, rushing toward the grave of the demon emperor. Yi Fan watched all this without much excitement. He strode away into the distance, gradually leaving the ruins behind and returning along the original path to the area where Wuzishan was located. Traveling past 5 stone mountains, he neither lost his direction nor saw any pure land. Ahead lay a ground of rubble and yellow sand, desolate and quiet, becoming very unfamiliar, barren in every way. Yi Fan was certain he had gone the wrong way. This was indeed the area, but the scene before him had completely changed. The pure land had vanished entirely. Yi Fan thought he had entered an illusion, closed his eyes, and tried to sense the heartbeat of the demon emperor's heart with his own heart. But he sensed nothing. It was extraordinarily silent here, a truly barren land. He searched carefully in this area, but to his dismay, he discovered a fact. Everything was real. There was no pure land, only a barren expanse of sand and stone, lifeless and filled with deathly silence. How could this be? Yi Fan frowned and returned to the front of the 5 stone mountains, suddenly discovering a corner of a sleeve at the foot of the central stone mountain. It was Pang Bo's. Yi Fan continued to search in this area, but ultimately, he was disappointed. This barren land had nothing, and Pang Bo along with several great demons had completely vanished. In the end, Yi Fan could only choose to leave. He did not know if he would ever see Pang Bo again after this parting. Arriving at the other side of the starry sky, the two had always been through thick and thin, supporting each other, but now parting like this made Yi Fan feel very lost as he walked away step by step. After walking hundreds of miles on foot, Yi Fan passed the ancient land ruins, just a few miles from the grave of the demon emperor. At this moment, many cultivators had gathered there, and the ancient tomb of the demon emperor floated heavily in the sky, its brilliance soaring. Just then, a rumbling sound came, and the sky trembled. An ancient war chariot filled with a killing intent, cast from gold and engraved with intricate patterns, was being pulled by 9 powerful azure dragons, producing a sound of wind and thunder as it crushed through the sky, rolling in with a powerful battle intent, like a tsunami. In the distance, many cultivators gasped. Another significant figure had arrived, and many people changed color. Only the members of the ancient Ji family showed joy. The 9 azure dragons pulled the golden ancient war chariot, soaring through the clouds, quickly arriving and stopping before the Ji family members, and then it fell silent. Everyone had recovered from their shock when waves of celestial music like heavenly sounds approached, and flower petals rained down from the sky, sparkling and fragrant. As beautiful figures glided through the air like fairies, their sleeves fluttering, exuding an indescribable ethereal grace. They were adorned with flowers and surrounded a fragrance-laden chariot woven from divine flowers, coming lightly, with a rain of flowers falling, sparkling, and radiant, making the entire ruins look magnificent. Before the grave of the demon emperor, all the cultivators were astonished. Another extraordinary figure had arrived. This ancient hall indeed attracted many powerful cultivators who all came in person. Yi Fan had calmed down, although he hadn't found Pang Bo. He firmly believed that Pang Bo would not die, and there would be a day when they would meet again. I must become stronger. I need to keep getting stronger. I cannot let others dictate our fate. Yi Fan shook off his disappointment, his eyes shining with determination and confidence. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, his primary task now was to make himself strong. Only then could he rescue Pang Bo in the future. He did not leave, but chose to retreat several miles away. Gazing from a mountain about 8 or 9 miles from the grave of the demon emperor, with his current cultivation, he had no strength to compete for anything. Even the weakest there could easily obliterate him. Choosing to watch from a distance was merely for broadening his knowledge. At this moment, he did not know how many cultivators had arrived. Many had already made their moves, but still, no one could open the grave of the demon emperor, resulting in many casualties among the cultivators. The magnificent ancient hall, refined from 5-colored divine jade, was covered in dense demonic writing, with 5-colored divine radiance shining forth. Dragon-shaped characters, phoenix-shaped characters, and tortoise-shaped characters seemed to come to life. The demonic energy surged like a rolling smoke, soaring into the sky, and the overwhelming demonic power surged like an ocean, preventing all cultivators from approaching. Anyone who dared to cross even a single step over the thunder pool was instantly reduced to ashes. The killing power laid down by a generation of demon emperors had long since fallen to a low point under the erosion of time, and the pulsation patterns had been mastered by us. It was almost time. We could make our move. Before the grave of the demon emperor, a cold voice came from the jade chariot pulled by 9 Xianxian beasts, not very loud, even somewhat low, but it spread clearly to every corner, causing many cultivators to tremble. This super big shot was finally going to make a move. Indeed, we can open the grave of the demon emperor now. A gentle voice followed. The crowd did not see the figure of this woman, but no one doubted that anyone who dared to speak to the figure in the jade chariot must be of equal status. We several families have the innate geographical advantage. Now that we are opening the tomb, the gains will be immense. At this moment, a dignified voice came from another part of the sky, each word like a thunderclap, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Under the flower-raining sky, a voice from the fragrance-laden chariot woven from divine flowers sounded, crisp and melodious, saying, "If that's the case, then let us take action. We will forcibly open the grave of the demon emperor to avoid harming the innocent. Everyone retreat." An ancient voice filled with a chilling atmosphere emerged from the golden ancient war chariot of the G family, shaking the heavens like a tsunami and carrying an unparalleled pressure. 5 prominent figures spoke in succession, their voices almost merging into one, instilling fear like thunder rumbling in the distance. At that moment, everyone was shaken to their core, their bodies swaying uncontrollably as they instinctively retreated into the distance. The 5 mysterious figures did not want to wait any longer, as the powerful individuals from other superforces were approaching rapidly. The 5 planned to join forces to forcibly break the tomb of the demon emperor and seize the treasure ahead of time. Even from 8 or 9 miles away, Yi Fan still felt a terrifying wave of energy. His heart sank, and without any hesitation, he quickly distanced himself from the area, retreating several more miles. Boom! Not long after, a deafening explosion erupted from the direction of the tomb of the demon emperor, sending shivers through the soul. As brilliant divine light broke through the clouds and connected heaven and earth, it was as if a volcano had erupted, with endless demonic power surging forth. And the dazzling light rushed out in all directions like a tsunami. Many cultivators were tossed away like floating weeds by the energy waves. Although they had retreated far enough, they were still affected. In the distance, Yi Fan was horrified. Even he felt the impact, with many trees snapping and several boulders rolling away. Hiding behind a stone mountain, he felt a surge of fear. This tomb of the demon emperor was terrifying. Countless years had passed, and the killing power set by the demon emperor had weakened significantly. Yet it still erupted with such terrifying demonic might when impacted by external forces. One could only imagine how powerful the emperor who unified the Eastern Wilderness demon clan was back in the day. The demon emperor was indeed worthy of being a powerful figure who looked down upon the Eastern Wilderness in ancient times, with seals set in life exuding such terrifying might, showcasing a glimpse of his unmatched prowess from years past. In front of the grand ancient palace, only 5 individuals remained, their figures indistinct, with only 5 blinding lights floating there, and all of them were filled with awe. The once great demon emperor was indeed a peerless master. Today, The remaining demonic power in this tomb likely amounted to less than 1/10 of his peak, yet it still possessed such fearsome might, making one shudder just to think about it. Although the 5 prominent figures spoke thus, they did not stop. Instead, they gathered all their divine power and launched even more fierce and domineering attacks. Boom! It was like a tidal wave of divine might. Resembling the Milky Way spilling down, the world was vast and bright, with dazzling light everywhere, endless divine brilliance crashing forth, and the demonic power surging, making the tomb of the demon emperor seem to boil. All cultivators had fled from there. No one dared to linger. The 5 prominent figures continued to strike, wielding their weapons, fiercely clashing against the ancient tomb of the demon emperor, causing the sun, moon, and stars to lose their light, making the entire world tremble. Endless divine light and terrifying demonic power continuously surged in all directions. It was unclear how long had passed, but the 5 prominent figures themselves did not know how many times they had struck before finally creating a crack on one corner of the tomb of the demon emperor. Boom! Once again joining forces for a powerful strike, 5 mighty weapons exuding divine light, gathering the essence and divine power of the 5 figures, finally tore open a corner of the tomb of the demon emperor. Sizzle! At that moment, rays of colorful light flew out from the torn corner of the demon emperor's tomb, rushing in all directions, with sentient weapons escaping on their own. The 5 prominent figures all reached out their hands towards the sky to grab them, but still, many rays of light became the ones that slipped through the net, either rushing towards the sky or merging into the forests. At that moment, the observing cultivators in the distance all sprang into action, quickly flying in various directions. Some chasing towards the sky, others rushing into the depths of the forest, pursuing those rays of light. Sizzle! A ray of azure light entered the stone mountain where Xianxiafan was, easily piercing through the rock wall, penetrating inside. This startled Xianxiafan. He never expected to gain something while hiding so far away. Boom! Just then, the 5 prominent figures joined forces again, unleashing 5 powerful weapons towards the tomb of the demon emperor. Chapter 63, The Unrighteous Taoist. A thread of golden silk overflowed from Xianxiafan's fingertips, cutting through the rock wall, and immediately, a bit of azure light swirled out, revealing half a dagger's hilt. He grasped it with his hand and pulled it out forcefully, instantly filling the ground with azure light, causing him to squint. Clang! It was a greenish dagger. When fully pulled out, it emitted a crisp metallic vibration, surrounded by swirling azure light, incredibly sharp. It was only half a foot long, resembling a pool of crystal-clear green water, with a chill radiating from it. Xianxiafan knew that this was no ordinary item. It was undoubtedly a weapon collected by the demon emperor. Just then, a plump Taoist with a radiant red face rode in on a divine rainbow, appearing quite rotund, but moving lightly, silently descending like a falling leaf. He laughed and said, "What luck! I didn't expect to really chase down a sentient weapon." As he spoke, he stretched out his large hand towards the dagger in Xianxiafan's hand, displaying a kind smile, and said, "Child, this is a fierce weapon. You can't control it. Come, let the Taoist subdue it for you." Xianxiafan felt like punching that rosy-faced fat face. This Taoist was too unreasonable, really treating him like a child. He dodged backward. The fat Taoist was very agile, his big hand gently twisting, and with a swish, he snatched the dagger away, laughing. "Child, I'll remember this favor. The mountain may not turn, but the road will. Next time we meet, I'll properly thank you." After saying this, the fat Taoist patted his backside and left, soaring into the sky with a swish. "You fat bastard. I'll remember you." Xianxiafan cursed under his breath, shaking his fist towards the sky. It was truly frustrating that a sentient weapon he had nearly grasped was snatched away just like that. Seeing the Taoist's keen senses, Xianxiafan dared not speak up and rolled his eyes at the departing fat Taoist. At the tomb of the demon emperor, many sentient weapons had indeed escaped. Rays of light shooting in all directions, with numerous cultivators riding divine rainbows, continuously chasing after them. The sky above this primitive ruin was filled with shadows of light. Sizzle! Just half a quarter of an hour later, another divine rainbow shot towards Xianxiafan, startling him greatly, and he hurriedly dodged. A red light resembling fiery clouds gathered quickly, rushing over and embedding itself into the stone wall ahead. Xianxiafan was somewhat surprised. He felt truly lucky. He was delighted at heart. Having just lost a dagger to that fat Taoist, another weapon appeared before him. He cautiously scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one passing by, his fingertips sparkled with golden silk, quickly cutting through the rock wall and excavating a blood-red bead. Rays of red light immediately burst forth. "Ha ha ha!" A loud laugh came from afar, as the fat Taoist's mouth stretched wide, riding a divine rainbow towards him. "Not again!" Xianxiafan cursed in his heart, clutching the swirling red bead and turning to run. "The poor Taoist truly has a connection with you, little friend. I didn't expect to see you so soon. The fat Taoist grinned widely, landing in front of Yi Fan with a swish, blocking his path. He extended his chubby hand, smiling as he said, "This treasure is fated with the poor Taoist. Let the little friend lend it to me for a use." "Taoist, you are bullying me too much." Yi Fan was furious, clutching the radiant bead and retreating, saying, "You've already taken one sentient weapon from me. I can't give you this one too. This bead is transformed from a demon. Little friend, you can't suppress it. The poor Taoist is doing this for your own good, coming to subdue it." The fat Taoist, with a rosy face, smiled as he reached out his chubby hand, swiftly snatching the red bead away. Yi Fan was so angry his teeth itched, saying, "Taoist, didn't you say that when we meet again, you would bring me good luck and properly thank me? Why are you robbing me again? You've already taken a dagger. Just return this bead to me. That is a misunderstanding. Little friend, don't you understand?" The plump Taoist wore a joyful smile, boasting shamelessly like a charlatan, and said, "It is precisely because we met for the first time and forged a good relationship that we have this second reunion. This is why I came to subdue this pearl transformed by the demon, helping you avoid a calamity. This is the good fruit born from the good relationship you cultivated." Yi Fan truly felt the urge to punch him, wanting to leave a shoe print on that chubby face, but considering the profound and inscrutable cultivation of this plump Taoist, he suppressed this impulse. "Infinite celestial venerable, young friend, we are destined to meet again." The poor Taoist takes his leave. The plump Taoist twisted his buttocks, rode the divine rainbow, soared into the sky, and disappeared with a whoosh. "Damn fatso, let us not meet again in this lifetime." Yi Fan's face was filled with frustration. He felt quite angry, thinking how shameless this unscrupulous Taoist was. Boom. In the distance, 5 powerful figures struck fiercely again, using their powerful weapons to break off another corner of the Demon Emperor's tomb, instantly causing a burst of radiant light, with more spiritual weapons rushing out. Although the 5 mighty figures were incredibly powerful, they could not stop all the divine rays shooting up into the sky. Many weapons escaped. The surrounding cultivators all showed joy, riding the divine rainbow, rushing in all directions to intercept those rays of light. Yi Fan sat gloomily on a rocky hill, watching the radiant light in the distant sky. Feeling helpless, he muttered to himself, "That dead fatso, I curse him to be robbed, and not even have a robe left." Whoosh! In the distant sky, a purple light surged forward, like flowing light, quickly entering the rock wall in front of him. Yi Fan widened his eyes, somewhat in disbelief that a third spiritual weapon was shooting toward this place. It was quite strange. He vaguely felt that this rock wall had issues, as there must be something extraordinary here. Otherwise, such coincidences could not exist in the world. How could there be consecutive spiritual weapons entering the same cliff wall? This time, Yi Fan did not act rashly. He waited a long time, and when he saw that no one else was passing by, he slowly walked over, muttering to himself, "That dead fatso won't appear this time, right?" He carefully dug into the rock wall, and immediately, a stream of intoxicating purple light flowed out, illuminating his palm with a crystal sheen. The purple aura spread out, making him feel very comfortable. It turned out to be a purple ring, with strands of purple light and auspicious colors, which looked very appealing at first glance. "This unscrupulous dead fatso has taken 2 of my treasures. Otherwise, I would have collected 3 by now," Yi Fan said indignantly. Finally, he didn't discover this one. The poor Taoist is coming. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking to himself, a plump figure appeared again, wearing a joyful smile, with wrinkles forming on his forehead and a big mouth stretching to his ears, revealing his back teeth as he laughed heartily. "Indeed, I have a fate with my young friend." Yi Fan's face turned green. He never expected that this fat Taoist would stick to him like a dog's skin plaster. He angrily said, "What nonsense about having a fate with you? We truly have a fate." The plump Taoist, with an expressionless face, seriously counted on his fingers and said, "Look, in such a short time, we have already met 3 times. How can you say we have no fate? It's heaven's will. Heaven's will, my foot." Yi Fan raised his foot, wanting to kick him in his fat butt, but considering the power difference between them, he ultimately restrained his anger, walked to the side, and shouted toward the distant sky, "Spiritual weapon." He threw the ring out with force, wishing for someone else to snatch it. He didn't want this unscrupulous Taoist to get it again, or he would surely vomit blood from anger. The purple light shot through the sky. The plump Taoist's reaction speed was surprisingly fast for his size. With a whoosh, he rushed out, and before the purple jade ring flew 100 meters away, he caught it in his hand, then landed with a beaming smile, saying, "Heaven's will, indeed." Yi Fan truly felt like vomiting blood. This dead fatso was too despicable and shameless, deliberately infuriating him. "Taoist, don't you think this is too much?" Yi Fan's forehead throbbed with veins, saying, "Can't a monk have a bit of dignity? People shouldn't be so greedy." The poor Taoist has always been disciplined. External things cannot disturb the mind. I diligently cleaned my heart, like the divine moon shining in the sky. Seeing him in such a charlatan manner, Yifan's forehead was filled with black lines, saying, "Since you're so disciplined, return my things." Monks are compassionate. It is because you and I share a good fate that the poor Taoist has worked hard to help you resolve 3 calamities, reluctantly using my own foul skin to suppress 3 great demons. The plump Taoist wore a compassionate expression, looking very honest, and recited, "Infinite celestial venerable," striking a pose as a hermit. "You charlatan, I'll sue you." Yifan gritted his teeth and said, "What is your surname, Taoist?" Chapter 64, Plotting the Demon Clan's Treasure. The poor Taoist is a monk and will not marry or have children. Fate gathers and scatters. It seems that the poor Taoist's fate with my young friend has ended today, but it is hard to say for another day. Perhaps we can meet again. The plump Taoist smiled, not leaving, saying, "Now, the poor Taoist feels a connection with this rock wall and has decided to stay and take a look." Yifan was very surprised. He never expected this unscrupulous dead fatso to be so observant. Also noticing the unusualness of this rock wall, he immediately stopped and did not walk away. "Since my young friend has stayed, I guarantee you will gain something. However, it's better for you not to touch overly dazzling spiritual treasures. I sincerely wish you well, for with your cultivation, you cannot protect the spiritual weapon. If someone covets it, it will be a big trouble. Not everyone is as compassionate as the poor Taoist. Many people will kill while snatching spiritual weapons. And at that time, you may even lose your life." Boom. At this moment, the 5 powerful figures unleashed a shocking blow. Vast and immeasurable divine power poured down like the Milky Way, sweeping through the entire sky with waves of energy. In that instant, all cultivators trembled, and many found it hard to control the divine rainbow, directly falling from the high sky. An indescribable heart-pounding sensation made it hard to breathe, and the overwhelming pressure was utterly unresistible, causing many cultivators' souls to tremble uncontrollably. This was the terrifying might of the 5 powerful figures, once their divine might was displayed. It shook heaven and earth, causing all living beings to fear and feel alarmed. Boom. The final blow from the 5 top-tier powerhouses finally shattered the Demon Emperor's tomb, erupting a monstrous demonic aura that ravaged in all directions. The grand ancient hall emitted a rumbling sound and completely collapsed. At the same time, endless rays of light shot out in all directions, with all the spiritual weapons buried in the ancient tomb rushing out. Among them, a few beams of light were particularly dazzling, exceptionally brilliant, illuminating the heavens like little suns. It was obvious that these were the most powerful spiritual treasures. The 5 peak experts each displayed their great powers, extending their hands, and almost everyone caught one, all revealing satisfied smiles. However, a few spiritual weapons, shining like little suns, escaped their grasp and shot into the sky, fleeing away. However, the 5 top-tier experts did not pursue them, instead remaining in place, scanning the surroundings with powerful divine senses, as if searching for something, allowing various spiritual weapons to turn into rays of light and escape. The vast and immeasurable waves of energy swept into the distant sky, and all cultivators went mad, disregarding danger, chasing after those spiritual weapons in the vast glow. The Demon Emperor's tomb was completely shattered, with even rubble shooting in all directions, leaving only a dazzling mass of energy waves at the scene. Where did the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race go? The weapons of the Demon Emperor are said to be not much worse than the treasures of our Eastern Wilderness human race. Why didn't they appear? The 5 top-tier experts all showed puzzled expressions, constantly scanning with their powerful divine senses. Boom. Just at that moment, from the dazzling light that had not dissipated, a beam of light suddenly burst forth, making the sun, moon, and stars dim in comparison. It was too dazzling, as if the sun had exploded. Even 5 transcendent figures found it hard to open their eyes, their vision stinging painfully, but they reacted quickly, all reaching out with their hands at the first moment. Whoosh. Divine light broke through the air, possessing an unparalleled powerful energy, like a turbulent cosmic starry sky. The terrifying fluctuations were vast and unfathomable, forcing all 5 masters to retreat, causing the weapons in their hands to instantly lose their luster. The brilliant divine light swept across the sky, creating extremely terrifying energy fluctuations, causing many nearby cultivators to fall from the high altitude. It exuded incomparable demonic power, as if a world was burning, unstoppable. It was the weapon wielded by the Demon Emperor in his lifetime, comparable to the treasures of the Eastern Wilderness human race. The 5 powerful figures realized this, and 3 of them immediately chased after it. The other 2 stayed behind, wanting to search for the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. In the distance, Yifan was dumbfounded, as he discovered that the dazzling beam of light was rushing toward the stone mountain. The chubby Taoist beside him rubbed his hands together, grinning widely and saying, I'm truly fated. This weapon of the Demon Emperor is no worse than the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race. If I could obtain it, can you handle it? Fan anxiously asked, seeing that the treasure of the demon race was about to rush close. If the chubby Taoist couldn't catch it, they would be ground into powder, which would be too tragic. That is true. The Taoist seems to lack such great fortune. Even if he could catch it, he would still be crushed by the three big figures behind. At this point, he pulled Fan up, moving faster than a rabbit, with a whoosh. They dashed to another mountain. The weapon of the Demon Emperor shot out millions of divine rays, dazzling and unrecognizable. The intense light made it impossible to open one's eyes, as if billions of stars were burning simultaneously, shaking the entire world violently. It crashed against the stone mountain with a loud bang. It's over. The chubby Taoist rubbed his hands repeatedly, saying, "This is bad. There must be a treasure under the stone mountain, but it can't withstand the impact of the demon race's treasure. It's mostly turned to ashes. What a pity." The area was completely submerged in light, becoming a vast ocean of energy, surging and rolling, throwing all nearby cultivators into the air. Some who were too close were directly shattered, turning into clouds of blood mist. However, at this moment, something astonishing happened. The stone mountain cracked open, releasing an incomparably gentle green glow, with streams of green light shooting into the sky. The very soft and pure glow calmed people's minds, with a faint green vitality filling the air, like an oasis floating in the sky. At that moment, a massive green treasure basin shot up from underground, absorbing the Demon Emperor's treasure within. Unimaginable. At this moment, the chubby Taoist stumbled over his words, finally letting out a breath to regain his composure, and shouted, "It's the treasure basin of the demon race." Someone was hiding there, prepared with the treasure basin, plotting for the demon race's treasure. The chubby Taoist instantly understood why the stone wall there could attract spiritual weapons to fly over. There was actually the legendary treasure basin inside. Although that person had been suppressing the basin with divine power, it still attracted some spiritual weapons. The treasure basin looked like it was carved from green jade, so green it penetrated to the bone, shining brilliantly, with pure green glow filling the sky, incredibly gentle, making one feel completely at ease. At this moment, within that treasure basin, an extremely dazzling light was shining, which was the treasure of the demon race, its brilliance overwhelming and blinding, making it impossible to see what it truly was. Continuously rotating within the basin, like the cosmos revolving, not only was there vast and unfathomable demonic power surging forth, but also intense divine light shooting out continuously. Fan's heart shook, as the person standing in front of the treasure basin was stunningly beautiful, surpassing all others in the world, the perfect woman he had seen not long ago. At this moment, she was ethereal and pure, still flawless and immaculate, her beauty unparalleled. Quickly putting away the treasure basin and transforming into a stream of light, departing, leaving behind a melodious laugh. "Thank you, seniors, for your assistance. Otherwise, even if the descendants of the Demon Emperor came, it would be difficult to truly collect the Emperor's treasure." The three great figures who had chased closely looked indifferent. They had inscribed many runes outside the tomb of the Demon Emperor, gathering an extremely powerful celestial force. Although they did not stop the treasure of the Demon Emperor, they still played a significant role in slowing down its unstoppable impact. As a result, it allowed the hidden person to reap the benefits. Otherwise, even if they controlled the legendary treasure basin, they wouldn't have been able to take the Demon Emperor's treasure. The three great figures simultaneously took action, attacking the stream of light that was about to vanish into the horizon. Such an attack was difficult to withstand, even for themselves. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, instantly sweeping across the sky, making it seem as if it was on fire, blindingly bright. And all nearby cultivators were filled with fear, quickly dodging. However, this powerful blow seemed to strike into the void, touching nothing. A sea of radiance rose, and that woman vanished in a flash, diving into the gentle light, instantly disappearing. This little demon girl had been prepared, inscribing runes there, gathering celestial force, crossing through the void, and at this moment, she was probably already thousands of miles away. The three great figures had cold expressions, unable to tolerate that someone had acted under their noses, seizing the treasure of the Demon Emperor, which was hard for them to bear. Opening the tomb of the Demon Emperor was easy, but stopping the treasure was incredibly difficult. They never expected to have helped her. A flash of light, and the three great figures disappeared, quickly rushing toward the center region where the tomb of the Demon Emperor had collapsed. Because the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race had not yet been discovered, which was what they wanted the most. Why hasn't the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race appeared yet? The chubby Taoist muttered softly. Fan was also curious, having heard people talk about the legendary treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, but still did not know what it was. It seemed that even those transcendent figures were very eager and desperate to have it in their own hands. Chapter 65, Mysterious Green Copper. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air was incessant, as streams of divine rays rushed toward the shattered stone mountain, like a meteor shower flying by. Just now, the treasure basin had appeared briefly. Although it had gone far, it had just vibrated with endless brilliance, attracting all nearby spiritual weapons. Fortune, oh fortune! The chubby Taoist was grinning ear to ear, dropping Yifan, and very agilely shot into the air, rushing toward that light rain. At the same time, all the cultivators in this area rushed over, heading toward the light rain formed by the gathering of spiritual weapons. However, this was not a feast. The rapidly flying spiritual weapons were extremely fierce, piercing through dozens of people on the spot, leaving behind nothing but blood stains and corpses. Although he was grinning, he had no wounds on his body. After pulling out the golden short sword from his backside, no blood flowed out, as if nothing had happened, and he said, "Spiritual weapons don't stop themselves. It's very difficult to intercept them." Relatively speaking, he was lucky. Most of the people who had rushed over just now had been directly pierced through. Many had died. With a swoosh, the chubby Taoist chased after them again, while other cultivators also rode the divine rain, closely pursuing, wanting to seize the spiritual treasures. Just then, more light rain shot over, some of which fell directly onto the nearby peaks, and many rays of light also fell near Yifan. However, when he saw what these things were, he immediately lost interest, as most were debris that had flown out after the collapse of the Demon Emperor's tomb. Many cultivators rushed over, searching the peaks, occasionally glancing at Yifan. Just then, another object fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. Yifan had just picked it up when he was surrounded by several cultivators. This made him feel very frustrated. It seemed impossible to gain anything today. Even if he were lucky enough to obtain 100 spiritual weapons, it would be hard to keep them. If anyone wants it, just take it. He directly threw the object in his hand onto the ground. Who wants a piece of green iron? I thought it was some kind of treasure. But it's just a chunk of scrap copper. Several cultivators said this, but still picked it up and examined it carefully. After confirming it was just scrap copper, they threw it back to Yifan. You might as well keep it. Whose child is this, running around everywhere at such a young age? Really asking for trouble. The disappointed cultivators left, heading towards other peaks. Yifan picked up the palm-sized copper piece on the ground, weighed it in his hand, and felt it was quite heavy, like a fragment of a broken vessel. Swish, swish, swish. More than a dozen cultivators descended, first searching this peak meticulously, then taking the scrap copper from Yifan, probing it with their spiritual sense, and finally tossing it back to him before disappearing into the void. In total, several batches of cultivators showed up at this peak. Almost everyone checked the scrap copper in Yifan's hand, and ultimately threw it back to him. Yifan was speechless. These people were practically digging 3 feet into the ground, examining even the green copper in his hand so thoroughly. It was harder than reaching the heavens for him to obtain a spirit weapon today. Hey, kid, what are you hiding? Don't run, let Taoist take a look. Is there some demon bothering you? I can help you subdue it. This treasure, I absolutely cannot give it to you. Yifan pretended to tuck the scrap copper into his bosom. Hearing this, the plump Taoist immediately beamed with joy and said, "It seems I truly have a connection with you, little friend. I can help you exorcise demons for the 4th time. Cut it out. If you want this treasure, you must trade something for it." Yifan extended a hand, wanting something in return. Although he found this plump Taoist despicable and annoying, he didn't think he would turn hostile on the spot and kill him, so he wasn't too afraid. "We meet repeatedly. It seems we really have a bond. How about this? I will give you a legendary treasure," the plump Taoist said while reaching into his bosom. "Who has a bond with you? It's best we never meet again in this lifetime." Upon seeing the jade pendant the Taoist handed over, Yifan was even more indignant. The pendant was dull and lackluster. Calling it jade was really an exaggeration. It was no different than a broken stone, and to make matters worse, it was missing a corner. Yifan wanted to throw it away, but was stopped by the plump Taoist, who forcibly stuffed it into his bosom, saying, "Keep it. This is a good thing. It might save your life one day." At this point, the Taoist quickly took the scrap copper from him. "What the hell is this? Is this what you call a treasure? It's just a piece of rotten copper." The Taoist shot Yifan a sideways glance, but showed no sign of care. Flipping it over and examining it thoroughly for a full quarter of an hour, even probing it with his spiritual sense repeatedly. Clang. Finally, the plump Taoist threw the copper piece to the ground, a look of disappointment on his face, saying, "It seems I was overthinking. You might as well keep this treasure." Yifan looked down on this unscrupulous Taoist. He had never seen someone so greedy, taking so long to study a rusty copper plate, a pearl covered in dust, unrecognized by others. "Since that's the case, I'll keep it myself." Yifan casually picked up the copper plate. So many cultivators had examined the scrap copper repeatedly. He didn't think it was a treasure. It was merely to spite the unscrupulous Taoist. At this moment, he had no mood to linger in this ruin and wanted to leave. The unscrupulous Taoist did not stop him. Muttering to himself, "Where is the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race?" He walked back and forth on the mountain with his hands behind his back. Soon, Yifan distanced himself from that area, and there were no cultivators around. He began to operate the mysterious methods recorded in the Tao scripture, quickly rushing towards the outside of the ruins. Golden threads flowed out from his golden sea of suffering, circulating throughout his body, nourishing his flesh, organs, and bones, making him feel full of strength and increasing his speed. Just then, Yifan was taken aback. Looking down, he discovered the scrap copper was undergoing a strange transformation, shedding a lot of rust, and unexpectedly became ancient and grand. At first glance, it still seemed quite ordinary, like a fragment that had broken off from some vessel. But upon closer inspection, it exuded an indescribable charm, giving an endless sense of ancient and profound grandeur. Yifan channeled the methods from the Tao scripture, sending out strands of golden threads towards the copper plate. However, no matter how much he summoned the power of the golden sea of suffering, the green copper showed no signs of change, remaining ancient and silent. This item seemed extraordinary. Yifan tucked the green copper into his bosom, no longer probing it, and continued to run. At this moment, his golden sea of suffering continually overflowed with golden threads, providing him with endless vitality, making his speed increase even more. Suddenly, Yifan was startled. He felt a sudden coolness below his navel, followed by a sensation as if something had appeared in his sea of suffering. He quickly stopped. The green copper in his bosom vanished. In that instant, he realized something and hurriedly turned his internal vision inward. The green copper had actually appeared in his sea of suffering, quietly sinking there, motionless like an ancient rock, stable and grand. The golden sea of suffering, the size of a soybean, hung like a bright moon in the darkness. Besides a tiny page of golden script, there was now an ancient green copper sitting in the center, pushing that page of golden script to one side. Although the golden paper glimmered with divine brilliance, radiating star-like splendor, it couldn't shake the green copper even a little, only being forced to the edge of the golden sea of suffering. What on earth is this green copper? Yifan was extremely shocked and carefully turned his internal vision towards the golden sea of suffering, discovering that many mysterious Tao patterns had actually appeared on the ancient green copper. Chapter 66, Yangtumb and Engrave. Yifan didn't have a deep understanding of Tao patterns. He had only heard Elder Wu Qingfeng mention them briefly. Truly powerful weapons have Tao patterns engraved inside, which can be said to be the soul and life of the weapon. Of course, Tao patterns are not limited to this. Their applications are endless in various fields. For example, they can be engraved on mountains and rivers to form various kinds of powers, condensing strange forces that turn that area into a mysterious domain. Some profound Tao patterns can only be engraved on rare materials, arranged precisely, and if they are provided with powerful divine power, they can penetrate heaven and earth, crossing the void and appearing from one place to another in an instant. There are even complex Tao patterns that can condense celestial forces, possessing unimaginable changes and power. However, many powerful Tao patterns are not publicly circulated. They are mastered by sacred places and ancient families, kept secret, and outsiders have no idea of their might, only having vague legends. In fact, Tao patterns are profound and extensive, covering a wide range of aspects. It is said that Tao patterns are what ancient powers carved after comprehending the natural world, which were passed down through generations, forming the Tao patterns we know today. Ordinary cultivators cannot access this field. Only after reaching a certain level of strength can they practice Tao patterns, because in a sense, Tao patterns are the engravings of ancient powers' insights. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they enjoy studying the Tao patterns that are known to the world. The mysterious green copper surface did not have Tao patterns. Only at the fracture point were there dense and complex Tao patterns that were profound and unfathomable, impossible for anyone to understand. Although they were mysterious, they had a natural charm that deeply moved anyone who looked at them. It looks like something naturally born. Yifan muttered to himself. Elder Wu Qingfeng once said that some precious treasures have innate Tao patterns, not artificially refined, unique and irreplaceable, which is the foundation of their power. Could it really be innate Tao patterns? Yifan couldn't be sure. He didn't know much about Tao patterns, only harboring doubts. Suddenly, Yifan felt a strange wave, and he discovered that the path ahead was blocked, shrouded in a hazy mist that obscured any view of the end. At the same time, he heard the thunderous roar of the azure flood dragon. As a significant figure from the ancient Ji family rode past in a golden war chariot, a chilling aura sweeping over the mountains. The ruins were temporarily sealed, and no one was allowed to leave. 9 dragons pulled the chariot, blocking the way forward. while the Ji family's prominent figure inscribed endless patterns on the mountains and rivers, cutting off the path ahead. In another direction, nine-headed Chilan beasts pulled a jade carriage, riding on clouds, exuding divine power, blocking the east. At the same time, from several other directions, similar shouts could be heard as several prominent figures sealed off the ruins, preventing anyone from leaving. Yi Fan was startled, sensing something was amiss. He hurriedly stopped and ceased to operate the mystical arts recorded in the Tao Jing, causing the golden sea of bitterness to calm down and then disappear. The ruins suddenly erupted into chaos, as many cultivators were confused about what was happening, thinking that the prominent figures were about to start a massacre. What happened? Why are we not allowed to leave? Many loose cultivators felt uneasy, while only those from large sects remained relatively calm, showing no signs of panic. The treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race had yet to appear, and several prominent figures were in a state of alarm. Indeed, blocking the way was to prevent someone from taking the treasure away. If these 5 prominent figures could not find the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, could others possibly obtain it? Numerous cultivators began to discuss, and when they learned that the sealing was due to the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, most felt reassured, as they had not held much hope for the treasure. Why has the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race remained silent? After the collapse of the tomb of the Demon Emperor, it should have erupted with a shocking momentum. The 5 prominent figures whispered among themselves, without any secret language, as there was no need for concealment. Where is the ruined tower? Why has it not appeared? It has been missing for over 10,000 years. The ruined tower should have re-emerged in the world, yet there is no sign of it. From a distance, many cultivators were solemn, as the prominent figures clearly had their sights set on obtaining it. If they could not locate this treasure, it was uncertain how long they would keep the area sealed. Yi Fan was astonished. It was only now that he learned the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race was called the Ruined Tower. And just hearing the name felt extraordinary. Many cultivators from large sects were discussing and recounting the past of this treasure. It is said that the Ruined Tower has existed for countless ages, and its origins are unknown. It is rumored to have existed alongside the Eastern Wilderness since life first emerged on this vast land. What does the Ruined Tower look like? Many cultivators were not very clear. As the name implies, it is naturally a tower. The 9-story Ruined Tower possesses immense and unfathomable power, eternal and indestructible, capable of suppressing all powerful beings in the world. Is it really that terrifying? Even if you are extraordinarily powerful, overlooking the Eastern Wilderness, you cannot withstand the suppression of the Ruined Tower. Otherwise, how could it be called the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race? Since ancient times, countless legendary strong figures have met their end beneath the Ruined Tower. No one can withstand its suppression. Thrown into a water pool. What? The unscrupulous Taoist was shocked and then became extremely anxious, grabbing Yi Fan's shoulders and shaking him vigorously, asking which water pool and urging him to take him there. Yi Fan's heart suddenly stirred. Could this green copper have a significant background? Initially, he thought it might have some connection to the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness, but upon learning that the Ruined Tower was a 9-story tower, he immediately understood that the green copper could not possibly be the treasure of the Eastern Wilderness human race, as it had nothing to do with the tower at all. The ruins were so vast, filled with dense forests and peaks. He had already turned around and forgotten where he had walked. No, you must remember. The unscrupulous Taoist's face was somewhat terrifying, his eyes bloodshot, gripping Yi Fan tightly. It's just a piece of scrap copper. You looked at it repeatedly for a full quarter of an hour, but then you threw it on the ground. Why are you looking for it now? What origin does that piece of scrap copper have? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Now hurry and find it. The unscrupulous Taoist had no smile. His expression was extremely serious, pulling Yi Fan along. Yi Fan understood. It seemed that mysterious green copper was indeed significant and seemed extremely important. Damn it, how could I be so careless? I threw away something I had in my hands. The fat Taoist's face turned ashen, filled with regret and annoyance, in stark contrast to his earlier cheerful demeanor. Yi Fan felt a chill. It seemed the unscrupulous Taoist was now in a murderous mood. He did not want to walk into the blade's edge and obediently move forward. What on earth is that thing? Don't ask. If you ask again, I'll go crazy. The fat Taoist slapped his right hand fiercely, saying, How could I be so confused? I've spent my life searching for treasures, only to end up so blind. It was evident that he was filled with self-reproach, wishing he could chop off his own hand. We parted ways here, and then I saw you running far away. The fat Taoist led Yi Fan to the mountain peak where they had separated. Yi Fan walked slowly, contemplating how to shake off this fat Taoist. Unknowingly, the two had crossed 3 mountain ridges, and just as they were climbing the 4th, Yi Fan's face lit up as he said, It's here. Looking in the direction he pointed, the fat Taoist's face immediately turned ugly. There was a dark, deep pool on this ridge, silent as stone, without a ripple, emanating a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Don't tell me you threw the scrap copper into this deep pool. The fat Taoist's eyes emitted an eerie glow, causing Yi Fan to feel a momentary daze, as if he were being seen through. In that instant, Yi Fan became anxious and quickly focused his mind, vividly imagining a scene where he stood by the black pool and threw a piece of scrap copper into it. The fat Taoist's eyes returned to normal, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You wasteful brat, I wish I could throw you in." "It's just a piece of scrap copper," Yi Fan replied nonchalantly. Plop. The fat Taoist dove headfirst into the deep pool. At first, there was a shimmer of divine light underwater, but soon it faded into darkness, and the black, deep pool gradually returned to calm. Yi Fan waited for a full quarter of an hour, but did not see the unscrupulous Taoist surface. He muttered to himself, "This wicked fat guy wouldn't be suffering retribution down there, would he?" After another quarter of an hour, there was a light splash on the water's surface, and the fat Taoist emerged, covered in a thick layer of black ice, resembling an ice sculpture. Bang! Glimmers of light constantly flashed within the black ice. And after what felt like dozens of breaths, the unscrupulous Taoist finally broke through the solid ice, shaking off a pile of ice shards. At this moment, his face was pale with a bluish tint, and his lips trembled. "Damn it, I almost froze to death." He was shivering all over, his body continuously emanating divine light to expel the cold, with visible streams of black mist rising from his surface, instantly freezing the surrounding vegetation, which then turned to powder in an instant. In the distance, Yi Fan gasped. He had chosen this black pool simply because it was deep and had not expected it to be so terrifying. The thick ice that had fallen to the ground froze everything within a 10-meter radius, with many stones already cracked. Even from a distance, Yi Fan could feel a bone-chilling cold. "Did you not find anything, Taoist?" "I dove several thousand meters down and saw a broken monument halfway down, with the words Underworld Pool engraved on it. It was unfathomably deep. I have no idea how deep this black pool truly is." "Taoist, didn't you throw it away? Now you regret it, right? Don't say any more." Seeing the fat Taoist's face full of frustration, Yi Fan almost burst out laughing. He felt delighted, but put on an extremely tense expression, asking, could it really be a treasure? The fat Taoist's face turned ashen, pacing angrily, and said, "I have no common language with you." Yi Fan wisely moved to the side, picked 2 wild fruits, and began to eat them with great enjoyment. The fat Taoist, seeing that he was completely unconcerned and even had the mood to eat wild fruits, was furious and said with a stern face, "You, the biggest waste in the world, actually threw it into the deep pool. I wish I could kill you. But Taoist, you were the one who threw it away first. How can you blame me now? Didn't you also treat it as trash at the beginning? I hate it." The shameless Taoist wished he could slap himself, and then jumped back into the deep pool with a splash. This time, it took more than an hour before the fat Taoist burst out of the water, completely turned into a large ice block, shining darkly and exuding a bone-chilling cold. Yi Fan kept his distance, and this time the shameless Taoist spent a quarter of an hour breaking through the ice, his whole body black and purple, with black mist pouring out from every pore. A large area on the mountain had frozen into black ice, and the vegetation was withered and endless, with many rocks cracked from the frost. After a long time, the shameless Taoist finally recovered, dejectedly walking out of the icy area and sitting down heavily on the ground, muttering to himself, "I hate it." Beside him, Yi Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. Seeing the dejected look of this unscrupulous fat man made him feel incredibly refreshed. Suddenly, the shameless Taoist seemed to remember something, jumped up in shock, looked towards the distant active volcano, and then glanced at the black cold pool in front of him, exclaiming, "I understand now. The demon emperor has 2 tombs. One is the Yang tomb, and the other is the Yin tomb." Yi Fan was startled by him and asked, "Taoist, what are you talking about?" Ignoring him, the fat Taoist seriously began to carve on the ground, marking the active volcano and the black pool, and then depicting the surrounding terrain according to a certain scale. "Damn it, it really is like this. 1 Yin and 1 Yang. Embracing the Taiji, the source of power, the heart is buried in the Yang tomb. The true cold corpse is buried in the Yin tomb." The shameless Taoist's expression changed unpredictably. Chapter 67, The Ruined Tower and the Green Copper. The shameless Taoist walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, frowning, muttering, "The demon emperor truly lives up to his name, actually setting up the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb as 2 graves. Is this place a flaw he intentionally left behind?" The fat Taoist looked uncertain, staring at the distant active volcano and the unfathomable black pool nearby, his eyebrows almost twisted together, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, this Yin tomb is not simple at all. How many people have entered and how many have died? But Taoist, aren't you living well?" Yi Fan interjected from the side. "Are you deliberately trying to irritate me?" The shameless Taoist now found Yi Fan extremely displeasing, saying, "You wasteful son. You might as well go down and keep the demon emperor company. Don't. Taoist, don't vent your anger on me. This really has nothing to do with me. Sigh. The shameless Taoist sat down heavily on the ground, looking extremely dejected, saying, although I discovered a shocking secret, I have no way to open the Yin tomb. I suspect there must be a deadly trap laid below. If I had dived to the bottom of the black pool just now and entered the Yin hall, I would probably no longer exist in this world. So you're saying that the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, the ruined tower, is in the Yin tomb beneath this black pool? Yifan sat on a rock far away, not getting too close to avoid any bad luck, saying, no wonder those 5 big figures can't find the ruined tower no matter what. It turns out it's suppressed here. The shameless Taoist ignored him, showing a contemplative expression, then began to carve and sketch on the ground, seemingly deducing the various connections between the Yang tomb and the Yin tomb. Finally, he sighed heavily, revealing a look of helplessness, saying, missing out on a treasure, but accidentally discovering a shocking Yin tomb, yet unable to enter, truly is regret and agony. Aren't there a few big figures over there? Yifan pointed to the 5 top experts in the sky above the active volcano. Even if they went in, they would probably also find it difficult to come out unscathed. This is a deadly trap. The Yang tomb is a flaw deliberately left by the demon emperor, leaving the treasures of the demon race and his source of power for future generations. And this place is his final resting place, not to be disturbed by outsiders. Revealing the Yang tomb is to cover up the Yin tomb. Perhaps there are other wonderful uses, one Yin and one Yang, embracing the Taiji, profound and mysterious. As he spoke, the shameless Taoist showed a look of melancholy, saying, unless there is a treasure of the eastern wilderness human race, otherwise, even if there are unparalleled experts who can crack the deadly trap, they would still be unable to stabilize the Yin tomb. It would rush into the depths of the eastern wilderness, like a dragon returning to the sea, leaving no trace to be found. The ruined tower is actually so extraordinary that it can stabilize the demon emperor's Yin tomb, even more powerful than unparalleled experts? Yifan showed a look of surprise. Of course, the shameless Taoist revealed a look of longing, saying, it is said that the ruined tower has existed for endless ages, and its origin is completely unknown. There is no one or thing in this world that it cannot suppress. Is it really that terrifying? The fat Taoist showed a dreamy expression, saying, since ancient times, there has been no conclusion about whether immortals truly exist, and no one can clearly say. However, in the eastern wilderness, every legend about immortals is related to the ruined tower. What does the ruined tower have to do with it? Yifan showed a look of surprise. It is said that in this endless time, there were once immortals who appeared in the eastern wilderness, and several times they were recorded in ancient books, without exception. Every one of these immortals was suppressed by the ruined tower. Is that so? The ruined tower is that terrifying? Yifan was quite shocked. There is currently no conclusion about whether immortals truly exist. However, one can imagine that if immortals do exist, they would undoubtedly be above all cultivators in the world. If they are so powerful and still cannot withstand the suppression of the ruined tower, it is indeed a bit horrifying. Naturally, it's terrifying. Otherwise, why would so many big figures come here? I think it won't be long before the masters of the holy places personally arrive. After all, the eastern wilderness is too vast. Some people receive the news later, and once they know, they will definitely lay down the Tao patterns and directly cross the void to come. What kind of origin does the ruined tower have to be so extraordinary and powerful? Yifan found it hard to calm down. It is said that long before there were living beings born in the eastern wilderness, it already existed in this world. No one knows its origins. What a pity. The treasure that was within reach was thrown away by the Taoist, treating the precious item as scrap copper and iron. Yifan shook his head and sighed, feigning a pose. Upon hearing this, the shameless Taoist's face immediately turned ugly, even greener than the color of green copper, filled with indignation, saying, if it weren't for you, I would have had it. Taoist, you can't say that. You were the one who threw it away first. What a pity for that ruined tower. Who told you it was the ruined tower? When did I say it was the treasure of the eastern wilderness human race? Yifan was very surprised, saying, since it's not the ruined tower, why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it just a piece of scrap copper? I also think it has nothing to do with the ruined tower. What do you know, you little brat, too lazy to bother with you. The shameless Taoist was filled with anger, unwilling to talk more about the green copper. Although Yifan looked like he was only 11 or 12 years old, his real age was already over 20, so being called a little brat naturally made him unhappy, muttering, I'm not. Who are you telling that to? The shameless Taoist asked suspiciously. You telling me I'm not? What nonsense is this? I don't have time to deal with you. After speaking, the shameless Taoist turned around, staring blankly at the black pool. You still have the face to say that? Hearing these words, the fat Taoist was furious, his eyes turning red. It seems really extraordinary. I guess it's only slightly worse than the ruined tower. Yifan was indeed not well-intentioned, deliberately provoking the shameless Taoist, although he didn't dare to go too far. You little brat, actually trying to play tricks on me. I'll suffocate you. I won't tell you. The fat Taoist turned around and ignored him. Taoist, you are too unreasonable. You took 3 spiritual weapons from me, and now when I ask you about something, you put on such a posture. The shameless Taoist, seeing Yifan constantly showing off, truly wanted to strangle him, saying, even 10, 100, or 1,000 spiritual weapons can't exchange for the green copper you threw away. I said, Taoist, you shouldn't be so resentful, okay? I just tossed it into the black pool casually. Who told you earlier that it was a treasure? Damn it. He exhaled heavily, saying, stop whining, be honest. Sigh. Yifan shook his head and sighed, but deep down he felt exhilarated. In just a short moment, he had made the unscrupulous Taoist full of remorse, successfully stirring up his negative emotions and finally venting some of his own anger. When Yifan stopped speaking, the chubby Taoist took the initiative to speak, seemingly lamenting, saying, who said this, worthless copper, is not as good as the ruins tower? A myriad of years ago, the eastern wilderness almost turned upside down because of this piece of green copper. Is there such a thing? Yifan showed a look of confusion. Yes. When the ruins tower was lost, there was no such turmoil, but this piece of green copper made the entire eastern wilderness restless. The ruins tower can suppress immortals. Its power is unstoppable, and it is already considered a treasure of the eastern wilderness. Could the green copper be even more powerful? The chubby Taoist looked dispirited and said, the green copper is from the central continent. When it was lost, all the top experts from the central continent came out, almost turning the eastern wilderness, southern ridge, western desert, and northern plains upside down. That was a colossal upheaval. Upon hearing this, Yifan gasped. He knew deeply that the central continent was even more vast than the eastern wilderness, and even cultivators riding divine rainbows found it difficult to cross. To travel from one end to the other, one could only carve Tao patterns on the mountains and rivers, condensing the heavenly forces to traverse in the void. It was said that the central continent was filled with ancient relics, talented people, and abundant strong figures, making it an extremely mysterious and prosperous ancient land. Who had the audacity to provoke all the top experts from the central continent? Naturally, it was the last emperor who unified the eastern wilderness demon race, causing immense trouble for the eastern wilderness human race. It seemed that the demon emperor was indeed powerful, stirring up the winds and clouds from all directions, and was truly an extraordinary figure. The unscrupulous Taoist shot him a glance, saying, do you even need to say that? If he wasn't powerful enough, how could he unify the eastern wilderness demon race and achieve an immortal empire? Yifan pondered for a moment and asked, how can you be sure that this piece of green copper belongs to the central continent, and what exactly is it? Chapter 68, The Black Gold Ape. Is this how you deduced it? Yifan showed a puzzled expression. The demon emperor's tomb did not have the ruins tower appearing, which negated the first legend. So I naturally thought of the green copper. At this point, the unscrupulous Taoist slapped himself, saying, I never expected that in my lifelong treasure hunting. I would be blinded by the green copper and miss it. How did you come to your senses later? How did you realize something was amiss? Yifan deliberately sighed and said, I didn't expect that I was so transcendent, lightly shaking my hand, discarding an object comparable to the ruins tower like it was a piece of trash. Unfortunately, no one saw it. I imagine I must have looked like a deity at that time, with an unparalleled grace, surpassing the ages. Are you trying to irritate me? You deserve a beating. The unscrupulous Taoist's nose was almost crooked from anger. Although Yifan thought the chubby Taoist was quite wicked, he wasn't a vicious person, so he wasn't too afraid of him. He said, Taoist, calm down. The most urgent thing for you now is to quickly think of a way to retrieve that piece of green copper. Perhaps the ruins tower is also in the shadow grave below. Maybe you haven't missed out on a great treasure. On the contrary, you might very well obtain 2 items. The ruins tower cannot be in the shadow palace. Although he said this, the unscrupulous Taoist still let go of Yifan and began to think carefully about what to do next. I'm going for it. I'll give it another try. The chubby Taoist walked towards the black pool again, unable to let go of the mysterious green copper. Boom. At that moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the dark cold pool, and a ferocious beast emerged from the black water. It was pitch black all over, as if cast from black gold, exuding an eerie aura. Its shape was bizarre, with 3 heads, the central head resembling an ape, while the left and right heads were those of a bird and a snake, respectively. Its body was like a black gold forged hell horse, devoid of feathers and covered in black scales, shimmering with a metallic luster, appearing powerful and strong. This was a giant beast over 10 meters long, roaring in the water, letting out a low growl that made Yifan feel as if his soul was about to float away. Calm your mind, the chubby Taoist shouted. There really is such a thing, dwelling in the world's mosting place. Its roar can shatter a person's soul. It is an extremely powerful exotic beast, known as the black gold ape. This beast, with its shimmering black light, was gigantic and ferocious. Although it had 3 heads, Only the central ape head had intelligence, while the bird and snake heads could use supernatural powers but lacked thought, making the central ape head the main one. Hence it was called the black gold ape. However, there were also legends that the bird and snake heads, like those cast from black gold, could also awaken intelligence. Once the black gold ape evolved to that level, it would be extremely terrifying. Unless top experts intervened, it would be nearly impossible to slay it. At that time, its magical powers would be overwhelming. Yifan listened attentively, keeping it in mind. He focused his mind, covered by the radiance emitted by the chubby Taoist, and his soul stabilized, no longer feeling adrift. Boom! Just then, the black gold ape suddenly rose from the black water, stirring up boundless black waves, charging towards the chubby Taoist and Yifan. Whoosh! The unscrupulous Taoist reacted quickly, drawing a circle with one hand, a piece of azure radiance overflowing, bursting forth like fireworks, radiant and misty, enveloping him and Yifan. The black mist and cold water that could freeze stones were all blocked outside. Meanwhile, he scribbled in the air, writing a large character for sealing. Seal? The chubby Taoist gave a light shout, and the sealing character in the void instantly became brilliant, like it was carved from jade, tangible and substantial. Shooting forward with a swish. Bang! It solidly stamped onto the black gold ape's body, producing a sizzling sound and releasing waves of cold black mist that gradually began to merge into the black gold beast's body. Roar! The black gold ape violently shook its body, and the two drooping heads slowly raised. The bird had opened its mouth, instantly spewing forth a blazing lightning bolt, while the snake head flicked its tongue and expelled a black flame, scorching the void. Extreme lightning and hellfire. The chubby Taoist was taken aback, quickly pulling Yifan back a few steps, and spat out a blood-colored small shield. The radiance sparkled, unfurling in the wind to form a shield over 4 to 5 zhang high, blocking in front of them. Bang bang bang. The lightning flashed, and the black flame burned, all crashing against the blood-red shield, with streams of crystalline red light flickering out. This black gold ape was not simple. The two heads on the sides seemed to have once awakened intelligence, but had been penetrated by someone and lost their intelligence. The chubby Taoist's expression grew serious. If all three heads of the black gold ape possessed intelligence, even powerful cultivators would have to flee upon encountering it. Fortunately, the two heads are not in perfect condition. He murmured to himself. The powerful attacks from the black gold ape made the blood-red jewel-like shield tremble, but it ultimately held its ground. Cut! Just then, a brilliant light burst forth from the chubby Taoist's sea of bitterness, shining like a bright moon, pure and bright, charging straight at the black gold ape. Bang! The central ape head of the black gold ape shot out two beams of golden light, striking the bright jade plate like a full moon, causing both to tremble. The unscrupulous Taoist showed a look of shock, saying, "It seems all three heads have been heavily injured before. There are terrifying scars on them. It looks like in the past, it must have successfully awakened the intelligence of all three heads. If I had encountered it then, I would have had to flee." Not only had the two lateral heads lost their intelligence, but the central ape head had also been severely injured, making it difficult to regain its former demonic might. And at this moment, it was gradually being suppressed by the unscrupulous Taoist. Bang! However, when the unscrupulous Taoist tried to subdue it, the black gold ape violently struggled, and its whole body erupted with dazzling black gold light, immediately breaking free from the restraints and sinking into the black pool. This creature was indeed terrifying. If all three of its heads regained their strength, few would be able to subdue it. The chubby Taoist's expression grew grave. At that moment, the bottomless cold pool suddenly began to violently ripple, as if something was about to burst forth from below, far more intense than the black golden ape. Boundless waves surged in the black pool, and black mist roared outwards in all directions. The mist was swirling, icy and bone-chilling. Many places on the mountains were cracked from the frost, and numerous rocks were reduced to powder after being brushed by the black fog. Taoist, didn't you say that the grave is hidden in the dark and won't surface? Why is it so terrifying now? It might be because I inadvertently did something just now and stirred up trouble. What did you do? I saw a broken stone tablet engraved with the words Ming Pool at a depth of several thousand meters in the black pool. I pulled it out and threw it into the depths of the black pool, thinking that when it sank to the bottom, it might have touched the grave of the Demon Emperor. Taoist, you didn't smash that broken tablet onto the Demon Emperor's hall, did you? At that time, who would have known that beneath the deep pool was the Demon Emperor's grave? Just then, the water in the black pool splashed violently, and a team of black-armored soldiers rushed out, each holding dark knives, exuding a deathly aura. Yifan was taken aback. The black pool was churning with waves, and broken ancient war chariots emerged from the black pool, carrying loads of soldiers, clad in tungsten iron armor that covered them completely, holding either black knives or black Ming spears. Chapter 69, Opening the Killing Game. The black cold pool surged with waves, the broken ancient war chariots, seemingly having undergone the baptism of blood and fire, were covered with scars from blades and swords, crushing the black water as they rode the wind and waves. This is really bizarre. After more than 10,000 years, the Demon Emperor's grave still has grave guardians. This is simply outrageous and unimaginable. The unscrupulous Taoist frowned. Just as he was lost in thought, a black arrow shot swiftly towards him, its tip aflame with Ming fire, and the arrow's tail billowed with dense black mist. The unscrupulous Taoist raised his red agate-like shield to block the arrow, but at that moment, the arrow exploded, sending Ming fire scattering and the black mist surging. The Ming fire scorched the ground around them, melting the rocks, and then the black mist surged in, freezing it and cracking it into powder. This terrifying energy nearly impacted Yi Fan and the unscrupulous Taoist. This arrow, with its dual ice and fire, was extremely powerful. Any ordinary cultivator who wasn't careful could face life-threatening danger. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of arrows piercing the air was incessant, as black arrows penetrated the black mist, continuously shooting towards them like a torrential downpour of black rain. Clang, clang. The red agate-like shield was hit by hundreds of arrows, surrounded by Ming fire, with endless black mist surging. The shield overflowed with crimson light, surging outward like water waves, shaking off the Ming fire and dispersing the black mist, finally blocking this wave of attack. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound arose. Those broken war chariots, carrying Yin soldiers, had already landed and were pressing forward. I want to see what you are. The unscrupulous Taoist gritted his teeth and angrily said, spitting out a green light. This was a small knife about an inch long, glowing green. It unfurled in the wind and quickly grew to over half a foot long. Crystal clear like a pool of jade water, exuding waves of cold air. Yi Fan gritted his teeth upon seeing it. It was the dagger he had obtained, which had been snatched by this unscrupulous Taoist and was now being used against the enemy. Swish! The green-blue dagger transformed into a green ribbon and shot out, releasing brilliant divine light that instantly blocked a broken ancient war chariot. Afterwards, the unscrupulous Taoist sea of suffering radiated, and a blood-red pearl surged out, radiating crimson light and unleashing waves of powerful divine energy, surging forward and immobilizing 3 ancient war chariots, making them unable to move an inch. At the same time, a purple aura shimmered on the unscrupulous Taoist's thumb as a ring appeared, illuminating his palm with a crystalline sheen, and purple energy spread. Flash! The unscrupulous Taoist lightly commanded, raising his finger, and the purple ring immediately unleashed a myriad of auspicious lights, shooting forth sharp purple blades. Puff, puff, puff. The blade lights cleaved through 2 broken war chariots, blocking a group of Yin soldiers. Witnessing all this, Yi Fan cursed. These 3 magical weapons had all been discovered by him, but they were snatched by the unscrupulous Taoist and were now being used against the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the magical green dagger pierced through 5 Yin soldiers, shattering an ancient war chariot. Meanwhile, the blood-red pearl had successfully completely imprisoned 3 war chariots. Good stuff, the unscrupulous Taoist exclaimed. In the end, all the broken war chariots were shattered, and nearly all the Yin soldiers were pierced through. The unscrupulous Taoist quickly rushed over, tearing open the black iron armor on them to see what was inside. To his astonishment, after tearing open the armor of the first few Yin soldiers, a pile of fine sand spilled out, which was not a living entity at all. Then, he finally found a few Yin soldiers that were not fine sand. After careful inspection, he discovered they were merely the corpses of beasts, frozen solid. He quickly blew away the fine sand on the ground, shattered a few skeletons, and collected all the wooden plaques, piling them up on the ground. Boom! At that moment, another sound echoed from the icy black pool, and a demon general clad in black and gold armor, possessing a wolf's head, slowly approached, emanating a thick aura of death, far more powerful than those Yin soldiers. This was a demon general who had died in battle years ago, now being utilized. It seemed that it wasn't the Tao patterns sustaining his corpse. The unscrupulous Taoist revealed a contemplative expression. The demon general slowly advanced, causing the ground to tremble, and the surrounding black mist surged. Not simple. At that moment, the unscrupulous Taoist sea of suffering burst forth with dazzling blue light. A large expanse of blue flames surged forward, surrounding the wolf-headed demon general. Bang! However, this demon general was extraordinary, emanating waves of intense death energy that continually pushed back the blue flames. He had undergone corpse transformation, gaining a hazy intelligence. His demon body was immortal, producing a powerful deathly resentment. The unscrupulous Taoist was taken aback, sensing the severity of the situation, and urged Yi Fan to retreat. He summoned several magical weapons, complemented by the blue flames. Something strange is happening here. At that moment, a cold voice came from a young man in his 20s who arrived on the mountain, saying, "Very well, you can leave now." His gaze was locked on the wooden plaques engraved with Tao patterns on the ground. Then he fixed his eyes on the demon general. The unscrupulous Taoist shot him a cold glance, but in an instant, his expression changed. The young man's robe was embroidered with the emblem of the Yaoguang Holy Land. "I am a disciple of Yaoguang. My master has ordered me to tell you to leave quickly." The young man was incredibly arrogant, seemingly possessing a natural sense of superiority. He glanced at Yi Fan and, noticing he had no divine energy fluctuations, said, "If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave here." Bang! Just then, the demon general broke free from the unscrupulous Taoist's restraints and quickly leaped into the black pool, disappearing from sight. Swish! The young man, realizing he had been exposed, directly attacked, unleashing hundreds or even thousands of golden rays, dense and overwhelming, like a golden rainstorm rushing towards the unscrupulous Taoist. Swish, swish, swish. The unscrupulous Taoist waved his large sleeves, scattering blue light that absorbed all the golden rain, which turned out to be golden needles. Bang! The unscrupulous Taoist quickly charged forward, grabbing the young man's neck and lifting him up to the edge of the cold pool, saying, "You're trying to use tiger skin as a big flag, wanting to deceive your family's Taoist. Speak. Which family's disciple are you from? Otherwise, I'll throw you in." "I am truly a disciple of Yaoguang." The young man showed fear. "Taoist, why waste time with him? Just throw him in and feed him to that demon general," Yi Fan suggested from a distance, deliberately intimidating the young man. "That is true. No need for nonsense." The unscrupulous Taoist gently flicked his hand, and the young man instantly fell into the cold pool, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Yi Fan was dumbfounded, not expecting that the unscrupulous Taoist would actually do such a thing. This unscrupulous Taoist suddenly became somewhat dangerous in his mind. He was a person without any scruples. The black pool surged, and more than a dozen demon generals appeared, all clad in black gold battle armor, with only their heads exposed. Their forms were bizarre, some had dog heads, some had tiger heads, and at first glance, they were clearly monsters, all exuding a strong aura of death. In their hands, they were holding the young man from earlier, and with a bang, they tore him apart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At that moment, the cold pool seemed to boil over, turning from pitch black to blood red, extraordinarily glamorous. "This is bad, a disaster. The demon emperor's tomb is stained with blood, and the deadly trap has been activated." The unscrupulous Taoist's face turned extremely ugly. Just then, the heavens and earth shook, and a sea of blood light surged from the cold pool, illuminating the entire ancient ruins and startling all the cultivators. "Could it be that we will die here?" Yi Fan showed a look of shock. Chapter 70, Leaving. The unscrupulous Taoist sighed repeatedly, saying, "We can no longer enter this tomb. Damn it, he has been thinking about the green copper, and now, having suddenly lost the opportunity, he felt immense regret and frustration. The killing trap in the cold pool had already been activated, but those outside the cold pool were not in danger. At that moment, 5 dazzling rays of light rushed over, and all 5 major figures were alarmed, arriving at the mountain ridge in the first instance, exuding powerful pressure, floating in the air like deities. Yi Fan wanted to observe them, but found that he could not see through the brilliant divine light. Only 5 bright balls of divine light were visible, and nothing else could be seen. The demon emperor's tomb. One of them gasped, his gaze sharp, instantly understanding what lay beneath the cold pool. The active volcano is the Yang tomb. The cold pool of the underworld is the Yin tomb. One is Yang and the other is Yin, holding onto the Tai Chi, seizing the creations of heaven and earth, capable of evolving endless changes. Another major figure sighed heavily, saying, "The demon emperor is indeed extraordinary. If it weren't for the accidental discovery, it would be hard to imagine that he actually set up both a Yin and a Yang tomb. This is a big problem. The Yin tomb has activated the deadly trap, and it will be very difficult to enter. The treasures of the eastern wilderness human race have not been seen, and the ancient tower is most likely within this Yin tomb." The several major figures were restless, but at the moment could not think of a solution and did not dare to easily enter the demon emperor's Yin tomb. It's not that there is no way. After 10,000 years, even the most perfect arrangement will have a flaw. We can carefully infiltrate and investigate, then decide afterward. Good. At this moment, the 5 rays of light all descended, and one of the rays instantly enveloped the unscrupulous Taoist. "Just now, I heard someone say that even if encountering disciples of the Holy Land, they would dare to slap them to death. So you must be quite extraordinary. This place was triggered by you, so why not go down with us?" The face of the unscrupulous Taoist turned green on the spot, hurriedly saying, "Several seniors. I was just speaking nonsense. Please do not hold it against me. Right now, this Yin tomb has activated the deadly trap, and with my cultivation level, going down would mean certain death. Indeed, not simple. Even knowing about the Yang tomb and Yin tomb, it seems you are quite extraordinary. Come down with us. No. I beg you, seniors, have mercy. The unscrupulous Taoist screamed. Swish. The 5 rays of light flashed, and the 5 super figures pulled the green-faced and scrupulous Taoist. Instantly disappearing into the blood-colored cold pool, his screams like that of a slaughtered pig abruptly ceased. With their entry, the cold pool boiled, sending up a sea of blood light, while those demon generals had already disappeared inside. Indeed, evil people have their own retribution. Fat man, may you seek your own fortune. Yifan stood up, patted his butt, and left this place. He could not stay here any longer. Boom. The blood-colored light shone, enveloping the entire primitive ruins in blood light, transforming it into a scene of desolation and eeriness, exceptionally terrifying. At that moment, everyone felt a sense of dread, as if something earth-shattering was happening beneath the blood-red cold pool. Yifan left the mountain ridge, hiding far away. At this moment, the mountains and rivers were engraved with Tao patterns, sealing off this ancient land. Yifan could not break through and could only wander among the mountains. He was waiting for an opportunity to leave, having obtained a page of the Golden Book and unexpectedly acquiring a piece of mysterious green copper. It could be said to be a harvest that drove all cultivators crazy. Fleeing far away was the best choice. I hope the restrictions break soon. Yifan's cultivation was low, and he could not compete with those cultivators for spiritual weapons. He understood his situation and specifically chose to walk in desolate places. Yifan opened a jade box, and a wave of fragrance wafted out. The jade snake orchid was fragrant and alluring. At this moment, he wanted to take action, hoping to seize the opportunity to find spiritual herbs. Now that he had obtained a page of the Golden Book, the complete Will See scroll would guide him forward. If he could find enough spiritual herbs now, he would surely be able to achieve something in a short time. Yifan quickly took action, heading into the deep mountains. Due to the emergence of the Demon Emperor's tomb, many spiritual beasts had almost all fled, with only a few hiding in caves refusing to come out. At this moment, wanting to collect spiritual herbs was countless times easier than usual. Previously, when he came deep into the ruins, Yifan remembered passing through a marsh, where he had found a powerful exotic beast that seemed to be guarding something, and he had avoided it from afar. Now he decided to take another look. Finding that mountain area, Yifan quickly located the marsh. He vaguely sensed a surge of malevolent energy and discovered many large scales in the marsh, each about the size of a palm. It seemed that a big guy had been hiding here, but luckily it had already left. Yifan searched carefully for a long time, but found nothing. Finally, he discovered something unusual in the area with the most fallen scales. There was an unknown plant that looked very ordinary, but the exotic beast seemed to be carefully avoiding it, as it had not trampled over it. He had some doubts. Squatting down, he dug into the soil, going towards the root. He dug more than a meter deep, but did not see anything unusual. Just as Yifan was about to give up, a glimmer of golden light caught his eye. Beneath the soil, the end of the main root of this plant surprisingly had a golden tuber, about the size of a longan, shining brilliantly. Yifan was shocked. He suddenly remembered that when browsing the spiritual herb classics in the Lingshu cave, he had seen a record stating that some ancient trees that had attained sentience would not necessarily be completely destroyed after failing to survive a calamity. They often left behind a bit of life essence that attached to the roots of other plants, which could potentially regenerate in the future. Could this be a bit of essence left by an old tree spirit? Yifan looked at the golden tuber, revealing a joyful expression, and then put it into the jade box. Afterward, he set off for the next location and soon arrived in front of a stone mountain, where there was a huge black hole at the base, emitting a faint fragrance. Yifan showed a delighted expression and quickly walked in. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from deep within the stone cave, accompanied by waves of terrifying malevolent energy. Yifan's body instantly stiffened, and he hurriedly retreated, fleeing like the wind. A series of rumbling sounds came, and a fierce beast poked out most of its body from the stone cave, continuously growling. It resembled a jackal but had no hair on its body, instead growing sharp poisonous spines that were black and looked somewhat horrifying. It was about 7 or 8 meters long, with an intense bloody aura, and as it growled, a dark light continuously flickered across its body, like black flames burning. Yifan hid at a distance, knowing at a glance that he could not provoke this fierce beast. It was much stronger than the jade-horned snake, and its aura was extremely intimidating. Other exotic beasts had fled, but it dared to stay, certainly not ordinary. In the end, Yifan did not gain anything here and began to search elsewhere. 2 hours later, he found 3 types of spiritual herbs, but they were not particularly rare, far less precious than that golden tuber. Boom! At that moment, a sky full of blood light erupted from the cold pool, and several figures shot into the sky, engaging in a fierce battle. There was actually a monster, completely black, resembling a lion, but upon closer inspection, it was not. It looked very much like the legendary hound, battling against a powerful figure, not at a disadvantage. Who would have thought that the mount of the demon emperor from back then was frozen here, its body immortal, transformed into a spiritual corpse, and had become a grave guardian? Several powerful figures in the sky surrounded the monster, intending to exterminate it. The descendants of the hound, as expected, were extraordinary. They had followed the demon emperor for a short time, but had transformed into this incredible realm. Boom. The cold pool seemed to be boiling, continuously spewing out the corpses of demon generals, controlled by that hound, rushing into the sky. Even if we were to slay this hound's corpse, we could not break the Tao patterns laid down by the demon emperor, and thus could not truly enter the Engrave. In the distance, Fan was very surprised. It seemed there were many strange things beneath the Engrave, and so many monsters had suddenly emerged. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a series of clanging sounds echoed from the ruins, initially like the vibration of metal, then like a tsunami, vast and rolling, rumbling loudly. And then beams of divine light shot up from all directions, drowning the 10 directions in endless divine brilliance. The Tao patterns laid down by the 5 powerful figures were forcibly broken. This left everyone in shock. They knew that another top-tier strongman had arrived. And it was not just one person. They had shattered the Tao patterns set by the 5 powerful figures and disrupted the not-so-perfect heavenly momentum. Following that, streams of divine rainbows surged in. Countless cultivators rushed over, multiplying in number compared to before. The few powerful figures who acted from the shadows did not show themselves, but had clearly entered the ruins as well. In the primordial ruins, centered around the cold pool, blood mist wafted, becoming even more bizarre, with countless monsters bursting forth, and more cultivators gathered, with no one leaving, as more sects rushed in. The restrictions in all directions were broken, and Fan was overjoyed. He could finally leave. At this moment, his golden bitter sea contained green copper, which was both a great fortune and boundless misfortune. If discovered, he would instantly fall from heaven to hell. He decided to immediately distance himself from this ruin. Let them fight. Let the sky collapse and the earth shatter. It has nothing to do with me anymore. If the unscrupulous Taoists knew the truth and heard his words at this moment, they would surely be furious and would want to skin him alive. Of course, if other cultivators knew the situation, it might be even worse. Chapter 71. Stay. Fan believed that in the coming days, this place would not be peaceful. It was likely to be filled with continuous battles, and more sects from the eastern wilderness would arrive here, causing the entire ruins to boil due to the demon emperor's Engrave. Regardless of whether the wild tower was in the Engrave, it was no longer related to him. Fan was already very satisfied. Now he needed to find a peaceful place to calm down and cultivate. The strange beasts and exotic birds gathered at the edge of the ruins had long since dispersed. Fan walked out and did not see any fierce birds or beasts. At this moment, the stars were twinkling, the bright moon hung high, and night had already fallen. The most important Bodhi seed was still on him. Even though he had temporarily lost those broken Buddhist artifacts, he did not feel regretful, as life was the most important. Fan moved quickly, traveling day and night, finally escaping from the mountains, leaving behind the land of disputes further and further away, but his heart did not truly let go. 3 days later, Fan appeared 2,000 miles away. Along the way, he had eaten and slept in the wild, cautiously moving, hardly ever entering towns, wandering through the wilderness. Until now he finally let out a breath, and his heart gradually calmed down. It was already late at night. Clouds obscured the stars and moon, making it particularly dark. Ahead, lights flickered, and a not-so-large town was in sight. Fan felt he had reached a safe area and saw no need to escape any longer. So he walked forward with big strides. Upon approaching, he realized that this could only be considered a small town at this moment. Most people had already fallen into a deep sleep, and only a few lights were still shining. Fan entered the town, wandered around for a long time, and finally found a small shop in a remote corner that had not yet closed. It was indeed a very small restaurant, with only 7 or 8 tables. The tables and chairs looked somewhat old, polished to a shine, appearing antique and very clean. "Old man, do you have anything to eat? Hurry and bring me some." The shopkeeper was an elderly man with graying hair. The passage of time had left many marks on his face, filled with wrinkles, looking weathered. His clothes were patched up quite a bit, and life did not seem to be very good. "All right, bring everything out. Then please wait a moment. I'll go heat it up for you." The restaurant was too small, and the old man's living conditions were not good. He was both the shopkeeper and the cook. Before long, fragrant roasted chicken and half a plate of sauced beef were served. Fan's mouth almost watered. For over a year, he and Pang Bo had been eating vegetarian, and the Spirit Ruins cave had hardly any meat dishes. This simple food made his stomach growl uncontrollably. He quickly grabbed the bowl and chopsticks, took a bite of the white steamed bun, tore off a chicken leg, and began to devour it. At that moment, he felt that the most delicious food in the world was nothing compared to this. All the delicacies could stand aside, as nothing compared to the few dishes before him that made him feel so comfortable. Don't rush, eat slowly, have some soup to moisten your stomach, don't choke. The old man brought a bowl of hot soup and kindly reminded him. Thank you, old man, your cooking is making my stomach growl with admiration. Yifan said with his mouth full, his words unclear. Looking at Yifan's attire, which did not seem like that of a poor person's child, but seeing him devour his food so ravenously surprised the old man a bit. He rolled up his patched sleeves, picked up a cloth, and began to wipe down the already clean tables and chairs, shaking his head with a smile. You must be very hungry, no matter what you eat now. It will taste sweet. Grandpa, why haven't you closed yet? At that moment, a 5 or 6-year-old little girl walked out from the back room. Her clothes were also patched up, very simple and plain, with 2 pigtails, looking very cute, her rosy cheeks resembling a red apple. You go to sleep first. We'll close soon. The little girl looked at the food on the table, her big eyes unable to look away, swallowing her saliva subconsciously, and nodded in agreement. Oh. Before long, Yifan had cleared the food on the table and stood up, saying, All right, old man, you can prepare to close. Saying this, he reached into his pocket but felt a bit embarrassed. He had forgotten that he had no money, no gold or silver items, and could not pay. Young man, are you short on cash? The old man, experienced in life, immediately saw his awkwardness. Yes, I really didn't bring any money. Ah, another bad person. The little girl beside him widened her eyes, on the verge of tears, staring at Yifan and saying, You are too bad, always eating without paying. Just bullying me and Grandpa. We can hardly even afford to eat. Saying this, she looked at the chicken bones on the table, her big eyes turning red, and said, Grandpa said that if no guests come, he would save me a chicken leg, but you came to eat for free. You are bullying us. The 5 or 6-year-old little girl pouted, her long eyelashes trembling, and tears immediately rolled down her cheeks, her rosy face covered in tears. As she continuously wiped her tears with her patched sleeve, it was evident that their living conditions were not good, and they often faced bullying. Don't cry, little sister. Yifan felt both embarrassed and ashamed. It seemed very difficult for the old man and the little girl, as their lives had already fallen into a predicament. It's okay. Young man, you don't need to feel guilty. I can see that you are not like those ruffians. You are definitely not someone who eats for free. You must have truly forgotten to bring money. The wrinkled-faced old man pulled the little girl aside and said, Don't cry. Grandpa saved you a piece of chicken and half a bun. I won't let you go hungry. The old man and the little girl immediately cried out in grievance, saying, I'm not crying for myself, but because Grandpa hasn't had dinner either. We are bullied by those bad people all day long and have no savings left. What are we going to do if it continues like this? Seeing the patched clothes on both the old man and the little girl, and hearing these words, Yifan felt a pang of sadness. His heart was deeply touched, and his nose even felt a bit sour. The ordinary lives of common people are filled with bitterness and sweetness, and the familial bond and helplessness between the old man and the little girl evoked a long-lost emotion in him. Don't cry, little sister. I'm not a bad person. Although I have no money, I have something here that should be able to cover this meal. Yifan took out a small jade bottle, which contained a bottle of herbal liquid he had exchanged for during the trial at the ruins. This is a good jade, too precious for me to accept. The old man shook his head and said, Everyone has their difficulties. If you pass by here again in the future, just make up for this meal. Yifan sighed. Despite the old man's difficult life, he still had such integrity and character, which earned him a bit of respect. Please take it. It means nothing to me. Since you don't want it, then I'll stay and help you with some labor. At this moment, he had nowhere to go and found the old man to be simple and kind, so he decided to stay for a while to cultivate and help the old man. The 5 or 6-year-old little girl looked down at her toes, her big eyes red, and said softly, We can't even afford to eat. Yifan squatted down, affectionately stroked the little girl's head, and said, I won't be a burden to you. Chapter 72. Hope in the Heart. The old man repeatedly declined, saying Yifan didn't need to stay and could just make up for the meal later if he passed by again. Grandpa, I have nowhere to go right now, and I don't have anywhere to be. Please let me stay. I can help. Big brother, you don't have a home? The little girl, innocent and cute, looked up at him with tears still on her face, revealing a sympathetic expression. Eventually, the old man allowed Yifan to stay, preparing a room for him in the backyard and telling him he could leave at any time. That night, Yifan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and finally got up quietly to lie on the roof, gazing at the sky. At this moment, the clouds had dispersed, and the bright moon hung high, casting down moonlight like thin smoke. The stars in the sky twinkled like diamonds. The familial bond between the old man and the little girl inadvertently touched something deep within him, and the gentle faces of his parents often floated in his mind. Are you both doing well? Sadness and worry were of no use. Yifan slowly adjusted his mood, allowing his heart to calm down. The warmth from the old man and the little girl erased his last bit of confusion, and he found his goal and direction. Unknowingly, he felt a bit drowsy and fell into a deep sleep on the roof. It wasn't until the next morning that the old man's voice woke him up. "Child, why are you up on the roof? Be careful not to fall." The little girl, rubbing her sleepy eyes, walked out from the room. Seeing Yifan on the roof, she widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Facing the confusion of the old man and the little girl, Yifan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "It was too hot last night, so I came up here to cool off and accidentally fell asleep." After washing up, the old man called him for breakfast, a small bowl of white rice porridge and a dish of pickles, very simple, as their conditions were indeed limited. The little girl was very sensible and had already set the table. She served Yifan a bowl of white porridge and then filled her grandpa's bowl. But when it was her turn, she only took a little bit. Originally, she was using a small bowl, and the amount was so small that she finished it in just a few bites before putting down her bowl and chopsticks. "Why did you eat so little?" the old man asked her. Although the little girl wore patched clothes, she was as pretty as a delicate porcelain doll. She patted her little belly and said, "I'm full." "Nonsense, you only had a few bites. How can you be full?" "I'm really full. Last night, I ate the chicken pieces Grandpa left for me and half a steamed bun. I'm still not hungry now," the little girl said as she picked up her small bowl to wash it. "I'm not worried. I'm really full. Grandpa, you should eat more." The little girl poured a lot of her porridge into the old man's large bowl. The old man couldn't stop her and said nothing, only sighing. "Grandpa, will those bad people come again today?" The little girl's rosy cheeks showed a hint of fear, and in her tender voice, she said, "They have already taken our restaurant. And now they come here every day to cause trouble. We can't even do business, and now we can barely eat. Why won't they leave us alone? It's okay. You don't need to worry. As long as Grandpa is here, you won't go hungry." The old man patted her head and added some white porridge to the little girl's bowl. Yifan silently finished this simple breakfast, but his heart was hard to calm. The old man's surname was Jiang, a very ancient surname with a significant background, but the old man was very ordinary, just one among countless people, and now living in great difficulty. The sensible and beautiful little girl was named Tingting. Her parents had passed away 2 years ago, leaving her and her grandfather to rely on each other. Yifan didn't say much. After breakfast, he told the old man, "Uncle, I'm going out for a walk. Be careful. You are unfamiliar with this place," the old man advised. This town was neither too big nor too small, with over 1,000 households and nearly 5,000 people. At the busiest intersection, there were several restaurants, inns, and grocery stores, while other areas were mostly residential. Yifan walked around the town and then headed towards the outskirts. Many fields bordered the town, and further out were mountains and forests, where hunters went every day to hunt. Yifan entered the forest, and the deeper he went, the more amazed he became. Standing on a high mountain and looking out, he found that the distant mountains rolled on endlessly, shrouded in mist, and the primordial forest seemed to have no end. Roar. Sounds of roaring came from deep in the mountains, but Yifan felt no worry. Instead, he showed a joyful expression. The town was indeed a good place for him to cultivate in peace. It was not only tranquil, but also close to the deep mountains, which surely had exotic beasts and spiritual herbs, things he desperately needed. Yifan roamed the mountains for half a day, but didn't he go too deep? There would be plenty of time in the future, no need to rush. As noon approached, he started to head back and encountered some hunters and herbalists on the road. Life for ordinary people is really not easy, Yifan sighed. He noticed a few hunters carrying some game, while also bearing a blood-soaked corpse, heading towards the town. Presumably someone who had been killed by a large beast during a hunt. On the road, some hunters saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy dragging a roe deer and a muntjac, all showing astonished expressions. Yifan didn't mind. He had to live in this town for a long time, and these things were unavoidable. From a distance, he saw a large crowd gathered, and Tingting's helpless cries came through the crowd. Yifan's heart suddenly tightened, and he rushed over quickly. The old man's white hair was disheveled, his face covered in blood, and he sat weakly on the ground, his patched clothes stained with dust. Little Tingting cried sadly, using her small sleeve to wipe the blood from the old man's face, crying to a few malicious people in front of her, "You are bad people. You took Grandpa's restaurant, and now we have no food to eat. Why won't you leave us alone?" A middle-aged man with a yellow face squatted down and forcefully poked Tingting's forehead, causing her to fall back to the ground. "What does a little girl like you understand? If you have something to say, come at me, don't take it out on the child." Jiang Laobua shielded Tingting behind him, wiped the blood from his face, and said, "What do you want? We don't want to be like this. We came here to eat, and you actually said there is no food. What are you running a restaurant for? If that's the case, just close the door. You bad people come here every day to eat for free. How can we afford to support you?" Little Tingting is crying behind old man Jiang. Among the crowd of onlookers, Many couldn't stand it anymore, but didn't dare to step forward, only able to advise old man Jiang, saying, "Old Jiang, just close this little shop and take your granddaughter away. Yes, their family has cultivators. We mortals can't afford to provoke them. You two should leave quickly. Although you are far from home, it's better to leave. What are you saying?" The middle-aged man with a yellow face stood up, glanced at the people around. And those voices immediately fell silent. Yi Fan was filled with rage, but did not act immediately. The other side had cultivators in their family, and he feared that being rash would hurt the grandfather and granddaughter. Of course, he would never let these people go. Not acting now didn't mean he couldn't settle the score later. At this moment, the middle-aged man with a yellow face swaggered away with a few others, and the onlookers stepped forward to persuade old man Jiang, amidst the sound of little Tingting's sad cries. It was a long time before the crowd gradually dispersed. Little Tingting's big eyes were red, as she helped the old man stand up and walk toward the little restaurant. Seeing such a kind old man, frail and being bullied like this, and watching little Tingting, covered in patches, crying so sadly, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming anger. He looked in the direction the few people left and clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 73, Borrowing the Bodhi Observation Tao Sutra. It was already close to noon, and the little restaurant was cold and quiet, with no customers, only the sound of little Tingting's sobs inside. Yi Fan dragged the deer, carrying rice and flour, and pushed open the door to the little shop. Little Tingting's big eyes were red as she carefully wiped the old man's wounds with a warm towel, feeling immense pain as she cried while wiping. The old man's wrinkled face was marked with purple fingerprints, and blood mainly flowed from his mouth and nose, even staining his disheveled white hair. How could these beasts bear to act this way? Yi Fan felt a pang in his heart. It was infuriating for such a kind old man in his twilight years to suffer such cruelty. Little Tingting was so cute and sensible, only 5 or 6 years old. Yet she was pushed down to the ground with a finger pointed at her forehead, and now her little face was covered with tears of sadness, making one feel heartbroken and pity. "Tingting, be good, don't cry. Grandpa is fine." The old man hurriedly comforted Tingting, using his calloused hand to wipe away her tears. Then he looked at Yi Fan in surprise and said, "This deer and these rice and flour. You only ate one meal from us. There's no need for this." The old man was not good with words, feeling very grateful, but unable to express it. "Old man, you don't need to say much. A meal is indeed nothing, but that sentiment and friendship mean a lot." Saying this, Yi Fan squatted down and wiped the tears from little Tingting's face, saying, "Tingting, don't cry. I will stay here in the future and one tea let you suffer. Big brother." Little Tingting's eyes turned red again, and with her long eyelashes trembling gently, tears fell down. She lowered her head to look at her patched shoes and said softly, "But those bad people will come again and bully us. Don't be afraid. Big brother won't let those bad people bully Tingting anymore." Yi Fan affectionately patted her head. Such a cute and sensible little girl was bullied like this, making it hard for him to remain calm. "Child, don't act recklessly." The old man, weathered by life, sensed Yi Fan's anger and worried that this youth might act impulsively and cause great trouble, putting himself at risk too. He said, "We can't afford to provoke them. The Li family has cultivators. They are not something we mortals can handle." The old man sighed deeply and said, "At my age, I really don't want to leave my home. After all, I have lived here for decades. The older one gets, the more one cherishes the past. And I have an attachment to this place that is hard to let go of. But now I have to leave. For Tingting, I have decided to abandon everything here. Even if it means begging, I will not stay here any longer." "Grandpa." Little Tingting's face suddenly shed 2 more lines of tears. "Tingting, be good, don't cry. Old man, don't say things like leaving your home." After comforting little Tingting, Yi Fan said to the old man, "Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. First, let us close this little shop, and then I will think of a way. If it really doesn't work, I will leave with you." Yi Fan deeply understood that mortals face many unfortunate things. The most painful thing is losing a child in old age and leaving home. The old man has already lost his son, and now he is being forced to leave this small town. The pain in his heart is imaginable. He truly did not want to see such a grandfather and granddaughter suffer misfortune. "Please tell me in detail about the Leaf family's background. I am not reckless. You don't need to worry." In the end, after Yi Fan's continuous questioning, the old man finally revealed some things. The Leaf family is the leading family in this town. It is said that 3 or 4 members of their family are cultivating outside. Cultivators are very mysterious to ordinary people, and they are rarely seen, so the townspeople are very afraid of the Leaf family. Yi Fan felt that the old man still had more to say, such as how the Jiang family used to be prosperous, having a restaurant in town, and why his son suddenly passed away, all of which were not mentioned. "Tingting, go get a towel and warm it up for Grandpa." After sending Tingting away, the old man said, "Little brother, I know you are not an ordinary child. At such a young age, you can catch a deer. You probably understand some cultivation too. But I still advise you not to provoke the Li family. The old man continued, revealing that his son and daughter-in-law were also cultivators. And a few years ago, they were very favored in a certain immortal sect. Even the Li family in town was on good terms with them and did not want to offend them lightly. Xianxia Cave Heaven. Yi Fan was very surprised. The old man's son was in one of the 6 cave heavens of the Yin Kingdom, just over 200 miles away from the small town. Some members of the Li family were also cultivating in Xianxia Cave Heaven, and one of them entered the sect almost at the same time as the old man's son. But their achievements were far behind. That child from the Li family has a twisted mind and behaves improperly. He did something evil, and my child, being too upright, couldn't help but intervene, resulting in a major feud. Tingting's father had extraordinary talent and was particularly valued in Xianxia Cave Heaven, so he was not afraid of the Li family disciple who entered the sect at the same time. But as the saying goes, misfortunes can come unexpectedly. 2 years ago, when Tingting's parents went out to collect spiritual herbs, they unfortunately died tragically under the claws of a lightning bird. After Tingting's parents died, the Li family no longer had any scruples. They first took away the old man's restaurant and then seized his inn, forcing this poor grandfather and granddaughter into their current predicament, and they still would not let go. Listening to her tender words and seeing her wronged expression, Yi Fan and the old man were at a loss for words, not knowing how to comfort her. There are still many good people in this world. Tingting only sees one side of it. Everything will be all right in the future. Yi Fan did not want her little heart to develop negative emotions too early. Yes, Big Brother is a good person. Helping us like this, he and Tingting will live a long life. The old man showed a kind smile and said, "Today, I will cook the deer meat for Tingting to eat." Following Yi Fan's suggestion, the old man closed the little restaurant, and the three had a sumptuous lunch. Little Tingting's small face turned rosy, and she finally revealed a smile again. In the afternoon, Yi Fan strolled around the small town a few times, figuring out the Li family's businesses and where the restaurant and inn that were taken from the old man were located. He also indirectly learned a lot from other people. He did not want to act rashly, fearing that it would harm the old man and little Tingting. Helping others but causing harm instead is the most foolish thing. The fact that there were several people from the Li family cultivating in Xianxia Cave Heaven made Yi Fan feel uncertain. After all, he had just begun his own cultivation. And that was not the worst. The most troublesome thing was that one person from the Li family was cultivating in a super immortal sect outside of Yin, and it seemed their achievements were quite extraordinary. The Li family is indeed hard to deal with. It seems I need to think of other ways. This made Yi Fan even more determined in his cultivation. He must become stronger, otherwise he would be constrained in his actions. Even trying to help old man Jiang and the pitiful little Tingting would be difficult to do with satisfaction. He operated the Dao Jing mysterious method, began to introspect, and saw a golden sea of bitterness the size of a soybean, like a divine moon fixed in the darkness. An ancient and grand green copper block sat motionless in the center of the golden sea of bitterness, as steady as a rock, silent and still. Yi Fan's mind was completely immersed in the golden script within the sea of bitterness, but he encountered the same trouble as last time. Every tiny character of the dazzling golden script emitted a golden needle-like light, causing him intense pain and making it impossible to see the characters clearly. How could this be? Is there no way to cultivate the mysterious method recorded on this page of golden script? Yi Fan frowned. It was like having a treasure mountain but being unable to extract any wealth from it, not even a single copper coin. Suddenly, Yi Fan seemed to remember something and reached into his bosom. A dull-colored Bodhi seed appeared in his hand, about the size of a walnut, with natural patterns on it forming the image of a Buddha. The Buddha image was entirely a product of natural evolution, dull, ancient, and natural, with a faint aura of Zen emanating from it. The Bodhi tree can help one attain enlightenment. I will try to use this Bodhi seed. Because of this Bodhi seed, Yi Fan had obtained a mysterious ancient scripture in a bronze coffin, and now that he couldn't access the mysterious method recorded in the golden script, he wanted to try using this extraordinary Bodhi seed. The Bodhi tree, also known as the Tree of Wisdom, the Tree of Awakening, or the Tree of Thought, is said to unlock human divinity and help one realize their true self. The moment Yi Fan grasped the Bodhi seed, he began to operate the mysterious method recorded in the Dao Jing, and immediately, strands of golden silk emerged from the sea of bitterness, gathering towards the Bodhi seed. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or the Bodhi seed truly had an effect, he felt a sense of emptiness and tranquility in his heart. He began to introspect the sea of bitterness again, looking at the page of golden script. It really worked. Yi Fan was astonished. The Bodhi seed made his heart feel empty and calm, allowing him to easily penetrate the golden light and see the ancient characters on the golden paper. The dazzling golden light, which had been piercing, seemed to soften at once, no longer hurting his eyes. I have opened a treasure. Even holding the Bodhi seed, Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He was very excited as he opened the complete Dao Jing Wheel C scroll. The ancient characters transformed into divine radiance, continuously imprinting themselves onto his mind, like stars shining brightly. Chapter 74, The Four Major Realms. This page of golden script was mysterious and unfathomable. The densely packed small characters were not read out, but transformed into stars, rushing towards Yi Fan's mind. At that moment, Yi Fan felt celestial auspicious colors descending. Divine springs erupting from the earth, lotus flowers blooming, and precious herbs sprouting. Divine rays filled the sky, dragons danced, turtles emitted auspicious signs, and auspicious unicorns gathered energy. Purple energy came from the east, golden light from the west, 5-colored divine light illuminated, and 7-colored rainbows spanned the sky. Numerous wondrous appearances and endless methods presented themselves. Profound and arcane, like celestial sounds and sacred songs resounding in Yi Fan's heart. He felt dazed, as if intoxicated, like a parched desert encountering a refreshing rain. Gradually coming to life amidst the endless yellow sand. Yi Fan felt as if many windows had suddenly opened, with various divine lights shooting towards him. He tried hard to grasp something, but the radiance slipped through his fingers, making it difficult to capture. This was not simple cultivation. In a short time, no one could comprehend such profound truths. This was a surge of great momentum. The Dao Jing Wheel C scroll poured into Yi Fan's heart like the Milky Way cascading down, silver light spilling forth with a magnificent aura. What this scroll conveyed was vague but surged into Yi Fan's heart, giving him a rough understanding of what he needed to cultivate and what realm he needed to reach. The four major realms, Sea of Bitterness, Fountain of Life, Divine Bridge, and Other Shore, perfectly elucidated the teachings of the Dao Jing Wheel C scroll. Cultivators must first open the Sea of Bitterness, allowing it to gradually grow. Only then can they explore the Wheel of Life, as the two are intertwined. After that, they release endless life essence, swirling above the Sea of Bitterness, flowing throughout the body to nourish flesh, organs, and bones, strengthening the physical shell, thus initially transcending the mortal realm. This is the first realm of the Wheel C scroll, the Sea of Bitterness. The Sea of Bitterness covers the Wheel of Life, overlapping and intertwining. Each year, it must leave a mark on the Wheel of Life until the Wheel of Life is covered in scars and ultimately collapses, marking the moment when a person's lifespan runs out and returns to death. To change this situation, one must open a pathway in the Sea of Bitterness, reaching the sea floor to connect with the Wheel of Life, allowing abundant life essence to surge forth, preventing the Sea of Bitterness from eroding, thus extending one's lifespan. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. A vigorous life essence surges forth, ultimately converging to become liquid, forming the Fountain of Life, which rushes into the Sea of Bitterness. One must dig a wellspring of life in the barren Sea of Bitterness, connecting to the Wheel of Life, allowing the divine spring to flow continuously. This is the second realm of the Wheel C scroll, the Fountain of Life. Only then can cultivators have a source of power, enabling them to perform various mysterious methods and divine abilities with unpredictable might. This is a crucial step in a cultivator's transformation. As long as the source of divine power does not run dry, their magical power will be inexhaustible. In fact, the divine rainbow wielded by cultivators is the divine light emitted from their Fountain of Life. Once they reach the Fountain of Life realm, they can ride the rainbow, flying through the sky and earth, mastering countless intricate mysterious methods. The mysteries of the human body are endless. Powerful cultivators do not want to be trapped in the Sea of Bitterness. They wish to explore other unknown secret realms of the human body, thus embarking on the journey of crossing the Sea of Bitterness. This is a difficult and long process. Cultivators will become stronger through setbacks, ultimately allowing the Wheel C to elevate, bearing the divine veins of heaven and earth, releasing their endless potential. This is the third realm of the Wheel C scroll, the Divine Bridge. When cultivation reaches this point, cultivators must have unwavering determination, never wavering. Only then can they see through illusions and fog and continue to search for their other shore. In this process, not only must the physical shell transform, but the spirit must also ascend. The divine and the shell must unite, breaking free from shackles and transcending the self, to return to the origin and find the root. The Divine Bridge arrives like a rainbow, successfully crossing the Sea of Bitterness. This is the fourth realm of the Wheel C scroll, the Other Shore. Upon reaching the other shore, the flesh, organs, and bones of the cultivator will be withered, followed by an alternative rebirth, undergoing 9 transformations, completing a metamorphosis like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. It turns out that reaching the second major realm, the Fountain of Life, allows one to ride the rainbow. Cultivators of this level can easily crush those at the Sea of Bitterness realm like crushing ants. Yi Fan shivered, thinking of Elder Han. whose cultivation was at least at the fountain of life realm or higher. The gap in strength between the four major realms is enormous, like a chasm between heaven and earth. It is indeed a stretch to categorize Yifan among cultivators of the Sea of Bitterness realm. As the golden sea of bitterness he opened is too small, only the size of a soybean. Yifan did not feel discouraged. After all, he had just begun his cultivation, and it was remarkable to achieve such results in such a short time. Moreover, his sea of bitterness was unique, radiant and without a trace of dead energy. Each time he opened it, it shook the heavens and the earth like a golden ocean surging. It seems he is not ordinary. Then, Yifan thought of Elder Han's grandson, Han Feiyu. Although his fountain of life could not yet flow continuously and had not reached the second major realm, he could already wield the greenwood treasure seal. For a cultivator of the Sea of Bitterness who mastered a treasure, this was enough to pose a threat to him. Yifan accepted the impact of the great momentum. Feeling dreamlike, the Dao Jing Wheel Sea chapter unfurled in his heart like a magnificent historical scroll, then surged like a mighty holy river, rolling past and allowing him to initially glimpse the profound truths. There was no specific cultivation, but this grand baptism greatly benefited him. It was a grasp of overall cultivation, helping him understand the direction and how to walk the path ahead. After grasping the general profound meaning of the Tao Sutra he had studied before, Yifan began to read it carefully from the beginning and soon discovered something unusual. He found that the mysterious methods recorded on this page of golden text were different from those he had practiced in the Lingshu cave heaven. Even the first few lines of ancient characters had some discrepancies. It seemed that after the loss of the Tao Sutra Luanhai volume, although some fragments had been passed down, they were not precise enough. Yifan secretly rejoiced that if he had not accidentally obtained this page of golden text, he might have never realized the shortcomings in the Tao Sutra he had studied before. Now he could correct it and achieve perfection in the mysterious methods. Yifan kept his word and began to practice according to the mysterious methods recorded in the true Tao Sutra. A sense of profoundness surged in his heart, and he felt a sense of emptiness within. After correcting the mysterious methods, the golden threads overflowing from the sea of suffering increased, circulating through his limbs and bones, making him feel completely relaxed. His flesh, organs, and bones were being nourished, and at that moment, he felt an inexhaustible strength. At the same time, strange changes occurred in the golden sea of suffering above Yifan, with various phenomena appearing, divine light flickering like stars, then like chaos, exhaling and manifesting from nothingness, mist swirling around, and divine clouds dazzling, transforming in countless ways without any fixed pattern. Is this the true transformation that the Tao Sutra possesses? Yifan was very surprised. At that moment, he felt the vigorous vitality of heaven and earth giving birth to all things, as well as the deadness of the universe and the decay of the starry sky. It wasn't until a long time later that everything calmed down, and the golden sea of suffering became even more refined. It had once been as bright as the moon, but now it shone like the sun, with the overflowing golden threads becoming even more intense, infused with an extremely vigorous vitality. The true Tao Sutra is indeed extraordinary. Yifan sighed, believing he could go further and break the curse of the ancient sacred body. Currently, the mysterious methods I practice are no worse than anyone else's, and my starting point is not lower than others. Yifan's eyes sparkled with divine light as he said, I will definitely be able to open up the sea of suffering, let the divine spring flow continuously, form the bridge of heaven and earth, reach the other shore, and undergo 9 transformations, completing the metamorphosis of breaking free from the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Chapter 75, A Body Like a Bottomless Pit. After having dinner, Yifan continued to comprehend the Tao Sutra, immersing himself in a state of profundity throughout the night. Above the golden sea of suffering, exhaling and manifesting from nothingness, stars shone, chaos obscured, and myriad transformations occurred. It wasn't until the next day that he finally awakened from this state, feeling no fatigue. The life essence overflowing in the sea of suffering made him feel refreshed. Big brother, have you eaten breakfast? Little Ting bounced over to call him for a meal, her small face beaming with happiness. Although her clothes were ill-fitting and tattered, with many patches, they could not hide the brilliance of her radiant youthful face. Yifan sighed. Children are just children. After experiencing such a tragic event yesterday, suffering so much, and crying heartbreakingly, she woke up this morning no longer sad, quickly forgetting all the unpleasantness. Are you very happy, Ting? Yifan asked with a smile. Yes. Ting nodded seriously and said, now that we have food, Grandpa won't have to hold back on meals for me. Of course, I'm happy. Yifan was taken aback. It turned out some people's happiness was so simple. Just being able to eat their fill made little Ting so content, compared to those who went to great lengths to compete for fame and fortune. This standard was indeed too low. Perhaps it was precisely because of this simple happiness that such pure goodness and beauty arose. Looking at her rosy little face full of smiles, so bright, Yifan was deeply moved and affectionately patted her head before taking her outside with him. As noon approached, the yellow-faced middle-aged man from the Li family came again. Seeing that the small restaurant was closed, he kicked the door a few times and cursed, saying, "Open the door. The master is here to eat." Inside the small shop, Tingting was very nervous, her big eyes filled with fear, tightly clinging to the old man's embrace. Afraid that those people would burst in, old man Jiang gently patted her back, softly comforting her. Yifan stood in the room, listening to the unpleasant curses, gradually furrowing his brows, his gaze becoming colder. "Fine, old Jiang. If you don't do business, just wait to starve to death. You're already in your 70s. Let's see what else you can do." The people outside cursed and violently smashed 2 pots of flowers outside the door, then scratched the door with a dagger, leaving it in a terrible state before leaving in a huff. After a long time, little Tingting timidly asked, "Will those bad people come again tomorrow?" "Don't worry, Tingting. Grandpa won't let them hurt you," the old man continuously reassured her. Tingting whispered, "Those bad people do evil every day. Why are there no good people to punish them?" Yifan felt that the words of children are indeed the truest. There are many injustices in this world, but not everything can be managed. "Don't worry. They definitely won't come tomorrow." Yifan squatted down and smiled. "Come on, let's go eat. I'll make you a delicious dish for lunch today. Big brother, you can cook?" Little Tingting looked at him with disbelief. "Underestimate me? Today I'll show you a trick. You can be sure you've never eaten anything like it." The little girl blinked her big eyes, not believing him at all, and said, "I don't believe it. Grandpa can cook any dish. When we had our restaurant, Grandpa made me delicious food every day. Have you ever had sweet and sour ribs? Although it's a very ordinary dish from my hometown, I believe it hasn't appeared here yet." Sure enough, little Tingting showed a puzzled expression and said, "How can sugar be put together with ribs?" Even the old man beside them looked confused. In the end, Yifan could only talk about it on paper. His cooking skills were terrible. However, after the old man learned the method, he took matters into his own hands and finally perfectly served the sweet and sour venison ribs on the table. This meal made little Tingting eat with great delight, filled with smiles. Yifan really liked this harmonious and joyful atmosphere. It gave him a sense of home and vaguely helped him find a sense of belonging. After lunch, the old man told little Tingting to take a nap, while he brewed a pot of coarse tea and brought it to the Clean Aid Immortals table, asking Yifan, "Child, are you planning to do something? Just don't be impulsive." Yifan smiled and said, "Uncle, you don't have to worry. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, anyone can be a bad person. It's just a matter of whether they want to be or not. What do you want to do?" He had already figured out that the Leaf family had to go to the county town every month to purchase grain and goods. They nearly monopolized half of the business in the small town. Tomorrow was the day for their big purchase in the county town. That yellow-faced middle-aged man was a steward from the Leaf family, and it was usually him who handled this matter. The county town was about 70 to 80 miles away from the small town, much more prosperous, with a population of tens of thousands, and shops lined the streets, with the sounds of selling and shouting never ceasing. This distance was not a problem for Yifan, whose physique far exceeded that of ordinary people. He could easily reach it in just over an hour. After exchanging several hunted animals from the mountains for coins, he bought little Tingting a lot of candies and snacks, then got her a few pieces of small clothes and shoes, and finally bought the items needed for tomorrow. "Why don't you try on your new clothes, Tingting?" Yifan asked her. "I want to wait until later to wear them." Tingting can still wear her current clothes. She carefully wrapped up the new clothes. Looking at her worn-out little clothes, patched and sewn many times, Yifan felt a pang of sadness. Children from poor families evoke a sense of heartache. At such a young age, she was so understanding. Although it was an unintentional remark, it made it hard for him to remain calm. "Don't worry, from now on, Tingting will have new clothes to wear every day. Go change now." Yifan thought that with such a lovely little girl like Tingting and such a kind old man like Uncle Jiang, it would truly be unbearable if they were bullied again. That night, Yifan continued to comprehend the Tao Sutra, discovering that when he held the Bodhi seed, his heart would become particularly ethereal, and his understanding of the Tao Sutra became significantly deeper. No wonder it is the tree of enlightenment. Until the sky darkened, the sound of clattering came from the mountain road, with more than a dozen large carts, all loaded with goods ranging from silk fabrics to daily necessities and grains. Yifan stood up and violently threw down the oil barrels. The banging sounds continued, and all the large carts were drenched in oil, instantly causing chaos below. "Oil! Someone is going to set the carts on fire!" shouted the Lee family members. Many panicked and fled, while some looked for the arsonist. At that moment, someone finally spotted Yifan above the canyon, seeing his tall figure in black clothing, throwing one torch after another down. Bang! The blazing fire erupted instantly, turning the dozen carts into a sea of flames, impossible to extinguish. The the fire reaching the sky. Bang! Another barrel of oil was thrown down, nearly hitting him on the head, splattering oil all over his clothes. Then a flame fell down, and a middle-aged man with a yellow face let out a terrible scream, desperately rushing towards the distant ravine, engulfed in flames. Yifan glanced, then concealed his figure above the valley, quickly removed his stilts, took off his black clothes, and flew away with these items. That night, the entire Qingfeng town was shaken. The Li family suffered heavy losses, with the supplies from the dozen carts burned to ashes, leaving nothing behind, and 7 or 8 people were injured. The whole night, the town struggled to find peace, and the Li family members searched frantically from house to house for clues. For them, this was akin to disturbing the earth on the head of the Tai Sui, the enormous loss enraging the Li family. It wasn't until late at night that the town quieted down. The Li family thought the townspeople wouldn't dare to act like this, believing they lacked the skill and courage, speculating it was an enemy from afar. The Li family immediately became anxious and sent someone to deliver a message to the Xianxia cave heaven overnight. That night, Yifan quietly left the small restaurant and went deep into the mountains. He needed to quickly increase his strength. He didn't know how deep into the forest he went before finding a stone cave, sealing himself inside with a giant rock, and then took out several spiritual herbs. The jade snake orchid shimmered like mutton fat jade, exuding a captivating fragrance. The golden tuber left by the ancient wood essence shone brightly, its light flowing. Holding the Bodhi seed, Yifan focused and contemplated the Tao Sutra until he felt the churning sea of bitterness tremble, sensing he could break through. Then ingested the jade snake orchid. Half an hour later, although the cave was blocked by the giant rock, it still emitted sounds like waves, with streams of golden light rushing out, resembling a tsunami, the sound roaring continuously. It wasn't until the latter half of the night that everything calmed down. Yifan looked inward and discovered that the golden sea of bitterness had expanded more than twice its size. He moved the giant rock aside and rushed out of the cave, feeling light and healthy, with his strength and speed significantly increased, swiftly darting through the forest like a wisp of smoke. In the later part of the night, a deafening sound erupted from the cave, and the giant rock blocking the entrance shattered, sending stones flying in all directions, like a volcanic eruption or the Milky Way cascading down. The cave was filled with dazzling light, the tsunami-like sound booming, and Yifan's sea of bitterness transformed into a golden ocean, continuously rolling towards the sky. This situation lasted for a full hour before the terrifying sounds gradually calmed down, the divine light slowly converging, and Yifan quickly rushed out. The cave behind him rumbled and rapidly collapsed. It hadn't collapsed earlier because the golden light was supporting it. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and the forest was not particularly dark anymore. Yifan felt filled with vibrant life force, a strong essence circulating within him. The golden sea of bitterness had expanded overnight from the size of a soybean to that of a dove's egg, growing several times larger. He was astonished. This was all due to the golden tuber left by the ancient wood essence, which contained 10 times more life essence than the jade snake orchid, truly a rare treasure. Yifan felt unsettled. He realized his physique seemed like a bottomless pit, not needing to worry about the potency of the herbs. As long as enough life essence was provided, he could continuously expand the sea of bitterness. Could it be that the curse of the ancient holy body had not manifested on me? Or is this the curse itself? Requiring massive amounts of life essence with each step forward, making the path narrower and more difficult to expand the sea of bitterness in the later stages? If an ordinary person absorbed so much life essence, they would have already shattered their sea of bitterness, their body would have collapsed. If an ordinary person absorbed all this life essence over a long period, the sea of bitterness they developed should be larger than mine. Yifan pondered that his cultivation was simply a kind of extravagant waste, muttering to himself, "Wasteful? I don't feel that way." Because at that moment he discovered his sea of bitterness was exceptionally refined. Although it was only the size of a dove's egg, it contained 19 divine patterns, brimming with vigorous vitality. When an ordinary person's sea of bitterness is the size of a dove's egg, they might still struggle to condense divine patterns. Yet my golden sea of bitterness had achieved that early on. Yifan didn't feel it was wasteful. Instead, he felt a sense of accomplishment, as his golden sea of bitterness was extraordinary. With a flick of his 10 fingers, dozens of divine patterns shot out like brilliant sword lights, piercing through the stones ahead. To develop a sea of bitterness of the same size, the divine power I possess will be many times stronger than others. This thought stirred Yifan's mind. However, for someone with my physique to successfully cultivate, a massive amount of life essence is needed as support. Upon thinking about this issue, he couldn't help but frown. But it wasn't merely limited to spiritual herbs. If he could find the source Elder Wu Qingfeng spoke of and cultivate in a place rich in spiritual energy, he should be able to break through. According to ancient texts, During the era when heaven and earth combined to give birth to all things, chaos reigned, and spiritual energy was dense. Many spiritual entities could absorb the primordial essence of heaven and earth, forming amber-like crystals filled with vast life essence. Those preserved to the present are called sources, and they are extremely precious to cultivators. Some top-grade sources are worth their weight in gold. From the era of the birth of all things to the ancient primordial times, the primordial essence of heaven and earth gradually thinned, making it difficult for spiritual entities to produce sources. What a yearning era that was.